Chapter 391. Who is it? Disturbing people's sleep in the middle of the night? What a familiar voice. Huan was obviously very happy to hear this familiar voice in this place full of enemies. Lingling? Lingling. Is it you? Huan asked cautiously. Huan spoke very softly, as if afraid of disturbing others. And the person who spoke turned over after saying something annoying, and then fell asleep. It was dark around, and Huan had no idea what the other person looked like. Although the voice was a bit similar, it was normal for some people to have similar voices. So seeing that the other party did not answer, Huan was not sure and did not speak. Sun Jian did not see Huan coming to the basketball hall. He thought Huan was walking in another direction, so he chased in another direction. Hey, where are you from? Why are you here? Suddenly, another voice came. This is a man's voice. Huan felt very strange. Why did the other party ask him when he clearly did not know him? Do I know you? Huan asked. The man was obviously a little embarrassed, but he immediately resolved the embarrassment. What does it matter whether we know each other or not? We are all survivors of the apocalypse, and we will all support each other. There should be nothing wrong with chatting. Huan could hear that the other party wanted to chat with her out of boredom, but Huan couldn't even protect herself at the moment, so she didn't have the mood to chat with others. Saying one more word might expose her identity. So Huan ignored the man. The man might have been a little excited when he heard that there was a girl here. So he asked, "Your voice sounds so sweet. I wonder if you look so sweet. This man still wants to flirt with me." Huan was a little angry. Since the end of the world, every man who flirted with me has suffered a painful price. If she was not afraid of being exposed, Huan might have kicked him. "Hey, beautiful lady, are you asleep?" The man asked again. "I am asleep. Don't bother me." Huan didn't give this strange man a good look. Maybe she would leave in a while. She would not have any intersection with this man. So naturally, she didn't need to be polite to him. The man was a little embarrassed and didn't say anything. But the woman who had just spoken suddenly spoke. The woman suddenly sat up from where she was, and then asked Huan? Huan was stunned for a moment, and then said uncertainly, "Lingling? Are you really Lingling?" "I am Lingling." Huan. "Is it really you?" Lingling's hand immediately extended to Huan. When two familiar girls meet, they always do this. First they extend their hands, and then they jump up and down happily. But when Huan's hands touch Lingling's hand, she is immediately surprised. "Lingling, your hand?" After Huan touched Lingling's hand, she didn't find the delicate skin she imagined, but rather the rough bandage. It was obvious that Lingling's hand was wrapped in a layer of bandages, and more than one layer, which could be felt. Huan was very surprised. How could it be? Why would Lingling's hands be wrapped in bandages? "Hey, don't mention it." Hearing Huan mention her own affairs, Lingling seemed to be hesitant to speak, wanting to say something, but not wanting to say it. "What happened? Also, how did you get here? Shouldn't you be at the base?" Huan asked hurriedly. "When I saw you leave, I knew you must have come to the survivor base. So I asked Lin Hao to bring me in, but the car overturned. In order to treat me, Lin Hao had to take the risk to send me in, let me receive treatment, and then Lin Hao left." Lingling said very simply. "Really? How could the car overturn?" "That's right. The car was already so broken. It really made you suffer." Lingling, "I'm sorry. I will never be so willful in the future. Let's leave later," Huan said. Lingling was speechless. Leave? She would not leave. She was still thinking about becoming a cyborg. If she left, how could she become a cyborg who was not afraid of zombies? "Wait, I just heard you talking about Lin Hao?" Suddenly, the male voice sounded again, speaking in a puzzled tone. Huan was too lazy to pay attention to this person. Lingling had obviously chatted with this man. In order to avoid embarrassment, she replied, "Yes, we know Lin Hao." "What's wrong?" The male voice said, coincidentally, "I also knew a man named Lin Hao a few days ago. Unfortunately, that man named Lin Hao was taken away because he robbed a child's steamed bun. Now I don't know where he went." "Then the person we know should not be the same person. The Lin Hao we know would never snatch a kid's steamed bun," Huan said firmly. "Yes, absolutely not." Lingling also agreed. And then she thought of Lin Hao asking her to attract the zombies. Whenever she thought of this, she hated him. Ling Ling saw him during the day today. But at that time, Ling Ling was covered in bandages. So Lin Hao might not recognize her. At that time, she really wanted to stand up and shout, "That person is a zombie. Catch that zombie." But she didn't dare. After she told this story, she would become the focus of the base's attention. In this world of cannibalism, sometimes being too much attention is not a good thing. Ling Ling didn't want to be noticed. We both know someone named Lin Hao, which means we are destined to be together. My name is Ho Jingyu. What are the names of the two beauties? The man finally said his name. Huan Huan. Her name is Ling Ling. Let's go to bed if there's nothing else, Huan Huan said. Ho Jingyu found himself uncomfortable, but he never cared about this kind of discomfort. Anyway, it was not the first time that he was treated like this by others. After Sun Jian looked around with his speed, he began to wonder. Sun Jian developed his own skills in the capital base. He clearly remembered that his skills were speed-based. Even if he did not use skills, his speed was very fast. It should be easy to chase the woman who seemed slow. But he had been wandering around, and had not seen the woman until now. Sun Jian could not help but start to doubt. What's wrong? Sun Jian started to walk around again. But he didn't run. He walked slowly, observing. When he came to the basketball gym, he saw the not bright but warm light at the entrance of the gym, and began to think. Then, Sun Jian walked slowly, step by step, towards the basketball gym. At this moment, a pair of soldiers suddenly walked over, obviously attracted by the alarm of the power plant. Sun Jian had already met these soldiers, and they all knew him. Does the gymnasium have lighting facilities? Sun Jian asked. The soldier replied, yes, but it needs to be connected now, in order to save electricity resources. All the circuits in the gymnasium have been cut off. How long does it take to connect now? Sun Jian asked. It just takes a little time to connect, but it requires an electrician. The soldier obviously knows more about electricity. Okay, go find an electrician and turn on the lights in the gymnasium. I'm going to go in and find someone. After Sun Jian finished speaking, he walked towards the basketball hall. Chapter 392. Sure enough, when the electrician came here, he really just connected the gymnasium's wiring to the main power supply's wiring. And then the whole gymnasium was lit up. This basketball gymnasium is very large. Of course, it is a bit exaggerated to say that it is as big as the NBA stadium, but it should be similar to the basketball stadiums in our country. Sun Jian couldn't help but cover his nose. The smell inside was indeed a bit pungent, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sun Jian could only adapt himself. When the lights came on, everyone in the venue opened their eyes in confusion. Some of them had already fallen asleep, and because there was no light at night for a long time, those people had already adapted to the dark night. When a sudden dazzling light came in their sleep, almost everyone was awakened. They were a little confused and a little angry. After all, disturbing people's sleep at night was a very annoying thing. Sun Jian looked at this group of ordinary survivors with a cold and hard face. From the moment he learned that he was a superpower, he knew that he would definitely be separated from these ordinary people. He was nobler and stronger than them. They were destined to be different. It was because Sun Jian had such an idea that he looked at these ordinary people with indifference. However, everyone is sensitive and fragile. When Sun Jian's eyes are projected on them, they will also show their discomfort. Sun Jian's target is not these ordinary people. As for what will happen to these ordinary people, what does it have to do with him? He just needs to find the person who ran away. Sun Jian came to a little boy and asked coldly, "Have you seen a strange woman break in?" The child was obviously frightened by Sun Jian's words, and the adults around him immediately counterattacked. "No. We all know each other here. There are no strangers. Go away quickly." The adults around the child only dared to threaten to this extent. Everyone knows that electricity is a very precious resource for the base. But because this man wanted to find someone, he turned on the light, which shows that this man has a high status. For the safety of children, adults should not offend others casually. Sun Jian, on the other hand, walked away as if he didn't care. After Sun Jian asked this question, the whole basketball hall was also shocked. The basketball hall was indeed large. But if you talk in a quiet environment, it is very normal for the whole basketball hall to hear it. Sun Jian's words were obviously heard by the whole basketball hall. So, the whole basketball hall began to talk, and everyone looked at the strange woman next to them. Huan Huan was naturally looked at with doubtful eyes without any surprise. When the lights came on, Ho Jingyu was completely different from others. He didn't look at the center of the venue at first, but looked at Huan Huan, because he wanted to see what Huan Huan looked like. As for Ling Ling, Ho Jingyu really didn't know what she looked like, because Ling Ling's face was wrapped in bandages, and Ho Jingyu lost his desire at the first glance. When Ho Jingyu saw Huan Huan, Huan Huan's expression was a little panic, and her eyes moved around with her mood. That kind of spiritual beauty instantly touched Ho Jingyu's heart. There are actually such beautiful women in the world, Ho Jingyu said to himself. Sun Jian asked along the way, almost all of the basketball court area, and finally came to Ho Jingyu. Are there any strange women coming over here? This area is the most corner, and the most likely place is the most likely. But because it is at the farthest point, Ho Jingyu came to ask last, because he wanted to put pressure on that person psychologically, so that it would be easy for the other party to reveal his feet. When Sun Jian came to this last area, he had already set his sights on several people here. There were very few people here. Only 3 or 5. The first one was a man. This man had a very relaxed expression, and did not look guilty or nervous. It was obvious that this man had been in this position for a certain period of time. Then, there was a woman covered in bandages. Although this woman was strange and had injuries all over her body, her injuries were real. Sun Jian remembered that the person he caught was normal all over. So Sun Jian could only cast his sights on the last person. Women. That's right. He caught a woman. And this woman is pretty. Sun Jian looked at the eyes of the people around him, all of whom were looking at the bandaged woman and this woman, and very few of them were looking at the man. Obviously, the people around him told Sun Jian, with their eyes, that these 2 women were newcomers. Since the woman covered in bandages couldn't be the only one left. There was only one left. Sun Jian walked forward slowly, leaned down, and asked the last woman directly, "Have you ever seen strange women appear around you?" At this moment, the lawless Huan Huan finally realized that something was wrong. And it was very wrong. Just now, Huan Huan was still thinking that if she was discovered, she would just fight him out. She didn't believe that anyone among those chasing him could be her opponent. But Huan Huan was wrong. When this man stood beside Huan Huan, a natural sense of oppression approached her from every corner of this man. Huan Huan felt very depressed. So when this man asked her a question, she couldn't say a word. Sun Jian smiled. He knew that he had found the right woman. This woman dared to kill someone in front of him. Sun Jian felt that he must make her look bad. A new official has 3 fires when he takes office. As Sun Jian, who has just taken office and has no place to vent his energy, this kind of activity is simply perfect for him. Sun Jian was about to expose the identity of this woman, when a man's voice sounded. When the man spoke, Sun Jian felt that a burst of anger suddenly rushed to his throat, but was pressed back by someone. Ho Jingyu picked his nose and looked at Sun Jian curiously. "Sir, why are you so close to my girlfriend?" When Sun Jian heard this, he almost fell to the ground. "She is your girlfriend?" Sun Jian stood up straight and looked down at Ho Jingyu, with the domineering aura of a superior. However, Ho Jingyu was like a street gangster, ignoring Sun Jian's aura, still picking his nose, and said, "Yes, my girlfriend. She has been with me all afternoon today." "What's wrong?" The dazzling lights of the gymnasium overshadowed all the lights, including the small bulb at the door that emitted a long and warm light. Even though its light was covered, it did not ask for anything, but simply bloomed itself. Chapter 393. Sun Jian glanced at Ho Jingyu, and then at Huan Huan. Sun Jian had a hunch that Huan Huan must be the one he was chasing, but Ho Jingyu's words clearly meant to hide Huan Huan. But Ho Jingyu's method made Sun Jian scratch his head. He couldn't use any method to catch people. The reason was very simple. Even if he thought he was great, the entire base could never rotate without people. Only by letting the survivors trust the base could the base develop better. Sun Jian couldn't confirm who the murderer was. At this time, Ho Jingyu said Huan Huan was his girlfriend. If Sun Jian insisted on arresting Huan Huan, it would leave a bad impression on the people around him. When rumors spread, it would be a very scary thing. Even though Sun Jian had already attracted a lot of attention from Ho Qingwei when he just returned here, he couldn't do such a thing. His emotional intelligence was not low. On the contrary, it was very high. Sun Jian was ready to leave. Before leaving, he looked at Ho Jingyu viciously. Huan Huan was also relieved. There were only 2 people in the gym who knew Huan Huan's true identity: Ho Jingyu and Ling Ling. Ling Ling naturally couldn't expose Huan Huan. Huan was only worried about Ho Jingyu. However, Huan didn't expect that Ho Jingyu was the one who finally saved her. At this moment, someone was looking at Sun Jian, who was about to leave, with a complicated expression. That person was Lingling. When Sun Jian entered the gym and said he was looking for a strange woman, Lingling might have guessed that the other party was looking for Huan. At the same time, Lingling was also thinking, if she exposed Huan, what benefits would she get? Mutants can't just be experimented on casually, right? If I had made a contribution before becoming a mutant, would the other party be willing to let me become a mutant? Lingling thought. But Lingling never expected that no one actually wanted to be a mutant. And she was the only one who foolishly walked out first, thinking that she might soon become a mutant, thinking that she would no longer have to be afraid of zombies. This huge desire finally made Lingling lose herself. Lingling looked at Huan and Ho Jingyu flirting with each other, and then looked at Sun Jian, who was about to leave, and finally couldn't help shouting, "He is lying." When these 4 words appeared, not only Ho Jingyu was stunned, Huan was stunned. Even Lingling herself was stunned. She herself could not think that she actually reported her sister. But the arrow has been shot, and there is no turning back. Some things have been said, so let's say it thoroughly. This man is lying. The woman next to me sneaked over tonight. I don't know her at all, Lingling said loudly, and then broke off the relationship with Huan. Huan stared at Lingling blankly. Somewhat unbelievable. She thought the person who was least likely to betray her betrayed her easily. Is this true? Huan looked at the glaring light, looked at Sun Jian, who stopped to stop her, and finally stood up. Lingling, are you serious? Huan asked. Lingling ignored Huan and yelled at Sun Jian, take her away quickly. I don't know her at all. She just appeared here. Ho Jingyu was also surprised and asked, don't you two know each other? Lingling shouted. Who knows this ugly and dirty woman? Commander, come and get this woman away. Sun Jian was very happy. Now, he could arrest people openly, and no one around would have any objections. The people around him certainly would not have any objections. They all watched silently and coldly. Ho Jingyu wanted to make a final effort. She is really my girlfriend. You can't arrest him. What right do you have to arrest him? Sun Jian didn't even look at him and pushed Ho Jingyu aside. How powerful was Sun Jian? Even with Ho Jingyu's small body, Sun Jian slapped him to the ground without even thinking. Because Ho Jingyu had been hungry for many years, he struggled on the ground for a long time, but couldn't get up. Now, how do you want to defend yourself? Sun Jian came to Huan again and asked her. Huan ignored Sun Jian, her eyes full of sadness. She didn't understand why her closest comrade in arms would betray her. Sun Jian was about to put his hand on Huan to catch him, but Huan kicked Sun Jian in the head with a high whip kick. As a level 5 psychic, Sun Jian was very powerful. He not only trained his psychic abilities at the capital base, but also learned various fighting techniques. Sun Jian could catch a simple kick from Huan without even looking at it. However, no matter how powerful Sun Jian was, training was just training. Without a life-and-death battle, it was impossible to understand the secrets of fighting techniques. For example, Huan practiced Taekwondo before the apocalypse, and because of her strong hands, she also practiced javelin. In short, this girl had a colorful life in college because of her personality. After the apocalypse, she could only barely protect herself with these things she practiced. However, because of the many times she fought, her experience was even more than that of a level 5 superpower like Sun Jian. When Sun Jian held Huan's kicked ankle with one hand, he had no time to experience the fragrance of the girl. Huan borrowed Sun Jian's strength and raised her other foot calmly and fiercely, kicking Sun Jian hard between his legs. Sun Jian's expression was very interesting. It was a kind of pain that only men could understand. Because Ho Jingyu was the closest, he saw the scene most clearly. He saw with his own eyes that Sun Jian slowly squatted on the ground, and then became listless. Huan was also freed from the restraints. Before leaving, Huan looked at Lingling deeply. This time, she finally recognized Lingling's true face. Then, Huan started to leave without raising her head. The survivors around were still indifferent. They watched Sun Jian catch Huan indifferently, and then watched Huan leave indifferently. They were a group of people without a sense of belonging and security. What they cared about was the family around them. Sometimes, they might not even care about their family. The soldiers were still in the basketball hall when they saw their leader being kicked to the ground. They naturally went forward to subdue Huan, because Huan was a woman. These people had no preparation at all, and went up with bare hands. However, the outcome was obvious. Huan didn't even use much effort to knock the group of people to the ground. When she finally left the basketball hall, she looked back again. She didn't look at Lingling, who was blushing at the moment. Lingling's face was covered with bandages. And even if she was blushing, she couldn't see it. She looked at Ho Jingyu, the only man who helped her. Huan really wanted to say thank you in front of him. But unfortunately, there might be no chance. Chapter 394. Lin Hao and Zhou Yu came to Zhou Yu's residence slowly. Before they entered the door, they heard the sound of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. Lin Hao knocked on the door, as if playing a prank. And sure enough, the noise inside stopped immediately. Lin Hao and Zhou Yu smiled at each other. But Zhou Yu took out a key from under the flower tray at his feet, and said to Lin Hao, "You go in." "I won't go in." "Why?" Lin Hao asked curiously. Zhou Yu shook his head and said nothing. Since Zhou Yu was unwilling to go in, Lin Hao naturally did not force him, but slowly opened the door. As soon as he entered, a strong wind blew. Lin Hao hurriedly dodged it, and said with a smile, "Don't hit me. Don't hit me. It's me." Although there was no light, the experimental building was outside the window, and the light from the experimental building illuminated the room, so that some things could still be seen. Duan Luochen folded his wings and couldn't help cursing. "Don't you know that's scaring people to death? I'm not a human." Lin Hao's words choked Duan Luochen so much that he couldn't say a word. "Have you found the thing?" Lin Hao asked. Duan Luochen shook the medicine bottle in his hand and said, "I don't know if it's this. Is Zhou Yu here?" "I go out and ask him." "He's here, just outside the door," Lin Hao said. Duan Luochen went out, and Lin Hao was about to leave. As soon as he turned around, he saw a zombie tied up in the room. The zombie had disheveled hair, and there was a small pile of bones next to the zombie, which were obviously leftovers from the zombie. Judging from her appearance, this zombie must have been an extremely beautiful woman when she was still a human. But now, after she saw Lin Hao, the excitement she had just felt disappeared immediately. Just like a lioness seeing a lion. Seeing the female zombie surrender, Lin Hao felt that it was meaningless. It was obvious that this zombie should be Zhou Yu's wife, and the pile of debris should be Zhou Yu's daughter. His wife ate his daughter, but Zhou Yu was still so calm. Lin Hao knew that such people actually had a lot of anger in their hearts. But unfortunately, they would not release it casually, because once released, the consequences would be out of control. Lin Hao walked out of Zhou Yu's room very calmly, and when he saw Duan Luochen's happy face, he knew that it should be this bottle of medicine. Just be happy, even though they don't know that Tang Mingming's recovery is definitely due to their own reasons. They are happy. Lin Hao suddenly felt a little sad. It turns out that doing good deeds without leaving a name is not such a good thing. Since the things have arrived, let's leave, Lin Hao said. Okay, then let's leave, Duan Luochen said. Zhou Yu asked in confusion, "Didn't you trigger the alarm?" Duan Luochen said even more strangely, "Alarm? What alarm? There was no alarm when I came in. I suddenly heard it when I was looking for medicine, but I didn't pay attention to it." "So you didn't trigger the alarm?" Lin Hao also said with a smile. "I don't know if I triggered it, but it shouldn't be me." Duan Luochen looked innocent. "Since it's not our business, let's leave here," Lin Hao said. "If we delay, something bad will happen. Who knows what terrible things are waiting for us in the base. Let's go. Let's go," Duan Luochen said. "Do you have a way to get out? If not, I can drag you one at a time, so that you can experience the feeling of flying?" Seeing that Duan Luochen was really anxious, he even felt that Lin Hao and Zhou Yu's method of leaving was too slow, so he prepared to take the two of them away. "Don't make a fuss. Let's get out in our own way. Don't worry. We shouldn't be caught by the guys in the base," Lin Hao said. "Then I fly away first. I'm afraid Mingming will get into trouble," Duan Luochen said. "Okay. I know you're worried about Tang Mingming. You can leave quickly. We have our own way out." "Don't worry," Lin Hao said. Then Duan Luochen flew into the sky and left. "Then let's leave too," Zhou Yu said. However, Lin Hao, who had nothing to do, felt a little strange. It stands to reason that the alarm at the base would not sound for no reason. But this time the alarm sounded so loud, which made me feel strange. Anyway, we are fine. Why don't we go and see why the alarm sounded? Zhou Yu laughed and said, You think the same as me. Since the establishment of the base, the alarm has been sounded every time there is a zombie tide. It has never sounded before. It is really rare that the alarm sounded without a zombie tide this time. In fact, I also want to see why the alarm sounded. The outside of the base has been completely chaotic. And the reason for the chaos is because of a woman. This woman kicked the captain of the C Group superpower team, and he has not stood up yet. Yu Ting suppressed his smile and said to Sun Jian, Captain, do you want me to call a medic? It's okay. We are psychics. We can heal very quickly. Let me take a break. Damn it. Sun Jian was always protecting his vitals while talking to Yu Ting. Yu Ting was one of the members of Sun Jian's psychic team, and the only psychic with natural power. What Sun Jian said was right. The healing ability of psychics was also very strong. After a while, Sun Jian was finally able to take his hand away from that place. But he still didn't stand up, lying on the ground with a face full of shame, without saying a word. Well, I reported it. So there is no reward from the base? At this moment, Lingling came up and asked shamelessly. Yu Ting looked at Lingling with his wrinkled face, and saw Lingling's face full of bandages. Yu Ting said grimly, What reward do you want? Lingling saw that there was a way, and couldn't wait to say, I don't want any other rewards. I can only become a mutant. I want to become a mutant. Yu Ting and Sun Jian looked at Lingling in surprise. Yu Ting smiled and said, I didn't expect that there are ordinary survivors who know what a mutant is. Do you really want to become a mutant? Lingling nodded hurriedly and said, Really? Come here. Take this woman to the laboratory and tell Dr. Yi that she is willing to take the initiative to participate in the mutant project. Yu Ting said to the soldier behind him. Of course, ordinary survivors don't know the existence of mutants. But the soldiers know. And the soldiers have begun to have a sense of resistance because they don't want to be test subjects. The soldier looked at Lingling with the eyes of a monster. He didn't expect that there are still people who are looking for death in this world. As for the success rate of mutants, those who take the initiative to do experiments are really looking for death. The first person who took the initiative to become a mutant was Xiang. And now he is dead. Lingling was taken away. And she was taken away as she wished. Okay. Don't look at me. I just lied down for a while. You go and catch that woman for me first. That woman is a mutant. You must catch her. Sun Jian said painfully. Chapter 395. When Yu Ting heard that the other party was actually a superpower, he finally took it seriously. I was wondering how could you be beaten like this by an ordinary person. It turns out that the other party is also a superpower. What level is he? Around level 3 or 4. We exchanged a move. I can't measure it. But the other party's actual combat ability is very strong. Obviously honed in the Doomsday. Don't be careless. Sun Jian said panting. Yu Ting said, I know. You rest here. As he said this, Yu Ting had already walked out of the basketball hall and chased after Huan Huan outside. The alarms were getting louder and louder. When the alarms of the entire base sounded, even Ho Qingwei and Yi Wentian stopped arguing. The two came to the huge French window and asked curiously, What do you think happened to our base? No one has come to report so far. As soon as Ho Qingwei finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Because this was a private office, someone came to report when the alarm sounded. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, no one was found. Finally, some smart soldiers guessed that Ho Qingwei might be here. So they came here and knocked on the door. Come in. Ho Qingwei's voice really came from outside. And the soldiers were glad for their cleverness. Captain, according to observation, a level 3 to 4 superpower broke into the base. Captain Sun Jian was injured by the superpower. Captain Yu Ting has gone to chase him. The rest of the superpower team is outside collecting the remains of the biochemical people and did not join the battle. Please give instructions. The soldier reported the matter very simply. Ho Qingwei waved his hand and said, It's just a level 3 or 4 psychic. They are all level 5 psychics. Can't they solve it? Hurry up and capture the psychic. Psychics are a scarce resource now. Oh! And tell them not to hurt him. The soldier said yes and left. The whole base was preparing to surround Huan Huan. But at this moment Huan Huan ran towards the laboratory building. Huan Huan still remembered what Duan Luochen told him. To wait for him on the roof of the laboratory building. And he would fly to pick her up. Huan Huan thought that going to the laboratory building was still a very simple matter this time. But when she saw countless soldiers rushing out of the door of the laboratory building and chasing Huan Huan finally began to panic. Huan could feel that Sun Jian's strength was several times that of his. But the main reason why he could defeat him was that the other party underestimated him. When Sun Jian came again, would he underestimate the enemy again? Those soldiers rushed up and pointed their guns at Huan. But they did not shoot, because the superior said that they had to kill her alive. If someone accidentally shot her to death, he might also die. Huan didn't know that the other party's policy towards her was to capture her alive. With so many people rushing towards her with guns, it was obvious that being caught would not be a good thing. So Huan turned around and ran, running very fast. But before she turned around and ran for long, a person had blocked her way. Huan couldn't help but look at the other person, and almost blinded herself. Huan really couldn't tell how old he was, but he was very burly and tall, about 1.9 meters tall, and his muscles were comparable to those of European and American athletes. Just looking at his figure, some crazy girls might think of him as a handsome guy. But when Huan saw his face, she almost vomited. The man's face was full of wrinkles, layer upon layer, and I thought it was a pug that had turned into a spirit and stood in front of Huan. This man was Yu Ting. I don't know if Ling Ling vomited when she saw him like this. It would be terrible if she vomited. After all, she still had a bandage on her head. Yu Ting looked at Huan, and his wrinkled face suddenly smiled. And this smile almost scared Huan to tears. There are so many perverts in this base. I should have listened to them earlier. Huan complained and changed direction to continue running. He had to run because he could also feel the dangerous aura from the wrinkled face. Anyway, she couldn't handle it by herself. Huan kept running, and the people behind her kept chasing her. Those ordinary soldiers would disappear after a while, and then another group of people would come to chase. These were ordinary people. Their speed could not keep up with Huan, but their people were everywhere in the base. With just one order, they would surround Huan anywhere. What made Huan a little desperate was that the wrinkled face was following her closely, and there was no possibility of getting rid of him, even if Huan was using all her strength at this moment. Yu Ting looked at the woman in front of him. To be honest, he was a little anxious. He had been chasing a woman for nearly an hour, but he still hadn't caught up with her. He didn't know if the captain would laugh at him after knowing this. In order to prevent himself from being laughed at, Yu Ting prepared to use some means. What were Yu Ting's means? Of course, it was his skills. And Sun Jian said that Yu Ting's skills were of a rare type. From the end of the world to now, whether it was a superpower or a mutant zombie, everyone's skills were basically to increase or assist themselves. And no one had the skills that were like magic in TV novels. But Yu Ting did it. According to the rigorous analysis of scientists, it is speculated that the reason why Yu Ting could do it may be related to his being a psychic superpower. That's right. Yu Ting is a psychic superpower, a very rare attribute. And at the same time, he was not very strong in the early stage, and he began to gradually show his strength at level 5. Yu Ting still remembers that when he was at level 3, he could only generate static electricity on his hands, which could barely make people feel a sore and numb feeling. Although people around him laughed at his useless skills, the scientists did not give up. They still persisted on Yu Ting, hoping to develop more powerful abilities. When Yu Ting reached level 4, he was able to control his hands to emit lightning as thick as fingers. And when the lightning struck those who had laughed at him, terrible consequences occurred. Those people, dead, were covered in charcoal, with no visible skin on their bodies. So far, Yu Ting has become one of the most terrifying people in the superpower experimental base. And no one dares to laugh at the static electricity in his hands. According to analysis, the static electricity in Yu Ting's hands has exceeded 10,000 volts, simply because Yu Ting's mental attributes have increased by 5 points after the upgrade. These 5 points of mental power can allow Yu Ting to more finely control the friction of the sweat hairs in his hands, and then rub out static electricity. After a fierce collision, those electric atoms evolve into high-voltage electricity that can kill people. Your skills can control power. The scientist who has been testing him said this to Yu Ting. Really? Can I really control my power? Yu Ting pointed his hand at Huan who was running wildly in front. Chapter 396. Yu Ting's spiritual power entered the microscopic world of his palm. In the world of those onlookers, he controlled the sweat hairs on his hands to start rubbing, and then reduced the collision of electric atoms. These things are actually very easy to do. Not long after, Lightning was already crackling in Yu Ting's right hand. Yu Ting stretched out his index finger and released only half of the electricity he generated. This half was the minimum amount of electricity he could generate. But the amount of electricity was still as thick as a little finger. There is no doubt about the speed of electricity. At least, all the superpowers or mutant zombies at this stage cannot compare with the speed of electricity. When Yu Ting released the electric shock, Huan just raised her right foot in the air. And before her right foot fell, the electric light hit her body. Huan felt her whole body numb for a moment. And she collapsed to the ground in an instant. What's going on? Huan was a little panicked. The numbness of her whole body made her unable to move at all. And there was a sharp pain in her back. The enemy was behind her. No matter how much Huan wanted to get up, she couldn't get up. Even if she wanted to make a small movement with her fingers, she couldn't do it as she wished. When the lightning was struck, Yu Ting was also shocked. He was afraid that if Huan died under his attack, Yi Wentian would be furious. If that guy couldn't find a superpower to do experiments, he would have trouble finding him. After all, Yi Wentian was still an absolute authority in this laboratory. Although such a thing was unlikely to happen, Yu Ting was suspicious. When Yu Ting hurriedly came to Huan, he couldn't help but smile. He found that the woman was lying on the ground with her eyes wide open. And her eyes moved up and down. Obviously, nothing happened. However, this guy can't move his eyes. And no other parts of his body can move. It seems that it is caused by the paralysis of his own skills. How is it? Do you feel that you can't move your whole body now? Do you feel helpless? Yu Ting may have been taught too hard by those geniuses in the training base for superpowers. He has become a little sick. At this moment, he asked Huan with a smile on his face with big wrinkles. Huan couldn't turn her head. Otherwise she would definitely turn her head away. And no one would be able to see how ugly Yu Ting's face was. Huan's stomach was already twitching a little. But there was nothing she could do. Because Huan belonged to the Appearance Association. But no matter how much Huan disliked this guy, he still put his head in front of Huan and let Huan look at him. As if he wanted Huan to remember him forever. If Huan knew what this guy was thinking, she would definitely say loudly, "From the first time I saw you, I have remembered you forever." It was pitch black around. A quietness that belonged exclusively to the base. There were few people on this road. And the movement between the two of them, except for the lightning just now, basically did not disturb anyone. And no soldiers came over here. Yu Ting looked around. And some bad thoughts could not help but fill his mind. In front of him was a woman. A woman who could not move. And this woman had her own consciousness. What if? What should I do? A perverted pleasure began to gradually fill Yu Ting's brain. Obviously, he was already tempted. Huan didn't know what she would face after being captured at first. Anyway, it must be something bad. And it might even be her life. But Huan never thought that the dark side of the base she saw for the first time would be like this. She is a superpower. So she should be worth studying. Are you sure you don't want to carry me back to the lab? Even if Huan was a big shot. When Yu Ting put his hand on her waist and started to pull down her jeans. Even a fool would know what this ugly guy with wrinkles on his face wanted to do. Huan never thought that after escaping from a deputy factory director, a more powerful supernatural person appeared. And it seemed that she could not escape from the 8th level. Huan could not help but recall her own doomsday life. Because Huan's appearance was indeed good. After the doomsday, many men who did not know the truth made various hints to Huan. And whenever Huan showed her fangs, those men began to flee. Huan never thought that one day she would meet a fang that was thicker and sharper than her own. Huan didn't have a boyfriend yet. After all, she was only a sophomore. And the end had already come. Some things didn't happen so quickly. But she didn't want to let her first time be left in such a place by such a person. Huan began to struggle. But no matter how she struggled, her body couldn't move. Except for her eyes. But her eyes were almost popped out of their sockets. And she still couldn't stop the ugly man in front of her from stopping what he was doing. When she felt her belt loosened, Huan finally began to despair. Forget it. She won't struggle anymore. Isn't there a saying like this? Life is like this. Since you can't resist, just enjoy it. Although the first time may be torture. Who cares? When you recover your movements, you can commit suicide. Anyway, your father is gone. And your best friend just betrayed you. What's the point of living? Yu Ting looked at the fat meat that was within his reach. Especially since there was no one around him. He had already relaxed his vigilance. After all, this place was too remote, and it was impossible for anyone to pass by. Even if someone passed by, they were all patrolling or soldiers who came to catch Juan Juan at this time. Those soldiers saw this scene. As long as they were not stupid, they would quietly walk away. Unless they didn't want to die. You know, Yu Ting still had 10,000 volts of high-voltage electricity in his hands. Therefore, when this person slowly approached Yu Ting with a steel pipe, Yu Ting did not notice him. Not only did Yu Ting not notice him, but even Juan Juan, who was lying on the ground, did not notice him. Because Juan Juan was lying on the ground, there was only a muffled sound, which could not be called a muffled sound. When Ho Jingyu hit Yu Ting's head with the steel pipe in his hand with all his strength, he felt like he was hitting the wall with this iron rod. The recoil force almost made the steel pipe in his hand fall out of his hand. However, this was not a terrible thing. The really terrible thing was that Ho Jingyu watched Yu Ting turn around and look at him angrily. "You hit me?" Ho Jingyu looked up at the sky and said, "Today's moon is nice. What are you doing? What a good time." Ha ha. Ha ha. As soon as Ho Jingyu spoke, Juan Juan knew it was him. But what could she do if she knew it was him? After finding that Yu Ting had stopped, Juan Juan felt lucky for herself, but felt sad for Ho Jingyu. The man who saved her twice might not survive the next second. Ho Jingyu obviously also realized that he might not survive the next second. So he decided to go all out and hit him with another blow. Chapter 397. No one likes to be beaten casually, even if the damage caused is not so high. Ho Jingyu is just an ordinary person after all. Even if he used all his strength, Yu Ting just grabbed his iron rod. However, when he touched his head, it hurt a little bit because Ho Jingyu hit him just now. Ho Jingyu began to be confused. He didn't know anything about the situation, let alone the superpowers and mutant zombies. He didn't know anything about the mutants in the base. How could he know what kind of person Yu Ting was? If he really knew all this, would he still dare to go up when he saw Yu Ting molesting Juan Juan? If he asked himself this question, he would not know the answer. Some answers can only be revealed at that moment. Anyway, at this moment, Ho Jingyu saw that his life was in danger. Yu Ting snatched the iron rod from his hand, and then swung the iron rod at Ho Jingyu, who was standing there stupidly and motionless. If this hit, then the survivor base in S City would have one less survivor and one more body. And who is Yu Ting? A level 5 supernatural being. When the iron rod is in his hand, how can he avoid his angry attack like this? In short, Ho Jingyu could only watch himself being hit by the iron rod. "It's almost done. Should we go help them?" Zhou Yu asked from the side. Lin Hao touched his chin, and when he saw Yu Ting hitting Ho Jingyu with such a huge force, he finally moved. In order to save Ho Jingyu's life, Lin Hao even turned on his speed bonus. In fact, when Yu Ting hit Juan Juan, Lin Hao and his men had already rushed here. Although Juan Juan was not Ling Ling, Lin Hao still didn't like this kind of silly woman. However, thinking that there would be fewer and fewer silly women in the world, and the world would become more and more boring, Lin Hao still felt that it would be better to save her. Just as he was about to do it, he saw a man holding a steel pipe approaching behind Yu Ting. When Lin Hao saw that the man was Ho Jingyu, he was very surprised. He didn't expect Ho Jingyu to dare to save people with a small broken steel pipe for a woman. Lin Hao's impression of Ho Jingyu was that he had wrongly accused him of stealing a steamed bun. After all, that was too aggrieved. He was accused of stealing a child's steamed bun? Lin Hao, a level 5 mutant zombie, actually went to steal a child's steamed bun. To be honest, Lin Hao wanted to kill him on the spot. But seeing that Ho Jingyu was willing to sacrifice his life for a strange girl, whether it was unintentional or not, this behavior was worth saving Lin Hao's life. So Lin Hao took action. The alloy knife in his hand took a defensive posture and suddenly appeared in front of Yu Ting. When Yu Ting saw a figure suddenly appear in front of him, he was surprised. When he felt that the other party was actually a zombie, he was terrified. But when he found that the other party's level was the same as his, he was surprised. Although Yu Ting was famous in the mutant training base, it was only a famous name because his potential had been fully developed. Otherwise, if such a powerful attack skill had room for upgrading, how could it be released to others? Anyway, when Lin Hao saw this guy, he knew that this guy must be the base's manpower. As for Yi Wentian's manpower, Lin Hao didn't mind eliminating it. "Since you want to fight me, let's fight." When the steel pipe hit Lin Hao's alloy knife, because Lin Hao blocked it with the blade, and Yu Ting's strength was too great. The alloy met the steel pipe and actually cut it in half. The cut end flew away due to inertia, leaving only the one in Yu Ting's hand. The scene was a bit embarrassing. Leave here. Lin Hao didn't even turn around. He kicked Ho Jingyu away with a back kick, and then slashed at Yu Ting with the alloy knife in his hand without thinking. A battle began like this, and the battle started inexplicably. But neither side showed any signs of stopping. It was obvious that this would be a fight to the death, because Lin Hao was a zombie, and Yu Ting was a superpower in the base. They were born to be opposites. And for an arrogant person like Yu Ting, he didn't think that the mutant zombies of the same level as him were that powerful. Yu Ting had never been on the battlefield, nor had he experienced the test of life and death. Although he had killed people, that was not a fight. In short, Yu Ting was very similar to Sun Jian. Both of them were very powerful. But unfortunately they had no experience. The experience of fighting between life and death. Coincidentally, Lin Hao had. And Lin Hao's experience was very strong. Yu Ting looked at Lin Hao's alloy knife and saw that it was very imposing. He knew without thinking that it must be a very powerful knife. So he withdrew. Yu Ting's fighting style could only be effectively exerted by withdrawing, because he was a long-range attacker. Seeing Yu Ting was about to withdraw, Lin Hao wanted to follow him, but Yu Ting raised his finger. Lin Hao thought of Huan Huan being struck by lightning, and he was still afraid of Yu Ting's finger. He couldn't be struck by lightning. Otherwise he might become the same as Huan Huan. Although Zhou Yu was a level 6 mutant, how could he be a match for a level 5 mutant without any skills? Level 4 is about right. Therefore, Lin Hao couldn't fail in this battle. And he couldn't fail in many of his battles. Failure meant death. He couldn't dodge the speed of lightning, but he could dodge the speed of Yu Ting's finger. Seeing Yu Ting stretching his finger towards him, Lin Hao started to dodge without thinking, and saw that the place where he just stood was hit by lightning. You know, Yu Ting's attack was not a trick. It was a real 10,000 volts. And it completely made a big hole in the concrete floor. Lin Hao looked at Yu Ting in amazement. This power would blow up half of his body if it hit him. No. No. This man can't be saved. Yu Ting's skills are powerful. But he has a shortcoming. A very big shortcoming. He can only hope that Lin Hao has not discovered it. Lin Hao is still afraid of the lightning in Yu Ting's hand. He saw Yu Ting actually took his hand back, thinking that Yu Ting was going to use his lightning carefully. But he didn't expect that Yu Ting was actually accumulating his lightning. The attributes are here. Let's take a look. Gooden's voice suddenly sounded. Name, Yu Ting. Level 5. Title, Platinum. Skills, High Voltage Static Electricity. Strength, 25. Spirit, 50. Speed, 20. Stamina, 25. Evaluation. Humans don't make evaluations. Oh! Why do you want to show me his attributes? I can tell his level without you now, Lin Hao said. I'm not asking you to see his level, but his weakness. Do you think he can release such powerful static electricity infinitely? Just as Gooden finished speaking, Yu Ting pointed his hand at Lin Hao again. Chapter 398. Lin Hao felt his scalp go numb, and hurriedly turned his head to see a finger-thick lightning flash past his ear. However, a numb feeling hit his head, and he touched his ear, and it was gone. When he looked at Yu Ting again, Lin Hao found that this guy actually raised his hand again, and it seemed that he was going to aim at him. However, Gooden's words just now gave Lin Hao some advice. He guessed that Yu Ting might not be aiming at him. He was just providing cover, because his lightning needed a long time to be launched. That's right. If Yu Ting wants his lightning to be powerful, it will take at least 5 seconds. Is 5 seconds too slow? In these 5 seconds, Lin Hao can run 2 kilometers with the speed bonus. He can swing his sword 50 times, punch faster 80 times, and kick 30 times. And each time, he uses all his strength. When Lin Hao found that Yu Ting raised his finger, he knew that Yu Ting was accumulating power. At this time, Yu Ting had just released the energy of the previous attack. At this time, Lin Hao knew that if he didn't seize the opportunity, it would be dangerous when Yu Ting released the next attack. The speed bonus was always ready, and the strength bonus was also turned on by Lin Hao, because Yu Ting's mental power was not as high as Lin Hao's, and the opponent was at the same level as Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a great risk to release his mental power, and then stabbed Yu Ting's brain at a great risk. At this time, Yu Ting's mental power was condensing the high-voltage static electricity on his fingertips, and was suddenly attacked by Lin Hao's mental power. and his attention was immediately scattered. Yu Ting raised his head with some doubts, and saw a figure soaring into the sky. It was Lin Hao. The knife in Lin Hao's hand could be seen clearly even in the dark, because the speed was too fast. The friction with the air in the air began to generate heat, and even sparks began to appear. At that moment, the sparks illuminated the night sky in front of him, illuminated the owlet knife in Lin Hao's hand, and illuminated Lin Hao's serious expression. Yu Ting saw Lin Hao's expression, which was an expression of moving forward without hesitation, disregarding his own life. He didn't care about his life or death at all. But Yu Ting was afraid at this moment. He was really afraid because he didn't want to die. Swish. When the Jin family's tyrant sword carried its own power and chopped towards Yu Ting's head, Yu Ting was still struggling whether to escape. How could such a soldier survive on the battlefield? Unsurprisingly, Yu Ting died. The entire survivor base didn't know that the C group of superpowers, which they had given the greatest hope to, had died the first tonight. Zhou Yu was stunned when he saw the corpse on the ground. Although Zhou Yu's fighting ability was not strong, his level was there, and his vision was naturally there. He could see the strength of Yu Ting. Zhou Yu felt that Lin Hao should be his opponent, but it might not be so easy to win this battle. After all, the two people's levels were the same. But what Zhou Yu didn't expect was that Lin Hao was almost hit in the early stage because he was too surprised by Yu Ting's ability. But later he actually seized the opportunity and killed Yu Ting in seconds. Zhou Yu recalled Lin Hao's actions just now. That speed and strength were definitely not what a level 5 could have at this stage. Or maybe they were. But they shouldn't appear on one person. One zombie at the same time. That was unscientific. No matter how unscientific Zhou Yu thought it was. Yu Ting was dead. Really dead. And blood was still gushing out of his neck. There was another person at the scene who was dumbfounded. And that was Ho Jingyu. Although he was still in pain from Lin Hao's kick. Judging from Lin Hao's speed and strength, the kick just now was definitely many times lighter. If that person had kicked him with the greatest strength, Ho Jingyu guessed that kick alone would have killed him. But what happened just now? Why can that person run so fast and have such great strength? And that wrinkled face can actually release lightning. Isn't this plot a bit far-fetched? What happened to this world? Can you still get up? With blood on his face, Lin Hao slowly walked to Huan Huan's side. At this moment, Huan Huan realized how big the gap between him and Lin Hao was. He didn't expect that the person who Lin Hao killed at will was actually the one who could kill himself at will. I don't know if it was because of her mind, but after Yu Ting died, Huan Huan actually felt that her neck could move and she could speak. She turned her head to look at Lin Hao, and then lay on the ground again. Huan Huan didn't want to talk now, because she was very tired, very scared, and very wronged. Although this man saved her, his arms were not hers. Ho Jingyu, help her up, and then follow me. Lin Hao turned his head and looked at Ho Jingyu, who was still sitting on the ground, and ordered directly. Ho Jingyu still felt strange. How could such a powerful person know him? But when Ho Jingyu approached, he couldn't help screaming, Lin Hao, why are you here? You scream. If you scream so loudly, I will take your life immediately. Believe it or not. Lin Hao threatened Ho Jingyu. After being threatened by Lin Hao, Ho Jingyu actually stopped screaming, because Lin Hao's knife just now was too shocking. Ho Jingyu was afraid that if he angered Lin Hao, he would think of the grudges with him in the past, and then cut him with a knife. The noise around them finally started to get louder. After all, the fight between Lin Hao and Yu Ting was quite noisy. It would be strange if it didn't alarm people. Level 5 Psychic is very powerful. And judging from the situation, there should be more than one in the base. We must leave quickly. Otherwise it will be dangerous if we are blocked by other psychics. Why are you still sitting there? Hurry up and pick up that stupid woman. Let's leave quickly. Lin Hao saw that Ho Jingyu was still sitting there, and couldn't help but speak loudly. After a while, Ho Jingyu stood up in a hurry, hugged Huan Huan and followed Lin Hao and Zhou Yu, who had already left, and followed them without knowing why, even though this matter had nothing to do with him. After all, Yu Ting was dead, which meant that no one would find out about Ho Jingyu's affairs. He only needed to walk back to the basketball hall slowly, and then lie down in his seat and have a good sleep. The next day would be another beautiful day. Ho Jingyu couldn't help but hit himself. If he hadn't been a jerk and had to come out to find Huan Huan, he wouldn't have encountered such a thing. But seeing Huan Huan's desperate expression in his arms, Ho Jingyu felt a little distressed. He didn't know which one he would choose if Lin Hao really gave him a choice, asking him to go back to the basketball hall or leave with Huan Huan. But fortunately, Lin Hao didn't give him a choice. Chapter 399. The voices of soldiers could be heard from time to time, but Lin Hao and Zhou Yu turned a blind eye to them. Ho Jingyu was obviously very anxious. In Ho Jingyu's opinion, if we were discovered by those soldiers, they had guns and would kill us. However, seeing that Lin Hao and Zhou Yu were talking happily, he didn't dare to disturb them, and could only follow them silently. After all, Ho Jingyu still felt a little guilty towards Lin Hao. "How are you? Are you feeling better?" Ho Jingyu asked caringly. Huan Huan was able to speak, and he was not annoyed with Ho Jingyu. But he kept thinking about the scene just now, when the wrinkled man almost took off his pants. It should be the focus that Lin Hao, who killed Yu Ting, was the key point. But Huan Huan didn't know why he was thinking about Ho Jingyu's stupid look of hitting Yu Ting's head with a stick. "Much better. Thank you for saving me. And you saved me twice." For Huan Huan, Ho Jingyu was definitely a person he was impressed with. If it weren't for Ho Jingyu, he might have really despaired of this world. Especially Lingling's words were still echoing in her mind. Who knows this dirty and stupid woman? What a harsh sentence. She should be grateful. Thank Lingling for letting her see her true face. "Don't say that. I should be ashamed for not saving you twice," Ho Jingyu said a little embarrassedly. Indeed, Ho Jingyu saved Huan Huan twice, but Lingling messed up the first time. As for the second time, it was a serious underestimation of the opponent. "You can put me down. I try to walk by myself," Huan Huan tried to say. Ho Jingyu was quite reluctant, although Huan Huan didn't have that kind of fragrant feeling. After all, where would the fragrance come from in the doomsday? But it was really soft, and Huan Huan was really not heavy. Even though Ho Jingyu was a little injured, it was still very easy to hold Huan Huan. So when Ho Jingyu heard Huan Huan say that she wanted to come down, he was really reluctant. But he had to let go. Huan Huan was able to walk reluctantly, but she walked very slowly. Ho Jingyu was very lucky to let Huan Huan put his arm around his shoulder. "Have you found your father?" Lin Hao suddenly turned around and asked. Huan Huan was obviously a little resistant to this question, but the man in front of him at least saved her. If she didn't say it, it might seem a little bad. So Huan Huan said, "No. He may not be here anymore." Lin Hao didn't say anything, although they knew this possibility was very high. They didn't have the hope of destroying Huan Huan. Instead, they let Huan Huan come here to look for it. Some things can only be found by oneself. The noise around was getting louder and louder. Some lights were shining here. Even Ho Jingyu could feel someone coming here. So Ho Jingyu began to get anxious. After all, no one wanted to die. "Brother Lin Hao, where are we going now? Those people are catching up." "Oh my god," Ho Jingyu said anxiously. "What's the hurry? We're here. Lift up the manhole cover under your feet." Lin Hao gave the order directly. Ho Jingyu didn't dare to resist Lin Hao's words, thinking that he felt guilty towards Lin Hao. In addition, Lin Hao was so powerful that it was unwise to resist. So Ho Jingyu carefully straightened Huan Huan and let Huan Huan hold on for a while he went to lift the manhole cover. In fact, the manhole cover is not so easy to lift, especially for ordinary people. It is simply a fantasy to want to lift a manhole cover without tools. Ho Jingyu was lucky because he was thin, and his fingers were thin too. There was a small hole on the manhole cover. He could easily lift the manhole cover by inserting his finger into the small hole. Ho Jingyu did just that. When he lifted the manhole cover, he jumped up in fear and almost fell down. "Oh my god! There are so many zombies?" Even though Ho Jingyu was just an ordinary human being, and even though it was pitch black around him, he could still clearly see what was inside the manhole cover under the moonlight. There were zombies one after another. If shoulder to shoulder was just an exaggeration to describe the crowds, then this sentence was completely applicable to the zombies below. These zombies were more than just shoulder to shoulder. They were completely stuffed into the can by humans. The people who stuffed them also tried every means to fill the space below. There would definitely be a zombie in the place where people could stand, even if there was only space for 1 foot. "Brother Lin Hao, are you asking me to jump down?" I knew it. Ho Jingyu knew it. He had hurt Lin Hao so badly. How could Lin Hao let him go? Now, he was going to die. Finally going to die. Was there any hope of escaping if he turned back now? Ho Jingyu looked at the soldiers behind him. Those soldiers had already seen him, which meant that he couldn't get away by lying. Now his choice was to jump down and be eaten or be shot to death. Both ways of dying were very difficult for Ho Jingyu. Can I not jump? Ho Jingyu wanted to struggle. Don't jump? You have to jump. No one can carry this stupid woman. Hurry up. Then, with Ho Jingyu's eyes wide open, he saw Lin Hao and Zhou Yu jump down without changing their expressions. Oh my god. What's going on? Not only was Ho Jingyu stunned, but even Huan, who was standing still, was stunned. After all, Huan knew nothing about Lin Hao. He had just learned about Lin Hao's powerful fighting ability. And he didn't know that Lin Hao also had a skill called mind control. The soldier behind him had raised his gun and shouted at Ho Jingyu, "Stop right there. Don't move. I shoot if you move." Ho Jingyu watched Lin Hao and Zhou Yu actually step on the zombies lying on the ground and walk leisurely. When did these zombies fall to the ground? Ho Jingyu hurriedly pushed Huan into the manhole first, and then jumped in without thinking. The zombies were lying on the ground, so Huan didn't feel much pain when she fell. But Huan's body had not recovered at this time, and her feet were still soft. The bodies of these zombies were not solid, so Huan couldn't even stand up. But it doesn't matter. Before Huan fell to the ground, Ho Jingyu had already picked Huan up again. Lin Hao looked back at Ho Jingyu's happy look and couldn't help shaking his head. He was still inexperienced. Carrying Huan on his back was the most comfortable. Although Ho Jingyu might face the cruel doomsday again and face the days of hunger and cold, he looked at the person in his arms. For some reason, he didn't feel repulsive to that kind of life. Chapter 400. Ho Qingwei and Yi Wentian never thought that a very small matter would cause them to take action. What was it? The corpse in the ground represented everything. It was Yuting's corpse. You said you asked him to track down that level 3 psychic alone? Is it really only level 3? Ho Qingwei and Yi Wentian asked again and again without getting tired of it. Sun Jian insisted, I swear, the woman I asked him to chase was really only level 3. Just a level 3 psychic. But she had some fighting experience. Sun Jian covered his crotch with lingering fear. Ho Qingwei looked at Yi Wentian. But Yi Wentian said with certainty, it's impossible. No matter how rich the combat experience of a level 3 mutant is, he can't hurt a level 5 mutant without the help of external objects. Even a kick won't cause any harm, let alone kill the other party. When talking about kicking, Sun Jian couldn't help but cover his crotch again. Yu Ting's body was a bit miserable. For someone like Sun Jian, who didn't hang out in the doomsday, seeing such a body almost made him vomit. Although Sun Jian had also seen the doomsday. After his ability was discovered, he had been living in a greenhouse, like the training base for mutants. People there would check them every day, fearing that they were tired from training, and it was impossible to put them in danger. More than half a year had passed, and the only death was caused by Yu Ting. So when Sun Jian really saw the cruel side of the doomsday, he seemed a little unable to change his mind. Yi Wentian couldn't help but look at Sun Jian. Yi Wentian was obviously just an ordinary person. But when he saw Sun Jian felt as if a flood beast was staring at him. That feeling was very terrifying. It's really good. Let one person die in my C group of superpowers on the first day. After seeing Sun Jian, Yi Wentian came to Yu Ting's body and looked carefully at the incision on Sun Jian's head. Did you see anything? Ho Qingwei asked. It's obvious. I've only seen 2 people use such a powerful knife technique. One is Jean Bebe, and the other is Lin Hao's zombie. Jean Bebe's memory has been filled by us. No matter how sincere they are. No matter how much they make Jean Bebe believe. Jean Bebe will not be completely hostile to our base so quickly. Let alone kill people. So Yu Ting could only be killed by Lin Hao. Yi Wentian stood up and analyzed very calmly. And then Yi Wentian began to lose his calm. Yi Wentian seemed to think of the high-rise building in City A, where a skinny zombie and a fat man slowly ate away from the first floor to the 200th floor, forcing him to despair and commit suicide. But Yi Wentian was still calm at that time. Even if he lost, he would lose beautifully. But he didn't want to lose in a frustrated way. Yi Wentian raised his head and looked at the stars and the moon in the sky. For some reason, the moon looked a little dazzling. Yi Wentian stretched out his index finger, pointed at the moon, and finally shouted loudly, Lin Hao. Yi Wentian, swear to take your crystal core. Yawn! Lin Hao couldn't help sneezing again. Zhou Yu laughed and said, No way. Are you really a zombie? Can zombies catch a cold? Zhou Yu's simple words made the whole team stop. Lin Hao stopped, looked at the two people with stiff faces, shook his head and said nothing, and then continued to walk. The zombies behind him were still lying on the ground like submission, without any sign of transgression. When they came to the exit, Lin Hao and Zhou Yu jumped out first, and then Lin Hao pulled Huan Huan up with one hand, and finally pulled the anxious Ho Jingyu up. But after Ho Jingyu came up, he found that there seemed to be more zombies above. Indeed, the battle during the day will definitely go down in history. After all, such a grand battle is rare. The noise of this battle was also extraordinary. During the battle, countless zombies were attracted here. When the battle was over, this place had attracted countless zombies. In addition, this place was close to the entrance of the base, and where there were people, there would inevitably be noise. Those noises had been attracting these zombies to gather here, and they were reluctant to disperse. Ho Jingyu was just an ordinary person. When he saw these zombies right next to him, he was so scared that he almost went crazy. If it doesn't work, let me go by myself, Huan Huan said sympathetically. After coming up, Ho Jingyu subconsciously hugged Huan Huan again. The strange thing was that Huan Huan didn't refuse. Since she didn't refuse, he continued to hug her. But when Ho Jingyu saw the situation around him clearly, his body trembled uncontrollably. Huan Huan felt that if she continued like this, she might be shaken off by Ho Jingyu. So she couldn't help asking. Ho Jingyu hurriedly said, "It's okay. I can do it. I can do it." However, Huan Huan really wanted to get down and walk by herself. The electric shock did not cause any substantial harm to Huan Huan, but only paralyzed her. It has been a long time since the paralysis, and Huan Huan has almost recovered. Sure enough, when Ho Jingyu put Huan Huan down, Huan Huan could already walk by herself. Ho Jingyu, follow us closely. If you don't follow closely and get caught by zombies, don't blame me for not saving you. Lin Hao looked at Ho Jingyu with a gloomy look, and Ho Jingyu obviously knew why. Why do you always target him? He just saved me. Huan Huan couldn't help but stand up for Ho Jingyu. Oh, really? But I just saved you too. Lin Hao started to make trouble. But Lin Hao was actually right. So naturally, Huan Huan couldn't refute him, and could only let Lin Hao continue. But Lin Hao didn't really want to do anything to Ho Jingyu. After warning Ho Jingyu, he started to walk forward side by side with Zhou Yu. Ho Jingyu looked outside in a somewhat magical way. Although Ho Jingyu had not been in the survivor base of S City for a long time, it was dark when he first saw the base. He was running frantically, and had no time to care about his surroundings. But when he really calmed down and ignored the zombies, he looked around and found that S City was still quite beautiful. "It's a pity why I'm not from S City," Ho Jingyu said in a low voice. But who were the people present? There were three types of people: superpowers, zombies, and mutants. Moreover, the physical fitness of these three people had been transformed to be very strong. Even if Ho Jingyu's voice was small, as long as he was talking, they would definitely hear him. Lin Hao still ruthlessly laughed. "If you were from S City, you might not leave with us now. Do you really not regret leaving that safe base?" Chapter 401. Regret? What? I was threatened by you to come out. I didn't come out voluntarily. Ho Jingyu couldn't help but say. Really? Then I promise. I promise to send you back safely. Of course, you can also follow us, and we will also guarantee that you will not starve to death. So, which one do you choose? Finally, such a question came. Facing Ho Jingyu's question, the four people stopped. Even Huan Huan looked at Ho Jingyu seriously. Obviously, she also wanted to know what Ho Jingyu was thinking. But Ho Jingyu himself didn't know what he was thinking. On one hand, there was a comfortable life in the base, with white steamed buns to eat every day. Although they were not full, it didn't matter, because they could still steal the children's buns, and they could be full by stealing a few. If he really left the base, the danger outside would take his life at any time, and he might not even know how he died. Finally, Ho Jingyu raised his head and looked at Lin Hao. He thought that Lin Hao had given him very rich conditions, and he felt that he should go back to the base. Before saying this, he turned his head again and glanced at Huan Huan. Really, he shouldn't have looked at Huan Huan. If Ho Jingyu knew that he had made up his mind to fight the doomsday with Huan Huan just because he looked at her, he would have wanted to dig out his eyeballs. However, he still looked into Huan Huan's eyes. Those were a pair of clear and bright eyes, full of expectations. What was this woman expecting? Ho Jingyu knew what she was expecting. Those eyes seemed to have magic power. And finally forced Ho Jingyu to make a decision. Ho Jingyu slowly said, "I will follow you." "Are you sure?" Lin Hao was actually very reluctant to let Ho Jingyu follow him. No one knew when this guy would betray at any time. But this guy was obviously cute. In the doomsday, I felt that no one would stand up for a strange woman, even if they had any ideas. Ho Jingyu knew the opponent's strength. After all, the opponent's body was there. He knew that he might be in danger, but he still rushed forward bravely. When the first stick came down, he completely understood what kind of terrifying guy his opponent was. But he still did not run away. Knowing that the opponent was powerful, Ho Jingyu launched his second attack. It can be said that Ho Jingyu may have just wanted to knock Yu Ting unconscious in the first blow. Ho Jingyu also had desires and bad intentions. But when Ho Jingyu swung the second blow, Lin Hao knew that this guy really wanted to help Huan Huan. Those who knew the opponent's strength but still dared to compete with the opponent, regardless of success or failure. They are real warriors. "You can follow us. I have only one condition," Lin Hao said to Ho Jingyu seriously. Ho Jingyu may have guessed what Lin Hao was going to say. Sure enough, Lin Hao said, "Forget about what happened between us. It was just a small episode. If you dare to betray us at will in the future, even if you die, I will kill you first." Lin Hao said this very seriously, at a normal volume. So Huan Huan heard it naturally. Huan Huan was heartbroken by betrayal at this moment. And when he heard that Ho Jingyu had also betrayed Lin Hao, his eyes finally became strange. He looked at Ho Jingyu. "You betrayed too?" For some reason, when Ho Jingyu saw Huan Huan's eyes, he felt nervous and scared for no reason. He hurriedly said, No, I didn't betray. That was not betrayal. It was just a joke between Lin Hao and me. If you don't believe me, ask Lin Hao." "Yes, it's a joke between us." Lin Hao smiled at Ho Jingyu, and then smiled at Huan Huan. Huan Huan was skeptical and didn't say anything. But Ho Jingyu looked at Lin Hao gratefully, and then wiped the sweat from his forehead. How could Lin Hao not see that the reason why Ho Jingyu was willing to come out with a few people was because of Huan Huan? This guy obviously liked Huan Huan. And for Huan Huan, he even gave up the comfortable life in the base. In this case, Lin Hao would not make Ho Jingyu's life difficult. After all, it would be a life-threatening life in the future. If Ho Jingyu was completely desperate about life just because of the steam bun incident, Lin Hao felt that this was not good, and it would make him look too bad. Lin Hao and Zhou Yu sped up a bit, just to let the two people behind them be alone. And Lin Hao and Zhou Yu also wanted to chat. Lin Hao's mental power was still paying attention to the surroundings to prevent the zombies from approaching. Although Ho Jingyu didn't know why the zombies didn't rush towards them, he felt it was amazing. But he was still a little more afraid of Lin Hao, because Zhou Yu just said that Lin Hao was a zombie. Ho Jingyu was sure that they might be joking. Lin Hao could run, jump, talk, think, and his combat power was very strong. He could also use a knife. How could such a person be a zombie? It must be a joke. Why did you bring an ordinary person out? Zhou Yu couldn't help asking. And this made Zhou Yu very puzzled. Lin Hao didn't seem to be the kind of person who cared about others. So how could he bring someone out to follow him? And this person was just an ordinary person. A real ordinary person. He was of no use to Lin Hao. And he didn't even have the ability to harm Lin Hao. No, I didn't bring him out. He came out by himself. He was willing to follow the girl Huan Huan. I just didn't let the zombies next to him bite him. It's that simple. Lin Hao spread his hands. Zhou Yu looked at Lin Hao speechlessly. After hearing what Lin Hao said, there was indeed a hint of truth in it. Not long after the four of them left, a cold wind blew in the sky. And then a birdman appeared in the sky, followed by a pickup truck that was so broken that it couldn't be broken anymore. Lin Hao was a little curious. Duan Luochen came to Lin Hao, and he didn't notice anything. But who would be in this pickup truck? Lei? Lin Hao didn't even think that guy could drive. But Lin Hao never thought it would be her. You guys, get in the car. Duan Luochen got out of the car, picked up Zhou Yu and flew up. He probably didn't know how to use the medicine. So he remembered that Zhou Yu, who invented the medicine, was at the scene. So he took Zhou Yu away. Get in the car. What's so good about a flying birdman? Jean Bebe stuck her little head out of the car window and said to Lin Hao, the pickup truck has 4 seats. Just enough for 4 people. Lin Hao and the other 2 got in the car. And the car was full. And then the car started to turn around. How did you get out? Lin Hao asked curiously. If Jinzi didn't insist on letting me come, do you think I would come? Jin Beibei looked at Lin Hao with disdain and said. Chapter 402. Jin Beibei actually didn't know why she came back. Jin Zi just said, brother-in-law and his family haven't come back for such a long time. They won't be in danger. Jin Beibei subconsciously asked, what should we do? You go find them. Jin Zi said casually. Even if Jin Beibei disagreed with Jin Zi's words, it wouldn't matter. However, Jin Beibei actually agreed in her heart at that time. So, Jin Beibei started to go downstairs. And then she was very lucky to find an abandoned pickup truck. The key point is that this pickup truck not only has oil, but also keys. Jin Beibei really lit the fire when trying to drive it. As a level 6 superpower, he could barely walk sideways in the apocalypse. So he was not afraid of ordinary zombies at all. He drove as he said, and turned up the noise of the motor to the maximum. They drove all the way, and finally saw Lin Hao and his friends at the gate of the base. Duan Luochen led the way in the sky with a battery-powered glowing object until he found Zhou Yu. Duan Luochen left first, leaving Lin Hao and the other 4 to linger in the car. I thought you had lost all your memories and couldn't even drive a car? Lin Hao made small talk. Jin Beibei was now a stranger to Lin Hao. How could Lin Hao pretend that he didn't know her when she was so familiar with him? So he could only feel awkward. I learned to drive early. I could drive when I was 16. My family had a car. And my dad taught me in his yard when he had nothing to do. Jin Beibei said. How is Jin Zi? Lin Hao asked. She slept. Who are this woman and this man? Jin Beibei looked back at the two of them. Jin Beibei met Huan for the first time, and had no contact with Ho Jingyu. So when she saw the two of them, Jin Beibei couldn't help but ask curiously. Our people? It's okay, Lin Hao said casually. What do you mean by our people? Do I admit that I am your people now? Jin Beibei glanced at Lin Hao, and a strong disdain instantly invaded Lin Hao. This sentence instantly widened the distance between the two people who had just approached. Lin Hao touched his head and finally stopped talking. Huan and Ho Jingyu, who didn't know the situation, could only sit silently behind. Also without saying a word. They were waiting for the moment to reach their destination. Boss, should we go look for him next? A very smart-looking zombie came to Yuan and asked quietly. Look, why not? This guy is all alone now. Yuan touched the little red flower on his head and smiled calmly. Wang Hao didn't have any subordinates around him. But the high-level mutant zombies had a very strong sense of territory. So even if Wang Hao wanted to find his own subordinates in a short time, the possibility was very small. After all, he was a level 7 zombie, and he couldn't go looking for those level 2 or 3 subordinates. Wang Hao's location is about a kilometer away from Lin Hao's location. So when Yuan led a large number of troops to find Wang Hao and surrounded Wang Hao, Lin Hao didn't know the situation. Boss, after our detailed investigation and tracking, we can determine that Wang Hao's specific location is here, in this hospital. A person next to Yuan said. Okay, I know. You can leave. Yuan suddenly said to the zombies around him. When the zombies around Yuan heard Yuan's words, they were shocked. As Yuan's subordinate, he successfully survived so many chapters. Naturally, there is a reason. This zombie knows what kind of person his boss is. He knows what to do at what time. For example, now, with Yuan's personality, it is absolutely impossible for him to go to explore the way in person. As a younger brother, before this zombie patted his chest and said I came first, Yuan asked them to leave. Of course, they were all let go. Yuan knew that Wang Hao had no subordinates around him. Even if 1 or 2 of his subordinates survived, they would not be his opponents. Yuan was confident in himself. He had hundreds of ways to easily kill Wang Hao, but he had not done so until now. One reason was that Wang Hao's personal strength was indeed strong, and the other was Wang Hao's subordinates. I don't know why Wang Hao's subordinates always had a strong cohesion. This is why the two sides can fight until now. Yuan's subordinates are elite. They are not particularly numerous, but each of them can stand on their own. Wang Hao's subordinates are many, especially many. Many people gather together and fully exert the power of numbers to the extreme. However, this kind of strength in numbers also resulted in Wang Hao's subordinates being a mixed bag, with powerful level 6 zombies, and naturally many not so good level 2 zombies. When these zombies are mixed together, they may be able to burst out very powerful energy in a short period of time. However, after this power burst is completed, Wang Hao's power will completely enter a weakening period. The source is different, because his subordinates are all carefully selected masters. When these people form a team, they can maintain efficient team strength from beginning to end. They can kill the enemy together, and naturally they can retreat in order. The reason why Yuan and Wang Hao won the battle was very simple. Because Yuan used his brain. In the battle with the base, Wang Hao successfully consumed a lot of manpower. At this time, Yuan began to move forward, pretending to attack the base with Wang Hao, further consuming Wang Hao's manpower. When the true strength of the base was revealed, the two sides began to retreat. Yuan still retained most of his strength, but Wang Hao was left alone. All of this was seen by Yuan. He knew that Wang Hao was the only one left. In a one-on-one situation, he was not afraid of Wang Hao. Yuan might be a zombie who was proficient in thick black, but he was more of a principled person. When the two kings met, they did not ask for mutual courtesy, but for mutual respect. Yuan was ready to respect his opponent. There was a yard behind the hospital, and next to the yard was a wall. The wall was not high. Even though Wang Hao was only 1.6 meters tall, it was still very easy for him to jump over the wall and leave the hospital with his strength. But Wang Hao didn't do that. He got a small stool from somewhere. Because he was short, he felt very comfortable sitting on it. The moon in the sky was very bright, just right for moon watching. Wang Hao just sat on the stool quietly, then raised his head and looked at the moon. Very fascinated. I seem to remember something, Wang Hao said. The moon's light shines on the earth as usual. This planet that is about to be ruined but about to be reborn. Chapter 403. What do you remember? The two people who had been eager to fight each other before thought that they would fight each other as soon as they met. But no one could have imagined that the two would meet so casually. Just like a pair of old friends chatting about life under the moon. I don't know, but I always feel like I remember something. Wang Hao was a little confused. Yuan looked not far away, and saw a mother and son trembling and looking at this side, their eyes full of fear and despair. The mother seemed to have been seriously injured, but it was obviously not caused by Wang Hao. It looked more like she accidentally bumped into something while running away. The children were quite old, about 15 or 16 years old. They didn't look very good, but beautiful people who lived in the apocalypse for a long time would not be beautiful anymore. Survivors? You didn't kill them? Yuan asked curiously. I wanted to kill them, but when I saw them, I suddenly lost the desire to kill them. Then, something in my mind seemed to pop out, and it was very uncomfortable. I don't want to kill them anymore. How about you help me? Wang Hao said very calmly. Yuan walked towards the mother and son step by step. Obviously, the mother and son also felt Yuan's fear. The boy could no longer be called a boy. It might be more appropriate to call him a teenager. In the despair of life and death, the teenager chose to struggle. He stood up with difficulty, and then carried his mother on his back, regardless of how slow he was, and then began to run in the moonlight. There were a few zombies wandering not far ahead, but the teenager clearly felt that the person behind him seemed even more frightened. After feeling this, the teenager dared not to stay. The boy was carrying a person on his back, and although he was moving very slowly, Yuan couldn't catch up with him no matter what. He watched the mother and son disappear in front of him. And then, the face of an elderly woman seemed to appear in front of him again. He was so worried about him. But after he saved him, he was treated ruthlessly. If possible, Yuan would not have been a zombie. He should have been a superpower that many people envied. Yuan thought he would become the protagonist of this world. But in the end, he found that life is always life, full of despair and struggle. The little red flower on Yuan's head may be the evidence. That day, a spaceship crashed in front of Yuan like an alien. At that time, only the nose of the spaceship was left. Maybe it was due to friction with the atmosphere or collision with the Earth. In short, the nose was still on fire, and the fire was very fierce. So, Zheng Yuan, who saw this scene with his own eyes, couldn't help but get excited. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and wanted to call the Institute of Science first. As a result, he found that no one answered the phone for a long time. But such a big spaceship can't be left here, and it's still on fire. If it causes a forest fire, it will be a very terrible thing. So, the next moment, Zheng Yuan started to call the fire department to put out the fire first. Zheng Yuan, who had been in the mountains for 2 days, had no idea what was happening outside. When he found that the phone he called could not be connected, he shook his head helplessly and began to criticize the irresponsibility of these public officials. After that, Zheng Yuan called the police and the emergency number again. This kind of thing plus his own injuries. Calling these two numbers should be considered appropriate. But when Zheng Yuan found that these two calls could not be connected, he wondered if something happened in the outside world. Because he had been in the mountains for so long and didn't see a single person, according to the population density of his country. This was obviously impossible. So there was a possibility that something must have happened in the outside world. But no matter what happened in the outside world, the most important thing was what was happening right now. In the end, Zheng Yuan temporarily suppressed his curiosity about the outside world and slowly approached the spaceship. This spaceship was not exactly the same as the spaceships in movies and TV series, but it was not much different. If it weren't for the fact that the material of this spaceship really didn't look like the material of the Earth, Zheng Yuan would have thought that this spaceship was made by humans themselves. But when Zheng Yuan gradually approached the spaceship and saw the various facilities inside the spaceship, as a scientist, he could say authoritatively that those things did not exist on the Earth. The entrance to the spaceship was right in front of Zheng Yuan, but he couldn't walk over. For Zheng Yuan, who was interested in scientific research, this might be the farthest distance in the world, because the temperature of the spaceship was too high. Zheng Yuan could only stand 10 meters away and watch. Even then, he still felt the terrifying burning sensation on his body. Zheng Yuan simply squatted beside the spaceship, wanting to wait until the flames were extinguished before entering the interior of the spaceship to find out what was going on. But before he could squat on the ground to rest for a while, perhaps the huge sound of the spaceship hitting the ground finally attracted some strange things. Those things swayed the branches around them, under the reflection of the moon and the fire. They were full of shadows, and had a terrifying atmosphere. Zheng Yuan immediately stood up from the ground, because he was a little nervous because he couldn't see clearly what was coming. But after being nervous, Zheng Yuan felt that his action was completely unnecessary, because it must be a person. The beasts dare not approach here. First of all, the noise is too loud, and the fire is soaring into the sky, and the temperature is spreading. The beasts around will only have one thought when they feel the temperature and noise. That is, stay away from here. The farther the better, because it is always a person who will come closer when hearing the noise. Thinking that those approaching were people, Zheng Yuan felt inexplicably calm. Then, Zheng Yuan saw the first person opposite him. The person was wearing a very ordinary outfit, carrying a simple school bag, and walking slowly. The person was on the other side of the spaceship, while Zheng Yuan was on this side of the spaceship. The two were separated by a spaceship and a sea of fire. Zheng Yuan thought that the other party was here to watch the fun. Although he didn't say anything, he felt much more relaxed the moment he saw the person. But soon, he became nervous again. The man opposite Zheng Yuan was walking slowly, like a drunk, swaying from side to side. And then, for some unknown reason, he walked towards the spaceship, getting closer and closer. Zheng Yuan wanted to stop him after finding something wrong. But before he could say anything, the man had already started running towards the spaceship frantically. He was like a drunk and couldn't even goose step. But the next second, he ran as fast as Bolt for some reason. These were not the reasons why Zheng Yuan was surprised. He was surprised that the man was running towards the spaceship. And at this moment, there was a big fire burning on the spaceship. Chapter 404. Yuan watched the man being engulfed by the raging flames. The flames burned on his body. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but Zheng Yuan felt that he heard the sound of bubbles burning and then bursting. Zheng Yuan covered his mouth and couldn't believe what he saw. How could this happen? How could someone run towards the fire? Zheng Yuan began to fear, because the man with a burning body was still standing there, and then walked calmly towards the inside of the spacecraft. At this moment, the spaceship was shouting, not knowing whether the alarm system had been triggered. After the man covered in fire entered, he looked at the source of the sound and felt a little strange. So he began to stand still. Zheng Yuan covered his mouth again, fearing that he would vomit. He watched the man's body burning and gradually turning into charcoal. All this happened in front of Zheng Yuan. The temperature inside the spaceship was too terrible. Not long after, the charcoal-like figure went from standing to collapsing. If Zheng Yuan had not had a good mental quality, he would have been lying on the ground and vomiting. A person who was still standing alive just now, even though he was burned by fire, did not lie down, but turned into charcoal and collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of charcoal alive. Anyone who saw this scene would probably not be calm. There was another noise around him. Zheng Yuan turned around and saw another ordinary dressed person walking towards him. This time, he was really walking towards him because he was on his side. Yuan was very scared at the moment. He finally saw another person and wanted to share his experience and fear with him. However, before Zheng Yuan walked over, he stopped and looked at the person in a daze. The person slowly raised his head and showed his face. What a face! Zheng Yuan felt his legs were a little weak. He wanted to walk away, but he couldn't lift them up no matter what. The man was approaching slowly. His face had long been devoid of flesh. Only the skull was left, and his eyeballs were still embedded in the skull. With a clean skull, it was like he was watching a Terminator approaching him slowly. But the Terminator should be cold and ruthless when seeing humans, not like the man in front of him, with only endless killing and desire in his eyes. Before this man raised his head, he was walking slowly, as if he was not walking, but sleepwalking. But when this man raised his head and showed his devilish face, it meant that he also saw Zheng Yuan. When he saw Zheng Yuan, it was as if his legs were equipped with powerful motors, and he rushed towards Zheng Yuan instantly. Zheng Yuan's brain was confused at the moment. He didn't know why this person rushed towards him crazily. He couldn't even figure out what happened to this person and what happened around him. Could it be that his father had found him and was deliberately making fun of him? This was unlikely. After all, his father was not an interesting person, and the spaceship was too real. It was not a technological product of the Earth. What was the situation of this person in front of him? Why did he rush towards him? Soon, when the man threw Zheng Yuan to the ground, he opened his mouth, and a fishy smell came into Zheng Yuan's nose. Zheng Yuan felt extremely disgusted and tried desperately to dodge. Fortunately, his research career did not make him weak. In order to have a good body for better experiments, Zheng Yuan was also a guy who exercised regularly. He pinched the man's neck tightly, blocking the disgusting face and the burnt front teeth. But Zheng Yuan found that no matter how hard he tried, he seemed unable to stop the face in front of him from getting closer and closer. It hurts. The man's claws have already grabbed Zheng Yuan's body, like a sharp dagger, ruthlessly and mercilessly stabbing into his body. And then his mouth. The teeth in his mouth are completely different from those of normal people. They are sharp like crocodile teeth. Zheng Yuan has reason to believe that when the teeth bite him, a piece of meat will be lost immediately, and the other party's mouth is clearly aimed at his neck. The pressure of survival makes Zheng Yuan release all his potential. But all his potential seems to be useless to the crazy man in front of him for some reason. His teeth are still approaching Zheng Yuan. Is he going to die? Why? What happened to this world? What happened to the person in front of him? Why does he look so much like a zombie in a movie? Zheng Yuan mourned for himself in his heart. Yes, the guy in front of him is a zombie. But unfortunately, these zombies are not from movies and TV series, but from the universe. Zheng Yuan's hands are getting more and more sore and weak. He believes that he will be exhausted soon. But the desire to survive still makes him resist the guy in front of him, until the other's mouth is getting closer and closer to his neck. Bang! There was a violent explosion, and the dust raised by the explosion directly sent the two people on the ground flying. And Zheng Yuan also successfully separated from the zombie. In the air, Zheng Yuan began to feel lucky that he might not have to die. When he fell heavily to the ground and his consciousness was about to blur, he laughed sadly again. It seemed that he would still die. The moment Zheng Yuan closed his eyes, he saw a gorgeous flower in the air. The flower seemed to have life, floating in the air, and then flew straight towards Zheng Yuan. This strange thing flew towards him. Zheng Yuan must have resisted, so he unconsciously reached out to push the flower away. But he found that his hand seemed to have no feeling. At this moment, he was so weak from the explosion that he couldn't even turn his head. So he couldn't see that his arm was gone. The flower seemed to have calculated it, and finally floated to Zheng Yuan's side. Then, Zheng Yuan also completely lost consciousness. When Zheng Yuan woke up, there was a transparent glass cover in front of him. And then, there were white walls, and all kinds of instruments around. What a familiar scene. Isn't this the research institute where he has lived for a year? Zheng Yuan groaned in pain. His body was still in pain. He subconsciously tried to touch his body with his right hand, but a feeling of emptiness came over him. Zheng Yuan watched helplessly as his right side became nothingness. His right hand was gone. Zheng Yuan was a little desperate. He wanted to stand up, but he seemed to be placed in a place that looked like a nutrition warehouse. The glass cover in front of him covered him tightly. Through the glass, Zheng Yuan saw a sick look. That look was his father's look. It was a fanatical look, as if he had seen the most valuable gold in the world. Chapter 405. Yuan seemed to recall something horrible, and came back to his senses in an instant. The hospital was still in front of him, and the surroundings were still gloomy. The mother and son in front of him had disappeared. It was obvious that they had escaped successfully. Wang Hao was still a fucking bastard. Yuan looked at the small stool behind him. The small stool was empty, and Wang Hao had disappeared long ago. It was obvious that the old man had escaped. Yuan subconsciously touched his right hand with his left hand, and a metallic texture came from it. His right hand was still holding a dagger, and it was tightly held, and never loosened at any time. Yuan understood that he was fooled. Fooled by a zombie whose IQ he had never taken seriously. Very good. Yuan scratched his chin with his left hand, and the little red flower on his head seemed to sway left and right with his movements, as if mocking his incompetence. I was really careless for a moment. You wait. I will definitely be able to catch him. Yuan was talking, but he didn't know who this guy was talking to. Lin Hao and Jean Bebe finally returned to the base in silence. Obviously Jean Bebe was so worried about Lin Hao. But when the two met, Jean Bebe thought of this guy as a zombie, and then continued to associate, and once again associated herself with the fact that she was actually the girlfriend of a zombie, and felt uncomfortable for no reason. There was nothing that could be done about it. Anyone who thought that their boyfriend was actually a zombie would probably feel uncomfortable. This was also why Jean Bebe forgot everything that happened with Lin Hao before. The few of them returned to the base. Jean Z happily held Jean Bebe and Lin Hao's hands. Fortunately, both of them returned safely. Otherwise he, a child, would not know how to survive safely in this doomsday. Zhou Yu and Duan Luochen also walked out of the room, followed by Lei. When Lei saw Huan, he rushed up to hug Huan in surprise and said, "I thought you wouldn't come. Silly. Why wouldn't I come back?" Looking at the surprised Lei, Huan didn't know why she couldn't be happy. If that hadn't happened, she would have rushed forward excitedly to hug Lei. Lei didn't notice Huan's change. Anyway, she was very happy. In the future, there was still someone who could protect her and ensure that she had no worries about food and clothing. This sense of security was what she expected. "Where's Lingling? Didn't you say Lingling went out with you?" Lei asked in a somewhat strange way. Ho Jingyu followed behind Huan, and seeing Huan's somewhat pale expression, he hurriedly said, "I'm so tired. Is there a place where I can rest?" "You are outside. The girls go to the room," Lin Hao said. Huan pulled Lei back to the room, and the two girls didn't know what to talk about. Ho Jingyu stood awkwardly between a zombie, a mutant, and a superpower, not daring to say a word, and stood still. Jean Bebe also carried Jean Z back to the room. Lin Hao looked at Ho Jingyu with a smile and said, "What's wrong? We can't eat you. What are you afraid of?" Ho Jingyu smiled awkwardly, and then sat down on the sofa like a bullied wife, occupying a small space. "How is Tang Mingming?" Lin Hao asked. Zhou Yu said, "I feel that my medicine did not come in time, but for some reason, her injury has stabilized. We have to wait until tomorrow to see what the situation is." Duan Luochen still looked worried. Lin Hao asked Gooden, "Is it possible for Tang Mingming to recover?" "Yes. There must be someone among you humans who has done in-depth research on the brain," Gooden said. It turns out that you are really not good enough. I thought you were omnipotent," Lin Hao said speechlessly. "If I could do it, I would have dealt with your girlfriend's matter a long time ago." "What happened?" "I am still testing what kind of material is the filler of the hidden memory in his mind. Through the test, I can be sure of one thing. That material is not from your Earth. And that material seems to have been set up with a memory program. I can only find a way to check the material and the source. And then, you go to find the initiator to take it out. This thing was put in with special technology, and I am afraid it cannot be easily taken out," Gooden said solemnly. "So high-tech that you can't figure it out?" Lin Hao was surprised. "Yes. This is high-level technology. It's strange why I can see it on your Earth." "I'm also curious," Gooden said. "Special technology? What kind of special technology is it?" Lin Hao was a little depressed. "According to my calculations, The high-level planets should not only send me intelligence. I told you at the beginning that my target is not garbage planets like yours, but other high-level planets. As a result, because of the exhaustion of energy, the spacecraft sent me out. And then I met you. Gooden looked reluctant. Although your Earth is a bit low, it is at least a third-level civilization planet. In order to suppress the T-virus, your planet must have also deployed intelligence. I don't know where that intelligence is now, and in what form, but it is certain that you are not far from it. The filling in Jean Bebe's brain may be strong liquid lead, but whether it is or not, I have to investigate it myself, Gooden said. Lin Hao's mind was already confused at this moment. He never thought that his girlfriend's simple amnesia was actually related to the high-level technology in the universe. Through this incident, Lin Hao realized one thing again. Gooden is not omnipotent. There are some things that she can't help him with. And many times, relying on himself is the most reliable thing. Lin Hao, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze? Duan Luochen couldn't help but kick Lin Hao. Unknowingly, the relationship between Lin Hao and Duan Luochen is getting better and better. Duan Luochen is a straightforward person who is easy to trust people. Lin Hao is also a cheerful person. Although he is sometimes black-bellied, it is only for hostile enemies. Lin Hao never shows this side to friends who help him. What's wrong? Lin Hao, who was stunned just now, didn't know what they talked about, and asked curiously, I'm asking, what should we do tomorrow? Duan Luochen said. Yes, what should we do tomorrow? When Jean Z was rescued, Jean Bebe was also rescued, and there were more people around them. It was obviously impossible to stay like this. The best strategy was to settle these people. Let's go back to City B. There are powerful mutant zombies there, and we have our own survivor base, which is safe. More importantly, the zombies there are under my control, Lin Hao said confidently. Chapter 406. When the sky gets bright, everything comes back to life. Because this is when the zombies are at their lowest function. Those smart survivors have learned when it is safest to go out to look for food, such as the early morning sun, which will surely make those ordinary zombies hide in disgust. This is why Lin Hao chose this time to leave. Are you sure you want to leave at this time? Gooden asked in Lin Hao's heart. Otherwise, we now have Tang Mingming, a comatose patient, Jean Bebe, an amnesiac, and Jean Z, a kid. This combination simply cannot survive in S City, where there are so many enemies, Lin Hao said with a pout. Fortunately, the pickup truck that Jean Bebe found yesterday was big enough to accommodate so many people. But only Yi Wentian can treat Tang Mingming. And even the things in Jean Bebe's head may need Yi Wentian to take them out, Gooden said. After a night of testing, Gooden finally confirmed that what was in Jean Bebe's mind was the legendary powerful liquid lead from the high-tech plane. This liquid lead is a top-level existence with a very strong force. Basically, many things can be used. And because the liquid lead has a memory function, it can only be taken out by finding the person who planted the liquid lead. Can you really not treat Tang Mingming's injury? Lin Hao couldn't help asking again. Yes, but it takes time. And it takes a long time and is very delicate. More importantly, it consumes a lot of energy. I don't want you to let me help her treat it now. I can also grow. As long as I return to my spaceship, I can become a top-level state, Gooden said weakly. Lin Hao could not be said to be selfish. But Gooden was obviously much more important than Tang Mingming. Gooden said so. And Lin Hao did not insist on Gooden treating Tang Mingming. According to Gooden's test, although Tang Mingming's injuries could not be completely healed, the healing ability of mutants was not completely ineffective. These healing abilities could help Tang Mingming heal basic external injuries, and the injuries in her head would not worsen easily. In this case, why not wait a while? Tang Mingming was lying down, so she could only sit in the back of the pickup truck. Huan and Lei found a few blankets for her, trying to make her comfortable. Jinzi and Zhou Yu were already sitting in the back seat of the car. Strangely, Duan Luochen was not there. Are we leaving now? Jean Bebe asked. No. Wait for Duan Luochen, Lin Hao said. Do you believe my inference? Zhou Yu smiled. After all, you have been in the base for such a long time, and you know it so well. There is no need for me to disbelieve you. Lin Hao smiled. It was estimated that about 10 minutes later, a birdman appeared in the sky outside. It turned out to be Duan Luochen who flew back. It's exactly the same as Zhou Yu predicted. Yi Wentian is dead, Duan Luochen said excitedly. The time was postponed to yesterday, the night when Yuting died. After Yuting died, the management of the laboratory building held another meeting. Yi Wentian, the other 3 members led by Sun Jian, and Lu Qingqing were present. Ho Qingwei, who was supposed to sit in the first seat, disappeared. It was said that he flew directly to the capital to receive the reward. But Yi Wentian knew that Ho Qingwei was probably in danger this time. And all the reasons were because he had harmed him. The person sitting on guard was a man in a suit. Lu Qingqing held his eyes and looked around at the people around him, looking a little arrogant. The management said it was democratic management. But in fact the capital base would designate a real decision maker. When many people in the management had a dispute over something, the designated decision maker had the right to give direct orders. So in the final analysis, democracy is still just a face for the base. Behind this face, it is still naked dictatorship. Lu Qingqing put on his suit very neatly, and then issued his first order to everyone, starting tomorrow. Everyone must wear a suit and tie. You must express the spirit of humanity. Only in this way can we represent our desire to live vigorously. Don't be dull every day, especially some people in white coats. Obviously, Lu Qingqing's words were meaningful. Everyone heard who he was talking about. But no one responded and let the matter continue. I believe everyone is clear about what happened last night. The level 5 mutant, who was just transferred from the capital, died. We have been managing the base for such a long time in the apocalypse. The importance of a level 5 mutant to the base is self-evident. However, he died. After investigation, it was found that a level 5 mutant zombie killed him. According to Sun Jian, the one who was asked to chase Yuting yesterday was just a level 3 mutant. So the question is, how did the level 5 mutant zombie get into our base? Lu Qingqing touched his chin and spoke slowly. Yesterday, according to the report, I heard that the mutant elephant captain died at the hands of the mutant Zhou Yu. This is a regrettable thing. I express my condolences. Next to Zhou Yu was the level 5 mutant zombie. It is said that Zhou Yu and the level 5 zombie left the sewer openly, and Yi Wentian was next to them at the time. When Lu Qingqing first spoke, he didn't even look at Yi Wentian. When he said Yi Wentian's name, he slowly looked at Yi Wentian. Just as Lu Qingqing looked at Yi Wentian, everyone else at the table also started looking at Yi Wentian. Everyone looked at Yi Wentian with a strange look in their eyes, as if they were looking at a little lamb. At that time, Yi Wentian watched them escape. Okay, you don't have the ability to catch them, so forget it. But after that, you didn't take any remedial measures for the sewer. Do you know where they escaped from yesterday? Lu Qingqing looked at Yi Wentian fiercely. Yi Wentian was very indifferent. No matter what Lu Qingqing said, he didn't say a word. He knew that this matter today could not be resolved peacefully. As expected, Lu Qingqing continued, yesterday, the level 5 zombie and the level 3 superpower, together with Zhou Yu, escaped from the sewer again. This is what you did. Seeing such a huge loophole, you didn't know how to stop it. So, what use do I have for you? Everyone at the table was shocked. They all looked at Lu Qingqing with some trembling, as if Lu Qingqing would spit out a bombshell instead of words. Now I announce that in order to respond to the call of the capital and realize the concept of mutual assistance of the Global Survivor Alliance in the Doomsday, Yi Wentian will be sent to the United States to conduct research and study. Now, adjourn the meeting, Lu Qingqing said. Chapter 407. Yi Wentian will fly to the United States by helicopter this morning, Duan Luochen said excitedly. If we can find a way to catch up with his plane at this time, maybe we can kill him, Duan Luochen said viciously. Lin Hao understood, from the beginning, that Lu Qingqing would definitely transfer Yi Wentian away as soon as possible, especially the flying method. He knew that Duan Luochen could fly, and he also knew that Duan Luochen and Yi Wentian had a deep hatred, so he deliberately sent Yi Wentian away today. Of course, Duan Luochen was able to get this news easily, probably because Lu Qingqing told him directly. Lin Hao had to tell him, if you want to completely cure Tang Mingming, you may not be able to touch Yi Wentian. Duan Luochen's face froze instantly. He looked at Lin Hao in disbelief and asked, how is it possible? Don't tease me. Lin Hao didn't say anything, but gave the right to speak to Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu shook his head and said, medicine can help Tang Mingming eliminate the bacteria in her body, but we can't do anything about Tang Mingming's damaged brain. Yi Wentian was the best biologist before the end of the world, especially for the research on the human brain. He is also famous in the world. No one knows which biologists are still alive who have studied the brain, but Yi Wentian must be one of them. So he can't die. Lin Hao also had selfish motives. Gooden had thoroughly detected that the filling in Jean Bei's brain was a powerful liquid lead. This liquid lead with memory function can only be taken out by the person who put it in. Therefore, Yi Wentian cannot die. Lin Hao and Gooden are not sure whether the intelligence from the higher plane exists in Yi Wentian. But it must have some connection with Yi Wentian. How does that intelligence compare to you? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Don't worry. I am the only intelligence in the universe that truly has self-awareness. I can kill any program intelligence in seconds. As long as I find them, I can easily deal with them. Lin Hao seemed to hear rebelliousness in Gooden's words. Some inexplicable emotions began to appear in Lin Hao's heart. That emotion was called uneasiness. Those who can live and work in peace and contentment, without any shackles in their hearts, are always at the bottom. They can only look up to the things of the upper level. For them, those things are very far away from themselves. So when Lin Hao was at level 2 or 3, he was most at ease. But as the level gradually increased, the tasks and events encountered became more and more advanced. And Lin Hao began to feel a little panic and fear. Sometimes the more you know, the more afraid you become. The car started and drove steadily on the road. A very ordinary helicopter without any weapons flew in the sky. Yi Wentian sat in the helicopter. This helicopter was personally selected for him by Lu Qinqing. Lu Qinqing said that this helicopter was fast and asked him to take it to reach the destination faster. Yi Wentian was certainly not stupid. He could see that Lu Qinqing wanted to harm him deliberately, because Duan Luochen could fly and was very powerful. Killing him was a very easy thing. Every step was disadvantageous to Yi Wentian. However, Yi Wentian was still so calm. He calmly boarded the plane, watched the plane take off, and waved to his own people in the base. Then, the plane took off. In the air, Yi Wentian could still see the pickup truck below. There was a person sitting on the pickup truck. Although the person had no wings, Yi Wentian knew that it was Duan Luochen. Yi Wentian smiled, and the two looked at each other in such a way that they could not find each other at all. Yi Wentian knew from the beginning that it was impossible for him to get into trouble. The reason was very simple. He didn't know Tang Mingming's injury. But no one could solve the things in Jean Bei's mind except someone. If Yi Wentian didn't say it, no one in the world would ever know who that someone was. We still have time to meet. And we still have hope of meeting, Yi Wentian said quietly to himself, as if he was talking to the air, or to Lin Hao. In short, the matter in S City has finally come to an end. The pickup truck was running quietly on the highway, and the people in the car were silent. Only behind a few people, there was a car running behind the pickup truck, with no sign of getting rid of it. How long has the car behind us been following us? Jean Bei asked. At some point, Jean Bei was driving, and Lin Hao was beside her. Since we left S City, he has been following us. I guess he is interested in us, Lin Hao said with a smile. We have to know who he is, Jean Bei said without any emotion. Even though he no longer felt a sense of belonging to the S City base, his heart was still with the S City survivor base. After all, her memory was all about that base, and she had no impression of the B City survivor base that she was about to arrive at. If it weren't for Jean Bei would never have gone to B City, which she had no impression of. With Lin Hao, before leaving, Jean Bei noticed that Jean Z was smiling, and asked, "Why are you so happy? I can finally go home. I can finally leave here. I can go play with Shuer. I can play with Sister Pan Pan. Of course I'm happy," Jean Z said. Jean Bei's heart was a little trembling. From Jean Z's words, it was obvious that Jean Bei heard the name of an acquaintance again. Jiang Pan Pan. It was strange that this person seemed to disappear in the memory before and after the doomsday. No matter how Jean Bei thought about it, she couldn't remember what she did with Jiang Pan Pan after the doomsday. The only memory was that they practiced swordsmanship together when they were young and went to school. What Yi Wentian wanted was an invincible Jean Bei, an invincible experimental subject. If time was enough, filling the memory would cover all memories. At this moment, Jean Bei would forget who Jean Z was, and even who he was. Fortunately, Lin Hao interrupted the experiment. In this situation, at least there is hope for treatment. Duan Luochen, go and see who is in that car. Lin Hao stuck his head out of the window and said to Duan Luochen in the cargo compartment. Duan Luochen also had this idea, but he just didn't implement it. After hearing Lin Hao's order, Duan Luochen stretched out his wings and flew towards the car behind him. You have to know whether the other party is a human or a ghost. Lin Hao doesn't think that ordinary survivors will follow a few people. The car was moving forward, and Duan Luochen flew towards it. The collision between the two sides was a very fast thing. From the moment Duan Luochen took off, he almost brushed past the car. Then, he saw the appearance of the driver in the car. So he flew away from the car in a panic, and flew away very quickly. Chapter 408. Before Duan Luochen could rush back to the pickup truck to tell Lin Hao who was in the car had already accelerated and came to the side of the pickup truck. Some people might not know who was sitting in the pickup truck. But when Lin Hao, Jin Beibei, and Zhou Yu saw the person in the pickup truck, their faces began to change color. No one thought that it was him. Jin Beibei stepped on the brake without thinking, and then looked at the car that had rushed out with a serious expression. Lin Hao, Zhou Yu and Jin Beibei all got out of the car and protected the pickup truck behind them. Duan Luochen also hurried over. The four of them stood in a row and watched the car in front stop. The car door opened, and a man who was not very tall, about 1.6 meters tall, walked out. The man looked very strong, and his simple clothes made his body look very full. Lin Hao had seen this man before, and even fought against him directly. This man was Wang Hao, one of the 2 level 7 zombies in S City. Lin Hao was very surprised. Why would such a powerful level 7 zombie chase them directly? They didn't have what the zombie needed behind them. And there was only one zombie, Lin Hao, and his crystal core was only a level 5 crystal core, which was useless for a level 7 zombie like Wang Hao. However, this guy really chased after him so happily. What was the reason? Just want to kill a few people? However, no matter how Lin Hao guessed, this level 7 zombie slowly got down from the car and walked towards Lin Hao and his friends. Within a distance of about 10 meters, Wang Hao stopped. This distance is a distance that Wang Hao can attack or defend. Of course, with Wang Hao's strength, defense is naturally unnecessary. So what he needs is offense. Gooden. Attributes. Lin Hao hurriedly said to Gooden. This is Lin Hao's habit of fighting. Unless the opponent's level is lower than his own, Lin Hao will ask Gooden to show the opponent's attributes to see if he is the opponent's opponent. Name, Wang Hao. Level, level 7. Title, Iron Wall. Skill, Earth Tremble. Strength, 68. Spirit, 40. Speed, 50. Stamina, 55. Evaluation, Overlord level zombie. When Lin Hao saw the opponent's level and attributes, he had already made up his mind that all of them together could not be this guy's opponent. Even if Jin Beibei was a level 6 mutant. Even if there was a level 6 mutant. It was useless. The higher the level, the harder it was to fill the gap between levels. A level 7 mutant zombie could even fight against 3 or 5 level 6 mutant zombies and not fall behind. Not to mention Lin Hao's ragtag army. In the past, when Lin Hao faced an opponent, as long as he was sure that the opponent was hostile to him, Lin Hao would rush forward with a knife without saying a word. But now, Lin Hao couldn't do that unless he wanted to go up and die. Obviously, Lin Hao didn't have the habit of going to die. So he suppressed the impulse in his heart, looked at Wang Hao not far away, and said calmly, "We don't have the kind of value you need. Why are you chasing us?" Wang Hao was wearing sunglasses on his face. Obviously, even a level 7 zombie like Wang Hao didn't like the sun very much. But it seemed a bit impolite to talk to people with sunglasses. So Wang Hao took off the sunglasses on his eyes. Wang Hao's big eyes were exposed. Wang Hao's eyes were quite big. And with his body, they looked very energetic. Wang Hao had been chasing for such a long time. Obviously not to deal with Lin Hao and his men. This was too much of a waste of time for him. And there was no value. He came to find Lin Hao for a reason. Wang Hao looked at Lin Hao. And the more he looked, the more satisfied he was. He could not help but nodded and said to Lin Hao, "Boy, do you want to be my subordinate? Let's go deal with Yuan together. The reason you chased us is to ask us if we are willing to be your subordinates?" Lin Hao asked curiously. "Of course. Otherwise why would I chase you? I don't know who was behind the battle at the base. But I can guess. Obviously, that battle was prepared. I was prepared. The base was prepared. And Yuan was prepared. In other words, this battle was designed. And the 3 parties who were designed were me, the base, and Yuan." Wang Hao blew his sunglasses and said something that made Lin Hao a little scared. Yuan is very smart. And the people in the base are not stupid either. Except for me, who was a little stunned. But I was just stunned. I was not stupid. After the battle was over, I kept thinking about where I lost. I finally found the conspiracy. Which was you. Wang Hao thought he was very smart and pointed at Lin Hao. Lin Hao really wanted to say that you lost because of your stupidity. But he didn't dare to say it. If he really angered this killer, it might be the people on his side who would be unlucky. You are a level 5 zombie who doesn't belong to any side. But you dare to get involved in a fight between two level 7 zombies. Your courage is commendable. But your goal is just to save the humans behind you. This makes me very puzzled. Although I don't know what your relationship is. I have guessed that the mastermind behind the whole battle is Lu Qinqing. And you must have a connection with Lu Qinqing. You played a role in this battle. For example, actively attracting the zombies to attack the base. And then Yuan and I were fooled by both of you at the same time. Wang Hao sighed, obviously annoyed that he discovered the truth so late. In fact, Wang Hao's guess was almost right. Except that he had imagined the status of Lu Qinqing and Lin Hao wrong. Lu Qinqing. As expected. Those humans just like to play this kind of brain-burning game. Even a smart person like me was fooled by him. Little zombie. I don't know what your relationship is with these humans. But you have to know your identity. You are a zombie. And I can see your potential. You are very smart. You and Lu Qinqing have a tacit understanding. If you follow me, and have such a strong fighting power, I think the possibility of us killing Yuan is very high. Believe me, as long as you join hands with me to kill Yuan, all the crystal cores under Yuan will be yours. And all you need is to join hands with me. Wang Hao looked at Lin Hao with some enthusiasm. When Lin Hao and his team just left S City, they were already discovered by Wang Hao. Wang Hao was very angry when he saw Lin Hao at first. He wanted to kill Lin Hao directly. But because of his poor speed, he could only find a car nearby to chase him. During the pursuit, Wang Hao suddenly found that he seemed to have no subordinates. So the previous bits and pieces began to appear in Wang Hao's mind. He felt that Lin Hao should be considered a talent. Wasn't the failure of this battle because there were no smart people around? What would happen if this level 5 zombie was recruited under his command? Chapter 409. So, this scene happened now. As a high-level player, Wang Hao did not attack the others first, but asked Lin Hao in a fanatical tone. You mean to recruit me? What about my friends? Lin Hao naturally could not agree to Wang Hao's recruitment. He was just trying to delay time and escape. Your friends? They are all human beings. Why keep them? Kill them, Wang Hao said, crossing his hands together, and seemed ready to take action. Lin Hao hurriedly said, Wait! What if I don't agree to be your subordinate? Lin Hao asked again. Wang Hao looked at Lin Hao strangely, as if he was looking at a big fool. You don't agree? I'm a level 7 zombie? How can you agree? Don't joke. Lin Hao was instantly shocked by this guy's fierce logic, and was speechless. What if I really don't agree? Lin Hao asked again. Wang Hao saw that Lin Hao actually said it again. Maybe the other party really wouldn't agree. So he threatened, Then, there is no way. I don't mind having an extra level 5 crystal core in my stomach. If you don't agree, I can only kill you. Wang Hao's eyes gradually became fierce, and he looked at several people with a strange look. The dangerous atmosphere began to spread around. Lin Hao's figure began to tense up, and Duan Luochen's wings were raised high, and it seemed that he was really ready for a fight. Jing Beibei didn't know when he had picked up his alloy knife. The power of a level 6 superpower should not be underestimated. Even if Wang Hao was very powerful, and could deal with 3 or 5 level 6 zombies by himself, Jing Beibei would definitely not be able to beat the second one. It was very simple, because Jing Beibei's combat power and skills were very strong. Lin Hao was also calculating silently in his mind. Jing Beibei's strength was now the strongest among the few people. But no matter how strong Jing Beibei was, Lin Hao was reluctant to let her lead the charge. Wang Hao was a level 7 mutant zombie after all. If he really fought with them, no one knew who would win the battle. But Lin Hao knew one thing. If the battle really started, the ordinary people behind him and Huan might be in danger. Brother Zhou, can you drive? Lin Hao asked Zhou Yu. Actually, Zhou Yu has not used his strength until now, because he can do nothing except brute force. Unlike mutant zombies, they have honed their fighting skills in battle after battle. And they also have skills. But mutants have no skills. Zhou Yu naturally knew that he might be a burden to several people here, even though he was already level 6. I will. When you fight, I will try to drive the car farther away. After Zhou Yu finished speaking, he left the place, got in the car, and then reversed, trying to get farther and farther away from the battle site. No one knew how powerful Wang Hao was, and where he could reach. Do you really want to fight me? Do you think you can be my opponent with that experimental subject, and a few of you idiots? Wang Hao looked at them with disdain and ruthlessly mocked them. Lin Hao smiled and said, You will know whether you are idiots or not in a while. Lin Hao's strategy is very simple. He and Jin Beibei have the same sword skills, so the cooperation between the two will definitely be more tacit. Even if Jin Beibei has lost his memory, he will not forget what is in his bones. Since Duan Luochen can fly, he will be fine as long as he is not caught by Wang Hao. He can harass Wang Hao in the air. This is a very simple strategy, and the most effective strategy at this time. Since he said he was going to fight, Lin Hao was not vague. Even if the opponent was a level 7 mutant zombie, even if he knew that he could not possibly be the opponent, Lin Hao was not alone. Lin Hao glanced at Jin Beibei. In tacit understanding, Jin Beibei also glanced at Lin Hao. The two of them stepped together as if they had practiced countless times, and rushed towards Wang Hao quickly, hoping to catch Wang Hao off guard. This possibility is very high. Lin Hao has a speed bonus skill, and Jin Beibei is a speed attributed psychic. The two can fly at their fastest speeds if they are given wings. Wang Hao is a power type, and his speed attribute is only 50. Lin Hao's speed is more than 50, and Jin Beibei's is 60. In terms of speed, Wang Hao has no advantage. Therefore, Wang Hao can only stand still and use his arms to block. In fact, this is enough for Wang Hao. If the Jin family's tyrant sword is not charged, the first few moves will not cause any harm to Wang Hao at all. And Wang Hao did not feel the sense of danger, so he was very confident to use his arms to block. But suddenly, a breath that made Wang Hao tremble with fear came over him. What is that? Wang Hao raised his head in a distracted state, looking at Lin Hao and Jin Beibei in confusion. The two were still rushing towards him desperately, and there was no sense of danger on them. Where did that very dangerous feeling come from? Suddenly, the sense of danger came over him again, and Wang Hao felt as if his heart was being grasped, and the pain was unbearable. This really scared Wang Hao. Pain? How much pain would it take to arouse his pain? He was a level 7 zombie, and zombies had no sense of pain. But what was the reason at this moment? Why did he feel pain? Before Wang Hao could figure it out, he suddenly felt his head hurt again, and it was even more unbearable. Wang Hao couldn't help but groan and cover his head. Wang Hao only felt as if someone was pumping air into his head with an air pump. And then the air pressure became more and more, and his head hurt more and more. When the air pressure reached a certain level, bang! Lin Hao and Jin Beibei, who were sprinting, and Duan Luochen in the sky were all dumbfounded watching the scene in front of them. Blood flowers were still floating in the air, and a red crystal core was jumping wantonly in the air, and then flew towards Lin Hao. Gooden was shouting frantically in Lin Hao's heart. High-level energy crystal core detected. High-level energy crystal core detected. Prompt: unable to call up the other party's attribute panel. Unable to call up the other party's attribute panel. Lin Hao subconsciously reached out and grabbed the crystal core, which belonged to Wang Hao. A level 7 crystal core. At this moment, Wang Hao only had a body left. His head had been completely destroyed in the explosion. The hands of the corpse were still covering his head, but his neck was empty. The exploding head splattered a lot of blood. Lin Hao couldn't help but wipe his face. The blood was red. Obviously, it was real. It was Wang Hao's blood. Wang Hao was really dead. He died in front of him. One of the overlords of S City died in front of him. Bang! This was not the sound of an explosion, but the sound of a body falling to the ground. Chapter 410. Lin Hao was stunned. Jin Beibei was stunned. Duan Luochen forgot to flap his wings, and then let himself fall to the ground, and even forgot to stand up. So, what happened? Lin Hao couldn't help but start to wander around. He wanted to know who did it. That feeling. Even if Lin Hao knew that the feeling was not directed at him. When that mental power passed by Lin Hao still felt a burst of fear. How strong a mental power does it take to make him tremble with fear? Lin Hao was sure that even if Wang Hao was a mental zombie, he would not feel that kind of fear if he released his mental power to attack Lin Hao. Gooden. Who is that? Lin Hao asked Gooden. Do you remember Pangan? Gooden suddenly said. I remember that I thought I was going to die. But a mysterious person saved me and put Pangan's crystal core into my body. You mean? The situation just now was caused by the mysterious person? If Lin Hao was in a speaking state, he would probably be trembling when he said this. Gooden didn't say anything. But obviously, he acquiesced. Lin Hao was shocked. And he began to frantically search for people he knew from his mind. If the first appearance of the mysterious man surprised Lin Hao, then this time was a shock. Last time, he was able to kill Pangan easily. But at that time Lin Hao was unconscious and didn't know much about the battle. So he guessed that the man might be a high-level zombie he knew, such as Chu Xiaoxiao. It was still very easy for Chu Xiaoxiao to kill Pangan. But it was a bit of a stretch to say that it was Chu Xiaoxiao at that time. Because when they were fighting against Pangan, Lin Hao and Chu Xiaoxiao didn't know each other yet. In short, at that time, Lin Hao thought that the mysterious man was at most a level 5 or 6 expert, a high-level mutant zombie. Until today, when the mysterious man once again easily killed a level 7 zombie Wang Hao in front of him, Lin Hao finally realized that he was wrong. And he was very wrong. That mysterious man must be a very powerful person without a doubt. And he could kill a level 7 mutant zombie in seconds? Can a level 8 mutant zombie kill a level 7 mutant zombie in seconds? Lin Hao asked a very stupid question. Gooden answered very quickly. It is impossible for a level 9 zombie to kill a level 7 zombie so easily in seconds. So, Lin Hao was stunned in the cold wind. Confused. Who is that mysterious man? Why did he help me? Everything was silent. Because Zhou Yu's retreat speed was not fast. And even he witnessed the scene clearly. When that scene appeared, Zhou Yu braked suddenly, almost waking up Tang Mingming in the back of the car. No one spoke. Everyone stood there in a daze, staring at the body that had fallen to the ground. What happened to you? Lei Lei stood up from the back of the pickup truck, holding his waist, and looked at the group of people in a strange way. What's so good about a corpse? Aren't there corpses everywhere in the apocalypse? Finally, Lei Lei's simple words brought everyone's attention back to reality. Lin Hao turned around silently and returned to the car. Then it was Jin Beibei and Duan Luochen. After returning to the car, no one spoke. Lin Hao sat in the passenger seat, and Jin Beibei squeezed into a seat with Jin Zi. Where should we go? Zhou Yu couldn't help but break the silence. Go forward. Follow this highway, and you can directly reach the highway in City B, Lin Hao said simply. The car started, and after driving for nearly 10 minutes, the mood of several people finally calmed down. What happened just now? Jin Beibei was the first to ask. Jin Beibei is always a girl who can't hide things in her heart. Lin Hao knew this from the beginning. We were rescued by someone. A high-level master who is not sure whether it is a zombie or a human. Lin Hao swallowed his saliva and said. But who could easily kill a level 7 zombie in seconds? Zhou Yu couldn't help but speak. Several people looked at Lin Hao. Duan Luochen was a superpower, so his body function was better than that of ordinary people. Although he was in the cargo compartment at the back, he could still hear several people talking. So he also listened to Lin Hao quietly. Lin Hao didn't know what to say. He didn't know who that person was. He didn't even know if that person was a man or a woman, a zombie or a human. I don't know. This was Lin Hao's answer. Gooden suddenly said in Lin Hao's heart, I can only detect those T-virus carriers who are 3 levels higher than you. Do you understand what I mean? I'm level 5 now. You can detect level 8. I understand. Lin Hao said. So, the guy who helped you kill Wang Hao in seconds is at least level 9. And I just said that a level 9 T-virus carrier may not be able to kill Wang Hao in seconds. So you can use your imagination to imagine. After Gooden finished speaking, he stopped talking, leaving Lin Hao alone in the car, messing around silently. Okay. Stop messing around. If you think the environment is safe, just eat the crystal core, Gooden reminded hurriedly. Yes. Lin Hao squeezed the crystal core that had just emerged from his brain in his hand, which still had a very fragrant smell. If the car stayed in place for a while, countless zombies would gather around it in less than 10 minutes. All because of the crystal core in Lin Hao's hand. Unfortunately, there was no zombie in the car, and they couldn't smell the crystal core at all. So Lin Hao didn't have to worry about them being greedy. Even if the 9th level crystal core was useless to them, except that it could improve the attributes of the superpowers a little faster. I might need to sleep for a while, so be careful, Lin Hao said to the others, as he watched the car gradually reach 100 kilometers per hour. Although the speed of the pickup truck could continue to increase, there were still people sitting in the back of the car. If the speed was increased too fast, it might be dangerous. So 100 kilometers per hour was enough. Ordinary zombies couldn't catch up at all. And there were no zombies on the highway. It can't be said to be fair and square. Lin Hao still made some cover-ups, hiding his actions and swallowing the crystal core into his mouth. Then he instantly fell into a coma. And 5 minutes later, Lin Hao woke up. "Where are we? How long have I slept?" Lin Hao asked. Zhou Yu looked at Lin Hao as if he was a big fool. "What's going on? Did you sleep?" Lin Hao calmed down instantly, and then understood something. Sure enough, with a level 7 crystal core, Lin Hao upgraded, and he successfully became a level 6 mutant zombie. When Chu Xiaoxiao became a level 6 zombie, she was actually not in a coma for a long time. Gooden. Attributes. Host, Lin Hao. Level 6, 5000/312500. Title, Commander. Skills, Mind Control, 1800/2500. Gene Family Sword. Speed bonus. Strength bonus. Manipulate items. Strength 31. Spirit 53. Speed 31. Stamina 34. Evaluation, with such high attributes, you are just a beast. Road to Strengthening, 1200/10,000. Chapter 411. Lin Hao had gone through difficult battles and opportunities on his way to upgrade. But he never expected that a mysterious person would give him two such powerful opportunities, allowing him to upgrade from level 3 to level 4 and from level 5 to level 6. At least from this point of view, the other party should not be hostile to him. If there is a hope to get to know the other party, Lin Hao does not mind getting to know the other party. Looking at his attribute panel, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile again. Although his attribute panel seemed to have a certain gap with Jean Beibe's, the panel was just a panel, and could not be compared with the actual combat power. For example, the difference between Lin Hao and Jean Beibe in the attribute points of strength is not big. One is 31 and the other is 35. But Lin Hao has a strength bonus, and can raise his strength attribute points to 62 in 5 minutes. Just hearing about the strength of 62 is a very terrifying value. Then, there is speed. Jean Beibe's speed attribute is 60. Lin Hao's is 31. But Lin Hao has a speed bonus. Although Jean Beibe's skill Gale can raise Jean Beibe's speed to a peak again, as long as Jean Beibe cannot kill Lin Hao within 5 seconds. Jean Beibe will face Lin Hao's ruthless destruction next, because Lin Hao's speed bonus is 5 minutes. He can also raise his speed to a terrifying level of 62. In fact, the only thing that Jean Beibe is stronger than Lin Hao is defense. No one could have imagined that Jean Beibe's physical attribute value is 40 points, while Lin Hao's is only 34. This is of course due to the transformation. After Yuantian's transformation, Jean Beibe's various attribute points are much higher than those of a normal level 6 psychic, which creates the illusion that Jean Beibe's hard power is a little stronger than Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at his skill mental control and felt a little bad in his head. It has been so long, and the mental control has not been upgraded yet. Is this going to cause trouble? However, skills are not what Lin Hao wants to upgrade the most. Lin Hao focused on his own path of strengthening, and then saw the side that made him collapse. Upgrading the path of strengthening only increased 200 experience points. There are only two ways to upgrade the path of strengthening. One is the crystal core of the spirit system, and the other is to increase your level. But with so little experience, how long will it take for you to upgrade? Gooden. I want to protest. Lin Hao said to Gooden. The protest is invalid. Gooden said directly. So did you hear what I was protesting about? Lin Hao was speechless. Who cares what you are protesting about? It's useless anyway. Gooden said very persistently. Okay. You are the system and you are awesome. If you say it's useless, then it's useless. Anyway, just take your time. Although Lin Hao began to have his own desire to become stronger and wanted to become stronger quickly, he still knew the idiom that haste makes waste. It is very easy for zombies to upgrade their levels compared to psychics. Lin Tian, Lin Hao's poor cousin, is only a 2nd level psychic now? It was so easy for Lin Hao to level up. He only needed to collect crystal cores and accumulate them. When the accumulated amount reached a certain level, he would naturally level up. So Lin Hao couldn't help but look at his experience value and cried. I just want to ask. with more than 300,000 experience points. How long will it take me to collect crystal cores? Lin Hao asked the dog egg in his heart with tears in his eyes. Do you know what level relative means? When you are at level 2, you use level 2 crystal cores, and 2 of them can upgrade. When you are at level 6, you use 2 level 6 crystal cores, which is almost half of the level experience. If you have 2 level 7 crystal cores, you can directly reach level 7. This is relative to level. Don't look at your experience numbers. It's useless. You just need to know that low-level crystal cores are no longer useful to you. What you need now is high-level and equal-level crystal cores. Focus on these crystal cores. You must understand that you are now a level 6 mutant zombie. Gooden couldn't help but remind Lin Hao of his new identity. Yes, I am now a level 6 mutant zombie. So why do I think so much? Those low-level zombies are no longer what I pursue. I need to pursue a higher level. Lin Hao said to himself silently in his heart. Time began to pass slowly. I don't know when it started. The morning light in the sky slowly turned into sunset. Time did not stop because of the separation of life and death on the ground. It always insisted on its own pace. Some people say that what he fears most is time. Because time can make everything decay, turn everything into ruins, and turn everything into nothingness. Even the sun that seems to never disappear may leave the universe in 5 billion years. And then time will follow their steps to destroy every powerful galaxy in the universe. No one can resist time. Yuan Tian thought about this passage silently in his heart. He forgot which book he read this passage from, and even forgot what the original words were. But it didn't matter. He understood the central idea of this passage, which was to let people cherish time. So, Yuan Tian couldn't help but look at his watch. Another day had passed. But today, he didn't even touch his equipment. Not doing experiments was torture for Yuan Tian. In the doomsday, everyone is sick. But life still has to go on. And they still have to survive. So everyone finds something they must do every day, such as sleeping, being in a daze, or fantasizing about despair. Yuan Tian likes to find things to do, such as researching what he is already researching, because he wants to pass the time and doesn't want to be bored. He researched mutants, then biochemicals, and then researched people with special abilities. Now, although he has no tools in his hands, he is still thinking about how Zhou Yu's mutant potion has been improved. He works all the time and forces himself to work. This job does not bring honor or wealth to Yuan Tian, but it can guarantee 3 meals a day. However, Yuan Tian still paid close attention to it, because it had become his habit, his hobby, and something he had to do every day. There may be thunderstorms ahead, and they will last for a long time. The fuselage will shake, so everyone hold on carefully. The microphone in the cabin interrupted the genetic recombination program in Yuan Tian's mind. And Yuan Tian looked out the window curiously. The beautiful sunset began to move away from Yuan Tian, and only a trace of light remained in the west. The darkness surged towards Yuan Tian like a wave. But Yuan Tian's eyes were always in the darkness. It won't be long before I will still see darkness, Yuan Tian said self-deprecatingly. It takes 12 hours to reach the United States from here, which means that Yuan Tian will see the sunset scene in 12 hours. Chapter 4:12. It didn't take long for the darkness to pass through. Suddenly, a lightning as thick as an arm flashed in front of Yuan Tian, right in front of the helicopter. Yuan Tian quietly looked at the disappearing lightning, not caring about the swaying helicopter at all. He sat in his seat and admired the night view outside. It's good, even if there is no light. It's good. Yuan Tian never likes light, but darkness, endless darkness is his favorite, because in these darkness, he can find the purest tranquility in his heart. He still remembered that every time he was beaten, those people would always lock him in a small dark room, not giving him food, water, and even not allowing him to defecate at will. That was a painful memory. Yuan Tian wanted to forget it, but this society did not allow him to forget him. When he was rescued by the police, those reporters took their cameras and took pictures of him one after another. And then Yuan Tian, who was only 10 years old, found himself famous. Yes, Yuan Tian is an orphan. He can't be called an orphan. It is said that he had parents before he was 3 years old. But his parents neglected him and left him there, and never found him again. At that time, the young Yuan Tian cried helplessly because his mother was lost, and he couldn't find his mother. At that time, Yuan Tian, who could only say a few ordinary words, could only cry, and cried very sadly. However, the people around him just looked at him briefly. then walked away and ignored him. Yu Wentian didn't know how long he cried. Maybe a minute. Maybe an hour. Anyway, Yu Wentian felt that period was the darkest time for him. Even when facing the situation when Lin Hao came to his door, Yu Wentian felt that it was not as dark as that period. He felt that he was abandoned by the whole world. He couldn't remember what happened afterwards. The only thing he could remember was that he was crying. Crying all the time. And then, he was carried away by someone who looked very much like his mother. When Yu Wentian had an impression of that time, he was already 5 years old. He only knew that he was surrounded by people of the same age. They were like him, wearing ragged clothes and were dirty every day, as if they had never taken a bath in their lives. Those people always made them work and beg with bowls. If they did not bring money back that day, they would beat him, lock him in a small dark room, and torture him in various ways. Over time, Yu Wentian developed a quirk. He liked rooms without light, because in places with sunlight, he needed to beg, be scolded, be beaten, and face all kinds of fears. But when he came to the small dark room, all of that was gone, and only tranquility remained. One night, several people of the same age agreed to run away and asked Yu Wentian if he wanted to join them. Yu Wentian thought about it and wanted to agree. But then he thought, even if he escaped, what would happen? He would still face a life of hunger and cold. Coward, you will be controlled by them for the rest of your life. The friends who ran away collectively despised Yu Wentian. At that time, Yu Wentian was really impulsive and almost ran away after them. But the wolfhound at the gate calmed him down again. None of the 5 friends who escaped really escaped, because the big wolf dog at the door found them and barked at them. So those people were awakened. How could the children be their opponents? Soon, those friends were caught one by one. Run away. I will make sure none of you can escape, those people said, and then used iron rods to hit the legs of the friends fiercely, making them cry in pain. Then, a bloody scene began to appear in front of Yu Wentian. Those people did not care about the impact of these bloody scenes on other friends. In short, in front of Yu Wentian and other friends, those people cruelly beat the escaped friends severely, and then chopped off their legs. One of the friends died that day due to excessive blood loss. Yu Wentian just watched quietly, without showing any fear or other emotions. From this moment on, Yu Wentian learned to hide his emotions. He wrapped up everything about himself, not letting others see anything, and then let everything ignore him. He was extremely low-key. A few days later, Yu Wentian took a friend who had escaped and took him to beg on the street. Yu Wentian was 10 years old when he was rescued. He was already a little boy with a brain and slightly mature. At this time, Yu Wentian also successfully lived in the human traffickers for 7 years. It was another night. Yu Wentian's honesty over the past 5 years gave the traffickers a false impression that he could take on the responsibility. So he became the leader of the group of children. That night, at what time in the early morning, Yu Wentian stood up and asked these children a question. Are there any willing to escape with me? Yu Wentian asked them. No one answered. The tragedy 5 years ago stimulated these still growing children. They would always remember that scene in their minds. Every year, traffickers would kidnap a few children, and those who wanted to escape would be disabled again. So this bloody scene was staged every year, stimulating the fragile hearts of the children, and also stimulating Yu Wentian, stimulating him to want to escape from here even more. Seeing no one responded, Yu Wentian quietly began to pack his backpack. The things in the backpack were simple. First-grade books were what Yu Wentian asked the traffickers he was familiar with. He said he wanted to study, so the traffickers gave him a first-grade math book. There were also 2 clothes that he had worn for who knows how many years. Because of his growth, those clothes were becoming less and less suitable for him. After packing these simple things, Yu Wentian began to flee. Yu Wentian had completely gained the trust of the traffickers in the past 5 years. He had the key to the door, so he opened the door openly. The wolfhound at the door was still the same one from 5 years ago. The dog shrugged its nose when it noticed something was happening, then walked forward with its tail wagging. Yu Wentian touched the old dog head, then walked out of the gate, closed the yard, and walked out. This was not what Yu Wentian wanted. He wanted more than just to walk out. He had studied it for 5 years. This route had been echoing in Yu Wentian's mind for 5 years. Every day and every night, he fantasized about walking to that place. When it was about to get light, he walked out of the urban-rural junction and finally came to this place. A certain public security bureau. Chapter 413. Yi Wentian still remembers the biggest news of that year, which was the arrest of the largest human trafficker organization in a certain city. The person who caused the arrest of the human trafficker organization was a 10-year-old little hero. It is said that this little hero was one of the traffic people. After surviving in it for 7 years, he successfully escaped from the bondage of the human traffickers, and then revealed the location of the human traffickers. Yi Wentian felt that he was finally liberated. The Public Security Bureau began to help him contact his parents. But what should he do before he could contact them? Naturally, he was sent to an orphanage. Unfortunately, the staff in the orphanage were not very friendly to him. Not only did they give him all kinds of work, but they also plotted against him all the time. Those plots were heard word by word in front of him. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that Yi Wentian finally escaped from the Devil's Cave. Not only did he escape from the Devil's Cave, he also helped those friends escape from the Devil's Cave together. But what about those friends? Yi Wentian looked at the strange friends around him. They bullied him and excluded him, no matter how much he wanted to fit in. The reporters arrived as expected, and the entrepreneurs arrived as expected. Those long guns and short guns were pointed at him, at the entrepreneur, and the entrepreneur's corporate brand. Then, the entrepreneur stuffed a red envelope into Yi Wentian's hand, telling him what to do. Not to give up life because of a temporary blow. To go to school well, and to be a useful person to society in the future. This man was so kind to Yi Wentian. But Yi Wentian just looked at him calmly and nodded calmly. And then the life in the Devil's Cave emerged in his mind again. At this moment, Yi Wentian wanted to avoid these people and return to the small black room where he belonged. The reporter stopped recording and taking pictures, and the entrepreneur, who was kind to Yi Wentian, immediately pulled out his hand, wiped it again and again with a wet wipe, and then ignored Yi Wentian in the stands and left with a bulging belly. Everyone left alone, and there was no one in the stands except Yi Wentian. Yi Wentian was so happy at this moment, and he was finally alone again. Yi Wentian touched the window of the helicopter, looking at the darkness outside, and couldn't help but think of the life before the end of the world. Is it really because of my age? Yi Wentian couldn't help but laugh at himself. Boom! Another lightning flashed across the sky outside, and the surroundings finally became completely dark. The sun set too quickly, and time could not be caught up after all. The lightning illuminated the entire sky in front of the helicopter, suddenly lit up and suddenly went out. Yi Wentian had been staring at the dark night sky outside. So when the sky lit up, he saw the person floating in the sky. Yi Wentian seemed very surprised. Shouldn't it be that person? How could that person be here? And shouldn't he be able to fly? Do you know how many years I have been looking for you? Suddenly, Yi Wentian felt that there was a person's voice in his mind. And this voice seemed so vicissitudes. I won't pretend anymore. It's only been a year or two. But it doesn't matter. I finally found you. The man's speaking style was still so eccentric. But this sentence made Yi Wentian feel a sense of fear. Boom. Several survivors on an island stared at the helicopter that exploded in the air in amazement. They swallowed hard and said, I hope that broken plane won't bring the zombies to this safe island. 3 days and 3 nights. 3 full days and 3 nights. Lin Hao and his team finally returned to City B. It stands to reason that although S City is far from B City, it is impossible to take 3 days and 3 nights to get back because of the highway. This is Zhou Yu's fault. Lin Hao has complained to Zhou Yu more than once. Okay, I know I was wrong. Didn't I just drive on the wrong highway? Zhou Yu looked at Lin Hao, who was nagging like a woman, speechlessly, and couldn't help but say, Okay, this is the last time I will say this to you. But please let me finish. I will feel uncomfortable if you don't let me finish my words. As a nagging person like me, how can you not understand the landmark written on such a big sign? How could it be the wrong one? Tens of thousands of words omitted at this moment. Lin Hao said. Zhou Yu looked at Jean Bebe with a bitter face. And Jean Bebe said that she could do nothing to help. Zhou Yu looked at Duan Luochen again. Tang Mengmeng had woken up at this moment, but her eyes were a little distracted. Duan Luochen was supporting Tang Mengmeng and ignored Zhou Yu. Ho Jingyu and Huan Huan were whispering to each other. Lei Lei glanced at Zhou Yu and touched her face. She felt that she should wash her face. It had been 3 days. She hadn't washed her face for 3 days. After Lin Hao finished his rambling, he felt relieved. Looking at the nearby survivor base, he felt much better. After arriving at the road full of cars, Lin Hao parked the pickup truck outside. And then he saw another familiar pickup truck. Lin Hao stepped forward and looked inside the pickup truck's compartment to check the fuel tank. It was full of fuel. The bus next to it also showed no signs of dust. It seemed that someone had used it recently. Lin Hao had been walking for nearly half a month, because he was afraid that something might happen at the base. But when he saw the condition of the two vehicles, he realized that he was indeed worrying too much. Several people started walking along the road towards the base. The zombies saw them, and started to walk around them. One wanted to ask several questions but didn't. He wanted to ask if Lin Hao was a zombie. So the zombies around him were afraid of him? But seeing so many people around her, she felt that now was not the time to ask such questions. When Jean Bebe appeared at the gate of the base, holding Jean Z's hand, Xian Bin was the first to notice Jean Bebe, and then shouted loudly, "The captain is back. The captain has rescued the people safely." The loud voice scared Jean Bebe. She looked at the big iron gate in front of her in a daze, touched her head, and found that she seemed to have no impression of this kind of place at all. But the man just now seemed to really know her, because she was so excited to open the door because she came back. Lin Hao smiled and looked at Jean Bebe and said, "Go in. This is your real home." Jean Bebe glanced at Lin Hao and walked forward with some doubt. Jean Z may have really grown up, and his strength is enough to pull Jean Bebe around. He pulled Jean Bebe excitedly and hurriedly walked towards the base. In the open space not far away, Shuer and Li Lin also looked at Jean Z with surprise. The three children hugged each other happily. This scene made Jean Bebe feel warm somehow. "Captain, during the half month you were away, the base went out to search for supplies. And there were more than 100 new personnel. The list of consumed supplies and personnel is here. Do you want to take a look?" Qian Bin walked towards the somewhat bewildered Jean Bebe with a pile of bills. Chapter 414. "Okay. You're annoying us right after you come back." Lin Hao took the bill and smiled at Qian Bin, then took Jean Bebe's hand and left. Maybe because Jean Bebe was too nervous, she didn't even notice Lin Hao holding her hand, and let Lin Hao hold her hand and come to the stone house. I heard that Jean Bebe was back, and the old team finally gathered again. As for why Lin Hao came to this stone house, it's simple. Because his mental power image has seen two figures in this stone house. Fatty. Skinny. Did you miss me? Lin Hao rushed forward and hugged Bai Bofin and Li Yang. Bai Bofin was obviously excited and hugged Lin Hao. Li Yang was also obviously excited. But Li Yang was always a shy guy and never took the initiative. So Lin Hao could only hug him. "Don't you want to hug me?" Bai Bofin stretched out his hands and said to Jean Bebe. Jean Bebe stepped back cautiously, looked at Bai Bofin solemnly, then drew his knife and said to Lin Hao, "Is this our base? 2 level 4 zombies have sneaked in, and there is no protection at all," Jean Bebe said. Lin Hao hurriedly came to Bai Bofin and pulled him over. Jean Bebe is now level 6, and it is too easy to chop Bai Bofin with one knife. If he really accidentally chops Bai Bofin, Lin Hao may not be able to look at Jean Bebe in the face in the future. After all, Lin Hao knew Bai Bofin earlier than he knew Jean Bebe. Since you have lost your memory, please talk less and watch more. This may help you recover your memory. Lin Hao picked his nose, put his hand on Bai Bofin's shoulder, and said helplessly to Jean Bebe, "What's wrong with sister-in-law?" Bai Bofin said a little aggrieved. It was obvious that the fat guy was frightened by Jean Bebe's actions, especially the murderous aura exuded by Jean Bebe, which made Bai Bofin, who was 2 levels lower than Jean Bebe, very uncomfortable. Wait, 2 levels? Lin Hao hurriedly adjusted the attributes of Li Yang and Bai Bofin, and then was surprised to find that the two of them had reached level 4. Not bad. You too. You have already reached level 4 zombies, Lin Hao said. Li Yang said dimly, "Then we are not as fast as you. We can't feel your strength." Haha. How can I compare with you? After all, I am the only one in the world who is as gifted as me, Lin Hao said to the 2 zombies. Relaxed to the extreme. You are so shameless again, Bai Bofin said to Lin Hao. The one who knows you best is always this fat guy. At some point, Lin Tian walked in from outside. But to Lin Hao's surprise, Lin Tian had also upgraded and was now a 3rd level psychic. Lin Tian, of course, didn't know about Jean Bebe's situation. He stepped forward and subconsciously patted Jean Bebe's shoulder, smiling at Jean Bebe with a narrow frown. Jean Bebe didn't know anything, so she could only stand there stupidly, listening to Lin Hao's words, talking less and watching more. How was it? Did you encounter any danger along the way? Lin Tian came to Lin Hao and asked. Haha. What danger can you encounter with me here? What kind of danger is considered dangerous to me? Lin Hao said shamelessly. At this moment, Lin Tian finally saw Duan Luochen, who was holding Tang Mingming, and was very low-key. He immediately raised the ghost head axe in his hand, and threw it at Duan Luochen without thinking. Duan Luochen looked at the axe with some disdain, and the wings behind him appeared in a second, and then he swung the axe back to Lin Tian. However, the power of the axe was greatly reduced when it was swung back. With Lin Tian's skills, he could easily catch it without any injury. Okay. Don't rush to ask anything. Wait until everyone is here. I will talk to you all at once. Lin Hao stopped the excited Lin Tiandao. Just after he finished speaking, another person came in from outside. Jiang Panpan. Jiang Panpan just came in and hugged Jean Bebe in surprise. Jean Bebe also hugged Jiang Panpan in surprise. After all, Jiang Panpan was the only person Jean Bebe knew. The two exchanged greetings for a while, and then Jiang Panpan turned his attention to the other people in the room. The first one was Duan Luochen, whose wings had not been retracted. His wings were too conspicuous, and it was impossible not to notice him. When Jiang Panpan saw the wings and the somewhat weak Tang Mingming in his arms, he had already guessed something, and then looked at the four people around Duan Luochen again. An ordinary person with an ordinary body, seemingly ordinary, had a kind of oppressive feeling. It seemed that the other party should also be a superpower, and his level was not low. Jiang Panpan guessed that this person was Zhou Yu. Jiang Panpan guessed that this guy was not low, but unfortunately, he guessed his identity wrong. Then next to him was Ho Jingyu, who looked very cautious. Even when looking at everything, he was cautious. Just one look, Jiang Panpan knew that this guy should be an ordinary person. Next to her was Huan Huan, full of energy and spirit, judging from her clothes and the spear in her hand. Even if this woman was not a superpower, she was a person with strong autonomy. Jiang Panpan always had a good impression of such people. Then, Jiang Panpan saw a person who was very disgusting. Lila looked at her nails. She had not washed her hands for 3 days, so her nails were covered with black mud. Her clothes were still clean, but her hairstyle was a little messy. She looked like a parasite in the doomsday. Jiang Panpan had the least impression of such people. However, these people were brought by Jean Bebe and Lin Hao, so she couldn't say anything and could only accept it. Jean Bebe finally met someone she really knew, so she naturally chatted with Jiang Panpan non-stop. As they chatted, Jiang Panpan had already discovered that something was wrong with Jean Bebe. It was obvious that this girl was very wrong. So, Jiang Panpan turned her eyes to Lin Hao and asked righteously, "What happened to my junior sister? Didn't you say you would protect her? Why do I feel like he doesn't recognize the people around him?" Jiang Panpan is indeed a person with spiritual attributes. Obviously, he and Lin Tian are the only two old people in the room. But from the look in Jean Bebe's eyes when she looked at Lin Tian, he could infer what happened to Jean Bebe. Lin Hao had to admit it. Jiang Panpan is equivalent to Jean Bebe's family. When her family asked him why he didn't protect his wife, Lin Hao really felt guilty. But Lin Hao was a person who was afraid of trouble, especially the matter of talking, which Lin Hao couldn't tolerate. So, he could only say to Jiang Panpan, "Wait for everyone to come, and I will talk together when everyone comes." Jiang Panpan stopped asking questions, even though he had many questions in his mind at the moment. Chapter 415. So, Bebe has lost her memory now. And these people are your friends in S City. Because you are worried about the enemies in S City, you have to send them all back. Wang Zai listened to Lin Hao's nonsense for several hours, and finally summarized it in a simple sentence. Lin Hao looked at Wang Zai in surprise. "How did you do it?" "Just don't drink water." Wang Zai told Lin Hao the secret. The key point now is, can Tang Mingming and Bebe recover? Jiang Panpan asked the most critical question. "Yes, but I need to find someone." Yi Wentian. The things in Bebe's mind, and the trauma on Tang Mingming's head can only be found in Yi Wentian. Lin Hao said firmly. "Why?" Zhou Yi asked curiously on the side. "It's very simple. Because all this was caused by Yi Wentian," Lin Hao said helplessly. Everyone present was silent. Most of them had been tricked by Yi Wentian. So when they mentioned this name, everyone's emotions were very complicated. But they didn't know that Yi Wentian had disappeared in the vast ocean. "Okay. I've explained everything. Lin Hao said. This base is not small. So there are all kinds of things. Lin Hao and Jean Bebe only disappeared for half a month. Not half a year. So they didn't have any 3-day chats. After learning that Jean Bebe had no injuries except amnesia, they did what they had to do. Qian Bin, as one of the core members, naturally participated in the discussion. Seeing that everyone had left, Qian Bin also wanted to return to his post. However, before he could leave, Lin Hao called out, Qian Bin, wait a minute. Qian Bin asked, what's wrong? Do you have a map of your country? Lin Hao asked Qian Bin. Yes, I remember where I saw it. I find it for you, Qian Bin said. Lin Hao hurriedly asked, wait a minute. Do we have a helicopter at our base? Yes. What's wrong? Qian Bin asked curiously. Because there was only one helicopter, and it didn't have any weapons, and it had a small capacity, and it was left by Su Yi before. So the helicopter had been abandoned and had not been used until now. Okay. If you have it, you can help me find the map. I need it, Lin Hao said. Qian Bin left, and Jiang Panpan also took the people brought by Lin Hao to divide the rooms. The whole stone house was empty, leaving only Lin Hao, Bai Bofan, Li Yang and Lin Tian. Brother, I'm going to go home to take a look, Lin Hao suddenly said. Lin Tian was squatting on a bench, cracking melon seeds that had been wet for who knows how long. He looked at Lin Hao helplessly and said, you haven't given up yet. It's been more than half a year since the doomsday began. Our small place is still crowded with people. It seems that there is no way there will be survivors. You can guess what I'm going to say even if I don't say it. Lin Tian did not argue with Lin Hao fiercely, but tried to say gently that this was impossible no matter how he looked at it. And he wanted to persuade Lin Hao to give up. Lin Hao said, I brought a man named Ho Jingyu. Did you see him? Lin Hao said to Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not know why Lin Hao talked to him about Ho Jingyu, but still said, I saw him. What's wrong? On the first day of the doomsday, Ho Jingyu had the honor of talking to his hometown on the phone. His family told him that they were now in the next village. The next village had already established the first small base in the doomsday when the doomsday just started. Now that so much time has passed, I don't know if that small base is still there. But for this kind of thing, you can only be truly willing if you really go there and really see it, Lin Hao said. What does this have to do with us? Lin Tian asked speechlessly. Yes, that Ho Jingyu is from Lianhua village, Lin Hao said. When Lin Tian said the 3 words Lianhua village, he finally couldn't help but tremble all over. In other words, the next village that Ho Jingyu said became a stronghold is Sanli village? Even Lin Tian himself was a little trembling. He never thought that after such a long time since the end of the world, he could still hear news from his hometown. How could it be such a coincidence? Could that guy have lied to you? Lin Tian asked cautiously. No. I was the first to talk about my hometown. It's not strange for him to know Wangyuan County. Although it is a small county, it is still a county. But you have to understand that the name Lianhua village is too rare. Especially the village we live in. The place called Sanli village. It's hard to find a place with this name in the whole city, Lin Hao said. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. After all, the name of their village is indeed a bit strange. Just because it is 3 miles away from the market, they have hastily named it Sanli village. So their village chief is also a weirdo. Lin Tian remembered protesting against this name when he was a child. But the village chief was not only a weirdo, but also a stubborn old man who didn't take Lin Tian seriously. So at night, Lin Tian and Lin Hao went to pee at the village chief's door, and were chased by their big yellow dog for a long time. I want to go too, Lin Tian said. No. Lin Hao refused directly. I am a zombie, and there is no threat to taking Fatty and Li Yan with me. But you are different. You are a human. You can't go with me. And my uncle and aunt have passed away, so it will be useless for you to go back. You should take good care of Jiang Panpan. You can't take risks even for him, Lin Hao said. But that's my home too? Why can't I go? Lin Tian planned to reason with Lin Hao. Lin Hao shook his head silently, and had to show his killer weapon. When Lin Hao just returned to the base, he used the dog egg to test the attributes of Bai Bofan and Li Yang. The increase in their attributes after level 4 was relatively large. It seems that they both have different opportunities. Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan naturally could not escape Gooden's detection. Lin Tian brought hope to Lin Hao. If Lin Tian could grow up safely, He would definitely be a powerful superpower. Like Jean Bebe. His attributes were also very good. Only when looking at Jiang Panpan. Of course, Jiang Panpan's attributes were also very good. Superpowers rarely have poor attributes. Their attributes are very beautiful. But there is an additional note on Jiang Panpan's zodiac panel. You really can't go. Jiang Panpan is pregnant. Lin Hao said silently. When Lin Tian heard the news, he was shocked and muttered to himself, it shouldn't be. It's only 2 or 3 times. How come it happened? Even Lin Tian himself didn't know whether this news was good or bad. After all, in the doomsday, pregnant women are very dangerous. Especially if they have more babies in the future. Don't question me. I'm a spiritual zombie. So I can easily see it. Lin Hao emphasized the reliability of this news. Chapter 416. Lin Tian couldn't help rubbing his head. Lin Hao patted his shoulder and said, spend more time with Panpan. You have a responsibility. And you must take it up. So, don't be willful. Qianbin came in with a map. After handing it to Lin Hao, he said, call me anytime if you need anything. Don't worry. I will definitely remember you if anything happens. Lin Hao said to Qianbin with a smile. Qianbin is really a good person. Lin Hao can hand over the base to him very relaxedly. Moreover, he has been very reliable for so long. As long as this base can develop in a normal form, City B will sooner or later become a survivor base like City S. Lin Hao took the map and began to study it. Ignoring Lin Tian, who was happy to be a father next to him. Li Yong patted Lin Tian on the shoulder and said, this is a good thing. You shouldn't be depressed. Yes, it would be great if it was before the end of the world. This must be a good thing before the end of the world. A very, very, very good thing. Lin Tian said. No, no, no. Jiang Panpan was only 18 years old before the end of the world. And she is not even 19 now. If you get pregnant before the end of the world, his family will come to your house and beat you up. And they may even ask Jiang Panpan to abort the child. Lin Hao raised his head from the map and said to Lin Tian with a smile. Go to hell. I need to calm down. I'm going out first. Lin Tian said. Lin Hao looked at Lin Tian's back as he left and couldn't help but smile. In his hand was a national map. With a helicopter. Lin Hao's first target was already selected. Which was his hometown. H province. Which was closest to the sea. Then, he flew directly to the United States from this side of the sea to find Wentian to treat what was in Jean Bebe's mind. Judging from the map, this should be a matter of convenience. If a miracle happens, Lin Hao will see his mother and sister, which can also warm up Lin Hao's gradually cold heart. Every time he sees his sister and mother, Lin Hao can only think about it in his heart. He has had enough. He wants to see his mother and sister for real. The day he knows that they may be alive, Lin Hao starts to plan his next route. Fortunately, because he wants to chase Wentian, H province is a place he must pass through. Stopping in H province, returning to his hometown, and then going to the United States to find Wentian. This is a very good plan. Lin Hao looked at the map and began to yearn. After feeling the yearning in his heart, Lin Hao hurriedly pressed it down. After living in the doomsday for a long time, he understood the truth that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He didn't want to give himself too much expectation. If the expectation was too high, he was afraid that he would collapse to the ground when he saw the truth. There was a helicopter. So the next thing was to think about the number of people going. Obviously, Jean Bebe would definitely not go with Lin Hao. This guy probably only wanted to be with his brother Jiang Panpan. In this case, he would not take her with him. A girlfriend with amnesia and 6th level superpowers. If something happened, Lin Hao would not be able to stop yelling. When are we leaving? Li Yang suddenly asked beside Lin Hao. Seeing the desire in Li Yang's eyes, Lin Hao smiled. Don't worry. I will definitely take you and Fatty with me this time. Our 3 idiots are the real iron triangle. We will never be separated. Never be separated. Bai Bofan shouted loudly. Li Yang also smiled. He turned his head and looked at the dagger on his shoulder. It seemed that he saw the glorious years when the 3 of them were together a month ago. Don't be like this. I've only been away for half a month. It's not that bad. Lin Hao said speechlessly. Hey, where are you going? You were discussing enthusiastically. But you didn't even inform me when you came back. Suddenly, a cold voice came into Lin Hao's ears. It was hard to imagine that this cold voice actually made fun of Lin Hao. It's not that I won't tell you. According to your strength, you should have discovered it when we just arrived at the foot of the mountain. Why do you need us to tell you? Lin Hao laughed. Really? Chu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Hao coldly. Chu Xiaoxiao is always accompanied by the little zombie Adu, who is still stupid. Why don't you upgrade your boyfriend to level 4? He can't even speak now. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Lin Hao asked curiously. How dare you say that? I don't know what happened to your two buddies since you left. They go down to sweep those low-level mutant zombies every day. I don't know how they sweep, but they have almost killed all the mutant zombies around. And then, they leisurely upgraded to level 4. But my Adu has not made any move until now, Chu Xiaoxiao said angrily. Chu Xiaoxiao was not really angry. She was just angry. But Lin Hao felt that he owed Chu Xiaoxiao. After he left, there had obviously been more than one zombie tied around. Otherwise, the two guys would not have been in a hurry to go out and improve their strength. The two of them were barely able to protect the base with their level 3 strength. Lin Tian and Jiang Panpan were only level 3 and level 2 respectively. And they had no way to deal with real zombie tides and high-level mutant zombies. The fact that the base could be defended until now was obviously closely related to Chu Xiaoxiao. Without him, even if the base had not been occupied, it would probably not be in its current state. Thank you. Lin Hao thanked sincerely. No. Since I live here, I won't allow those rubbish to insult the place where I live. It's just a small favor. Don't think you owe me anything. I never like being owed anything by others, Chu Xiaoxiao said, and left with Adu. She is really amazing. She dealt with a zombie tide of nearly 1,000 people by herself. Li Yang couldn't help but admire. Lin Hao looked at Li Yang with a smile. After seeing a zombie tide of more than 10,000 people, Lin Hao really had no interest in the zombie tide of barely 1,000 people. As a 6th level mutant zombie, it would be a shame if he couldn't deal with these zombie tides. However, it takes effort to deal with so many zombies. After all, the combat power of the entire base is limited. Lin Tian, Jiang Panpan, and ordinary soldiers can barely deal with half of them. What about the remaining half? It is obvious that the remaining half needs to be dealt with by Chu Xiaoxiao alone. Therefore, even if these things are a piece of cake for Chu Xiaoxiao, it is a piece of cake with all her strength. And she deserves Lin Hao's thanks. When do we set out? Bai Bofan couldn't help asking. Obviously, the two of them must have been bored after staying in the base for such a long time. When they heard that Lin Hao was going to take them away, they couldn't wait for Lin Hao to set off. Since the route has been decided, there is only one thing to do next. I heard that helicopters are driven by 2 people. Li Yang, learn how to fly helicopters with me, Lin Hao said to Li Yang. Chapter 417. Lin Hao did not publicize this matter everywhere. For the base, Lin Hao was more like a hidden guardian. Among the hundreds of survivors in the entire base, only a few had seen Lin Hao. Even if many people had seen Lin Hao, they thought that Lin Hao was just an ordinary survivor. It can be said that Lin Hao was the least visible one among the several managers of the base. Not even as visible as Chu Xiaoxiao, because Chu Xiaoxiao would appear in the base from time to time. Coupled with his charming appearance, he naturally attracted the attention of others. On the contrary, when Lin Hao walked in the crowd, I'm afraid no one would even look at him, because Lin Hao was too ordinary. Li Yang and Bai Bofan both look weird. Bai Bofan is so ugly that you can tell at a glance that he doesn't look like a human. It's obvious that this guy had a facial trauma before he became a zombie. Then there's Li Yang. Although Li Yang looks quite normal, no one thinks that a person with a dagger stuck in his shoulder is normal. So these 2 zombies usually stay quietly in the room. If they want to go out, they will leave the base directly. When the base is in danger, they will rush back to help the base as soon as possible. They are all unsung heroes of the base. Qian Bin led Lin Hao around, passing through a forest of trees. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, Lin Hao realized how big his survivor base was. There was definitely a gap compared to S City. After all, the survivor base in S City had occupied 1/10 of the total area of S City, while Lin Hao's survivor base could only barely occupy 1/10 of the hilltop in B City. From the number of people and area, it was obvious that these areas were definitely not enough. They would definitely be expanded in the future. But that was a matter for the future. Since they could barely use it now, they would use it first. Lin Hao didn't expect that the helipad in City B was actually in a forest. There were trees all around, except for a cement helipad. judging from the color of the cement. It was obviously built not long ago. There was reflective paint on it, and it could be seen clearly even in the sky in broad daylight. There was a regular helicopter parked on the helipad. When Lin Hao saw this helicopter, he finally felt a sense of familiarity. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, Lin Hao didn't recognize any of the helicopters he saw. Those helicopters were completely different from those on TV. None of them were normal. They were all ferocious and looked like they wanted to eat people. Or they had all kinds of weapons hanging on their fuselages. Looking at this helicopter again, I finally found one that looked the same as the one on TV. Looking at this small, red rescue helicopter, Lin Hao wondered if it would be too conspicuous flying in the sky. Although there were not many mutant beasts that could fly in the sky. There were some after all. And some of them were not low level. Because those mutant beasts that could fly usually had no natural enemies, and could live for a long time. Living a long life naturally meant that they had more opportunities than other mutant beasts. But thinking of his own level, Lin Hao felt that he was worrying too much. Forget it. This is it. I hope this plane can really take me back to my hometown. Take me to the United States. And then successfully find Yu Wentian. In fact, Lin Hao found that he wanted to kill someone again. He wanted to kill Lu Qinqing. That idiot. Knowing that Yu Wentian was very important to several people, he actually let Yu Wentian run away, causing him to need to go to the United States to find that bastard. Every time he thought of this, Lin Hao was very crazy. But what could he do now? Since the incident had already happened, all Lin Hao could do was to find a way to make up for it. Can you fly a helicopter? Lin Hao suddenly asked Qian Bin. Although Qian Bin was not in the Air Force, he still had some knowledge about helicopters. This was what Su Yi asked him to learn after the apocalypse. Lin Hao also asked the right person, because Qian Bin was a person with very good teaching ability. Through Qian Bin's hands-on teaching, Lin Hao finally learned 1% of the helicopter driving skills on the first day. Because of the return of Lin Hao and Jean Bebe, there was no banquet in the apocalypse. And the same was true for wine. There was nothing. Only those things that were like bran and vegetables. However, even these things made Wanwan and Lele, who had been eating pickles for who knows how long, excited. They ate very happily. After eating, they licked their lips contentedly and watched others continue to eat. Schwer came in holding the cat. And the cat still lay in Schwer's arms with lazy eyes until they entered the room. Lin Hao and Jean Bebe couldn't help looking at the cat first. Then Zhou Yu and Duan Luochen. What Xiao Huang didn't expect was that Chu Xiaoxiao was also in the room. If Xiao Huang could speak, he would definitely say, "Damn it. Where did so many high-level guys come from?" That's right. Xiao Huang is still a level 5 mutant beast. But after not seeing him for a while, Jean Bebe and Lin Hao are already level 6, which can completely beat him. Although Duan Luochen is only level 4, his strength is obviously not to be underestimated. Zhou Yu is a mutant, but his level is also intimidating. In short, after seeing the levels of these guys, Xiao Huang began to panic. He was thinking that these guys would not combine to deal with him. So Xiao Huang tensed up. And although he lay on Schwer, he looked ready to run away at any time. Schwer thought Xiao Huang was scared. And he was really scared. So Schwer stroked Xiao Huang's fur, hoping that Xiao Huang would calm down. Lin Hao looked at the cat silently. Jean Bebe had no memory, so she prohibited herself from speaking. Lin Tian and Jiang Pan Pan were too low level to realize that Xiao Huang, who was hiding his breath, was a powerful mutant beast. Although Chu Xiaoxiao knew, according to her personality, she would not say it casually even if she knew. So Xiao Huang has stayed with Schwer until now. For Jean Bebe, the mutant zombies can recognize her. So it seems nothing strange to have one more mutant beast. So no one pays attention to Xiao Huang. Zhou Yu and Duan Luochen probably have the same opinion as Jean Bebe. As for why Lin Hao ignored this guy, it's very simple. This cat has been here for such a long time without making any trouble. And it seems to be really close to Schwer. In this case, let them stay like this. As a level 5 mutant beast, this cat must be a very powerful living force for the base. It seems that there is nothing wrong with keeping him. The only worry is that this cat may go crazy and hurt people. But Schwer has been with him for such a long time, and nothing happened. Obviously, this cat really wants to integrate into their group. In this case, let it integrate. It has integrated so many strange things. And there are really nothing wrong with more mutant beasts. Chapter 418. Obviously, this was just an ordinary party. Mainly for everyone to get to know each other. And Lin Hao was the hub, connecting these people together, turning them from individuals fighting on their own into united individuals. Everyone was here, chatting happily together. And no one thought about the bad things in the doomsday. This was the case here. And the other rooms in the base were the same. Everyone called their friends. And everyone gathered together to chat, complain, or flatter each other. They felt this peaceful feeling. This place was not as good as the S-City base. So luxurious. And there was no delicious food. But there was a sense of security here. There was also no sense of oppression like in S-City. The feeling that a storm would hit at any time. When everyone was chatting and sleeping in their rooms at night. There was a group of people who were still sticking to their posts. The soldiers at the door. They were watching the gate to prevent any zombies from attacking. The detection lights in their hands were scanning the surroundings tirelessly. And when one person was tired, the next person would take over. And it would repeat over and over again. As if it would never stop. This was a day in the base in the doomsday. Everyone seemed very quiet and peaceful. But in fact, danger would always approach unknowingly. The soldiers guarding the gate never let go of their guns. But when a zombie approaches the base, they dare not shoot. Because the noise of shooting is too loud, and it is easy to attract other zombies. According to Lin Hao's ability, he can disperse the zombies anytime and anywhere. But he can't do that. He doesn't want the base to rely too much on him. Only by always being in awe and vigilance of death and danger can humans live longer. The doomsday that seems to be full of danger and death is the real doomsday. The next day, Lin Hao, Xian Bin and Li Yang, the two zombies, began to come to the helicopter. Xian Bin taught the two the skills of the main and auxiliary pilots. Xian Bin never thought that one day he would teach two zombies how to fly a helicopter. Lin Hao himself is a zombie with spiritual attributes. The high spiritual attribute brings not only spiritual attacks, but also a smart brain, which is his advantage. As for Li Yang, although he does not have such a high spiritual attribute, he seems to be a fast learner. On the third day, Lin Hao and Li Yang were able to fly a helicopter around the base. At this time, Lin Hao began to envy Duan Luochen. It felt great to have a pair of wings. He could fly wherever he wanted. The helicopter was still too limited, especially the aviation gasoline for helicopters. The base had very little storage. After calculation, Xian Bin came to a conclusion that the aviation gasoline stored could barely take a few people to the United States. This day made Lin Hao feel very confused. Because where did Yi Wentian go in the United States? He had no idea which survivor base he went to in the United States. Los Angeles Survivor Base. Duan Luochen said to Lin Hao confidently. How did you know? Lin Hao asked. Lu Qingqing told me. Duan Luochen said confidently. Very good. Lu Qingqing seemed to have calculated everything. He guessed that Lin Hao might not take action when Duan Luochen left. After all, there were more than just him around Lin Hao at that time. And there were some ordinary people in the car. If he rashly attacked Yi Wentian, if there were some advanced superpowers or mutants around Yi Wentian, it would be bad to hurt Jin Zi and others. This is also why Lin Hao did not let Duan Luochen attack when he saw Yi Wentian passing by the car driven by Lin Hao in the air. Otherwise, Lin Hao could have caught Yi Wentian before he left S-City. Regardless of whether it was an opportunity or not, Yi Wentian had already left. And now the survivors in Los Angeles might be leisurely eating fried chicken legs at the base. That night, without alerting many people, Lin Hao, Li Yang and Bai Bofen came to the tarmac. Xian Bin, Lin Tian, and Xu Xiaoxiao also came at the same time. Xian Bin put the remaining aviation gasoline into the helicopter. Then looked at Lin Hao and said, be careful along the way. If you find that the helicopter has problems, lower the altitude. With your abilities, there should be no danger in jumping from the plane. Don't worry. I'm sure I'll be fine. Lin Hao smiled. Lin Tian said, I'm sorry. I can't help you. I have to take care of Jiang Panpan. Lin Hao only told Lin Tian about Jiang Panpan's pregnancy. Although Lin Tian confirmed this matter, he did not tell Jiang Panpan herself about it. He was ready to let nature take its course. Xu Xiaoxiao and Adu looked at Lin Hao silently. She didn't say anything or make any movements, but she just stood there, which made Lin Hao feel relieved. I can only ask you to take care of the base, Lin Hao said to Xu Xiaoxiao with a smile. Xu Xiaoxiao didn't say anything, but she finally made a move and nodded. Adu looked at the few people with a silly smile. Maybe he didn't understand what was happening in front of him. But it was obvious that this kind of thing should not be a bad thing. If it is not a bad thing, you should laugh. This is a kind of optimistic attitude towards life. The plane took off, witnessed by these people. When others saw the helicopter take off, they thought it was just an ordinary inspection or testing. After all, it was not the first time that the helicopter took off above their heads. No one cared where the helicopter would go. When the helicopter disappeared from their sight, they would forget about it. Jean Bebe still wanted to find her memory back. So she kept wandering in this strange base, hoping to find a place where her memory overlapped. Even though it was already very late. But it seemed useless. She didn't know how long she had walked in this small base. Except for those unfamiliar faces who always greeted her with awe. There was no familiar face among those unfamiliar faces. And the surrounding environment was still unfamiliar. A helicopter flew across the sky. And that helicopter was even more unfamiliar. As if she had never seen it in her life. But for some reason, when she saw that helicopter gradually disappearing from her sight, Jean Bebe felt a sense of panic for no reason. "Why do I feel anxious?" Jean Bebe asked, touching her chest. She was going to find Lin Hao and ask him why she felt anxious when she saw the helicopter leaving. But she didn't know that she couldn't see Lin Hao in a short time. In other words, everyone in the base would find out in the near future that Lin Hao seemed to have disappeared. Forever disappeared from their lives. They once thought that Lin Hao was dead. Chapter 419. There will be a commotion in the base. Because Jean Bebe is frantically looking for Lin Hao. But unfortunately, she can't find him after searching the entire base. Finally, under the persuasion of Qian Bin and Lin Tian, she finally gave up looking for Lin Hao. But for some reason, Jean Bebe felt as if there was a hole in her heart. No matter what happened at the base, Lin Hao was already in the sky. And he didn't know everything. And he was too lazy to know. Lin Tian deliberately chose to go forward at night. The reason was very simple. Because the helicopter was too noisy during the day. And sometimes Lin Hao was not only worried about the high-level mutant beasts in the sky, but also the survivors below. It was impossible for Lin Hao to rescue them like a lifeguard. At this stage, the survivors who could still survive outside were either superpowers or ordinary people with strong survival ability. Those superpowers might have some skills to interfere with the helicopter. Maybe it would not do much harm to the 3 zombies on the helicopter. But without the helicopter, how could Lin Hao go back to his hometown and go to the United States to find Yi Wentian? Those survivors who survived might be even more terrifying. If they waved and Lin Hao didn't stop. What if they had guns in their hands? What if the helicopter was blown apart by a random sweep? These were all problems. So Lin Hao was very smart to choose the middle of the night, which was the peak time for zombies and mutants. No matter whether they were superpowers or ordinary survivors with survival ability comparable to Bear Grylls, they didn't dare to come out casually. If a mutant beast was really found in the sky, with Lin Hao's level, he could basically crush it. If he really encountered a high-level mutant beast, there would be nothing he could do. He could only say that he was unlucky and then fight. Fortunately, after flying for almost half a night, Lin Hao had not seen any other mutant beasts except a sparrow-like second-level mutant beast. As for the second-level mutant beast, it was immediately frightened and flew away without looking back under by Boffin's pressure. The air is basically stable, and this stability will last for a long time. And it may even be boring. After all, the air is much simpler than the ground. Even the creatures on the ground are diverse. What can you see in the sky? There is nothing but birds. Lin Hao took back his words. After flying for an unknown amount of time, Lin Hao suddenly saw a very beautiful streamlined fighter plane flying by not far away. It was so fast that it was just a blink of an eye. Lin Hao felt that even if he turned on all the speed bonuses, he could not be half as fast as that fighter plane. The fighter plane looked a bit shabby. And with Lin Hao's eyesight, he could see that the pilot in the fighter plane was seriously injured. It wouldn't be long before he would die somewhere. What a pity. Lin Hao was jealous when he saw the fighter jet. He should have asked Qian Bin if he could fly a fighter jet at the base. And then learn the driving skills of the fighter jet. Then, maybe Lin Hao could control the fighter jet and run away. Fighter jets are so fast. It won't take long for him to get home. And maybe even to Los Angeles, USA. The fighter jet and Lin Hao just passed by each other. After all, the speed of the fighter jet was too fast. And the pilot inside might not have seen that he was passing by a slow helicopter. In the following time, Lin Hao still drove the helicopter calmly. Li Yang, like Lin Hao, liked the glowing things on the table. So he also fell in love with the techniques of controlling those glowing things. He, a zombie, only learned the control technology for 2 days. And his current techniques are not much worse than those old pilots who have been flying helicopters for more than 10 years. Bofin is still sleeping. He used to eat and sleep. But now he doesn't need to eat. So his daily life is just sleeping. Although Bofin looks rather naive. Some people may despise him because of his fat body. But when this fat man really bursts out his fighting power, anyone will be shocked by him. Lin Howren still remembers the poor python of Hejian, which was cut open alive by this fat man. Fighting energy detected ahead. Fighting energy detected ahead. Whenever Gooden mentioned these special formal reminder slogans, Lin Hao would pay great attention to them. Gooden would only remind him if the things that were about to appear were beyond Lin Hao's ability. Lin Hao had forgotten the national map and the world map at the base. But it didn't matter. He had Gooden's system. And Gooden had already included those maps in his program, according to the actual distance ratio on the map, and the helicopter's flight speed and time. Gooden said to Lin Hao, "We have arrived in H province." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao saw the morning light from the east behind him. He didn't expect that the helicopter was still very fast. It arrived at his hometown province in just 1 night. If he drove here, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to get back. Moreover, the province where Lin Hao's hometown is quite large. Arriving in H province does not mean that you have returned home. It takes 3 days and 3 nights to drive to where Lin Hao lives. And it takes a total of 1 week to reach where Lin Hao lives, because where Lin Hao lives is too remote. If it is before the end of the world, it may be more convenient. After all, there are high-speed trains and long-distance buses. But if Lin Hao did not have a helicopter in the end of the world, the journey back would definitely be extremely difficult. In the past, because he did not know the life and death of his parents and fellow villagers at home, and the possibility of their survival was too small. Although Lin Hao wanted to come back, his desire was not particularly strong, because he was afraid that what he saw would make him disappointed and sad. Because of Ho Jingyu, Lin Hao guessed that his family might still be alive. So Lin Hao hurriedly finished the work at hand and started running towards his hometown. I thought this flight trip would be very ordinary and boring. But when Gooden said that the combat energy was detected, Lin Hao panicked. What kind of battle can make Gooden detect the combat energy? Advanced crystal core power is detected. Advanced crystal core power is detected. Gooden continued. H province is a province very close to the sea. Because of the humid air and monsoon, there are many strange animals living here. Strange refers to the strange things after and before the end of the world. I believe everyone has seen them. For example, under the helicopter, Lin Hao watched with his own eyes a guy who was not sure whether it was a mutant beast or a mutant zombie, attacking a survivor base. Li Yang and Bofin heard that there was something going on, so they hurriedly opened the hatch and tilted their heads to look outside. Lin Hao was so angry that he almost kicked the 2 guys out. It was okay for Bofin, because he wouldn't be in trouble even if he looked at the hatch in that place. But can the hatch in the cockpit be opened casually? Especially since you are still flying this plane. Is it really okay to do this? Chapter 420. Of course, the guy who looked like a mutant beast or a mutant zombie was not what Lin Hao was concerned about. What Lin Hao was really concerned about was that this survivor base actually had fighter jets. You know, Lin Hao had never seen fighter jets in S-City. S-City might have some. But during the huge zombie tide, the S-City base did not use fighter jets. Perhaps it was related to the scarcity of fighter jets. Of course, more importantly, fighter jets were of no use at all against such a zombie tide. Lin Hao was very curious why these guys would send out fighter jets to fight. In fact, using fighter jets to transfer survivors or rescue survivors seems to be more effective. So curious Lin Hao sent his helicopter downwards, wanting to know why there were such flashy weapons as fighter jets in the base. So, Lin Hao really found a clue. There was a group of white birds flying above the base. From time to time, they would suddenly fold their wings and then swoop down to the base. After a while, they had something in their mouths. As their necks shook, the food in their mouths slowly went into their stomachs. Lin Hao saw it clearly. That thing was clearly a fully armed soldier. These birds were a group of seagulls. Why was it called a white group? Because there was no way to know how many seagulls there were. And this group of seagulls was completely different from ordinary seagulls. They had very large mouths and bodies that looked no less than eagles. They could easily swallow a fully armed soldier into their stomachs. It was conceivable that their strength must be considerable. Those seagulls were hovering over the base. The soldiers had to deal with a tide of corpses in front of the base gate. and they had to watch these hateful seagulls above to prevent them from attacking them. Lin Hao looked at this scene with amusement, which meant that this group of people used fighter jets to deal with these seagulls. However, this was not the focus of Lin Hao, and he was too lazy to get involved in this battle. His goal was his hometown, and he wanted to go home. So, a helicopter began to prepare to fly over the sky of this base in a very low-key manner, passing over those very cruel seagulls and flying towards the distance. In order to prevent those seagulls from coming to make trouble, Lin Hao directly released his pressure. Those seagulls were all level 3 or 2 mutant beasts, and the highest was only level 4. When the helicopter slowly flew towards the seagulls actually flew to the side, as if avoiding their natural enemies. Seeing that they were about to fly over the survivor base below, Lin Hao didn't think much about it, and didn't feel any danger. None of those seagulls were Lin Hao's opponents, although there was a mutant zombie on the ground that looked very disgusting. After Gooden's inspection, it was found that the disgusting mutant zombie was only at the same level as Lin Hao. Lin Hao is least afraid of mutant zombies of the same level, because he can beat them completely. It seems that this survivor base is obviously a very luxurious type. The facilities inside may be lower than those in S-City, but they are not much worse. It stands to reason that such a survivor base should be more than enough to defend against the zombie tide led by the 6th level mutant zombies outside the base, which can be seen from the few fighter jets they have. The underground base is obviously rebuilt according to the military zone. The military district has everything, especially weapons, and this large survivor base. Lin Hao doesn't believe there is no high-level psychic in it. With those psychics leading, this base is basically invincible. But the bad luck is that the distance here is too close, and they can't defend against the mutant beasts from the sky. Lin Hao glanced at the entire base and found that there were only 4 fighters, and some of them were already showing signs of being broken. Obviously, these seagull mutant beasts in the sky have caused great trouble to this base. Because these seagulls have caused great trouble to the base, many people in the base have their eyes on these seagulls. The person in charge of the base was called Xia Pengfei, a very spirited man. He was wearing a military uniform and standing upright in front of the huge French window in the command room, looking at a place in the sky. There was a helicopter flying slowly in that place. But what caught Xia Pengfei's attention was that the seagull mutants seemed to be circling the helicopter. Xia Pengfei saw with his own eyes that a seagull mutant accidentally approached the helicopter and was immediately frightened and quickly retreated to the side. "General, our base is about to be destroyed by those mutant beasts in the sky." A subordinate came to Xia Pengfei with some anxiety and said, "So, why haven't you found a solution until now? I really don't know what's the use of you. You always think about the rescue of the capital base. Do you really not know how far the capital base is from us? If we rely on the rescue of the capital base, I think we don't need to protect the base." Xia Pengfei said angrily. "Come here. Take a look over there." Xia Pengfei asked these people to come over, pointing at the helicopter driven by Lin Hao. Naturally, some people saw the helicopter, and because of the seagulls, everyone saw the signs at the first time. Someone said in surprise, "Those seagulls didn't attack the helicopter. It seems that you are not too stupid. Why didn't the seagulls attack the helicopter? Send someone now to see if you can intercept the helicopter," Xia Pengfei said hurriedly. So, the few remaining attack helicopters in the survivor base of Province H immediately took off and surrounded Lin Hao's helicopter. But these helicopters ran into trouble before they flew far. After all, there were no level 6 zombies, like Lin Hao in these helicopters, to release pressure. Suddenly, the few helicopters that were dispatched were immediately attacked by these seagulls, and only 2 or 3 were left. Those 2 or 3 relied on their powerful firepower to break through the siege and flew towards Lin Hao with difficulty. This is why the base used fighter jets instead of helicopters to deal with these seagulls. The reason is simple. Helicopters are too slow and can't hit these seagulls at all. As the 2 or 3 helicopters got closer and closer to Lin Hao's helicopter, there were fewer and fewer seagulls around. In order to escape, the helicopters hurriedly got closer to Lin Hao. "General, we are close to this helicopter. We are contacting the other party." "General, the other party refuses to contact us, and the other party's helicopter is about to fly away from our base." Listening to the message on the pager, Xia Pengfei seemed to have made a decision and said firmly, "Attack. Use missiles to shoot down that helicopter for me. There must be people inside. As long as those people show up, they may be able to deal with these seagulls." Xia Pengfei didn't know that his order almost completely destroyed the entire survivor base. Chapter 421. Really? When people are unlucky, even drinking cold water will make their teeth ache. Just like Lin Hao. He thought that he would do nothing and fly out of this battle circle in a very low-key manner. And everyone would be at peace. How good. You fight your own battles. I won't help either side. So, when the other party's helicopter sent a message, Lin Hao wanted to talk to the other party, telling them that he was just a passerby in the air, and not to target him. But Lin Hao looked at those beeping things, and was a little confused. She hadn't been taught him how to fly a plane. But he only taught him how to fly a plane, and didn't teach him how to control these things. Looking at the complicated buttons on the table, Lin Hao felt dizzy. He was not cut out to fly a plane. What should he do next? He had to rely on luck. So Lin Hao said to Li Yong, press it randomly. Don't let it ring. It's annoying. Oh, Li Yong said. Lin Hao didn't expect that Li Yong looked short and not big. But his hands were so big. He saw him press nearly a dozen keys with his big hands. And then the sound stopped. Lin Hao was a little disappointed. But he still couldn't get through. But if the call didn't go through, then it didn't go through. Even if it did, he wouldn't know what to talk to the other party about. Judging from the speed, they were about to leave the air above the other party's base. And Lin Hao didn't care what those helicopters that were not far away from him were doing. When the whoosh sounded in Lin Hao's ears, when the helicopter began to tremble, sway, catch fire and smoke, Lin Hao realized what the other party had done. Damn it. I'm not attacking your base. Why are you firing at me? Before Lin Hao could continue to complain, the entire helicopter exploded. When Bai Bofin began to hang in the air, he finally opened his sleepy eyes. God knows how this zombie can still sleep in this situation. But after finding himself in the air, Bai Bofin, who wanted to close his eyes and sleep, finally opened his eyes wide. Bang! 3 zombies fell to the ground, not far away from each other. And there were ordinary people around shooting at the seagull mutant beasts in the sky. Several people were not noticed by the soldiers. Otherwise the soldiers would be surprised how people fell from the sky. The soldiers didn't notice it. But the managers in the helicopter and the command room did. Quick! Send someone to catch those 3 people. They must have something that can drive away the seagulls. These seagull mutants have been attacking us since the end of the world. If we don't find a way to cure them today, our base will be finished. We must catch them, Xia Pengfei said excitedly. Lin Hao covered his head and stood up from the ground. And then Li Yong and Bai Bofin stood up from the ground one after another. Even now, Lin Hao didn't know what he had offended in this base that made them attack him. Fortunately, the helicopter was not a fighter jet, and it was not flying fast or high. Although the posture of falling to the ground was a bit tragic, it was actually not harmful to the 3 people. Bai Bofin touched his stomach and stood up from the ground in a daze, and asked Lin Hao, have we reached our destination? Fuck you. Wake up quickly. We were beaten, Lin Hao said speechlessly. So, the 3 people became 2 again, and Li Yong disappeared from the surroundings without knowing when. From the attribute panel, although Lin Hao's level is high, Bai Bofin's physical strength is still much higher than Lin Hao. So Bai Bofin still played his role as a meat shield. He stood in front of Lin Hao, and his confused eyes instantly became very bright. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Hao touched his head awkwardly. What's going on? After attacking me, he didn't even come to see how we are? Why did you attack us if you are so irresponsible? In fact, it's not that those people don't want to come, but they can't come at all. The seagulls in the sky were still flying. There were a large number of them, with hundreds of them soaring in the sky. In fact, Lin Hao felt a little strange at the beginning. It stands to reason that the formation of mutant beasts is actually more difficult than mutant zombies. What's more, there are so many mutant beasts here, even if most of them are level 2. It is also very amazing. So Lin Hao thought of another mutant zombie. He Jiayan. Lin Hao remembered that guy specialized in producing mutant beasts. But he took the route of specialization. He didn't have many mutant beasts under his command, but the level of each one was not low. Lin Hao looked up at the seagulls. Most of them were level 2. A few were level 3. And only one was level 4. Although they were not specialized, they were numerous. And the mutant zombie that produced these seagull mutants must be a stronger guy than He Jiayan. Lin Hao couldn't help but look outside the base. Although he couldn't see through the wall, he had a mental image. The level 6 zombie was not far away from Lin Hao. Lin Hao guessed that these seagulls should be caused by the level 6 zombie. In fact, Lin Hao envied this skill. Being able to produce mutants by himself first ensured that he could control them. In addition, Lin Hao could point and shoot wherever he wanted, which was very convenient. Unfortunately, it is still unknown when Lin Hao will be able to upgrade his power. And even if he upgrades in the future, he does not know whether he will encounter such a skill again. Lin Hao felt that standing there stupidly was not a solution. But the helicopter was blown up. And now there was no hope of returning home. And the hope of going to the United States to find He Wentian was even more impossible to achieve. But it seemed that there should be a good helicopter in this base. Lin Hao did not ask for any powerful helicopter, as long as it could fly and had will. If the other party was unwilling to give it, Lin Hao did not mind forcibly snatching it. After all, they took the initiative to blow up their helicopter. So why don't you compensate me with one? General, we can't move at all. There are too many seagulls in the sky. A big man hurriedly retreated to the building behind him and said to Xiao Pingfei. Xiao Pingfei came to the big man, looked at the seagulls outside, and clenched his fists. Just now, Xiao Pingfei saw with his own eyes that the helicopter that was shot down was blown up, and 3 people fell to the ground. However, what Xiao Pingfei didn't expect was that the 3 people patted their buttocks and stood up. Xiao Pingfei knew that these 3 people might be the legendary superpowers. And there were not many superpowers in his base. Superpowers can die, and they are afraid of death. There are also those who are not capable enough. If there are a few more powerful superpowers in the base, then the base will have a better life in the future. Xiao Pingfei knew that he might have met those capable superpowers, who could make these lawless seagulls in the sky dare not approach. No matter what, you have to rush out and catch that guy in front of me. As long as you catch him, the seagull disaster in our base can be solved. If you can't catch him, you will be fed to the seagulls. Xiao Pingfei grabbed the collar of the big man and said angrily. However, Xiao Pingfei didn't know that Lin Hao was walking towards them step by step. Chapter 422. Don't worry, General. I will definitely bring those 3 people to you. The big man didn't dodge and let Xiao Pingfei kick him on the buttocks, which seemed very honest. Xiao Pingfei looked at this group of people with some regret. These subordinates were all his subordinates. Before the Doomsday, this was a normal military base, and they were also a group of normal soldiers and officers. After the Doomsday, the zombie virus broke out completely, and all the people became zombies, leaving only these few subordinates to follow him. When Xiao Pingfei was most desperate, it was his subordinates who bravely persevered with him. As a result, a few hundred people gathered together and actually repelled tens of thousands of zombies in the base. Of course, it was impossible for a few hundred people to defeat tens of thousands of people. But fortunately, this was not a school or a factory, but a military base, where various weapons were stored. And these survivors were all people who could use these weapons. Hundreds of people used their wisdom to attract these zombies into some dead ends. And then, they fired at them crazily with all kinds of explosives and guns. The mortars that they admired and missed decades ago finally came in handy. In short, all kinds of weapons appeared in the hands of these survivors. With these advanced weapons, and the determination of some people to risk their lives, they almost cleaned up the entire military base in just over a month. At the beginning, they only divided a small area of the military base for them to survive. As a few survivors rushed in from time to time, and the number of people increased, Xiao Pingfei naturally became the leader of these people. Xiao Pingfei taught those people how to use guns, cannons, and fly planes. Because of the safety and weapons, the number of people in this base increased. Then Xiao Pingfei made a move, which was to clean up the entire base, leaving no corner untouched, and finally cleared out all the zombies. As a result, this base became a real base. But when life gradually stabilized, Xiao Pingfei discovered something that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. That is, the appearance of superpowers. Those superpowers have powers that ordinary people don't have. They may be extremely strong, run very fast, or be extremely agile. When these superpowers first appeared, Xiao Pingfei was happy, because it meant that humans could not be destroyed. But what followed was unwillingness. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. When the number of people in the base increases, it is destined to be turbulent. A person with great leadership ability questioned Xiao Pingfei many times, and several of his questions were even successful. As a result, The person with leadership ability gradually became very important in this base, and many people attached themselves to him. This made Xiao Pingfei feel dangerous. Now was not the end of the world. Before the end of the world, facing such a thing, they might trip each other up, but they would never have murderous eyes, because there was no need. After all, it was just an empty name. But it's different in the Doomsday. Leadership means everything. Resources, and even survival. So Xiao Pingfei began to be wary of the person with leadership skills. But something happened that made Xiao Pingfei a little uneasy. For some reason, there were more than a dozen superpowers around the person with leadership skills overnight. No one knew where those superpowers came from. But they were indeed superpowers, because they were generally much stronger than normal people. And they would not turn into zombies even if they were scratched by zombies. These people began to go out frequently and bring various resources back to the base frequently. So they frequently became more important in the hearts of ordinary survivors. If this matter is allowed to develop like this, Xiao Pingfei's power will definitely be hollowed out. Until one day, he will voluntarily abdicate or be forced to abdicate. Obviously, neither of these two situations is what he wants. He is a person with a strong desire for power. Otherwise, he would not let others call him general. Whenever Xiao Pingfei saw his group of direct descendants, he would be furious. These guys are not only afraid of death, but also stupid. The important thing is that there is not a single superpower among these people. If he really fights with that person, how can Xiao Pingfei be the opponent of the other party? The seagulls outside were still calling, but Xiao Pingfei couldn't help it anymore. He told the big man to bring the 3 people even if he died. As long as he helped the base solve the seagull problem, his position would not be secure. But at least no one would blame him for anything in the short term. Why aren't you going? Why are you still standing at the door? Xiao Pingfei said angrily when he saw the direct descendant who was kicked by him. But he could only urge them in this way. After all, he had few direct descendants. Although this base belonged to Xiao Pingfei at first, he only had a few hundred men under his command. Although that man came later, he could not stand up to the large number of the other party. Seeing that the base was about to be no longer his, Xiao Pingfei certainly would not give these guys a good face. Seeing that the big man was still standing there, he was about to step forward and kick him. But before he got to him, the big man had already turned around and said to Xiao Pingfei with some doubts, "General, those 3 people seem to have come here by themselves." The big man pointed to a place outside and said in a daze. No wonder he was confused. There were so many seagulls outside. It was really difficult for these humans to move. Those seagulls were flexible and fast. They could swallow humans into their stomachs with their big mouths. I don't know when they found that humans were tastier than fish. So they formed this habit. The seagulls had come dozens of times. This was just one of the usual times. But this time, a large number of zombies began to attack the base outside. Under internal and external troubles, the base finally couldn't hold on. Therefore, Xiao Pingfei attached great importance to the method of dealing with these seagulls. When he heard that the 3 people actually came over on their own initiative, Xiao Pingfei even took the risk of being taken away by the seagulls and walked to the door and looked forward. Lin Hao was wearing a windbreaker. That's right, a windbreaker. He wore a windbreaker before getting on the plane. And Fatty and Li Yang were both wearing windbreakers. Although the windbreaker had been burned to pieces by the high temperature of the fireworks from the helicopter explosion, the clothes must have momentum. With a flick of his hands, the windbreaker was raised, and the background music of the old movie God of Gamblers from decades ago began to hover in Lin Hao's mind. Looking at the stunned humans in front of him, Lin Hao took off his sunglasses. No matter where it came from, the background music was still hovering in Lin Hao's mind. And Lin Hao said lightly, "I heard that men with their own BGM are invincible. So am I invincible?" Chapter 423. Xiao Pingfei looked at the scene in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. And then, he was sure that the other party was really approaching them slowly while surrounded by seagull mutants. Really? This is true. These 3 people are really not afraid of seagull mutants. Xiao Pingfei was crazy. Of course. Just a little bit. But Xiao Pingfei knew how important these 3 people were to him. And he had to take them into his pocket. Outside the base, the arrogant level 6 zombie was surrounded by many level 3 zombies. And let those ordinary zombies and level 2 zombies take the lead. The level 6 zombies felt a little strange. They were definitely strong. And they chose to attack when the seagulls were hunting, in order to take down the survivors' base in one fell swoop. However, They had been attacking the base until now, but there was still no result. Those hateful humans were still struggling to defend it, and they were about to be killed. But they stood stubbornly. So sometimes humans are also terrifying. No matter what difficult environment. As long as humans want to survive, they will use their willfulness to the maximum extent. Come on, everyone. Those zombies can't be defeated in a short time. As long as the seagulls retreat, they will retreat too. Everyone. Hold on. We can survive. We can definitely survive. A very handsome, 1.8 meter tall, thin man stood on a high place and spoke loudly to the soldiers. There are not only soldiers here, but also some powerful superpowers. Otherwise, these ordinary people alone can't be the opponents of those zombies. The biggest casualties were caused by the superpowers, because these superpowers were ready to charge into battle anytime and anywhere. Xiaobai. The enemy's second-level zombies are coming again. A fat man came to Qian Xiaobai and said to him, "Hold the machete. Let's go and fight them," Qian Xiaobai said loudly. As a relatively large survivor base that even has fighter jets, biochemicals and mutants are also standard. Otherwise, how can the soldiers with guns be useful with so many second-level mutant zombies in the zombie tide? Mutants, listen to my orders. Hold the alloy knives tightly in your hands, and rush out to fight with the zombies. Don't be afraid of death, because if you are afraid of death, you will really die. Only by risking your life can we win and truly survive, Qian Xiaobai said loudly, then took the alloy knife and rushed out with his mutant army. This is Qian Xiaobai's way of getting along. A high-level mutant is followed by a mutant army of 100 people. Qian Xiaobai has more than a dozen mutants around him. And there are 3 really high-level ones. Those 3 are all level 4 mutants. Under him were some low-level psychics. And those low-level psychics also led a square team. 3 level 4 psychics led a square team. And Qian Xiaobai led a square team himself. There were 5 square teams, 500 people, and 500 swords. There were about 1,000 level 2 mutant zombies in front of him. Fortunately, this was not S City, and the number of mutant zombies was almost half less than that of S City. Otherwise, Qian Xiaobai might not be able to defend for such a long time with these people. As the capital of H province, as the largest survivor base in the capital city, it was only a matter of time before it was discovered by high-level mutant zombies. Those mutant zombies all had a sense of crisis. Seeing the base grow stronger, they would become more anxious. They were zombies, born to be opponents of humans. When humans became stronger, these zombies would naturally have no place to survive. So the level 6 mutant zombies must curb the development of the base, which led to the repeated zombie tides. The level 6 zombies saw that their more than 1,000 level 2 mutant zombies collided with a small team of 500 mutants. And they covered their heads, because the IQ of the level 2 mutant zombies is still very low. They don't know how to use the warriors and use their brains. But the 500 mutants are real people. They may be timid, but they are more warriors fighting for survival. They have courage and bravery. And naturally they can't do without strategies. So when the 500 people collided with the 1,000 zombies, the strange thing was that the 500 mutants didn't retreat a step, but penetrated deeply into the team of mutant zombies, and began to deal with these mutant zombies more efficiently. 10 minutes later, the number of mutant zombies lost reached more than 200. When the 6th level mutant zombies saw this, they ordered their subordinates to bring back those zombies without thinking, and then let the ordinary zombies, nearly tens of thousands of them, rush over. Qian Xiaobai saw this, and hurriedly ordered everyone to withdraw. Then the thousands of surviving soldiers in the base also raised their guns and poured bullets on the zombies, like a fire dragon. So the situation became anxious again. Qian Xiaobai carefully observed the occupation, and came up with a solution. He looked up at the sun, from which he could roughly tell the time. These seagulls habitually come once every 2 weeks. And every time, they come in the morning when the sun just comes out. After 3 hours, they will leave here, looking at the angle of the sun in the east. The time now is actually about the same. It won't take long for the seagulls to leave. As long as the seagulls leave, this corpse tide will collapse. Fatty, you stay here and watch. It won't take long for the seagulls to leave. As long as the seagulls leave, the zombies will retreat. We will win. Come on. Qian Xiaobai patted the fat man on the shoulder and said. Seeing Qian Xiaobai was about to leave, the fat man hurriedly said, Brother Xiaobai, you can't leave. If you leave, what will happen if those zombies send mutant zombies? And what are you going to report back? We don't need to report to that old man at all. Let's see what else that old man can do. Every day when something happens, he will only hold meetings with his men in the conference room. But we are fighting at the gate of the base. And you are inferior to him. Why? Fatty couldn't help but speak out what was in his mind. As soon as he said this, the people around him actually looked at Qian Xiaobai. Of course, they were not just for Qian Xiaobai. But what Fatty said made so much sense. And they also wanted to support Qian Xiaobai. Qian Xiaobai sighed and said, "This base has always belonged to someone else. And although Xia Pengfei is a bit indifferent, at least he is not an arbitrary person. He knows how to correct his mistakes when he is wrong. And didn't the base exist well before I came? In this case, why bother to fight with him?" The fat man nodded sincerely and said, "Brother Xiaobai is still kind and righteous. Okay. You watch carefully. I go and tell Xia Pengfei first." Qian Xiaobai patted Fatty's shoulder again and left. Chapter 424. My brother Xiaobai is a righteous man. I have never seen such a righteous man. Hey! The fat man said with great emotion when he saw Qian Xiaobai leaving. The zombies outside were still attacking wildly. Or in other words, the zombies were attacking wildly every moment because they were tireless. But because of this, Qian Xiaobai concluded that they were already at the end of their strength. As long as the seagulls dispersed, these zombies would disperse with the seagulls. Qian Xiaobai began to walk towards the place where Xia Pengfei and his friends often held meetings. At this moment, Xia Pengfei was standing at the door, looking at the three windbreaker men coquettishly walking towards them with some surprise. Lin Hao looked at the old man in military uniform and very energetic through his sunglasses, which seemed strange. After all, he came here to make trouble today. But the old man actually looked at him with such an expression, as if he saw his grandson, who had been lost for more than 10 years. Lin Hao swore that his grandfather had died before he was born. This was what his grandmother told him personally. And it was also unanimously recognized by the people around him. Is it because I'm not fierce enough? Lin Hao thought secretly. Fatty, be fiercer. Look fiercer. Lin Hao said to the fat man in his mind. The fat man was confused. Fierce? How fierce? So, the fat man opened his big mouth, revealing his sharp teeth belonging to zombies, and frowned into an M shape, showing that he was very angry. The big man was kicked by Xia Pengfei again. Why don't you get those three people in here, and see how they can avoid the seagull mutant beast? The big man was smart this time, because the three people were very close to here, which meant that as long as he quickly approached the three people, he could get safe. So, the smart big man only held a pistol, and stupidly rushed towards the three people. Coincidentally, at this time, Lin Hao made the fat man show a ferocious expression. So the fat man showed his mouth full of fangs. And at this time, the big man also successfully rushed up. The big man not only successfully came in front of the three people, but also successfully saw the 2 rows of fangs in by Bofin's mouth. The fangs with deep coldness were imprinted in the big man's heart, making the big man, who should have been happy, tremble a little. The big man just stood there, motionless. Coincidentally, at this time, the seagulls in the sky searched for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable target. Humans are too cunning. After they find a good cover, it is difficult to catch them. So, the seagulls instantly saw the big man standing still. The big man didn't have any abnormal smell. It was obviously an ordinary big man. Although there were 3 mutant zombies that looked very powerful in front of the big man. The seagulls also have weaknesses. There are also newbies, who have been circling here for a long time without finding food. Seeing a human standing alive below, without moving or hiding, it seems that he doesn't even have the ability to attack, even if there are 3 very powerful zombies in front of him. But there is a proverb that says it well: people die for money, birds die for food. Seagulls are a kind of bird, and they are naturally very hungry for food. So, when the seagulls in the sky saw the big man, even though Lin Hao was getting closer and closer to the big man, some brave seagulls could not bear the desire in their hearts, and began to rush towards the big man desperately. At this moment, the big man had only one thought in his mind. Zombies. He saw zombies. But how could there be zombies in the base? Obviously, the big man was very afraid of zombies. And it seemed that he could not walk when he saw zombies. Especially by Bofin now, with his fangs sticking out, which made people feel numb. If ordinary people saw by Bofin like this, they would probably be frightened. Ordinary zombies would just rush forward without making a sound when seeing people. And they would never show such a look to scare people. In short, Bothan's behavior was wrong for the big man, and he had to compensate him for mental damages. However, I'm afraid that even if Bothan was willing to pay, the big man might not want it. The big man just wanted to go back. He wanted to leave here. He wanted to tell Xia Pingfei that there were 3 zombies flying the plane. How could the mutant beast attack 3 zombies? But the big man felt that his steps were getting stiffer and stiffer, and he couldn't move at all, especially Bothan. After this expression was revealed, he never withdrew. He had this ferocious expression throughout the whole process, looking at the big man fiercely. The big man was so nervous that he couldn't even scream. Soon, he felt a pressure on his head again. The sudden pressure made him unable to lift his head. Before the big man could react, he had already flown into the air, was hung in the mouth of the seagull, and then entered the seagull's stomach. Seagulls can swallow living people alive, so they are naturally not afraid of living people coming out of their stomachs, because their stomach acid is dozens of times more acidic than human sulfuric acid, and can dissolve the things in their stomachs in a very short time. Even stones can be dissolved very easily. So far, even mutants and superpowers who have entered the stomachs of seagulls have not come out alive. These seagulls are all 2nd and 3rd level mutant beasts. Of course, they are not stupid enough to look for high-level targets. Their targets are those who have just become mutants and superpowers, and then ordinary survivors. It is because of this wisdom that they can appear over the survivor base again and again, and be arrogant again and again. But what does this have to do with Lin Hao? The sunglasses are still on. The windbreaker is still shaking. The BGM never stops. And the coquettishness never stops. This time, he came to ask for a helicopter. If you don't give him a helicopter, he will kill you survivors. Xia Pingfei looked at the survivors, who had disappeared in the seagull's stomach with a bit of coldness. Because the distance was too far. He didn't see Bothan's face clearly. Naturally, he didn't know what kind of person the big man had just faced. But he saw clearly the scene where the big man stood still, and was taken away by the seagull for no reason. Because he saw it clearly, he slapped his thigh angrily and said loudly, "Fuck! This waste. This dead waste. Why did he stand still? Why did he let the seagull take him away without resistance? Did he learn all the techniques to deal with seagulls in vain?" Facing the furious Xia Pingfei at this moment, no one dared to touch his brows. But it didn't matter. When Lin Hao and the other 2 got closer and closer to Xia Pingfei, when these people saw Bothan's appearance, they were all shocked and speechless. Xia Pingfei felt that if he could still survive, he would not be the leader anymore. He always gave people such idiotic orders. At this moment, Xia Pingfei wished that he had not issued the order to blow up the helicopter. Now, everything was too late. Chapter 425. Xia Pingfei was finally stunned at this moment. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him. How could that fat man have such sharp teeth? That fat man. What is his identity? In fact, the identity of that fat man is already obvious. As long as the people around are not stupid, they can see at a glance that the other party is a zombie. And it seems that the level is not low. Xia Pingfei finally understood why those seagulls didn't dare to approach their helicopter. Because they were zombies. And they were very powerful mutant zombies. In the world of zombies, the law of the jungle is the most basic rule. Low-level zombies don't dare to approach high-level ones. So those seagulls avoid them, as if they saw their natural enemies. What did I do? I actually let my men shoot down 3 zombies that can fly helicopters. Xia Pingfei felt uncomfortable in his heart. And he also felt dizzy. It should be that his blood pressure began to rise. The men around Xia Pingfei retreated one by one. They wanted to retreat behind Xia Pingfei, but they didn't dare to. After all, their identities before the end of the world were soldiers, and protecting the leader to execute orders was their mission. Everyone looked at Xia Pingfei anxiously, asking why Xia Pingfei didn't give the order to escape. Xia Pingfei opened his eyes, feeling a little weak, but he didn't give the order to run away. Run? Where to run? There's a building behind him. How fast can he run as fast as these zombies? These zombies can fly planes, which proves that their IQ must be very high. And zombies with high IQ are at least level 4 zombies. How fast can ordinary people like them run? So Xia Pingfei didn't say anything, because if he really ordered to run away, those men would flee here at a speed many times faster than him, and he would always be the first to die. But what should we do now, if we don't run away? The three zombies are getting closer and closer to them. Quick! Find a way to call Qian Xiaobai over. Xia Pengfei didn't dare to speak loudly, and only dared to speak carefully. When his subordinates heard him say this, several fast ones hurriedly split into two directions from both sides and ran out at the speed of a 100-meter race. Lin Hao looked at those who ran away with some curiosity, and he didn't understand why they ran away. He didn't come here to kill people, but just to ask if there was a helicopter. Finally, Lin Hao came to Xia Pengfei's side. At this moment, everyone's breathing stopped, and Xia Pengfei, as a leader, had to take action. If he didn't, he would no longer have prestige, and it would be a very sad thing for a leader to lose prestige. Therefore, for his own future, Xia Pengfei walked out and came to Lin Hao. The reason why Xia Pengfei dared to come out was very simple. Lin Hao and others did not attack them directly, which proved that they must have some purpose. Otherwise they would not be so calm. Xia Pengfei didn't know what the other party's purpose was, but he felt that the purpose must be not simple. "What's the matter with you?" Xia Pengfei said with forced calmness. Xia Pengfei had never felt so guilty before. Facing several calm zombies, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Lin Hao looked at this guy with some amusement. "You ask me what's the matter? You blew up my plane for no reason. And now you ask me if I have any problem?" Faced with Lin Hao's questioning, Xia Pengfei was speechless. But he couldn't be speechless now. He had to find a way to solve this matter. Otherwise he might die in the next moment. "Really? It's really terrible that such a thing happened. But I promise that we didn't give the order to attack other helicopters. I think our people were not targeting you, but the seagull next to you, and then accidentally launched the missile at your helicopter." Xia Pengfei smiled and talked nonsense. After hearing Xia Pengfei's explanation, Lin Hao actually nodded seriously and said, "What you said is possible. After all, no one would attack other people's helicopters casually." In Lin Hao's mind, since the other party didn't know that there were 3 powerful mutant zombies in his helicopter, what they should do is to intercept him and others and then rob the helicopter. They would definitely not blow up other people's helicopters casually. After all resources are very scarce in the Doomsday, so it is completely unnecessary to do so. However, Xia Pengfei is such a strange person. In his mind, there are only immediate plans, but he never makes plans for long-term plans. This is why Xia Pengfei's prestige in the base is getting lower and lower. But no matter what, Xia Pengfei saw Lin Hao in deep thought and knew that Lin Hao might believe what he said. Since the other party was so easy to deceive, Xia Pengfei didn't mind fooling him a little more. "Why did you come here? If it's not a big deal, maybe I can help you." Xia Pengfei deliberately didn't expose the identities of Lin Hao and others, because the consequences of exposing them might not be something he could bear. He would rather play dumb like now. How good. Lin Hao listened to the old man's sincerity, looked at Bai Bofin, and then told Bai Bofin in his mind to take back his expression. So Bai Bofin took back his expression, and a very ugly but naive fat man appeared in front of everyone again. Xia Pengfei, who had been worried about the beating, was relieved when he saw Bai Bofin's expression relax. Lin Hao said to Xia Pengfei happily, "Look, you broke my helicopter. I won't bother with you. What you have to do is very simple. That is, give us a helicopter. What do you think?" Xia Pengfei's mind was confused on the spot. Helicopters are so precious now. How can you give them to me just because you say so? I don't know what you want the helicopter for. In order to delay time, Xia Pengfei deliberately asked. How could Lin Hao know that the other party was delaying time? So he said very simply, "Go to the United States. Find someone." Xia Pengfei almost vomited blood on the spot. Going to the United States by helicopter. What a big idea. "Brother, are you sure you are going to the United States by helicopter?" Xia Pengfei asked. "Yeah. What's wrong?" Lin Hao looked anxious. Time was really tight. He had to go back to where he lived to see if his family was safe. Although this group of people blew up his helicopter, fortunately none of the 3 were injured, and the other party did not attack him. Otherwise Lin Hao would not be so easy to talk to. In order to delay time, Xia Pengfei once again said something that made him regret to the point of vomiting blood. "In fact, we have private passenger planes here, and using that kind of plane can get people to the United States faster." This sentence stirred up waves in Lin Hao's heart. Chapter 426. Xia Pengfei's words actually made Lin Hao's heart start to heat up. A private small passenger plane? The kind of driving tool that only celebrities and rich people have on TV. And the speed is no less than that of a real passenger plane. But the volume is nearly half of that of a real passenger plane. And it can only seat a dozen people. But what does it matter? It's private. Do you really have such a plane here? Lin Hao asked uncertainly. Xiao Pengfei said, I am the manager of this base. Of course, I can confirm that there is such a plane here. Xiao Pengfei was sure that it was left behind when the capital base came here to distribute supplies. And then it never left. Xiao Pengfei certainly would not really give this plane to Lin Hao. All he did was to delay time. He had to wait. Wait for Qian Xiaobai to come. Xiao Pengfei did not know much about scientific research. Since Qian Xiaobai came, he and Qian Xiaobai began to rule separately. Qian Xiaobai was responsible for scientific research, so that the base would produce more mutants and cyborgs, and thus improve the combat effectiveness of the base. He, Xiao Pengfei, would just drink tea in the conference room and wait for the zombie tide to come to organize people to come for a meeting. From this point of view, Xiao Pengfei was almost sidelined. In addition, the weapons were barely under Xiao Pengfei's control. But that was in peacetime. If it was during the zombie tide, everyone had the full power to manage their own weapons. And Xiao Pengfei was still useless. This is why Xiao Pengfei was so interested in the method of driving away seagulls. Because he urgently needed to establish his own prestige. He thought it was an opportunity. But it turned out to be 3 evil spirits. Regardless of the situation of these 3 evil spirits, Xiao Pengfei only knew one thing now. That is, he must not anger them. Unless he felt that he had lived too long. So when Lin Hao asked, where is the plane now? Xiao Pengfei had to answer obediently, it's in the open space behind this building. And Qian Xiaobai also came to the front of the building at this time. But Qian Xiaobai, with his special energy as a level 5 psychic, had already discovered Lin Hao, a level 6 mutant zombie boss. So he was cautious and did not step forward. When Qian Xiaobai appeared, Lin Hao naturally felt it. After all, Gooden's existence was not a joke. But since he did not attack the other party, Lin Hao was too lazy to bother them. After all, the superpowers did not have crystal cores, and killing them was completely thankless. As a person who did not want to be thankless, Lin Hao decisively ignored the other party. Qian Xiaobai watched this scene silently and began to plan in his mind. For example, Xiao Pengfei colluded with zombies, and there were so many subordinates behind Xiao Pengfei. If this matter spread, they would not go along with Xiao Pengfei. At that time, he, Qian Xiaobai, could become the real master of this base. That's right. Qian Xiaobai hadn't made any good plans since he entered this base. As for being the master of this base, he had been fantasizing about it for who knows how long. Moreover, seeing Xiao Pengfei's extremely stupid orders one after another, he could only start to interfere. Qian Xiaobai was never afraid of not having supporters. I don't know when it started. Qian Xiaobai found that no matter what he said, as long as it was in line with the interests of some people, those people would actively and even unconditionally obey him. Since Qian Xiaobai found this, he has never stopped. Every day he goes to crowded places to vigorously promote his ideas, saying that he can do this and that, and will definitely lead everyone to survive, and that Xiao Pengfei is this and that. And if he continues like this, the base will surely die. In fact, what Qian Xiaobai said was all nonsense. Because even if Qian Xiaobai didn't say so, there would be Qian Xiaohe, Qian Xiaolu, and Qian Qicai who would stand up and criticize Xiao Pengfei. Because Xiao Pengfei was really too stupid. So stupid that if he continued with his development model, even his subordinates could see that the base would surely die. Therefore, the appearance of Qian Xiaobai was just a fuse, which successfully caused everyone's distrust of Xiao Pengfei to burst out, and then transferred the trust to Qian Xiaobai. Because Qian Xiaobai was a superpower, plus a good brain, he really helped the base avoid disasters again and again. Qian Xiaobai's skill is called bewitching. No matter what he said, as long as it was beneficial to everyone, everyone would naturally be bewitched by him. So Qian Xiaobai's loyal followers increased. And soon, Xiao Pengfei didn't have so many subordinates. But Xiao Pengfei's men are still very powerful, because they are all real soldiers with strong combat power, which is incomparable to those ordinary survivors. In order to make these diehards become Qian Xiaobai's men, Qian Xiaobai really tried every possible way. Now, the way has come. Reputation is very important at any time. If you ruin your reputation, Xia Pengfei, Qian Xiaobai doesn't believe that those people will be willing to become your men. Take me, Lin Hao said directly to Xia Pengfei. Xia Pengfei was stunned again. And then he found that he had dug a hole for himself. He delayed time just to wait for Qian Xiaobai to come and save him. But if he wanted to go out with Lin Hao and others, he would become Lin Hao's hostage. How could Qian Xiaobai save him at that time? Thinking of this, Xia Pengfei began to sweat. But it was useless, because Qian Xiaobai had already appeared outside the building. But his absence represented everything. He would never save Xia Pengfei casually. Under Lin Hao's sharp gaze, Xia Pengfei just closed his eyes and led the way past Lin Hao like a new bride. The seagulls in the sky gradually became scarce. As Qian Xiaobai expected, the seagulls had finished foraging and were ready to leave. Xia Pengfei was still a little scared. Every time the seagulls appeared, he had to condemn them in front of the French windows in the conference room. But he had never really seen these seagulls under the sun. Looking at the sharp teeth of the seagulls that were exposed at the edges of their mouths, Xia Pengfei felt that his blood pressure and height were going up, and he would definitely faint. But when he fainted, it was really impossible to predict what would happen next. So he couldn't fall. Really couldn't fall. Because he didn't want to die. Fortunately, the sun's radiance seemed strong. But the temperature was not that high. Autumn might have really arrived. The wind was actually getting colder for Xia Pengfei. When the cold wind blew, Xia Pengfei's high blood pressure immediately dropped. So fast that Bolt was ashamed. The plane was not far from Lin Hao. It didn't take long for Lin Hao to see the plane. The plane that he had been looking forward to. Chapter 427. As Xia Pengfei's direct subordinates. His subordinates naturally followed their boss. So in front of Lin Hao was Xia Pengfei. And behind Lin Hao were dozens of people. Those who didn't know would think that Lin Hao and his men were prisoners captured from somewhere. The survivors with combat capabilities were fighting against the zombies on the front line, while the survivors without combat capabilities were hiding in other places, quietly waiting for the seagulls flying in the sky to leave. So not many survivors saw this scene along the way, except Qian Xiaobai, who followed quietly at the back. As a level 5 psychic, Lin Hao naturally focused on Qian Xiaobai. Seeing that Qian Xiaobai still had no movement, Lin Hao just followed him. A few minutes later, Lin Hao and Xia Pengfei had already arrived in front of the private plane. The plane was indeed quite large, at least much larger than a helicopter. However, the size of the plane did not matter to Lin Hao. What he needed was a plane that could fly and quickly travel across the ocean. The plane in front of him was just enough for him to fly across the ocean. This plane is really good, Lin Hao praised sincerely. Xia Pengfei could only smile awkwardly and said nothing. The dozens of men with guns behind him could only watch this scene quietly. They didn't speak, nor did they dare to speak. But after seeing this plane, Lin Hao suddenly discovered something embarrassing. They didn't seem to know how to fly. The operation method of this kind of plane is fundamentally different from that of a helicopter. Lin Hao naturally didn't think that he was so powerful that he could fly it just by going up. Do you have anyone here who can fly this plane? Lin Hao said to the old man, who was very cooperative with him. Of course. My men, Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang, can fly it. Xia Pengfei was also shameless, and pointed directly at the two people closest to them behind Lin Hao. The two men were still holding guns, with serious faces, as if they would shoot at any time. When they heard Xia Pengfei pointing at them, they were obviously a little confused. But Xia Pengfei asked them to go over, and they didn't dare not go over. So they went over. Very good. Very good. Thank you for your cooperation, brother. I hope your base can continue to exist safely. Lin Hao patted the guy on the shoulder and said sincerely. Fortunately, some common operations of this kind of aircraft are actually similar to those of helicopters. For this aspect of knowledge, Lin Hao can only say that he knows a little bit. But knowing a little bit is enough. At least, he doesn't have to worry about others playing tricks. Can I take them away? Lin Hao asked Xia Pengfei. When Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang heard Lin Hao's words, 10,000 alpacas ran through their hearts. And then, they looked at Xia Pengfei with two pairs of watery eyes. They didn't want to leave with Lin Hao. Don't worry. We will let them go after we take us to the destination, Lin Hao said sincerely, facing Lin Hao's sincere eyes. Xia Pengfei always thought it was a threat. But did he have the right to refuse? Okay. I can let them go with you. But you must ensure that they can come back safely. Xia Pengfei hesitated for a long time. and finally said it with gritted teeth. When Xia Pingfei said these two sentences, Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang were completely disappointed. They didn't expect that the person they always respected would sell them out so easily. Not only Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang, but also the people behind Xiao Huang and Xiao Wang. They all looked at Xia Pingfei with disbelief. Xia Pingfei was a little embarrassed. But no matter how embarrassed he was, as long as his life could be saved, it was enough. So he sold out his men without hesitation. Lin Hao admired this old man even more. He had a sense of choice and was shameless. Very good. In the apocalypse, people like this usually live long. You too. Follow me. Lin Hao looked at Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang, who were following him closely. The door of the plane had been opened, and it was almost time to board the plane. However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Wait a minute. Lin Hao looked at the person who was speaking. It was indeed him. He had been at the edge of the mental image for who knows how long. And finally, he was willing to come out. Qian Xiaobai stood out with a righteous expression. He walked through the gun-carrying men of Xia Pingfei and came to the front. He said to Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang, "You too. Come back." Lin Hao stood still and let the situation develop. Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang began to struggle. If they were asked to go back, wouldn't that mean they would put Xia Pingfei in danger? Haven't you two seen Xia Pingfei clearly? He is a very selfish person. In order to survive, he asked you to take the blame. Can't you see that? Qian Xiaobai pointed at Xia Pingfei and said loudly. After hearing Qian Xiaobai's words, Xiao Huang and Xiao Wang became even more entangled. Yes, they were not stupid. How could they not see Xia Pingfei's thoughts? But even if they saw it, what could they do? Can they really stop Xia Pingfei's words? An idea took root in the hearts of the two. Yes, why must they listen to Xia Pingfei? This is obviously a matter of sending the two to their deaths. And they don't want to die. The two turned around and looked at Qian Xiaobai with a determined face. Perhaps that person is the real leader. Xiao Wang looked at Xiao Huang. And Xiao Huang also looked at Xiao Wang. Both of them had only one idea. That is, to escape. Lin Hao picked his nose and looked at the two people. To be honest, he would not let the two people leave. Those who can fly a plane can confirm that it is these two people. If the two of them escaped, I really don't know who to find. Even if someone else can fly, they will not tell Lin Hao that they can fly. In order to prevent a series of troubles after the two escape, Lin Hao will never let the two escape. Both of them were born as soldiers, and they have been struggling in the doomsday. Their strength should not be underestimated. Unfortunately, they met Lin Hao, a pervert. When the two began to turn around and run away, Lin Hao had already discovered them. But Lin Hao did not intercept them immediately, but let them run for a while. Xia Pingfei looked at this scene and suddenly became anxious. If the two really ran away, he would be dead. So Xia Pingfei said to Lin Hao anxiously, "They are the only two who can fly a plane. If they run away, there will be no one who can fly a plane in the entire base." Lin Hao smiled and said to Xia Pingfei, "I didn't expect that there are so many people in your base. But only two people can fly this kind of plane. Don't worry. Let the bullets fly for a while. They can't run away." Lin Hao touched his chin and said confidently. Chapter 428. They really couldn't run away, because Lin Hao didn't need to take action. When the two began to turn around, Li Yang had already disappeared beside Lin Hao. No one around noticed that a zombie disappeared beside Lin Hao. He just disappeared without a trace. Qian Xiaobai looked at the two soldiers running towards him, with a smug smile on his lips. He knew that this time, Xia Pingfei was really defeated. As long as he solved the matter in front of him, he only needed to raise his arm and call, and the entire survivor base would be his. Even if Xia Pingfei still existed, the seagulls in the sky finally disappeared. They might have eaten enough or were tired of flying. They knew themselves and would adjust themselves. But the zombies would not. They were still desperately attacking the survivor's base. Although the zombies could not control themselves, their leaders could control themselves. The level 6 mutant zombie in the zombie tide looked at the sky and understood everything. He knew that his zombie tide team might not be able to capture the survivor's base in front of him. In this case, he did not want to waste his manpower. So the zombie tide retreated. A roar of thunder and sea sounded, and Lin Hao looked in front of the survivor's base in confusion. Similarly, the survivors who were hiding also rushed out from their hiding rooms with joy on their faces. When they heard the sounds in front of the base, they already knew that the zombie tide had receded. They won. And they defended the base again. Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang stopped moving awkwardly. They stood silently in place, watching the survivors who rushed out from nowhere. Those survivors may have been suppressed for a long time. And sometimes they couldn't help but burst out, such as when they just successfully defended the base. Most of the soldiers on the front line also came down, and a small number of them were still left to guard there. So, the soldiers and the survivors gathered together. They laughed and made noises together. Everyone had their own joy factor, and the whole base was decorated like the new year, except for Lin Hao. Qian Xiaobai looked at Lin Hao cautiously, looking at Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang, because at this moment, Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang had been pinched by someone on the back of their necks. When that person put his hand on Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang's neck, the two of them completely quieted down. They didn't want to run away, because that person's hand was a little too strong. They didn't dare to run away, for fear that if they moved a step at will, they might be pinched by that person and their necks would be broken. Qian Xiaobai didn't think Lin Hao and the others were very powerful mutant zombies at first, because he didn't feel it carefully. He thought that every high-level zombie couldn't sneak into the base under his inspection. Usually, Qian Xiaobai is right. But unfortunately, he was wrong in this case, because Lin Hao didn't sneak into the base from the front door, but was shot down by Xia Pengfei's order. At this moment, Xia Pengfei regretted it so much that he wanted to cry. He kept thinking that if he hadn't issued that stupid order just now, would he still be waiting in the conference room? And then the seagull would leave. And then he would be safe. However, all this has become a luxury so far. Xia Pengfei felt more than once that he might not survive. Lin Hao looked at Qian Xiaobai in front of him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. As long as we reach the destination, I will definitely bring your men back to you. Don't worry. Okay. I should leave now. I won't get involved in your family affairs." By everyone. Li Yang heard what Lin Hao said, and without thinking, he actually lifted the collars of the two people and lifted them alive. Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang looked pale and desperate, but they didn't speak or resist. They knew that they were not dead now, because they were still useful to these zombies. After a few days, they would be useless and might be eaten by these zombies. But it didn't matter. At least they could live for a long time before losing their usefulness. This was also the reason why the two did not resist. But it was different in Qian Xiaobai's eyes. Those survivors who didn't know about it didn't count. Those survivors who knew about it were looking at him eagerly at the moment. If he didn't do something, how could he survive in front of these people in the future? So, Qian Xiaobai shouted without thinking, "Wait! That evil zombie! Send my people down to me, and I will spare your life." As Qian Xiaobai spoke passionately, Lin Hao was almost scared by him. Fortunately, he didn't drink water. Otherwise, he would have been sprayed out. Lin Hao looked at the guy as if he was a lunatic, and wanted to say, "Are you okay?" And now Lin Hao obviously didn't say these things. He had been here for too long, and had to leave quickly. Qian Xiaobai wanted to chase after him, but Lin Hao's look just now had told him that he should not mess with this zombie. But if he didn't mess with it, he would be no different from Xia Pengfei. How could he compete with Xiao Pengfei then? Thinking of this, Qian Xiaobai shouted loudly, "Xia Pengfei, I didn't expect you to be so afraid of death. As a leader, you personally sent your men into the mouth of the zombies. I will give you a chance now. Go and save those two people. Then you will still be ours. If you don't save those people, then you will be our enemy, and we will never recognize you as our leader again." Qian Xiaobai's skill is to bewitch, as long as the topic is not subjectively designed to benefit oneself, and it is not a loss for oneself. Then most people will join Qian Xiaobai in denouncing. For example, now, everyone's eyes are looking at Xia Pengfei not far away, and it is obviously a little different. But what can Xia Pengfei do? How can he, an old man in his 60s, fight against several mutant zombies with intelligence? Xia Pengfei really doesn't want to live anymore. Obviously, Xia Pengfei still wants to live well in his remaining life. So he did not move, still standing there motionless, watching Lin Hao get on the plane, close the door, start the engine, and the plane start to move. Those survivors who didn't know the situation saw the abandoned takeoff and thought there was something going on in the base. They never expected that 3 zombies would snatch 2 pilots and leave right under their noses. Lin Hao looked at the 2 pilots, who were operating the plane very honestly, and couldn't help asking, "Are the managers of your base all idiots?" Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang looked at each other silently. At this moment, they suddenly felt that what Lin Hao said made sense. Chapter 429. Knock down Xia Pengfei. We don't need such a manager. At this moment, Lin Hao's plane had already taken off. When the plane took off, the survivors' base had changed from the initial carnival to the indignation of the crowd. No one listened to Xia Pengfei's explanation. Xia Pengfei could only helplessly let these people drag him into the prison. Qian Xiaobai's bewitching skills were really powerful. He directly let the crowd tie up Xia Pengfei. No matter how Xia Pengfei explained, no one listened to him, including his own men, because his subordinates all knew that Xiao Huang and Xiao Wang were Xia Pengfei's most loyal followers. If he gave up even his most loyal people, what use would such a boss have? Even without Qian Xiaobai's instigation, Xia Pengfei's fate would not be much better. However, Lin Hao had no idea what happened in the survivor base, and he didn't want to know. Now Lin Hao's mind has long returned to his hometown. Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang flew the plane with some trepidation, and from time to time, they looked behind them at the three zombies, fearing that the three of them would suddenly rush over and eat them. If they don't obey, Lin Hao doesn't mind letting Fatty go up and bite them. Unfortunately, these two people are too obedient, so Lin Hao can't find a chance to bite them. The plane gradually flew towards Sanli village. Lin Hao looked at the scenery flying rapidly below. Even if the helicopter was at the highest speed, it would not be able to reach such a speed. With this plane, it only took half a day to reach the destination, which would have taken 3 days and 3 nights by car. The main reason for the slow driving is that there are mountain roads. And the mountain roads, there have not been repaired much. There are potholes everywhere. The speed must be reduced to a very slow level. Otherwise the car may be scrapped halfway. Looking at the familiar mountain, I thought of the time when I was a child digging bamboo shoots and bamboo rats on the mountain. How happy it was. When I was tired of playing with my sister, I went to the highest point and looked forward. There was the sea. And now, Lin Hao has seen the sea in front of him. The sea is turbid and yellow-gray. After all, not every place is Maldives or Hawaii. The sea is not beautiful. But the place where the sea and the sky meet does look very shocking. Do you see that big dirt road? Just park there, Lin Hao said to Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang anxiously. Although that place was not suitable for parking the plane, Lin Hao's words were what they meant, because their lives depended on him. The landing side of the plane was very particular. Like the dirt road below, it might be difficult to take off. But when they were about to reach the ground, their faces began to turn bitter. There are so many zombies below. Are you sure where you want to land? Xiao Wang asked. Of course. I don't care about more zombies. It's just to prevent you two from escaping. Let's go down, Lin Hao said firmly. The noise of the plane was still very loud. Although it was broad daylight, the zombies looked lazy. But when they heard the noise of the plane, the headless zombies suddenly became energetic and rushed towards the plane frantically. Although this was a private passenger plane and not big, there were no small planes. This plane was much bigger and heavier than a truck, especially at that speed. How could the zombies below resist it? They didn't even run to the ground, but were pressed to the ground by the air pressure when the plane descended. And then the plane ran over them mercilessly. Things became much simpler afterwards. When the plane came to a stop, Lin Hao and Li Yang came down. As soon as the high-level zombie pressure of the two was released, the zombies around them immediately scattered like birds and beasts, and they could no longer be seen within a radius of dozens of meters. In the end, the three decided to leave one person to watch Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang, fearing that they would escape. After all, they were the only two people who could fly this plane. If they escaped, Lin Hao would be really blind. The lazy Bai Bofin successfully accepted the task. Although he seemed unwilling, he also wanted to follow Lin Hao to see his family. Fatty, keep an eye on them. We will be back soon. Lin Hao could only comfort him. The silly Fatty believed Lin Hao without a second thought, and then began to lie on the ground and continue to sleep. Don't just sleep. If you let these two guys escape, I will kick you out, and Li Yang and I will go to the United States, Lin Hao threatened. The Fatty nodded hurriedly and said, Don't worry. I will definitely keep an eye on them. As the Fatty spoke more and more fluently, the pauses in each sentence became less and less, which made Lin Hao very unhappy because he could no longer see the joke of the Fatty. Lin Hao and Li Yang left. The zombies around saw the two people and hurriedly avoided them without thinking. They would rather run to the pond next to them than go with Lin Hao. Although these ordinary zombies have no IQ, their subconscious tells them that they must stay away from these high-level mutant zombies. They are controlled by their pressure, and these zombies will make them cannon fodder anytime and anywhere. If Lin Hao really wants to make them cannon fodder, they can't escape at all. Walking on the familiar road, Lin Hao was getting happier and happier. Li Yong just looked at the dagger stuck on his shoulder. He didn't understand Lin Hao's happiness. For Li Yong, the happiest thing was to find those particularly beautiful things, such as the dagger on his shoulder, such as a diamond. Li Yong knew where the safest place was. He had seen those shiny things in a store. Those things were really beautiful. Then Li Yong swallowed all the diamonds without thinking. In this way, unless he died, those diamonds would never leave him. In short, Lin Hao was very happy. But he was also very worried. After all, the time period Ho Jingyu mentioned was the beginning of the doomsday. He didn't know whether the base in Sanli village still existed. So, Lin Hao restrained his happiness. He didn't want to see disappointment. He took a deep breath and stepped on the muddy road. When he was in college, he only came back once during the winter vacation because it was the new year. During the summer vacation, he usually went to work in a factory or other places. In order to save money for his family, and to let his sister go to school well, he needed to save some tuition fees. Lin Hao has always been the most enviable person in Sanli village. Whenever Lin Hao returns home, the villagers will give him a thumbs up and give his mother a thumbs up, saying that Lin Hao has a promising future and that his mother has educated him well. After all, in such a place with backward education, many of Lin Hao's friends have started to work in the fields with their parents after junior high school, or rushed out to work. There are very few who go to college like him. As he was thinking, Lin Hao had already arrived at the C-shaped pond surrounding the entire village. Lin Hao looked across the pond into the village. Lin Hao began to gradually feel lost, and then desperate. Chapter 430. Lin Hao walked forward somewhat helplessly, looking at the village on the other side of the river, and came to the long bridge step by step. After crossing the bridge, it was his village. His home. The home he had been thinking about day and night. But looking around, there were only broken walls and zombies running rampant in the village. After those zombies sensed Lin Hao's presence, they hurriedly began to hide. But Lin Hao directly controlled them with coercion, and did not let them hide. Lin Hao looked at them carefully. This was Arya from the next door, who was obviously 1 year younger than him, and her child was already 3 years old. That was Aunt Zhang from the front yard, who liked to run to his house and chat with his mother every day. And there was Aunt Wang from the backyard, a chatterbox who liked to gossip about others. But she was actually a warm-hearted person. Lin Hao remembered that when he was a child, he and his sister had a fever together, and his mother sprained her foot, so he could only hold his sister. It was this chatterbox, Aunt Wang, who carried him on her back and walked with his mother through the heavy snow to the nearest county clinic. There was also Grandpa Zhang, who liked to play chess in the hall. They were all there. But unfortunately, they all became afraid of Lin Hao's existence. They were all zombies. The village was very small, and it took Lin Hao more than 10 minutes to walk back and forth. There were no powerful mutant zombies in the village. Only a speed-type zombie that was barely level 2. Lin Hao remembered that this guy was the little bully of the village. When he was a child, he liked to take his children to the next village to fight. When he grew up, he married the most beautiful class flower in the elementary school, which made Lin Hao jealous. He was very fat. Of course, not as exaggerated as by Bofen. He couldn't understand how this guy became a speed-type zombie. Lin Hao knew most of the zombies in the village, but there were some he didn't know, and there were many he couldn't find, such as his sister and mother. Lin Hao's heart lit up again. Maybe his sister and mother are not dead yet. Yes. Can't give up. There are still many villages here. Look around. Lin Hao and Li Yong began to search. Both of them were very fast zombies, and Lin Hao searched all the villages within a few miles. Lin Hao knew that maybe they were really gone. Lin Hao sighed and started to walk back. Are you unhappy? Li Yong couldn't help asking. Yeah, a little bit. Lin Hao forced a smile. Here's the knife for you. It's very beautiful. You be happy with it. Li Yong took off his favorite dagger from his shoulder and handed it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao put his arm around Li Yang's shoulder and said, Don't worry. I'm happy with you and Fatty here. At the survivor base in H province, a girl who looked 8 times like Lin Hao silently looked at the flying plane, somewhat doubting that she had seen it wrong. The girl had light eyebrows, big eyes, and a mouth and nose that looked very similar to Lin Hao. But unfortunately Lin Hao's eyes were a little small. Lin Ro, what are you doing? Come here quickly. I take a look at your injuries. Someone hurriedly called Lin Ro over. Lin Ro looked about 16 years old. Her mouth and nose that looked very similar to Lin Hao's looked ordinary and forgettable on Lin Hao's face. But on this girl's face, she looked delicate and exquisite, and very attractive. Lin Ro covered the wound on her arm, which was scratched by a mutant zombie. Without thinking, she slashed the zombie with the alloy knife in her hand. When she retreated, she was almost tripped by ordinary zombies. Fortunately, Qian Xiaobai helped her. At this moment, Qian Xiaobai led a large group of survivors to criticize Xia Pingfei for his self-centered behavior, and then used his actual actions to tell the survivors that he was the real leader. He would lead the survivors to live well in this doomsday, and make this place an oasis in the doomsday. So, the survivors believed it, and they began to support Qian Xiaobai crazily. Xia Pingfei was locked up, and he might not be able to get out in this life. Lin Ro is a psychic, a level 5 psychic, just like Qian Xiaobai. After treating her wounds, she returned to her room and wanted to have a good rest for a while. After all, she was too tired to face so many zombies just now, and she almost got injured in the middle. Lin Ro, I successfully pulled that old guy down, and this base will be ours from now on. Suddenly, Qian Xiaobai entered Lin Ro's room without even knocking. Lin Ro looked at this guy coldly. So in the end you became the leader of this base. Didn't you say you didn't care about this position? Do I need to lie to you when I lie to others? This base must be ours. Otherwise that old guy will definitely find a way to drive us out. You also know how dangerous it is outside. Haven't we suffered enough in the past 6 months? I finally found a place to live, and I will not leave. Qian Xiaobai said a little loudly. Then why don't you just kill Xia Pingfei? Why do you want to humiliate him? Lin Ro seemed to explode, jumped up from the bed, and yelled at Qian Xiaobai. Qian Xiaobai was a little confused. Lin Ro had never treated him like this before, and he just saved her. What's wrong with you? Qian Xiaobai asked cautiously. I'm fine. I just want to ask why you tortured him like this. You were not like this before. Lin Ro looked at Qian Xiaobai directly, waiting for his answer. Qian Xiaobai sighed and said, You think I don't want to kill him? But he can't die. He is the only one in the entire base who can sign a line with the capital base. Don't worry. When the people from the capital base come over next time, I will immediately tell them my identity. When they accept our identities, I can end Xia Pingfei's suffering. Qian Xiaobai said. So you finally compromised and conducted human experiments? Didn't you promise me that you would not conduct human experiments? Didn't you promise me that there would only be those mutants in the base, and no one else would become mutants? But today there are 100 more level 2 mutants on the battlefield, and more than 500 survivors disappeared in the base for no reason. What have you been doing in the past half-month? Lin Ro asked Qian Xiaobai directly. Lin Ro, I think we have supported each other until now, and you should understand me. Qian Xiaobai's voice also turned cold. Yes, I understand you. I understand you in the past, but I don't understand you now. Lin Ro sat down again and fell into the thought just now. Qian Xiaobai didn't know what to say, so he could only sigh and prepare to leave. At this moment, Lin Ro called him. Wait! Who are those people who just got on the plane? Qian Xiaobai was obviously not in such a good mood, and said directly, A few high-level zombies sneaked in. 1 level 6 and 2 level 4. So I sent them away. Then, Qian Xiaobai pulled the door hard. Lin Ro fell into deep thought again. The high-level mutant zombie should not be him. Chapter 431. Attention! We are only a few minutes away from Los Angeles. Lin Hao was looking at the buildings outside that were completely different from his own country. And Gooden had already reminded Lin Hao. Although Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang certainly had no need to deceive themselves in the great fear of life and death, proper precautions were definitely needed, such as asking Gooden to detect the terrain at any time to check where they were. And Gooden had already entered the map into his program, and it was a very simple task to check where Lin Hao flew to. Just like now. This is a very famous city in the world. But unfortunately Lin Hao has never been here. He doesn't know what famous buildings there are. Anyway, basically there are none now, because there are only ruins. Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang are obviously going abroad for the first time. Now going abroad is really not too simple. Just get on the plane and fly directly. Unlike before. You can't take off without the permission of the country, because it is a casual violation of air rights. Don't mention it abroad. As for now, who cares whether it violates air rights? Where should we stop? Xiao Huang, and Xiao Huang asked tremblingly. Lin Hao began to think. The first thing Yi Wentian did when he came to the United States was to go to the survivor base in the United States. But where should the survivor base in Los Angeles be? This is indeed a problem. After all, this city is too big and too desolate. The point is that Lin Hao has no idea how they will build a survivor base. I will drive a detection system with a radius of 50 meters anytime and anywhere. It's up to you where to find it. Gooden said to Lin Hao, and Lin Hao's heart by Bofin never seemed to wake up. Li Yong just looked at the dagger stuck in his shoulder quietly. Everything seemed so peaceful and tranquil. Then just stop anywhere. Anyway, we have arrived in this city. As long as the survivor base will not move randomly, it should be easy to find a huge base. Lin Hao said helplessly. After all, Los Angeles is a big city. So naturally the survivor base here will definitely not be shabby. At least at the same level as S City. Or even better than S City. This is possible. According to Lin Hao's command, the plane randomly stopped on a street in Los Angeles. In fact, according to the area of the survivor base, it might be more convenient to search over Los Angeles by plane. But Lin Hao did not do so, because a group of mutant beasts would fly over the sky from time to time. And those mutant beasts were all very powerful without exception. Just now, Lin Hao even saw 2 level 5 mutant beasts flying past the plane on the plane. If Lin Hao's level was not level 6, the 2 mutant beasts might have attacked the plane. For safety reasons, Lin Hao had to land first. According to Gooden's information, Los Angeles was actually the first place where the zombie virus broke out. And the zombies here were all exposed to the original virus. Although the original virus was becoming increasingly rare due to the characteristics of the infection, the mutant zombies here should not be underestimated. This was what Gooden told Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't know why the zombies here were stronger than those in China. In short, Lin Hao was still the strongest at the same level. Even if he saw a higher level Lin Hao, he would not fight with him. So Lin Hao didn't care much about this information. But then, a problem arose. Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang. After the two stopped the plane, they began to feel anxious. Lin Hao looked at the two silently without saying anything. Xiao Huang couldn't bear it anymore. Brother Zombie, you said you would let us go back when we reached the destination. You won't break your promise, right? Facing the cautious Xiao Huang, Lin Hao really began to hesitate. Since he decided to find Yi Wentian here and bring Yi Wentian back, he naturally needed a driving tool. But in fact, finding Yi Wentian was a very difficult thing. Lin Hao himself didn't know when he could find the guy. He couldn't let these two people wait in the plane. But Lin Hao suddenly felt unwilling to let them go. Forget it. Wait for us to go down. And you can leave by yourselves. Finally, Lin Hao let the two go. There are 2 reasons. First, according to the area of this big city, it is unknown how long it will take for Lin Hao to find Yi Wentian. During this period of time, it is impossible for Lin Hao to force these 2 people to stay here. Second, even if they were killed, it would be useless to leave an empty plane. Maybe in the process of searching for Yi Wentian, they can find a better driving tool than this. After all, this is the United States, and Lin Hao does not believe that there is not even an air transportation tool in the survivor base in the United States. As for whether the other party is willing to give it to Lin Hao, that is another matter. Anyway, for Lin Hao, what he can't get can still be snatched. After understanding these 2 points, these 2 people are actually useless. Killing them is a waste of time. So let them fend for themselves. The 2 people actually felt that they might not survive when they stepped into the plane. So they actually came with the belief that they must die. After all, in their impression, no human can survive in the hands of zombies. As for what happened just now, it was just that Xiao Huang wanted to give it a try. No one wanted to die in such an unclear way. Even if the chance seemed very small, it did not stop the 2 from trying. The result was surprising. They did not expect that Lin Hao would actually let them go. Looking at the backs of Lin Hao and the other 2 zombies leaving, Xiao Huang and Xiao Huang's heartbeats directly reached the highest level, as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Xiao Huang, pinch me to see if this is true, Xiao Huang said in disbelief. Then, Xiao Huang really pinched Xiao Huang's arm hard, causing Xiao Huang to scream. When Lin Hao got off the plane, before he could react, the cabin door was already closed. But the plane started running on this wide road, getting faster and faster until it broke through gravity and reached the sky. Lin Hao looked at the plane flying into the sky, stood up from the ground in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and said viciously, "I should have killed those two people earlier, when the plane took off just now. I don't know if Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang did it on purpose, but they started the plane before Lin Hao left, and the wing hit Lin Hao's head directly. Fortunately, the speed of the newly started plane was not very fast, and Lin Hao was a zombie. This collision looked very serious, but it was actually nothing for Lin Hao. But no matter what, such an action actually made Lin Hao very angry, especially when he saw Li Yang and Bai Bofan standing not far away and looking at him with some confusion. Lin Hao became even angrier. Why didn't the wing hit those two guys? Lin Hao couldn't help complaining. Chapter 432. Looking at the strange streets, strange buildings, and strange words around him, Lin Hao felt a little annoyed because everything was unfamiliar. The zombies around him were all blonde and blue-eyed, which made Lin Hao very uncomfortable. Although foreigners were often seen in City A and City B, the frequency was not so high, especially like now. There were almost no Asian faces on the streets. Luckily, Lin Hao finally realized that he was not here to look for Asian faces. He was here to look for Yu Wentian. But where's the survivor base? Lin Hao is really helpless. It's dark now, and Gooden's 50-meter detection has been turned on, but he still hasn't seen anything. Gooden, how much area of this city have we searched? Lin Hao asked boredly. Are you sure you know less than 1%? Gooden gave the answer mercilessly. Okay. Very good. Lin Hao continued to move forward calmly. Anyway, he wouldn't feel tired. Just keep moving forward. It's enough to know that Yu Wentian is here. As long as he keeps looking. Lin Hao doesn't believe that he won't find the guy. You are too slow to search like this. You don't know when you can find Yu Wentian. Maybe he has died in some conspiracy before you find him. Or maybe the higher-ups have given him an order to return home, and you are still looking for him foolishly here. What a waste of time, Gooden said. Lin Hao said helplessly, Then what else can I do now? I must find Yu Wentian. Otherwise, what about the liquid lead in Bebe's brain? You can't handle it. Actually, I do have a way. You can find a local survivor group. I believe that even now there are still some survivor groups wandering outside. They can't find or reach the survivor base for various reasons, but they must know where it is. At this time, you have to show your ability and tell them that you can take them to the base. What do you think? Gooden said. Lin Hao stopped immediately and said with some surprise, Yes, this method is okay. What method? Li Yang, who was looking at the moon, raised his head and asked Lin Hao with some curiosity. Oh, nothing. Let's try to find a group of survivors first. Lin Hao smiled. On the street not far from Lin Hao, a blonde woman, a black man, 2 Asian faces, and 5 white people, holding a Remington shotgun, killed a level 2 power zombie that looked more than 2 meters tall. The blonde woman looked at the zombie lying on the ground and couldn't help but spit out, Fuck. These disgusting guys will never go away. It's night now. We must find a safe place to hide. It's too dangerous to walk at night. I don't understand why these Westerners are so tall. The black man following the woman is almost as tall as the zombies lying on the ground. He holds a crowbar with blood stains on the tip. He looks at the woman and says, Angelina, we are not far from the base now. I think we should go back to the base now. It is the safest place. Paul, are you questioning me? Angelina turned around and asked Paul seriously. Paul looked like a muscular man over 2 meters tall. But he was so scared by Angelina that he stuttered. I listened to you anyway. Paul finally compromised. And after the team dealt with the second-level mutant zombie in front of them, they quickly looked for a safe temporary base around. The buildings in the United States are very stylish. For example, almost every household here has a basement, which is said to be to prevent nuclear war. But no matter what the reason is, a basement does bring them great convenience, such as living, storage, and a safe temporary base when the end of the world comes. So when the zombie virus first started to spread, the United States became one of the countries with the most survivors, because there were too many high-rise buildings around, and there were many public facilities such as supermarkets and subways. It was obvious that the vicinity of these places was not suitable as a temporary base. So the 9 people could only look for those residential houses, because the United States has a small population and a large land area. They do not have small communities with tight areas, but their residences are also close together, called communities. Each family in the community has a separate house, which may be 1-story or 2-story. But there is no surprise that all of them have basements. Angelina led people to the nearest community, where the terrain is relatively open, and it is easier to escape if there is any danger. This is a 2-story house of more than 100 square meters. After Angelina and a few people entered the house safely, they began to conduct a routine search of the house. Having lived in the apocalypse for such a long time, they naturally knew to be careful of ordinary zombies that suddenly appeared in certain places. For example, Paul checked every small space in every closet, and finally did not forget to check the compartment of the stairs. As a result, he saw a zombie facing the wall in the compartment of the stairs. Paul went forward without thinking and hit the zombie to death with a stick. The house was safe. Angelina drew all the curtains, and then everyone took out the food in the backpack, selected some that had a short shelf life or had expired, put them in the pot, and started to cook. The food was destined to be so bad that it was hard to swallow. But no one complained because they had tasted this food for a long time and were used to it. Everyone ate slowly because it could increase their sense of fullness and save some food. After eating these things, Paul carefully put out the fire and did not make a mess on the ground because they did not have the conditions to do so. He simply took the pot aside and everyone began to rest. "I will keep watch first. You rest," Angelina said to these people. Then Angelina opened the door and came to the stairs. Because this area is relatively low, the thresholds of the houses are set relatively high, so a small staircase is specially set up at the door. Angelina sat on the stairs, took out her Marlboro and lit one. Angelina didn't know when she started smoking. Anyway, when the doomsday came, she followed the people in the company to avoid those man-eating monsters. And then, under pressure and fear, she couldn't help but start smoking. As soon as she smoked, she began to recall the past. How beautiful the past was. But it was a pity that it would never come back. Help! Help! Suddenly, a cry for help came from a distance, and Angelina stood up very alertly and looked into the distance. Chapter 433. This is a man's voice, with obvious non-standard pronunciation. Angelina can be sure that the other party is not a local. According to the thinking of the apocalypse, Angelina should not save the other party. If the other party is a burden, it may drag down Angelina's entire team. After all, he is not alone. But this time Angelina must rush over and kill the person who shouted for help. If he shouted so loudly and was heard by the zombies around, it would be really troublesome. So Angelina rushed so fast, not to save people, but to kill people. After walking a few steps, Angelina saw the man who shouted for help. He was a man with obvious Oriental appearance. His clothes were obviously Oriental clothes. I don't know what the man looks like, because Angelina's aesthetics are obviously different from those Oriental people. I just felt that when I saw this Oriental man for the first time, I felt that this man was very mysterious. To Angelina, every Oriental man is mysterious, including the countries in the East. Their countries are also very mysterious places. He has seen more than once that some Oriental people have those strange powers, which are much stronger than his own. Because the distance was closer this time, Angelina also found out why the Oriental man screamed so miserably. Because there was a fat pig-like zombie following behind the man. The zombie opened its mouth wide, and the sharp teeth in its mouth could be seen clearly even in the dark. Because of this, Angelina began to hesitate. Maybe it was a mistake for him to run over casually. At this moment, the fat zombie that looked like a pig was desperately emitting its pressure. The strong pressure made Angelina a little breathless. Angelina instantly understood that this zombie was at least a level 3 zombie. Angelina was a level 3 mutant. She could barely deal with level 2 zombies. Level 3 zombies were a bit difficult, and level 4 zombies were no match at all. The fat man could have such a great power. Obviously, he was a very powerful mutant zombie. Angelina was afraid, but also looked at the Oriental man, who was being chased with some curiosity. The Oriental man was still running, and the fat zombie behind him was still chasing him. Although the zombie was fat, his speed was not slow at all. But there was no sense of power from the Oriental man. It was obvious that the Oriental man was just an ordinary person. He, an ordinary person, actually escaped this mutant zombie that looked very powerful. This made Angelina curious. At the same time, Whether to kill this man or save this man became two choices in Angelina's mind. Obviously, the man had seen her, and he ran towards her, as if he had seen the only life-saving straw. Seeing the panic in the man's eyes, Angelina's heart trembled, and she began to soften her heart. Angelina, feeling her heart soften, immediately covered her chest. Really, Angelina didn't know how to tell whether an Oriental man was handsome or not. But in fact, she had a special liking for these Oriental men since she was a child. Because she was in danger once when she was a child. A gangster robbed a bank and kidnapped Angelina at that time. It was a man with an Oriental face who rushed over and saved Angelina regardless of his own safety. For some reason, after seeing this Oriental man, Angelina couldn't help but think of the incident when she was a child. Save him, Angelina sighed. At this moment, she was frightened by the pressure of the fat zombie and didn't notice the cunning in the eyes of the Oriental man and the fat zombie behind him. His clothes were also covered with Oriental words and patterns. Run here, Angelina waved. Lin Hao ran over without thinking and hid behind Angelina. Then Angelina picked up her Remington and shot at the fat by Bofin. Bang! The sound of the gunshot was very loud. Logically, the zombies around should have heard the news and moved. But the surroundings were still so quiet, and no zombies appeared around. This was normal. Of course, Lin Hao wanted to prevent those ordinary zombies from appearing to destroy his plan. But Gooden had hidden Lin Hao's level of pressure. As long as Lin Hao did not actively reveal it himself, it would be impossible for anyone to feel the strong pressure on him. So at this time, Bai Bofin and Li Yang's help was needed. Li Yang always hid in the dark. But the pressure from him and Bai Bofin helped. After they used their pressure to get rid of the zombies around, they deliberately performed this scene. When Angelina appeared on the street next to Lin Hao already knew of her existence. After all, Gooden's detector was always on, so it was impossible for him not to know. When he saw this well-trained team led by a superpower, Lin Hao already had an idea. Even if these people were not from the survivor base, they were from some other larger gangs around. When the time came, Lin Hao only needed to sneak in. Even if this gang had no intention of going to the survivor base, Lin Hao might be able to find out the real location of the survivor base. Therefore, Bai Bofin and Li Yang teamed up with Lin Hao to stage this scene. When Lin Hao saw Angelina rushing over at first, he thought that this guy was going to kill him based on her expression. In fact, Lin Hao guessed right. Unfortunately, Angelina didn't do that in the end. Not only did she not kill Lin Hao, she also helped Lin Hao shoot down Bai Bofin. That's right. It was just one shot. After the shot, it was so clean and neat that Angelina thought she had encountered a fake. Because Bai Bofin was obviously a high-level mutant zombie. How could he be killed by a shotgun? But Bai Bofin really fell down and didn't move. Especially now it was dark, and many things were not clear. In order to prevent accidents, Angelina could only pull Lin Hao back. Now Angelina was most afraid that her shot would alarm the zombies around. So after she took Lin Hao back to the room, she immediately closed the door carefully, and the other survivors in the room had opened their eyes at this moment, looking at the two people who had just entered vigilantly. Guys, don't be like this. It's me, Angelina. Angelina said to these people. Everyone naturally saw that it was Angelina. They were not vigilant about Angelina, but Lin Hao brought by Angelina. Oh, my God, Angelina. You know we came out to find food, not to find burdens. You actually saved a person. You were not like this before, Paul said in surprise. Chapter 434. Angelina glanced at the curtains around her, looked at the environment at the door, and quietly observed for a long time at a corner of the curtains at the window. Finally, she was sure that there were no zombies attracted by her gunshots outside. And then she relaxed. Angelina, tell me, why did you bring a burden back? The black man, Paul said angrily. I don't think I need to report to you what I do. Angelina turned her head and stared at Paul with a pair of eyes, making Paul dare not look at her. This is something Angelina often does to Paul. What kind of person is Paul? No one in the world knows him better than Angelina. Paul is a very selfish person. Whenever Angelina brings new people back, he always says, "Oh my God, why did you bring back another burden?" In fact, it turns out that most of what Paul said is true. Most of the people Angelina brought back are indeed burdens. But there is no way. Angelina is the leader, and they all have to listen to Angelina. Because of this, Paul and the people under him looked at Lin Hao, an Oriental face, very carefully. In their impression, Orientals are mysterious and cunning. They can easily trick them into a fight. So no one came forward to talk to Lin Hao, as if they could hook their souls by just talking to him. Are you hungry? Angelina asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao naturally saw that except for the woman who saved him at the beginning, other people didn't seem to be very interested in him. But it didn't matter. Lin Hao wanted to keep a low profile, as long as he could get the location of the survivor's base. He didn't care about the rest. And he didn't want to care. Lin Hao was a little uncomfortable with the English words, but he quickly reacted. At least, he had studied hard for 12 years. Although he failed the CT4 and CT6, he could still handle simple conversations in English. I'm not hungry. I won't bother you. I'm already grateful to be alive, Lin Hao said to Angelina. Angelina was not a newbie in the apocalypse. He naturally knew that sometimes some people could not be saved. But he still chose to save Lin Hao. Why? Because Lin Hao was able to escape from a level 4 mutant zombie. Angelina knew what her team lacked. They lacked a strong fighting force like her. As time went on into the apocalypse, there were more and more terrifying guys. Every time she had to deal with such terrifying guys, she had to be the first one to fight. Angelina almost died in the hands of those guys many times. Only she knew the hardship. So Angelina knew that she had to find a helper. Obviously, a mob like Paul would not be able to do the job. As for the rest of the people, Angelina looked at the 2 yellow people and the 5 white people. These people were not even as useful as Paul. If they were burdens, Angelina would rather regard them as burdens, because they were real burdens. When these people gathered together, it was difficult to deal with even ordinary zombies. When they met stronger ones, only she and Paul could take on the challenge. They could only cheer for them behind them. Angelina did not need a cheerleader. What he needed was someone who was truly capable of helping him. So, Angelina once again cast her eyes on Lin Hao. Obviously, Lin Hao was also a yellow person. But Lin Hao was obviously different from the yellow people in his team. The yellow people in his team looked more like Westerners, while the yellow person who had just been rescued had an authentic Oriental face. For Westerners, the real Oriental faces should be the appearance of people from China, Japan, and Korea. If it wasn't the end of the world, I believe these people would definitely be very interested in asking Lin Hao questions, asking him which country he was from. But now it's the end of the world, especially since Lin Hao is new here. It's already a good thing that he hasn't been suppressed. How can he expect others to talk to Lin Hao nicely? So, those who woke up couldn't sleep anymore. Everyone protected their backpacks, held their backpacks in their arms, and then looked at Lin Hao vigilantly, while Lin Hao, like a salted fish, sat there indifferently, looking at Angelina. After all, this woman figure looked great. Although Angelina entered the room, she did not rest like the others, but continued to watch the situation outside diligently by the window. Lin Hao began to think about how to talk to Angelina, and then asked, "There are no zombies outside. Why are you watching there?" Angelina looked back at Lin Hao. "Are you talking to me?" Lin Hao nodded, but Angelina shook her head and said, "It's the end of the world now. If you want to survive, you must be vigilant at all times. Otherwise you may lose your life one day." This is true. Lin Hao looked at Angelina with some admiration. The leader of this team can be easily identified. Obviously, Angelina should be the leader. As for the others, "What's your name?" Lin Hao looked at the very strong black man. The black man looked at Lin Hao with his fearless eyes, and said condescendingly, "Yellow man, since you have joined our team, you should be honest and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I will let you know what it feels like to be hit on the head by a strong fist." It was obvious that Paul did not welcome Lin Hao, and even threatened Lin Hao. Lin Hao took a look at Paul, who was just an ordinary person, so he soon lost interest in Paul. There were 2 yellow people in the team. Lin Hao looked at them carefully, and found that they both had dark faces. Maybe it was related to the fact that it was night, and there was no light around. But their appearance had already exposed their country. It was obvious that the 2 yellow people should be from Persia. Lin Hao did not know Persian, but they could definitely speak English. Bored, Lin Hao asked again, "What are your names?" Perhaps because they were all yellow people, the 2 of them were not so hostile to Lin Hao. But they still held the bag tightly in their hands, as if someone would fight for it if they let go. "My name is Almahan, and this is my brother Almahan," one of the older Persians said. Sure enough, Foreigners' names are so strange. Almahan and Almahan. How did their mothers remember them? The remaining 5 were white people. Angelina was white. But Angelina gave Lin Hao a good feeling. These 5 white people gathered together and became a small group. Looking down at the 2 Persians and Paul. And of course, looking at Lin Hao. If Lin Hao didn't know why the other party was like this, he would have lived in vain for so many years. Obviously, these 5 white people were racially discriminating. Chapter 435. In the second half of the night, Angelina was sure that there was really nothing going on outside. So she finally gave up the task of staring outside and returned to the crowd to find a comfortable place to rest. Others still didn't sleep. Gradually, people's work and rest became more and more irregular. According to people nowadays, everyone's daily sleep time has basically decreased by about 50%. Originally, people slept for 8 hours. But now sleeping for 4 hours is a luxury. Especially when they are out looking for food. Basically, many people don't sleep. And these people were not completely asleep just now. They just closed their eyes to rest. If Angelina's shotgun hadn't woken them up, they might still be resting with their eyes closed. In fact, this also shows the selfish character of these people. The shotgun made such a big noise. From Angelina shooting to by Bothan lying on the ground and bringing Lin Hao back. It took at least nearly 10 minutes in between. But during these 10 minutes, these people had obviously woken up, but no one went out to check. Or said they were ready to help Angelina. Judging from the fact that Angelina could save people at will, this woman was at most a little serious and fierce. She must be someone who could get along well with her teammates. But none of her teammates came out to help her. So the result was obvious. This team was either full of selfish and disgusting people except Angelina. Or this team was formed temporarily, and they were not familiar with each other. Obviously, it was impossible for all these people to be disgusting people. So Lin Hao guessed that this team should have been formed temporarily. And everyone was mentally wary of others. So no one showed up to help Angelina. After all, their own safety was the most important. Angelina sat back down and couldn't help smoking a cigarette. Looking at the Oriental man she had rescued with some strangeness. Angelina felt a little strange. This Oriental man was very scared just now. Especially when he was chased by the zombie. Angelina once thought that this guy might be scared to pee his pants. It must be a very daunting thing to be rescued in this situation. And then you will be very scared. But the man in front of him was very calm. As if nothing had happened just now. Angelina asked curiously, "Are you scared?" "Scared? What are you afraid of?" Lin Hao was a little confused. Angelina was a little speechless. Was this guy pretending to be calm, or was he really not scared? Paul sneered and said, looking at his expression, "You can tell that he must be very scared. Even if you say you are scared, we will not laugh at you. Why are you pretending?" Lin Hao ignored Paul. And Angelina ignored Paul. Although it was already dark, and it was pitch black everywhere. Angelina couldn't help asking, "Have we met before? Have you been to China?" Lin Hao asked. Angelina shook her head. And Lin Hao said, "Then we have definitely never met." "Why do you say that?" Angelina was very surprised. This Oriental man could meet her here. It was obvious that he must have come to the United States before the end of the world. Angelina thought he looked so familiar. Maybe they had really met somewhere before. After all, the United States is a hodgepodge, with people from all countries. Angelina had seen people of all races since she was a child. So she might have seen Lin Hao somewhere. Lin Hao knew very well that he had just arrived in the United States today. And he had only met foreigners a few times since he was a child. Let alone a beautiful foreigner with a good figure. Seeing that Lin Hao had no desire to talk, Angelina simply shut up. After all, they were not familiar with each other, and had no topic to talk about. In fact, Lin Hao really wanted to have a conversation with Angelina. But his vocabulary was really not up to par with the other party. He could barely understand the other party if she spoke slowly. But it became a curse if she spoke quickly. A pile of garbage. Paul muttered quietly. Lin Hao happened to understand this sentence. The black man must be belittling himself. But it doesn't matter. Lin Hao came to their team to show himself. As long as they don't drive him away, Lin Hao will always have the opportunity to show himself. The night is sometimes very long. But sometimes it is just a snap of the fingers. The premise is to see what you are doing. Angelina unknowingly finished smoking her cigarette. And the sky outside began to slowly brighten. During the daybreak, Lin Hao chatted with Gooden or used his mental power to look around. by both and couldn't help falling asleep again. And Li Yong stood silently beside the fat man. When the sky just turned pale outside, the whole team woke up. But no one slept much. When the daybreak came, those people began to pack their luggage and put everything that should be put into the bag. Everyone looked around cautiously, especially when looking at Lin Hao. Their eyes were shining. Angelina was also packing up. So Lin Hao, the only one who had nothing, became the target of public criticism. Paul couldn't help but complain, "Oh my god, you don't even have any supplies on you? Where's your food?" Lin Hao shook his head silently. "Then where are your weapons?" Paul asked again. So Lin Hao shook his head again. "Then what's the use of you?" Paul couldn't help but complain. "Okay, keep your voice down. There are zombies outside," Angelina growled. Paul said unconvincingly, "Angelina, don't think I can share my food with him. If you want to share, let the white people share. They have more food." Paul pointed at the 5 white people in this team, except Angelina. They were all men. What made Lin Hao feel funny was that although these men listened to Angelina, even Angelina couldn't control them on some principled issues. Lin Hao had already detected Angelina's attributes through Gooden. She was a 3rd-level superpower. It was a simple matter to control these people. However, Angelina did not use her ability to manage them. The white people immediately looked at Paul as if he was an idiot. One of them, who was not as tall as Paul, but was as strong as Paul, said, "Don't even think about it. We worked hard to get our food. We won't just give it to a useless yellow person. Trash like them with bad physical constitutions should be abandoned early." Very good. The 5 white people looked at Lin Hao and Paul with a common hatred. The racial discrimination words that popped up from time to time also made Lin Hao feel a little angry. Looking at these white people, Lin Hao thought silently, "Don't expect me to save you when you are in danger." Chapter 436. The quarrel between these people did not last long, because Angelina gave Lin Hao a pack of her biscuits. And the guy called Almer also gave Lin Hao a bottle of 300 milliliters of mineral water. Seeing this, the 5 white people and Paul immediately shut up and started to pack up their things. Lin Hao looked at the things in his hands and the friendly faces of the 3 people. Lin Hao felt that he would be sorry for them if he didn't eat these things. These people were eating, and they ate while they were cleaning up, just to save some time. Seeing this, Lin Hao could only eat the biscuits in his hand in a hurry and hold back the feeling of nausea. After all, Lin Hao was now a level 6 zombie, and his control over his body had reached a very strong level. It was still easy to control some of the feelings of wanting to vomit. He drank all the water in his hand in one breath. And looking at Almer's distressed eyes, Lin Hao could only smile at him in a friendly and apologetic way. "Do you have a weapon?" Angelina asked the question again. When this question was asked, Paul immediately clenched the crowbar in his hand sensitively. Even Almer's 2 brothers clenched their own weapons. Not to mention the white people. It was impossible to expect them to give their weapons to Lin Hao. Although weapons seem useless even in the hands of those white people, they feel at ease when they have them, and they will never give them to others casually. Lin Hao naturally knew this. So he said with certainty, "No. But I don't want weapons. I know Chinese Kung Fu." Paul laughed out loud when he heard this. "Kung Fu? Do you really think we are still Americans from more than 10 years ago? Your Kung Fu has long lost its mysterious power in our eyes. In our eyes, your Kung Fu is exactly the same as the aerobics that the Annies in your country do. And it's still Kung Fu." Not only Paul was laughing, but the white guys couldn't help laughing too. Even Angelina couldn't help shaking her head. Obviously, she didn't believe it either. Only the 2 Persians looked at Lin Hao with strange eyes, which were filled with fear. Lin Hao also shook his head, since the other party didn't believe it. What else could he do? If his alloy knife wasn't in Li Yang's hand, he would definitely show you what knife skills are. While packing their luggage, the few people had already finished their breakfast. They followed Angelina, waiting for her order. Angelina looked at Lin Hao, as if she was hesitating about something. Finally, as if she had figured something out, she came to Lin Hao and said, "Here, take this gun. You can use it, right? I remember that many Chinese people around me don't know how to use guns." Lin Hao looked at Angelina in shock. Not only Lin Hao, but everyone in the team looked at Angelina as if she was an idiot. As if Angelina was doing something very stupid. "Angelina, have you really thought it through? Even if you give this guy a gun, he may not be able to use it. And if he has any ideas, we will be in danger." Paul persuaded beside him. Angelina turned her head and looked at Paul coldly. That's enough, I said. Don't interfere in my affairs. Instantly, a murderous aura-like substance surged out of Angelina's eyes and shot directly into Paul's eyes. Paul trembled with fear and immediately said nothing. Lin Hao looked at Angelina with some admiration. This woman was really good. She had even figured out how to visualize murderous intent. For people like her, murderous intent would be of great help in the apocalypse. Angelina's hand was still reaching out to Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't know what was wrong with this woman. She was willing to give such a weapon to a stranger like him. But no matter what the other party was thinking, Lin Hao felt that the other party at least conveyed a kind and selfless side to him, which formed a sharp contrast with the black man Paul and the 5 white people. Lin Hao took the shotgun with mixed feelings and said to Angelina solemnly, "Don't worry. I will make good use of this weapon." Angelina looked at Lin Hao with satisfaction, then turned around and said to everyone, "Just go out and form a column. Keep an eye on any place at all times. And be careful of the zombies in those places, because zombies may appear from anywhere." Angelina took the lead. At this moment, Angelina had no weapons on her body, and she ran barehanded on the streets full of zombies. Lin Hao looked at Paul hiding behind Angelina and looking around, and at the white people behind him who were timid, and finally couldn't help shaking his head. Then he accelerated and rushed in front of Angelina. "I take the lead." Lin Hao thought that his heroic rescue would make Angelina have a better impression of him, but who knew that it would cause embarrassment? "Do you know where we are going? Do you know our destination?" The 2 questions made Lin Hao completely dumbfounded. "You should stay at the back and help me watch the back." "Thank you." Angelina smiled gently at Lin Hao. Paul's eyes were worth it. He had never seen Angelina speak to others so gently. Angelina always had a dead face. So when Paul came out to search for food this time, he heard that he was in the same team with Angelina. He wanted to quit working, but their boss was the authority and everything. The boss said that he had to follow her. So he had to follow her. Paul looked at Lin Hao with strange eyes. He was wondering if this Oriental man had some kind of PY deal with Angelina. Although Paul knew that Angelina had always had a good impression of those Oriental faces, it would not be so good. There must be some PY deal between the 2. Lin Hao specifically told Li Yang and Bai Bofen in the mental image to follow slowly. If they followed too closely, the pressure from their bodies would make all the zombies around them disperse, so that there would be no zombies around the team. For a smart woman like Angelina, the scariest thing is that there are no zombies around. So Lin Hao can only let Bai Bofen and Li Yang stay away. In fact, Lin Hao also has selfish motives, because Lin Hao is very disgusted with those white people who discriminate against races, and he wants to see what these white people look like after encountering zombies. Lin Hao's pressure has been completely hidden by Gooden, so the zombies around don't know that there is a level 6 big boss in this team that scares them. So when they see the figure of this team, those rustling noises finally start to sound, and zombies begin to appear around. "Lin, watch the back," Angelina shouted and rushed towards a zombie in front. Chapter 437. Lin Hao looked at Angelina in surprise. He didn't expect that a woman like her could actually blow up the head of an ordinary zombie with her fists. It is said that Western women are wild, and this statement is absolutely true. However, what made Lin Hao feel a little angry was that the others just watched Angelina from a distance, and no one came forward to help. Especially Paul. He was so close to Angelina, but he was unwilling to swing the crowbar in his hand. "Hey, black man." Lin Hao came to Paul's side. Paul glanced at Lin Hao and said, "My name is Paul, not black man. Whatever your name is, I have something to discuss with you," Lin Hao said. Paul asked casually, "What is it?" "Let's switch positions. You go to the back," Lin Hao said. "Why? I am the only one who can stand behind Angelina." "You yellow monkey. Don't even think about it." Paul's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Hao, and he obviously wanted to attack Lin Hao. "Here, I give you the gun. You give me the stick. And by the way, give me this position. This is the last time I will talk to you properly." Lin Hao impatiently handed the rifle over and said to Paul. Although Paul was a little angry about Lin Hao's tone, the conditions Lin Hao said made Paul a little tempted. The shotgun, also known as the rifle, was a Remington model. It was a very powerful shotgun, and its weight was not much different from the crowbar in his hand. Even without the powerful bullets, it was still a powerful blunt weapon. Moreover, Paul was sure that there were 8 bullets in the gun, plus the loaded ones. There should be 9. This was Angelina's habit. She always liked to fill the magazine, so that she could have more chances of survival in the battle. Angelina had a small backpack on her waist, which was full of bullets. In short, Paul felt that Lin Hao was not only stupid, but also foolish, for giving away this powerful weapon. Boy, are you sure? Do you really think that the back of Angelina is the safest place? Paul asked with a sinister smile. Lin Hao said impatiently, do you want to change it? As long as Paul said no, he would be able to taste the taste of Kung Fu immediately. But unfortunately this guy finally said, change. Why not? I'd be the last one to keep watch, and leave this to you. So, Paul, fearing that Lin Hao would regret it, threw the crowbar in his hand to Lin Hao, and ran to the back with the gun. Everyone in the team looked at Paul with envy. They didn't have guns because their superiors asked them to hand in their private guns. If they wanted to survive in the team, they had to hand in their private guns. There was no gun store around. The only gun was the one in Angelina's hand. You have to know that there is a big difference between having a gun and not having a gun in the Doomsday. Angelina also looked at Lin Hao strangely. She couldn't understand what this Oriental man was thinking. But since Angelina gave the gun to Lin Hao had the right to temporarily control the gun. At least it was not convenient for her to take the gun back now, because there were zombies not far away. And it was a group of zombies. About a dozen of them. Fortunately, it was in a place like this where there were few people in the community. If it was in a commercial street, their noisy movement would not attract these dozen zombies. No matter what. If zombies come, they must fight. The street with more than a dozen zombies in front should be the street with the least zombies. The other streets lead to the crowded commercial streets. Therefore, if you want to leave this community safely, you must kill the more than a dozen zombies in front of you. The others still hid behind Angelina and Lin Hao in fear, and no one dared to step forward. Lin Hao shook his head. These people are useless. Angelina, I give you the crowbar, Lin Hao said hurriedly. Angelina shook her head and said, no. You use it for self-defense. My fists are enough, Angelina said to Lin Hao with a smile. And then she rushed out. For Angelina, a level 3 psychic could easily deal with more than a dozen zombies. Lin Hao shook his head and rushed up with Angelina. At this time, Lin Hao knew why Paul liked to use a crowbar. To be honest, this crowbar was really easy to use. It could be easily smashed into pieces by swinging it like a hammer on the zombie head. Until this moment, Angelina looked at Lin Hao. She thought Lin Hao would be a coward like those white people, who would not attack unless the zombies came near him. But Angelina found out that she was wrong. This Oriental man was still very brave. After all, the apocalypse has been going on for such a long time. Many people's mentality has changed in the apocalypse. It is basically impossible to expect a group of unfamiliar people to come forward to help themselves, because everyone has their own concerns, and no one wants to be in danger. Since there is no affection between each other, why should I help you? This is the value of people in the Doomsday. It is said that Orientals value friendship. Angelina saved Lin Hao yesterday, so Lin Hao came to help Angelina. In comparison, this Oriental man is much better than those white people. Paul and the 2 Persians are still somewhat useful. Angelina saved them. When Angelina is in danger, these 3 people will help. But Angelina also saved those white people. No matter what the situation is, no matter what the crisis is, those white people will not save Angelina. This is what makes Angelina heartbroken. It can't be said that she was heartbroken. Angelina had survived the apocalypse for such a long time, and she had experienced some things countless times. This was why she was so cold and serious. It was also a measure to protect herself. Looking at Lin Hao, who was trying hard to help her, Angelina felt that her cold heart had loosened a little. Soon, Angelina realized that this loosening was abnormal and extremely dangerous. So after the loosening, she suppressed it again. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you can't expect to be ruthless. But at least you can't trust others casually. Otherwise you may not know when you will die. Even if this Oriental man looks reassuring. Soon, the dozen zombies were almost solved by Angelina and Lin Hao. In order to show his strength, Lin Hao deliberately exerted about 1% of his strength. Just 1% made the group of people behind him stunned. Especially Paul. He knew how heavy the crowbar was, and it was difficult for him to hold it with one hand. But Lin Hao waved the crowbar with one hand until the end. as if he was not waving a crowbar, but a thin branch, and solved the zombies. Chapter 438. Angelina smiled at Lin Hao, then glanced at the people behind her and prepared to move on. But what happened next was so sudden that Lin Hao didn't react. One of the 5 white men behind him was a little far away from the crowd. When Lin Hao and Angelina were fighting with more than a dozen zombies, a mutant zombie had already set its sights on this place. This was a speed-type mutant zombie. In order to ensure that his pressure was not released, Lin Hao could only suppress his abilities. In this way, Lin Hao's keen perception would also decrease. Therefore, when this third-level mutant zombie slowly approached the white man, Lin Hao did not react. The zombie suddenly pounced on the man, who had a loud voice and screamed loudly. At a glance, Lin Hao could see that the other party was a level 3 mutant zombie. And at this moment, the zombie had already pounced on the man's neck and started biting him. It was obvious that the man was dead. One of the 5 white men died instantly, and the remaining 4 white men stared blankly, even if they had a machete or other weapon in their hands. These people did not dare to attack. In the end, Paul was brave enough to step forward. But before he could get close to the zombie, Angelina shouted loudly, "It's a mutant zombie! Run!" Mutated zombie? Paul ran after Angelina without thinking. Lin Hao couldn't help laughing when he saw this cunning guy. He said he would be the last one to leave, but he ended up running behind Angelina. In fact, when Paul learned that the guy was a mutant zombie, he wanted to shoot him, but it was useless. He knew that guns were of little use to mutant zombies. Maybe the mutant zombie was not dead after this shot? Of course, if it was not dead, the target would be on him. So Paul didn't want to be a live target. After hearing that the guy was a mutant zombie, he ran immediately. After the mutant zombies reached the 3rd level, they are not so enthusiastic about eating people, because they no longer have a sense of fullness, and the crystal cores in their brains can provide a constant supply of energy, so they don't need to foolishly chase humans like those low-level zombies. But at the same time, the 3rd-level mutant zombies have also developed wisdom. There are also those abnormal antisocial personality disorders among humans. They enjoy killing people. So it is not surprising that some of these zombies enjoy killing people. As Lin Hao said, after killing the white man, the zombie put down the food in his mouth after taking a few bites and began to look at other people. The mutant zombie showed a sick smile at the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that Lin Hao was right. This guy was not for food at all, but just for killing. When the speed-type mutant zombies run, it will be a disaster for ordinary survivors, because the survivors cannot be the opponents of the speed-type mutant zombies. Soon, the strong-looking white man among the 4 white men fell behind. This was obvious. Although he was strong, he was also heavy. Muscles could only give him the ability to run continuously, but not too much explosive power. Those skinny guys were different, especially the skinny guys in the Doomsday. They were all guys who ran frequently. Their speed and explosive power were naturally faster than those overweight muscular men. Paul was also a muscular man, but his speed was not inferior to others at all. This was talent. There was no way black people's athletic talent was stronger than other races. So soon, the strong white man became the next target of the mutant zombies. With a scream, only 3 of the 5 white men were left. The remaining 3 white men were so scared that their adrenaline surged, and their speed broke through the limit, surpassing the 2 Persians in one fell swoop. The 2 Persians were interesting. Their running style looked very special. The running frequency of others was calculated based on the waving of their hands, but the running frequency of the 2 Persians was based on their breathing. So when these white people approached the Persians, they could clearly hear the rapid and frequent breathing. Seeing that the white men had surpassed them, several Persians quickened their breathing without thinking. And then the Persians slowly surpassed the white men again. The white man looked at his companion in front of him desperately and lonely, and shouted loudly, "Angelina, help! This may be their only hope of survival." Because many times, many people, when they were about to despair, shouted, "Angelina, help!" And then Angelina stopped and rushed to save them with her fists. At this moment, the white man felt that the mutant zombie had grabbed his shoulder. So he shouted. When he saw Angelina looking back, he thought he would survive. But when he felt a tingling sensation in his neck, he fell to the ground in despair and subconsciously grabbed the foot of a companion. The companion was also white. He was suddenly pulled by someone and fell down again in panic. He wanted to break free from the guy's hand, but no matter how he struggled, The guy's hand was tightly grasping his ankle. Seeing that the mutant zombies had completed the attack on the white man lying on the ground, the captured white man finally went crazy. He raised the machete in his hand. At that moment, he really wanted to chop off the arm that was holding him. As long as he chopped off that arm, he would be safe. But he didn't know if it was because of nervousness or trance. His knife actually went to his thigh. Another scream was heard, and this guy cut off his thigh alive. Angelina wanted to save them. After all, she could save as many as she could. But when she saw them like this, she knew that there was no need to save them anymore. She could only hope that these two doomed guys could delay for a little longer. Only in this way, they could have more time to escape. This is human beings. When facing such a life and death situation, no matter which country they are from, they will panic, go crazy, and do some unreasonable things. Such as now. Lin Hao looked at this scene and shook his head with emotion. He had seen too many such things. So, 5 white people became 1 white person, and 4 white people died in an instant. Angelina was still running with her people. There was a level 3 mutant zombie hanging behind her, which was actually good. At least there were no ordinary zombies around. Of course, if ordinary zombies appeared, it would be bad, because those ordinary zombies must be controlled by the level 3 mutant zombie. If they were combined at that time, it would bring great trouble to this small team. Chapter 439. Angelina shouted hurriedly, "Run! Don't stop! Run as hard as you can. Whoever runs slower will die." Anyway, Angelina runs the fastest. So even if she dies, she won't die first. As a level 3 power type mutant, Angelina has no advantage against level 3 speed type zombies. Because after the zombies evolve to level 3, the speed attribute will have 2 more points than other attributes. Turning a corner and coming to the street, this can be considered a mistake in a hurry. After all, a level 3 mutant zombie following behind would make anyone feel panicked. A level 3 zombie would mean total annihilation for this team. Among them, only Angelina could fight that guy. And the point is that Angelina is definitely not the opponent of that zombie. Obviously Angelina also knows this. So until now, he has not confronted the zombie head-on, but led his team to find a way to escape. Although it was already daytime. Unfortunately, not long after the sun appeared, several dark clouds slowly floated over and blocked the sun tightly. Suddenly, the pure ultraviolet rays of the sun were blocked by the dark clouds. And those ordinary zombies began to go out for a walk because they could not feel the existence of ultraviolet rays. Are there many zombies out for a walk? There are quite a lot. Anyway, as the few people moved, more and more zombies appeared. The 3rd level zombie behind them disappeared, and the ordinary zombies began to attack this team. Ordinary zombies are not afraid of superpowers. For them, even the most powerful superpowers are human beings. As long as they are human beings, they will rush up, because they don't know what danger and fear are. So, this group of ordinary zombies rushed up. Sometimes the conditions for the formation of a zombie tide are really strange and sudden. It starts with the first zombie, and then attracts other zombies. One attracts one, a group attracts a group, and gradually, a zombie tide begins to form. According to the U.S. National Bureau of Statistics, the U.S. population is not large. Only more than 400 million. This number does seem to be a lot. But considering that the U.S. is the 4th largest country in the world, 400 million is not too much. But this statistic is only for the locals in the U.S. There are more than these people in the U.S. every year, because people from other countries go here every moment for tourism, vacation, study, work, etc., especially in some big cities. China's S city alone is a city with a population of tens of millions, not to mention one of the most luxurious cities in the world, which is Los Angeles. When the zombie tide formed, it was silent and no one cared. Angelina looked at the dozens of zombies in front of her. She thought there were only these dozens of zombies, so she started to clear the way as usual. As she killed them, she found that there were more and more zombies, and the people around were getting farther and farther away. Paul and the 2 Persians formed a circle together, and the middle was separated by zombies, while Lin Hao and Angelina were together. Paul said loudly to Angelina, "Angelina, zombie tide is formed. Sorry, we have to run away first." When the zombie tide formed, no matter how good the relationship between 2 people was, they would choose to run separately. It had nothing to do with agreement, morality, or feelings. If one person ran away, someone might still survive. But when people gathered together and made a bigger noise, it would be even more impossible to escape, because there were more and more zombies. Angelina didn't say anything, and Paul didn't seem to ask for her opinion. She just said something to Angelina, and then she and the two Persians started to flee towards an old building. The third-level mutant zombie also disappeared. Perhaps it was also frightened by the zombies. After all, the mutant zombie was only a third-level one, and was also extremely fragile in the zombies. Angelina's two fists were swinging fast, like two pile drivers, accurate and powerful. Every time she swung her fists, a zombie head was blown open. Lin Hao followed Angelina, somewhat bored but pretending to fight for his life. "Have you learned boxing?" In the midst of the fight, Lin Hao couldn't help asking. "I learned it as an amateur." Angelina said these 4 words coldly. She couldn't say more to Lin Hao because her attention was all on the zombies in front of her. Mutants just won't be infected. But that doesn't mean they won't be bitten to death. If these zombies rush at him, even Lin Hao can't bear it. So fortunately, Lin Hao is a zombie. Angelina, who was always thinking about her own safety, didn't notice that the zombies approaching him didn't attack him. They just came forward as if to intimidate him, and then walked away. Of course, some of them were unlucky, and were seen by Angelina. They were accidentally blown up by a punch. In fact, Lin Hao was also in distress. He naturally couldn't let the zombies attack him and Angelina. But if he wanted to end this scene perfectly, it would be strange if the zombies suddenly retreated. Angelina would inevitably suspect something. Lin Hao looked at the entire street being blocked by zombies, and Paul and his team had already climbed a building, ready to fight a protracted battle with the zombies. This place was blocked too tightly by zombies, and there was no way to escape. In short, it was impossible for Angelina to break the encirclement formed by these zombies. However, Angelina can't do it, but Lin Hao can. Angelina is quite tall, about 1.7 meters. When Lin Hao looked at her, he even thought that this woman was as tall as him. Fortunately, Lin Hao was actually 1.8 meters tall, so there was nothing wrong with standing with Angelina. Seeing Angelina still outputting crazily, Lin Hao suddenly grabbed her hand. Angelina was stunned, and before she could react to what happened, Lin Hao had already pulled her and rushed towards a place with fewer zombies. Lin Hao's other hand was a crowbar, which was wielded almost like an alloy knife. He used the familiar Jin family's sword technique, and a momentum rose from Lin Hao's body. Angelina looked at Lin Hao in confusion, and the momentum on Lin Hao's body, as if ignoring the countless zombies around Lin Hao. With a swing of the stick, the zombies around him fell down or died. If these zombies could speak, they would definitely give Lin Hao the middle finger and curse him collectively. They clearly didn't provoke anyone. They just heard some noise and followed their companions to run on the street for a while. But Lin Hao came up and killed them with a stick. So, when Angelina was immersed in Lin Hao's momentum, by the time she reacted, they had already escaped from the encirclement of a group of zombies. Chapter 440. After running for nearly dozens of meters, Angelina finally reacted. She looked at the Oriental man in front of her as if she were a monster. It was this Oriental man who just broke out of the encirclement of zombies with a crowbar. This was incredible. Angelina still remembered that once, in the same situation, her team was surrounded by zombies. At that time, there was only one thing they could do. That is, wait for rescue. While waiting for rescue, they could not be conquered by these zombies, so they could only wave their weapons vigorously, again and again, just to wait for rescue, just to survive. Having said so much, the main point is that ordinary people have no way to escape from the zombie tide. So, the wise Angelina looked at Lin Hao with a strange look. Who is this Oriental man? What does he do? People with special abilities can also sense each other. Angelina did not feel any similar breath from Lin Hao. In Angelina's opinion, the other party is just an ordinary person with a better physique. But now it seems that this idea may change. What should we do with them? Angelina asked Lin Hao. They? Do you mean the two Persians and Paul? Lin Hao was speechless. Do you think I have the ability to save them? Angelina stopped talking. Yes. The zombie tide was so dangerous that it was too risky to save them. Lin Hao had no obligation to sacrifice his life to rescue those people. Angelina didn't notice it. He didn't know whether Lin Hao did it intentionally or unintentionally. His hand was always held by Lin Hao. After running for an unknown period of time, The two finally stopped. At this time, Angelina discovered that Lin Hao was holding her hand. However, Westerners are naturally more open. Holding hands and kissing are not as common to them as eating and drinking. But they don't care too much. How far are we from your base now? Lin Hao asked. Not far. Just 2 more streets, Angelina said. Although Angelina said it easily, it may not be easy to implement in the current situation. Because of the small zombie tied behind them. The movement was too loud, causing the zombies in other streets to gather and rush over here. It was unlikely to pass this street now. Angelina obviously agreed with Lin Hao's idea. So the two did not take the risk to move forward, but also chose an abandoned building to get in. Fortunately, the Western builders were more conscientious. Even though this abandoned building looked like it was about to collapse, it did not collapse. The two successfully entered the abandoned building and walked towards the highest point. Occupying the highest point is a very important thing, because the highest point has the best view. With a view, you can observe the surrounding things anytime and anywhere. And you can also know how to proceed to the next step anytime and anywhere. So you can see how happy Lin Hao is at this moment. He doesn't need to run to a high place. He just needs to close his eyes and release his mental power. Then everything around him will appear in his mind from a god's perspective, including himself. But since Angelina has come to the top of the building, Lin Hao can only follow her. However, feeling the tilt of the stairs, Lin Hao is really afraid that this broken building will collapse. After going up the tall building, Angelina saw Paul and the 2 Persians. It turned out that the 3 of them were also very lucky to go up the tall building, and then reach the highest point, and finally lock the door leading to the highest point. After all, the zombies' limbs are stiff, and their speed of climbing upstairs is shockingly slow, so they will never catch these humans. As long as they lock the door and don't make any noise on the high-rise building. As long as those mutant zombies with higher IQs don't appear, they can hide until those zombies disperse. According to Lin Hao's idea, the 3 of them are very likely to survive, as long as they don't encounter mutant zombies. Then Lin Hao was unlucky to find that the 3rd-level mutant zombie that had disappeared for a long time slowly walked out of their corridor, looked at Lin Hao with astigmatism eyes, and then looked at Angelina. The moment this zombie appeared, it attracted Angelina's attention. Angelina looked at this zombie solemnly, and picked up a bare iron bar from the ground casually. Lin Hao stepped forward and asked kindly, "I give you the crowbar." Angelina looked at Lin Hao strangely. Why this guy was not nervous or afraid when encountering any danger. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Of course, a good thing would be calmer. But she was also worried that Lin Hao's mentality was too relaxed. Facing a very fast mutant zombie, he couldn't make any mistakes. "You stay here. Be careful. I will try my best to contain this mutant zombie. If you can see a chance to help me, then come and help me. If not, don't come forward," Angelina said to Lin Hao. This was the first time Angelina had said so much to Lin Hao. Listening to the other parties chattering of seemingly plausible words, these words gradually took shape in Lin Hao's mind, forming phrases, and the general meaning came out. Come and help me. It turned out that she wanted me to help her. But how should I help her? This became Lin Hao's trouble. If he acted too strong, he would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. But if he acted too weak, he would be looked down upon by the other party. Lin Hao was not an idiot when it came to women. At least he had 2 girlfriends. He knew that there were only 2 ways to conquer a strong woman like Angelina. One was to act weak and arouse her maternal instinct. Of course, the possibility of success of this method was 0. The other was to be stronger than her. So strong that she could only look up to him. This method was more reliable. But the problem is that Lin Hao can't become too strong. If he becomes too strong, the other party might be wary of him and think that he is approaching her for a purpose. Then, while Lin Hao was still struggling here, Angelina had already rushed up and fought with the 3rd-level mutant zombie with her fists. Lin Hao deliberately slowed down a beat. He was ready to find an opportunity to help. Instead of using his powerful strength to solve the other party right away, that would be too shocking. Lin Hao wanted to keep a low profile. After all, this city is unfamiliar to Lin Hao, and he doesn't know it. So it's always better to keep a low profile, so that he can live better and more safely. This has always been Lin Hao's survival creed. Paul was in another building, and he looked at the 2 Persians. The 3 of them looked like they had survived a disaster. Fortunately, the mutant zombie didn't go up to the 3 people's building. Otherwise, the fate of the 3 people would be uncertain. Chapter 441. Perhaps. The mutant zombie thought so. Maybe. If he didn't choose these two people, but chose those three people, would the ending be different? The answer is yes. Mutated zombies can also sense people with special abilities, such as Angelina, who is a person with special abilities of the same level as him. But this zombie is not afraid. Under normal circumstances, humans cannot be the opponents of zombies at the same level. Here is the normal situation. But there are also abnormal situations, such as Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan. These people with superb martial arts skills can fight against level 2 mutant zombies with the knives in their hands even if they are not people with special abilities. Not to mention after they become people with special abilities. In short, this level 3 mutant zombie would never think that the human in front of him was his opponent. The result was just as he expected. Angelina was indeed not his opponent. As a mutant zombie, he also had an obligation. He not only had to become stronger and evolve more powerful, but also had to kill the superpowers without any reservation when he saw them. Because their bloodline genes told them that the higher the level of superpowers, the stronger they were. So when seeing low-level superpowers, every mutant zombie had an obligation to kill them. For example, now, if it weren't for Angelina, this level 3 mutant zombie might not have targeted this team. Angelina is a power type, while zombies are speed type, which invisibly widens the gap between the two in terms of strength. Because zombies are different from humans. They are not afraid of pain and do not get hurt. For them, they only need to attack. And then everything will be done. Even if they break their arms and legs, they will be fine. The lost parts will grow back the next day. But humans are not necessarily the same. Humans do not have such a strong vitality. For Angelina, this is a very dangerous battle. But Angelina rushed forward without any complaints. Because she saw the eyes of the zombie. And the information in the eyes told her that the zombie would definitely kill her. There was a natural hatred in the eyes. So, Lin Hao watched Angelina and the zombie collide with each other. Angelina swung her iron fist and tried to hit the zombie. But it was useless. The zombie was too fast and Angelina could not catch up at all. After a while, Angelina had several more wounds on her body. But Angelina didn't even touch the hair of the zombie. This is the gap. Even if they are of the same level, if they encounter attributes that are restrained, the restrained party is very dangerous. But Angelina has a heart that refuses to admit defeat. And she doesn't want to die. Why can many people burst out with very powerful power in battle? Because of one word. Fear. Some people died because they were afraid of death and dared not to attack or take action. Some people burst out with powerful energy that they could not even imagine because they did not want to die. Such as Angelina now. In the battle, Angelina easily found out where the gap between herself and the zombie was. If the two of them were allowed to fight like this, Angelina would never be the opponent of the zombie. So, Angelina began to think and explode. When the zombie appeared next to Angelina again, Angelina rushed up and hugged the zombie without thinking. The zombie was stretching out his claws to attack Angelina. And he didn't expect that this human woman would rush up and hug him directly. He watched his claws pierce into the woman's stomach. And before he could react, Angelina's fist had already hit the mutant zombie head fiercely. 1 punch. 2 punches. Without caring about the wounds on his body. Facing Angelina's crazy attack. Even Lin Hao didn't expect that she would win. After all, a level 3 zombie is just a level 3 zombie. It is impossible for him to have such a strong defense. If he is blocked by a power-type mutant, he will be close to death. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Hao saw that the zombie head was smashed into pieces by Angelina. And a scarlet thing fell out of the zombie head. Obviously, it was a crystal core. Crystal core. Lin Hao's desire came again. Even if it was only a level 3 crystal core. Even if it was of no help to him. The taste of the crystal core was good. Just like before the end of the world. A simple meal could fill the stomach. Why did people still pursue the taste? Anyway, it would turn into organic matter after eating. Therefore, in Lin Hao's view, the human tongue is for human beings to enjoy. To enjoy the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy and salty. And to enjoy the world. Although Lin Hao has lost his sense of taste now, it doesn't matter. He can still taste the delicious texture of the crystal core. Therefore, after seeing the crystal core of this zombie, the desire in his heart could not help but emerge. Angelina's groan came over. Lin Hao could only give up the idea in his mind and hurried over to see how Angelina was. Fortunately, although the zombie hand pierced Angelina's abdomen, it was not deep. This wound might be a bit bad for ordinary survivors, but for a level 3 psychic, it was just a matter of resting for a few days. "Are you okay? I'm sorry that I couldn't help you just now," Lin Hao said apologetically. If he hadn't been struggling with how he should help Angelina, Angelina wouldn't have been injured. "It has nothing to do with you. If you help, you might end up making things worse," Angelina said. Lin Hao was speechless. How much did they look down on him? Suddenly, another round of chattering English sounded. Lin Hao helped Angelina up and looked at another building in surprise. It was the voices of Paul and the 2 Persians. They were shouting so urgently. What was the reason? Although they were in a high building, such a loud noise might attract zombies, and there were mutant beasts in the sky. But the expressions of the 3 of them did not seem to be asking for help, but pointing at him. "They are too far away. I can't understand what they are saying. Do you understand?" Lin Hao asked Angelina. Angelina listened attentively for a while, and finally heard what the other party said. Paul said, "Building. Your building collapsed." Lin Hao did not react. "Oh, the building collapsed. Damn. The building collapsed. Fuck." Angelina also cursed loudly, and the 2 hurriedly ran downstairs. It was obvious that Angelina's punches just now were a bit too heavy. After several vibrations, the building, which was already in danger, finally couldn't stand the destruction of tilting and really collapsed. "But there are still 2 people on the roof. You just stepped on it without saying anything. Is it really okay?" After a few steps, the entire roof began to tilt to the right. This building is really going to collapse. Chapter 442. When a building begins to collapse, the force is earth-shattering. Although the roof is not tilted at a large angle, and the speed of collapse is not fast, there is a very strong force that throws Lin Hao and Angelina so hard that they can't stand up. Their idea of escaping from the stairs may have been ruined. Angelina lay on the ground. The wound on her stomach was bleeding. It's not certain whether the wound is serious or not, but if it causes secondary damage, it's really uncertain. This building is about dozens of stories high, compared with other floors. The floors around here are relatively low, because this is the United States, and the American people are difficult to deal with. If you build a high-rise building where they live, they will protest, saying that you block their sunlight resources. So there are no particularly high floors around. Fortunately, if a high-rise building of dozens of floors collapses at this level, Lin Hao should be fine. But Angelina may not be. Seeing this, Lin Hao barely stood up and pounced on Angelina. Angelina wanted to resist because she didn't know what Lin Hao wanted to do. But when Lin Hao pounced on her, she felt that the scene was so familiar. Familiar people, familiar postures, and familiar memories. The memories deep in Angelina's mind began to loosen slowly. But Angelina still couldn't remember what the person in her mind looked like. She just remembered that the person was thin, had black hair, and a pair of black eyes. This was the most impressive impression. Apart from that, he couldn't remember what the person looked like at all. It was precisely because of this moment of slowness that Lin Hao successfully caught Angelina. At the moment when he caught Angelina, the speed of the building's collapse actually increased, approaching free fall. Even though Angelina's vision was blocked by Lin Hao, her senses were not blocked. When the speed increased, how could she not know what happened? So, the screams that belonged to girls rang out. Boom! A huge sound rang out, when the roof did not fall to the ground, because Lin Hao and Angelina were both on the roof. The 2 were sucked by the centripetal force of the roof falling when they tilted. When the roof suddenly collided with the ground, the 2 were like bullets in a gun barrel, and were instantly fired out. So Lin Hao helplessly found that he took off again, and the flight within 50 meters was a straight line, not a parabola. Angelina finally couldn't help but hug Lin Hao. She felt that they might really be finished this time. Lin Hao didn't feel anything, but he felt that flying like this was quite cool. After flying for a while, the forward momentum finally disappeared, so the 2 fell heavily to the ground. Halfway through, Angelina hugged Lin Hao tightly to hide her nervousness, and Lin Hao also hugged Angelina tightly. Lin Hao landed first, which was deliberately controlled by Lin Hao. If he didn't deliberately control it, Angelina would definitely fall to the ground. With Angelina's current physical fitness, she would definitely not be able to bear it. Feeling the strong impact when landing, Lin Hao guessed that his bones might be broken. But after the current impact disappeared, Lin Hao put Angelina aside, stood up and touched his body. Hey. He didn't feel any broken bones. Don't touch it. You are now a level 6 zombie. And your body defense has reached 30 people. How can you break your bones easily? Gooden said helplessly in Lin Hao's heart. When Lin Hao heard it, he felt that it was true. He was already a level 6 zombie. Even if he jumped directly from that building, he might not be hurt, let alone falling like this. But Angelina was only a 3rd level psychic. Even though Lin Hao had deliberately protected her when she fell, she was still knocked unconscious by the powerful impact. In another tall building in the distance, Paul and 2 Persians were also watching this scene from upstairs. When they saw that Lin Hao stood up without any injury, they were also surprised and opened their mouths wide. Especially Paul. This guy saw it clearly. It was the Oriental man who fell to the ground first. But the Oriental man was fine, while Angelina was unconscious. Could it be that the Oriental man really had some magical power? The 2 Persians said in unison, Kung Fu. It must be Kung Fu. Kung Fu on your face. Paul couldn't help but complain to the 2 in his heart. In his opinion, it was definitely not Kung Fu. At most it was just a stronger ability to withstand blows. After all, he was a man, and men's ability to withstand blows was generally better than women's. But Paul didn't put himself in his shoes. If he was in Lin Hao's situation just now, would he stand up safely like Lin Hao? Maybe Paul had thought about it. So when the 2 Persians talked about Kung Fu, Paul did not refute. Maybe he felt deep in his heart that this Oriental man was really amazing. A wasteland on the edge of Los Angeles. Now this wasteland is not just a wasteland. Before the end of the world, this wasteland was completely a wasteland. An endless wasteland. But now, in the center of this wasteland, a huge thing has been built. If Lin Hao was here, he would be able to recognize that this is a survivor base at first glance. And this survivor base looks much more advanced than the survivor bases in China. It can be seen from the construction of the wall that the walls in China are all built with ordinary bricks and tiles. But the walls here are actually built with metal. The metal wall was at least 5 meters high. The gate was closed, and there were soldiers guarding inside the wall. The gate alone was covered with a lot of high-tech that was difficult to understand. There was also a platform here, and the soldiers on the lookout were looking at the wilderness. There were several armored vehicles not far from the gate. The soldier on the platform said, "There are 2 life forms about 500 meters away at 2 o'clock. Judging from the characteristics, they should be survivors." As soon as the man finished speaking, the gate over there was automatically opened, and an armored vehicle drove out very skillfully and quickly, rushing towards the 2 survivors. At this moment, in this particularly high-end survivor, in a clean and tidy office, a white man was closing his eyes in boredom. And in front of him was a black woman. So, is that survivor base sure that it doesn't want to belong to us? The white man opened his wise eyes and looked at the woman. The woman also shook her head helplessly. That base obviously wants to be independent. Now in the United States, many bases have formed their own armed forces. They are secretly researching drugs and preparing to create mutants and biochemicals, hoping to change the world. Have you counted how many survivor bases there are in the country? The man asked. Chapter 443. The white man is fat and tall, which is in line with the body shape of Westerners. His eyes are serious and cautious, and he obviously has the temperament of a superior. He also has a very confident temperament. It is obvious that his position is not low. In fact, this white man is the president of the entire United States. His name is Trancy. Rashid Trancy. Before taking office, the current president of the United States might not have thought that not long after taking office, the zombie virus broke out all over the world, and his country was the first to bear the brunt. If he knew this, he would never come to compete for this broken position. Trancy was desperate, but the rebuilt survivor base hid Trancy's despair and rekindled his hope. Maybe my country can still be saved? Trancy comforted himself. The base where Trancy was located should be nearly tens of thousands of square meters in area. It was located in a barren wasteland, which was a common terrain in the United States. It might be difficult to build such a long steel wall in tens of thousands of square meters. So there was actually a mountain behind the base. The base was built based on this mountain. The high wall in front was like a fence. Humans built on the mountain. The high wall blocked the front, and the mountain blocked the back, protecting humans in an elliptical space. This not only saves materials for building walls, but also saves a lot of manpower and material resources. In this survivor base of tens of thousands of square meters, there are millions of people living. The black-skinned woman is Trancy's secretary, and she has always been one before. So Trancy trusts this woman very much. How are the survivor bases in our country distributed? Trancy asked. The secretary replied, there are about 523 survivor bases in our country, and the largest number of them has millions of people. For example, our base has the smallest number of only a few people. However, the number of such small bases is very small, but the bases they occupy are very good. If they continue to develop, the number of people will gradually increase. What about the Red Hair Society? Trancy asked with a frown. The Red Hair Society has grown to about 50,000 people, because they built a base in the city, which is the most prosperous commercial building in Los Angeles. A high-rise building can accommodate 50,000 people, and the Red Hair Society is preparing to continue to develop. According to the lowest estimate, there are still hundreds of thousands of hidden survivors in Los Angeles. These survivors are either small strongholds that unite together, or large strongholds like the Red Hair Society. According to our spies, the Red Hair Society may take action recently. They are preparing to swallow up the small stronghold of thousands of people nearby. The secretary said. Swallowed? What do you mean swallowed? When they built the base, the red-haired president promised me that they would build a base with a humanitarian spirit and would never violate the U.S. Constitution. Now, not only do they have their own research team, but they have also built their own mutants and cyborgs. What does he want to do? Why can't our country learn from China? Every city in China is under the management of their government and army, so there are so many survivors in their country. What about us? That group of people only know how to act on their own, and they all dream of occupying this country, and they all want to be the president. Okay, no problem. Let's see if they have the strength. Tell General Ben. All the armed private bases that violate the national constitution and have clearly separated from the jurisdiction of the U.S. government will be eliminated. I want to see who is stronger, them or us. Trant stood up and said fiercely to the secretary. The secretary also rarely saw the president angry. After the president issued the order, the secretary quickly left the office and went out to convey the order. Trant sat down on his chair somewhat weakly and closed his eyes. Sure enough, things eventually came to this point. When troubled times come, some things cannot be stopped, such as disputes. Even if there are zombies that can drive humans to extinction at any time, those ambitious humans will not give up this idea, just to satisfy their greed. Greed? You are the only one who is greedy? Trancy's mouth curled up slowly. That was disdain. Deep disdain. This country is his after all. No matter what those chickens and dogs want to do, they can't succeed. They want to overthrow the U.S. regime with a few civilian weapons. Don't even think about it. Are there still zombies? Even though Lin Hao already knew that the zombies outside had almost receded, he still couldn't help asking Almahan. Almahan walked over and said, the zombies outside have almost receded, but there are still a lot of them. And Angelina hasn't woken up yet. I think we should wait. Paul also said, yes. It won't be too late to leave when there are no zombies outside. Since meeting Lin Hao again, Paul finally stopped looking down at Lin Hao, because he had seen Lin Hao's true strength with his own eyes. With Angelina on his back, killing zombies with a crowbar was as easy as killing a chicken. It was so easy that Paul once thought that Lin Hao was not a human. Congratulations, Paul. You guessed it right. In fact, there were not many zombies outside. They only saw a small group. As long as they acted quickly, there would be no danger. But these three were cowards. In this case, they had to wait a little longer. Almer asked worriedly beside Lin Hao, is Angelina's injury okay? There was still a shocking red on Angelina's belly. The red spread around her clothes and dyed the originally dull gray shirt red. But Lin Hao had to admire the strong vitality of the superpowers. Even though she lost so much blood, Angelina's vital signs were still so stable, and she was not in critical condition at all. But it was also good. If Angelina was in critical condition, Lin Hao would have to let Gooden treat a stranger again. It was said that such treatment would also consume energy for Gooden, and Gooden's energy was running low now. He needed to return to his spaceship to replenish his energy. Lin Hao asked Gooden countless times where his spaceship was, but Gooden refused to tell him. Lin Hao guessed that it was the virus brought by Gooden, so the outbreak site in the United States should be the first place Gooden came into contact with, and the spaceship might be in the United States. Unfortunately, Gooden shook his head and said, I spent a lot of energy to make a space jump from the United States to China because I sensed the point of the spaceship. So I jumped over there. As a result, I didn't see the spaceship but saw you. As I said at the beginning, if it wasn't a last resort, I wouldn't choose you to be my host. Lin Hao hurriedly said, Stop it. Don't say such compliments to me in the future. I'm afraid you will fall in love with me. Gooden, Chapter 444. About half an hour later, the zombies outside had almost dissipated. Lin Hao asked Paul, You know the way back to your base, right? Paul said speechlessly, Of course we do. You can help carry Angelina. And I lead the way. By the way, I give you the gun. This gun may be more useful to you. Give me the crowbar. This is Paul's active admission of weakness. Some Westerners are better in this respect. They are straightforward. The reason they look down on you at first is very simple. That is, they think you are weak and a burden. So they look down on you. But when you show your strength, they may not flatter you. But they will apologize for what they said. Just like Paul in front of them. Since Paul had apologized to Lin Hao. Lin Hao would not nag at him over such a small matter. Although the other party was kind. For Lin Hao, the gun was really not as useful as the crowbar in his hand. You should take the gun. You need to look ahead and behind, and set up a front for me. I will run behind you. The crowbar is more useful. Lin Hao said bluntly. Paul thought for a long time. He was thinking whether Lin Hao was holding a grudge against him. Or holding a grudge against him. Or holding a grudge against him. But the straightforward black people have simple thoughts. He wanted to see something from Lin Hao's expression. But unfortunately Lin Hao had no expression at all. Instead, he stared at Paul curiously. Which made Paul feel guilty. Let's go! Paul concealed his guilt and walked directly in front of Lin Hao. Leading the way. Lin Hao knew that Angelina was a superpower with strong recovery ability. But others did not know. Such as the two Persian brothers and Paul. When they were on the road, the three of them had reminded Lin Hao, either explicitly or implicitly, to throw Angelina away. Because in their opinion, Angelina's wounds had no possibility of survival. Even if she barely survived, she would be in great pain in the next life because she was useless. Women in the apocalypse are miserable. Those who are capable, such as Angelina, may not be provoked by anyone. But those who are incapable and can only scream when seeing zombies can neither be killed nor driven away. What role do they have? Of course, the role that everyone understands. Angelina, who can only lie in bed and cannot move, will definitely be discovered by those hungry and thirsty men at the first time. After all, some men have been coveting Angelina for a long time. If Angelina was not too powerful, she might have been executed on the spot. Although Paul and the two Persians told Lin Hao everything, Lin Hao shook his head and said, Don't worry. Even if I carry a person on my back, I can run faster than you. So you don't have to worry about me. What Lin Hao said was true. But unfortunately the three did not believe it. They thought Lin Hao just said it on purpose to save them from worrying about him. Look, how simple-minded foreigners are. It is because of their simple hearts that Lin Hao lives so easily. It's not like in China. When living with those humans, he has to play palace intrigues all the time. Otherwise those humans may swallow Lin Hao whole with bones at any time. Because no member of a team likes to have someone suddenly appear in their team to steal their job. For example, Lin Hao back then, and Lin Hao now. But if Lin Hao is a capable person who can help his team get more food, then his status will be completely different. Such as Lin Hao back then, and Lin Hao now. Paul's attitude is a reference. From the disgust he showed when he first saw Lin Hao to the admiration he showed for the strong after seeing Lin Hao's fighting power. He fully demonstrated it. Perhaps it was because of the bumpy running that made Angelina behind Lin Hao very uncomfortable. Finally, Angelina couldn't help but open her eyes. Almer, who was beside Lin Hao, saw Angelina wake up at first sight. He said in disbelief, Oh my God! Angelina actually woke up. She woke up with such a serious injury. Because of this guy's words, the five people had to find a place to rest temporarily, just to see what Angelina's current situation was. But Angelina's situation didn't seem to be as bad as imagined, although he looked very painful. How do you feel? Lin Hao asked. When Angelina looked at Lin Hao, her eyes were no longer so cold. She smiled and said, Thank you for saving me just now. You're welcome. This is what a gentleman should do, Lin Hao said. There are no gentlemen in this world now. You are the first gentleman I have seen after the apocalypse. And maybe you will be the last one. Angelina smiled at Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't expect that this woman would even want to joke. Maybe this guy's recovery ability is stronger than he thought. After all, the physical attributes of a power type T virus carrier will not be much worse. However, this scene made Paul and the two Persians dumbfounded, although they didn't know how much blood had flowed from such a large wound on the abdomen. The amount of blood loss was probably at least 1 liter. Judging from the way the clothes were stained, what would happen if the human body lost 1 liter of blood? In short, it was impossible for Angelina to still smile and chat with Lin Hao like she did now. Can you walk by yourself? Lin Hao asked. Paul and the two were dumbfounded. Can you walk by yourself? You are asking nonsense. Of course you can't. Of course you have to hold her. Unfortunately, what Angelina said destroyed their worldview. They watched a woman with a fatal wound on her body, showing her white teeth and saying to the people around her, yes, don't worry. So, Angelina really stood up in front of the 4 people. Lin Hao's expression did not change at all. In Lin Hao's view, this was a very normal thing. According to Lin Hao's recovery level, he would not even care about this level of pain. Okay, since it's almost done, let's leave quickly. Don't attract the zombies casually. Let's go back to the base first. Lin Hao said to everyone. Every time they go out to look for food, it is a life and death journey. For them, the happiest thing is to be able to return to their small base safely after looking for food outside. Sleep well, without any psychological burden. However, every time they go out, almost 50% of the people cannot enjoy this happiness. If they accidentally encounter a zombie tide, the whole army will be wiped out. For example, now, without Lin Hao's original team of 9 people, there are only 4 people left, and the 5 white people all died in the mouths of zombies. This is cruel. Chapter 445. In a small high-rise building on a commercial street in Los Angeles. This is a small high-rise building with more than 80 floors, which is already considered a relatively tall building. But in fact, there are many taller buildings on this commercial street, and there are many better conditions than this one. But here there is a small survivor base, the kind of private one. There are more than 200 people in this building. 200 people distributed on each floor of this building. An average of 3 people per floor. But humans are social animals. Of course, it is impossible for 3 people to live on each floor. There are 5 such small high-rise buildings on this commercial street. These 5 small high-rise buildings are adjacent to each other, and all of them are small private survivor bases. This is due to the coincidence when the zombies broke out that day. It is a coincidence that the people in these buildings are smarter. After they drove the zombies out, they closed the entire building, leaving only the living people. After several months of evolution, there were leaders in the building, and there were also people with special abilities. Everything was so natural. When the food in the building was not enough for these people, the leader finally took people out to find food. Then, these people met the survivors of other small high-rise buildings. In this way, the leader gradually figured out the living conditions of the surrounding small high-rise buildings. Then, a level 5 supernatural person acted as a matchmaker and gathered the leaders of the 5 small high-rise buildings together. Because the 5 small high-rise buildings were too close, several people were going to unite. The worst people who managed the small high-rise buildings were all level 4 supernatural people. So only a level 5 supernatural person could match them. The final negotiation was very successful. Everyone knew that in this environment, only by helping each other could they have hope of survival. And mutual exclusion would definitely not allow them to survive. So they united together. There were 5 buildings in total, managed by 5 people. 1 for each level 5 superpower, and 1 for each of the remaining 4 level 4 superpowers. The management method was also very scientific and democratic. So the buildings had developed very steadily until now. And the number of people in each building had increased from dozens of people in the beginning to hundreds of people in each building. Until one day, when the 5 managers gathered again to report the number of people, they found that their number had reached more than 5,000. The number of survivors in the 5 buildings is naturally not the same. Some buildings have more people, and some buildings have fewer people. So the high-level managers need to check and balance. A level 4 superpower does not have many people under him. So Angelina was sent to the first building and became one of the managers of this building. The first building is building number 1. It is a coincidence that the building numbers of these 5 small high-rise buildings are also next to each other. From 1 to 5. Angelina was transferred from the most powerful building number 5 to building number 1. Paul, the 2 Persians, and the 5 white men. They were all from building 1. Angelina was just like those parachuted leaders. She had not yet demonstrated her strength and had no feelings for them. Of course, these people would not follow Angelina wholeheartedly. So when Lin Hao first saw them, he felt that this team was just formed. In fact, this team was just formed. However, after they experience these things, I believe Angelina will occupy a certain position in the hearts of these people. At this moment, Lin Hao and Angelina had not returned to building number 1. But on the roof of building number 1, 5 people had gathered together. A fat man with big arms and waist was smoking a cigar and looked at the others and said, "I have good news and bad news. I wonder which one you want to hear." The others looked at this fat man, who was like a behemoth, in silence. When did this guy talk so slowly? This fat man is the manager of building number 5. Commonly known as the building manager. Alexander. Alexander is a level 5 supernatural being. It was he who built this small high-rise alliance with several managers. Fortunately, their alliance deterred other organizations that had ideas about these floors. Although the capacity of a building is limited, with only a few hundred people, when one side is in trouble, all sides will support it. An organization is attacking building number 1. While they are fighting, thousands of people suddenly appear on other floors. Will they be confused? So few people dare to provoke the small high-rise alliance. But at the end of this commercial street is another very famous commercial street. This commercial street has a great background. There are countless office buildings with famous businesses, such as some online shopping platforms named after famous rivers, such as a certain computer company that has a certain operating system on every computer, and so on. But now, all these things have become a passing cloud, and no longer exist. What remains are just skyscrapers. When you climb these buildings, you can even see the clouds. Such towering buildings must have a large area. The area of any one of them is dozens of times that of the 5 small high-rise buildings combined. So there are more people living in this building. Tens of thousands of people. It is said that the people who lead these tens of thousands of people are a group of red-haired people. They named their organization the Red Hair Society. It seems that they are a group of people who like to watch Sherlock Holmes. At this moment, Alexander pointed at the towering building and said, "In 2 days, the people in that building will send us supplies. Enough for us to live together for a month. This is good news. But the premise is that we must join them. Give up the small high-rise here, and join their big high-rise. This is bad news." In order to calm down, Alexander couldn't help but take another puff of cigarette, and said all these things in one breath. After this matter was said, everyone's target looked at Alexander. Obviously, others wanted to know what Alexander thought. "It is precisely because I dare not make a decision alone that I come to ask you. Until now, we have not given a definition to our organization and base. That is, what exactly is our base going to do?" Alexander said. Others immediately cast doubtful eyes at Alexander. Alexander smiled and said, "Look, we now have manpower, ability, and weapons. Next, what we need is a definition. A definition of ourselves. Are we a group that survives in the apocalypse? Or a group that can have its own management rights?" Others understood, but their eyes were still on Alexander. Alexander knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, these people would definitely not speak. So, Alexander said, "The Red Hair Society in that building has its own organization, its own manpower, its own technical personnel, its own mutants and cyborgs. And of course, they also have their own team of superpowers. They gave us 2 choices. One is to join them, become their followers, and contribute to their strength. And the other is for us to be independent and become the same existence as them." After Alexander finished speaking, he inexplicably took another puff of cigarette and looked at the 4 people present. Chapter 446. "Why?" Finally, one of the 4 people asked. "Why?" Alexander looked at his cigarette ash blowing in the wind on the roof. So he threw away the cigarette butt in his mouth and said a shocking news. Because they want to fight against the government base. So they need power. When Alexander said this, everyone was shocked. Alexander continued, "So we are also facing several choices next. If we follow the Red Hair Society, we are destined to fight against the United States. But if we want to lead the base ourselves, we also need to fight against the United States. Because our dear president has issued a new order that all survivor bases in the United States, no matter how big or small, as long as they have their own armed forces, must become affiliated with the main base. Why? The president is going too far. We don't use his resources or his power. We survive on our own. Why should we listen to them? If we don't listen to them, it's treason? Ridiculous. Absolutely not. We don't want to be with them. There is also the Red Hair Society. We are who we are. We don't want to be involved with the Red Hair Society. A person who is good at thinking put these things together and thought about it. Finally, he knew what the president and the people of the Red Hair Society were planning. So you think we should be independent? Alexander asked. Those people answered, independence? We must be independent. We are Americans. We have been taught to be free since childhood. We don't want to be vassals of others. If we really become their vassals, there is no doubt that the president will use us to fight the Red Hair Society. And the Red Hair Society will use us to fight the president. This is unforgivable. In the end, the 5 people reached a consensus. After all, they only have more than 5,000 people now, while the Red Hair Society's base has at least tens of thousands of people. And the president's survivor base has reached a terrifying number of millions. Neither of these two groups can be offended. And at the same time, they cannot be rejected forcefully. This is not the pre-apocalyptic world that advocates democracy. If we take a tougher attitude, the other party may just throw in the towel and directly use force to conquer our organization. At that time, the first to die will definitely be the managers. Alexander smiled and said, So do we accept their food or not? For Alexander, this is the most important thing. In the apocalypse, the most scarce thing is always food, because it is being consumed without growth. The food is decreasing day by day. When one day passes, they may have no food at all. This is the real horror. Someone has proposed to move the survivors' base because it is impossible to grow food here. And Alexander has been thinking about this possibility. Therefore, the 5 managers gathered together and discussed again whether the base can be developed sustainably if it is moved. Not far from the 5 small executives, Lin Hao and Angelina are moving quickly towards here. Compared with the speed of Lin Hao carrying Angelina, their speed is slowed down now, because everyone is accommodating Angelina's speed. Although Lin Hao proposed to continue carrying her, Angelina, who is stubborn and self-reliant by nature, will naturally not always let a strange man carry her, even if this man really looks like someone he knew before. Because of Angelina's speed, several people had to slow down their own speed. But fortunately, they were not far from the small high-rise, and they could see building number 1 in front. So Paul smiled and said to them, Don't worry. Building number 1 is in front. We will be able to go home soon and sleep safely in our bed soon. Obviously, Paul's words resonated with people, including Angelina, who showed a trace of yearning in her heart. Because it was not only these ordinary people who did not sleep well. Although Angelina was a superpower, she also needed to rest. She did not sleep all night yesterday, and everyone was sleepy and tired. Thinking that they could sleep safely next, they couldn't help but feel motivated again. Don't worry about me. I can catch up with you, Angelina insisted. Although they had deliberately accommodated Angelina, everyone thought that they were one step closer to safety, so they couldn't help but speed up their pace. Finally, Angelina tripped over something in her weak state and almost fell. If Lin Hao hadn't been quick to help her, she might have fallen straight to the ground. Paul hurriedly stopped and said apologetically, Are we walking too fast? It's okay. I can do it. Let's go, Angelina insisted. Lin Hao looked at the sun. It would be a waste of time if they went down like this. It might be dark when they arrived at the base. Who would be willing to chat with Lin Hao without electricity and light? Okay. Don't be stubborn. I know you all want to get back to the base quickly. In fact, I also want to have a safe place to sleep quickly. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he carried Angelina on his back. Before Angelina could react, she subconsciously grabbed Lin Hao's neck. So, Lin Hao started to run first. When Paul saw Lin Hao running, he and the 2 Persians also started to run excitedly. Then Paul led the way, and the speed suddenly increased to about twice as fast as before. An hour later, Lin Hao had to admire the adaptability of human beings. These people could actually keep running at this speed for an hour. If it was before the end of the world, it would be very good to be able to keep running for 10 minutes. The end of the world is indeed a place to hone people. It turns every human being into a professional athlete. After an hour of long journey, several people finally arrived at the location of building number 1. Looking at the small high-rise building with less than 100 floors in front of him, Lin Hao was really curious about how these people survived. For safety, they must have gathered on the upper floors. So every time they looked for food, they would slowly go down the stairs from the upper floors to the first floor. It was a very troublesome thing to think about. In short, Lin Hao was very reluctant to do this extremely boring exercise. When they arrived at the door of building number 1, because it was a commercial building in the past, in order to be beautiful, the door was made of that kind of transparent glass. And it was a very large area of glass, occupying most of the space in front of the first floor door. But now there is no trace of glass. Only a series of iron nets that look very solid. The iron nets cover the places where the glass should be, because there are gaps in the iron nets, in order to prevent the zombies from seeing them. The survivors also cover the gaps in the iron nets with cloth. Lin Hao stepped forward and couldn't help but pull the iron net. It was really solid. Paul came to the door and pulled the iron net regularly. After a while, a small door appeared below. The small door made of iron net was about half a meter high. Chapter 447. When the half-man-high door opened, Paul went in very skillfully, not caring about the zombies approaching next to him. Lin, help Angelina over first. Luckily, Paul was quite conscientious and knew to get Angelina in first. After Lin Hao and Paul got Angelina in, Lin Hao followed suit. The last to come in were the 2 Persian brothers. Before they came in, they killed the zombies that were approaching, then looked around carefully before finally coming in. There must not be too many zombies gathering here, otherwise it will be very dangerous, Paul explained to Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded. Indeed, no matter how strong this thing is, it can't be a match for the zombie tide. When the zombie tide forms, nothing can be their opponent. So what the 2 Persian brothers did is very necessary. As soon as they entered, a blond man asked Paul, where did this Oriental come from? Obviously, this blond man didn't like Lin Hao very much. After seeing Lin Hao, he still used this seemingly impolite address. It was not the words that were impolite, but the tone of the blond man. Paul knew how powerful Lin Hao was. Seeing the blond man say this, Paul hurriedly said, Jack, don't be like this. This gentleman is very powerful. If it weren't for him, Angelina might have died. Jack looked at Angelina in surprise. As expected, he saw a wound on Angelina's body. However, because of the cover of the clothes, he couldn't see the severity of the wound. But he could see the blood on the outside clearly. With such a large amount of blood, it was hard to imagine that Angelina could still stand in front of him. It was just that her lips were a little pale. Jack knew how powerful Angelina was, because he had been out with Angelina. To be honest, Jack could hardly imagine that there was a woman like Angelina in the world. The selection of people to go out to find food was based on the order of drawing lots. Normally, no one would have a turn every week. But Angelina did not participate in the drawing, because Angelina was on the list of people who went out to find food every time. And Angelina never complained. Jack saw her fighting power and her wisdom clearly during that food search. And Jack was also the first person to be convinced by Angelina. So if even Angelina couldn't solve the danger, Jack felt that no one among them could solve it. But this Oriental man actually saved Angelina, which was incredible. Although he didn't know what happened, Jack could guess that it must be a very dangerous thing. Come with me, Jack said. 5 of the 9 people who went out this time died. And the food they searched for was naturally lost. So they only brought back 4 bags of food. There are nearly 1,000 people in building number 1. Of course, it is impossible to rely on these few people to go out and search for food every day. In less than a day, everyone in the building will starve to death. Therefore, the more than 1,000 people in building number 1 are divided into 10 groups, each with more than 100 people. And each group needs to go out to find food every day. If there are 100 people taking turns, each person will take a turn every 10 days. Of course, the number of people will change. For example, some people who go out die. But this city has nothing but many survivors. And there will be survivors joining every day. But people don't like one kind of people. That is, the survivors who rashly joined when they went out to look for food. Those who did not make any contribution to the base. But according to the rules, they could get food. So Jack's tone was so rude when he saw Lin Hao. However, when he knew that Lin Hao was a very powerful person, His tone immediately became much more respectful. He led these people to climb up one floor at a time until the top floor. The 10 groups in building number 1 were also numbered. Angelina was in team number 1. As mentioned before, Angelina was actually in the most powerful building number 5. But because there were more and more people in building number 1, and the number of deaths each time they went out to look for food was also increasing. So Angelina was assigned to this group, with multiple superpowers leading the team. The safety rate is guaranteed. Team number 1 also has a captain. Angelina is the deputy captain. And the captain is still a superpower. And what Lin Hao didn't expect is that this captain is also a Chinese. As the sky got darker, Su Wenbao's left eyelid kept twitching. At the moment of the doomsday, Su Wenbao was taking his wife to the United States for a honeymoon. But they were trapped here forever. And Su Wenbao's wife also died in the disaster. Su Wenbao was depressed, and even thought about committing suicide. One day, he was scratched by a zombie. Because he didn't want to be eaten by the zombie, he found a secret place to hide, desperately waiting for the moment when he would become a zombie. As a result, a miracle happened. This guy not only did not become a zombie, but also became a superpower that everyone envied. With superpowers, Su Wenbao survived outside for more than a month, and finally found an organization here, and survived until now. On the day of the doomsday, Su Wenbao's left eyelid kept twitching. So when his left eyelid twitched again today, Su Wenbao had a sense of foreboding in his heart. Angelina also led the team out today. When Angelina first appeared in front of Su Wenbao, he was fascinated by Angelina. He felt that he liked Angelina. Unfortunately, after various explicit and implicit hints, Angelina did not give him any response. But Su Wenbao did not give up on Angelina. Because he did not give up, Su Wenbao would worry about him every time Angelina followed the search team out. Logically, Angelina's team should have returned yesterday. But the sun was about to set today, and Angelina still did not come back. Su Wenbao felt that Angelina might be in danger. Thinking of this, Su Wenbao felt a little disappointed. Those who don't usually smoke in the doomsday may not be able to resist smoking one. After all, they don't know when they will die. And it would be a loss to die without trying anything. So Su Wenbao also learned to smoke unconsciously. This is a local brand in the United States. Su Wenbao doesn't know what the name of this cigarette is. He only knows that when this cigarette enters the lungs will feel stinging like a brush brushing. This stinging pain inexplicably makes Su Wenbao temporarily forget where he is. So he is more obsessed with this stinging. While smoking a cigarette, Jack came in. Captain, Angelina is back. And she brought a survivor. Su Wenbao threw away the half-smoked cigarette and stood up with some joy. He knew that this woman could not be killed so easily. Chapter 448. Su Wenbao rushed out of his room in surprise. He looked forward and saw Angelina covered in blood at first sight. As expected, Su Wenbao knew that his left eyelid twitching must be a bad thing. Angelina was indeed in trouble. Angelina, are you okay? Su Wenbao asked worriedly. Angelina raised her eyes, looked at Su Wenbao indifferently and said, "Don't worry. I'm fine." Su Wenbao's fiery heart was extinguished by Angelina's casual glance. But Su Wenbao did not give up. He pulled Angelina to see a doctor. After handing over the food, Paul took out nearly a day's worth of food and gave it to Lin Hao, saying, "Lin, this is what you deserve." When Lin Hao saw the food in Paul's hand, he knew that some things had to be accepted. Otherwise, he would be out of place. But in fact, Lin Hao would not stay here for too long. Because as long as Lin Hao asked where the official survivor base in Los Angeles was, he would disappear without a trace. For Lin Hao, there was nothing worth lingering about here, whether it was people or things. Because in the end, no one would remember him after he left. Out of comfort, Lin Hao still took Paul's food, although he was not going to eat it. "Hey Paul, can I ask you a question?" Lin Hao pulled Paul and asked. Paul turned his head and said, "Of course. Ask it. I will answer any question I know." Lin Hao thought about the wording and asked, "Which is the largest survivor base in your country?" Paul heard Lin Hao's question and said with some doubt, "Our largest survivor base in the United States should be the one led by the president. There are troops in that base. And there are many advanced weapons. It is very safe. Unfortunately, I heard that the base is far away from us. Otherwise I would go there." Lin Hao's heart moved, and he hurriedly asked again, "Then do you know where the base is located?" Paul shook his head firmly this time and said, "Although I know the existence of this base, I also learned it from others. I don't know where the base is, but I heard that it seems to be on the wasteland plain outside Los Angeles. But I don't believe that anyone would have the time to build a base there. Lin Hao knew from the guy's expression and mental state that what he said was probably true. And he really didn't know where the base was. Thank you. Lin Hao turned and left. Lin, you don't want to find that base, do you? Paul followed and asked. Lin Hao didn't have a good impression of Paul at first. And even now, he still doesn't have a good impression of the black people in this force. But since the other party showed goodwill to him, Lin Hao would not casually mock others. He didn't know when this guy might be able to help him with some small things. No. I'm just curious. Lin Hao certainly wouldn't tell the truth. Then I take you to your room, Paul said happily, as if it was a very honorable thing. After handing over the food, the two Persian brothers disappeared. Paul seemed to be a chatterbox, narrating everything about this small base. Let me tell you, our base is also the leading large base in Los Angeles. You saw it when you entered the building just now. There are 4 other buildings adjacent to this building. They are all ours. Each of the 5 buildings has a powerful manager. Although I haven't seen those managers until now. I heard that they are very powerful. We are building number 1. Although our building has the most people, it is the most vulnerable one. The flow of people in our building is too high. Every day, some people disappear and some people join. But I like this place because there are many people here and I feel safe. As he was talking, Lin Hao bumped into many people along the way. There were people from all countries and skin colors. They looked at Lin Hao with doubtful and vigilant eyes. Lin Hao felt that if he talked to them, they might not pay attention to him. Paul continued. According to statistics, there are nearly 1,000 people in our building, and 100 people are divided into a team. We are team number 1, and we are also the strongest team. The top 2 floors are our territory. The Oriental man you just saw is called Su Wenbo. He is our captain and a very powerful person. His nationality is the same as yours. I believe you must have a lot in common. Now that we have a powerful person like you in our team, I believe it will be much safer when we go out to look for food in the future. Then, Paul talked about his concerns about food. Although Los Angeles is big, the surrounding area is not so big. There are nearly 5,000 people in our 5 buildings. These 5,000 people go out to find food every day. The food will eventually run out. In addition, on the street next to us, in the tallest and largest building, there is a large survivor base with nearly 10,000 people. There are so many of us living around here. If one day, the food runs out, what should we do? Obviously, Paul is a survivor with a long-term vision. He knows how to plan for his future life. When many survivors began to change from being afraid to eating and waiting for death in a safe atmosphere, Paul was worried about what to do if there was no food that day. I guess it won't be long before we will be relocated. At that time, we will all go to the countryside together and can't stay in the city, because the food in the city will run out sooner or later, and we must produce our own food, Paul said firmly. Lin Hao looked at Paul in surprise. This guy is not stupid. He knows that so many people will migrate to the countryside sooner or later. Indeed, a healthy survivor base must have farmers who can produce food in addition to talents who can create modern technology. For example, Lin Hao's own survivor base in City B has all the technology, weapons and agriculture. I believe that in a few days, the wheat in the survivor base in City B can be harvested. With renewable food resources, the survivors don't have to risk their lives to search for junk food outside. Although technology can only barely generate electricity, weapons can only make simple swords and spears, and thermal weapons still need to be searched outside. But having food is enough. No one will starve to death, and naturally there will be stability, and stability will lead to development. This road will be the road that every survivor base in the world is destined to take. The number of people in the survivor base where Lin Hao is now seems to be quite large. But it is obvious that they are not stable. The manager may be aware of this problem. But change is not so simple. Who is willing to risk their lives to relocate when they can live in the building? Chapter 449. Paul took Lin Hao to a room. It was hard to believe that there were 50 people on one floor, and they could each get a room. Paul smiled and said, "This used to be a commercial building. After we came here, we planned with those who knew about architecture and turned all the previous office areas into small compartments to ensure that everyone had a room." Lin Hao asked curiously, "My room is so close to the corridor. Where was this place before?" "WC," Paul said embarrassedly. Lin Hao was speechless for a while. He might leave in a while anyway. This was not a place where he would stay for a long time. As long as he found out the location of the official survivor base in Los Angeles. Lin Hao would leave immediately. He casually threw the bread to Paul. I'm not hungry. You can eat this bread. Some people looked at the bread thrown by Lin Hao casually, as if it was a precious and fragile item. Their eyes were wide open. They hurriedly and cautiously caught the bread. They looked at Lin Hao in disbelief and said, Lin, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. I don't eat much. I've already eaten outside. I can't eat too much for someone who runs fast. Otherwise, I won't be able to run. Lin Hao said nonsense seriously. What is the most precious thing in the doomsday? No matter who it is. They will say food without hesitation. No matter if you are hungry or not. When you have food in your hands, it is a peace of mind and a guarantee. But Paul watched Lin Hao throw the food he just got to himself without hesitation. This is really unbelievable. Paul had no choice but to say, Lin, I keep this food for you. When you're hungry, come to me anytime and anywhere. Every time he handed in the food, Paul would look at the bag of food leaving his hands with green eyes. That feeling was so uncomfortable. But now, looking at the bread that Lin Hao casually threw to him, Paul felt his eyes turn green again, as if he was afraid that Lin Hao would regret it. He took the bread and thanked Lin Hao and immediately disappeared without a trace. Seeing Paul also leave, Lin Hao was the only one left at the scene. Next, it was time to find Angelina. Angelina's identity showed that she had a certain status in this survivor base. In this case, I believe she should also know some things, such as where the official survivor base in Los Angeles was. In China, the larger survivor bases in each city were controlled by the government. Even if there were small survivor bases, it was impossible to develop to the point of having thousands or tens of thousands of people. So when Lin Hao heard that this ordinary survivor base actually had 5,000 people, Lin Hao was still very shocked. Those spontaneous survivor bases in China had no more than a few hundred people at most. Such as Lin Hao's survivor base in City B. Jack, this is the Oriental man, who was rescued by Angelina in the food hunting team. A bald black man stood beside Jack and asked Jack. This bald black man is called Steven. He is very tall, and has a very strong body. There are also 7 or 8 people around Steven. Obviously, these 7 or 8 people are in a group. Each of them has a cigarette in his hand. These strong people look at Lin Hao, who is about to walk in, and whisper. Jack advised Steven. I suggest you don't mess with that Oriental man. I heard from Paul that this guy is very powerful. Powerful? Look at his thighs. Are they as thick as my arms? How powerful is he? Ask yourself. When you go out to look for food, if someone asks you for help, will you save that person? But Angelina did. So the food they brought back should be divided into one day's share for this guy. Why? Today I must teach this reptile a lesson. Steven threw away the cigarette in his hand, without even stepping on it, and waved to his companions behind him to follow. Are you the Oriental man that Angelina rescued? Steven and his men stood beside Lin Hao, blocking Lin Hao's way. Jack was just watching the fun from the side. He also wanted to know if what Paul said was true. Anyway, if he didn't join in the fun, he wouldn't offend anyone. Lin Hao was walking well. And suddenly, it seemed as if there was a wall in front of him. An unknown object had blocked him. Lin Hao raised his head in some surprise, but found that it was a bald black man. These black people have another characteristic. I don't know if it's because they are born with abundant hair, but black men like to shave their hair. I don't know if this makes them look cooler, because the image of black people with bald heads has been known to people for a long time. When Lin Hao saw Paul's hair, he was actually a little uncomfortable, and the black people in front of him were all bald. Sure enough, black people look more handsome when they are bald. Regardless of which hairstyle, they look more handsome. Lin Hao felt strange about why these guys blocked his way. Can you please move aside? I have something to do. The blacks had a heavy accent, so Lin Hao couldn't understand them. So he could only speak politely. Steven saw that Lin Hao was so arrogant, and immediately smiled contemptuously, saying, Boy, you are very arrogant. I don't know who gave you the capital to be arrogant, but in front of me, you are just a pile of shit. Lin Hao frowned immediately, although he still didn't understand the other words. The pronunciation of the word, sh*t, was almost the same. It was obvious that the other party was scolding Lin Hao. Lin Hao felt innocent. I provoke you. Why do you curse? So, Lin Hao subconsciously replied, "Fuck you." Suddenly, this sentence seemed to stir up a hornet's nest. The people behind Steven laughed. Someone said to Steven, "Steven, did you hear that? He wants to hack you." Steven's facial expression was distorted. How long has it been? How long has it been since anyone dared to say this word in front of him? The last person who said this word in front of him was thrown down from the highest floor alive by him. The person fell to the ground and turned into a pool of rotten meat. Even the zombies were not interested in the rotten meat. Steven couldn't help but look at Lin Hao when he was angry. He had a typical Oriental appearance and was 1.8 meters tall, which was a standard height for Lin Hao, but only a small bird for Steven. "You are very good. I haven't tasted a man for a long time. What do you think, brothers?" The people behind Steven agreed, "Yes. We also want to try it. It's boring to play with women every day." Lin Hao looked at these guys with a strange look, as if he was a hungry wolf. What are they talking about? Lin Hao, who didn't understand what they were saying, could only look at Jack for help. Chapter 450. Jack touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, "They want to hack you." Lin Hao looked at Jack with disbelief. Jack's eyes were full of sincerity. And for Lin Hao, whose spiritual attributes have reached such a high level, he can tell at a glance whether a person is lying. So, what Jack said is true. So these people really want to hack me. Lin Hao raised his head and looked at Steven's lustful eyes. He understood that these people might be serious. Steven stretched out his magic hand towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao was like seeing rotten meat full of maggots. He was very disgusted and hurriedly avoided it. Steven saw Lin Hao avoid him and immediately laughed. "That's right. You have to resist. It's so boring if you don't resist." Lin Hao still didn't understand what Steven was saying, so he could only say to Steven seriously, "If you still want your life, please don't touch me." Steven could naturally understand what Lin Hao said. But for Steven, Lin Hao's words were the same as not saying anything. "What can you do if I have to touch you today?" Steven took a step and stretched out his hands again, and was about to control Lin Hao. Lin Hao sighed. There was nothing he could do. If some people wanted to die, then let them die. Lin Hao had never thought that there would be such disgusting people in the apocalypse. He wanted to do it to himself. How could a big black man like you touch his pure and innocent body? Lin Hao, who was in disgust and anger, naturally could not attack lightly. He instantly punched Steven's chest with his fist. Just once. Lin Hao immediately withdrew after the hit. He didn't want to be sprayed with blood. The people behind Steven were rushing forward excitedly. Seeing Lin Hao retreat again, they didn't care why Steven stopped there. The rule between them was that whoever caught first would go first. So these people decisively passed Steven and rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao stood there without moving, looking at those people with cold eyes. Not afraid at all. The next second, a spitting sound came, and the people who were closer to Steven were immediately sprayed with blood on their faces by Steven. Those people looked at Steven with some doubts, but they only saw Steven's eyes that had lost their spirit. In the next second, Steven fell to the ground with a bang. Those who heard the movement stopped and looked behind them in confusion. But all they saw was Steven falling to the ground and Steven spurting blood. Everyone was stunned. Those who passed by knew how troublesome Steven was, and how difficult it was to mess with him. Steven also had many helpers. So Steven dared to tease Angelina besides Su Wenbo. Especially for newcomers. They had reached the point of lawlessness. So when Steven went to trouble Lin Hao, these people were already used to it. As long as the newcomer was not too rebellious, Steven generally would not kill people. Everyone thought that Lin Hao would definitely be insulted by Steven. And from beginning to end, Lin Hao only attacked Steven once, which was a seemingly light hit on Steven's chest just now. In short, no one thought that Lin Hao would be Steven's opponent, but the scene in front of them gave them a shocking shock. After being hit by Lin Hao's light punch, Steven actually fell to the ground with blood spitting out of his mouth. Steven's helpers finally focused on Steven. They hurriedly approached Steven, and even Jack came forward to observe the situation. And the conclusion they came to was shocking. Steven was already dead, which meant that Lin Hao's seemingly light punch had actually killed Steven. "You killed our boss?" One of Steven's men immediately pointed the finger at Lin Hao. They didn't see how Lin Hao attacked Steven just now. In short, they didn't have a systematic understanding of Lin Hao's strength. They simply thought that Lin Hao was just lucky, because Steven had a serious lung disease before the end of the world. The punch might have just hit the lung disease. In short, No one was willing to admit that Stephen was killed by Lin Hao's punch. After all, that was too unrealistic. So, this group of people started to unite and attack Lin Hao collectively. Lin Hao looked at the daggers that the group of people pulled out from their waists. He knew that these people must have come with the intention of killing him. In this case, Lin Hao was too lazy to be polite with them. If you want to kill me, I will kill you first. So, Lin Hao raised his fist and rushed forward. For Lin Hao, he didn't even need any weapons to deal with these ordinary people. If he was not afraid of exposing something, Lin Hao could kill them directly with his mental power. Seeing that a bloody dispute was about to happen, no one stepped forward to stop it. Those people seemed to be watching a play, in groups of 2 or 3, holding a cigarette in their hands, chatting with each other. At this moment, Lin Hao actually had the intention to kill, because these people really disgusted him. Seeing these people made him feel sick, so these people must die. At this moment, someone suddenly stood between Lin Hao and the group of people, and this person stretched out his hand to stop them. Stop it! Lin Hao saw an oriental face. Gooden gave the information that he was a level 3 superpower. In fact, without Gooden, Lin Hao could sense it himself. But how could a level 3 superpower make Lin Hao stop killing? Lin Hao didn't stop. But Stephen's men did. They all knew who the oriental man in front of them was. This man was Su Wenbo, who was said to have special abilities. In fact, many survivors here didn't know the word superpower at all because no one specifically guided them. They didn't even know that there were mutant zombies among the zombies. Stephen's men stopped and began to blame others skillfully. Captain, this man killed our boss. He killed Stephen. Su Wenbo looked at Lin Hao, who was approaching step by step, and couldn't help shaking his head. You are the one Angelina brought back? Why are you causing trouble for me as soon as you get here? Lin Hao glanced at Su Wenbo and asked, Chinese? Su Wenbo nodded. Su Wenbo had met countless fellow villagers here, so he didn't have any special feelings for Lin Hao at all. Seeing Su Wenbo nod, Lin Hao directly said in Chinese, Get out of the way. You are not qualified to order me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao suddenly disappeared. When Su Wenbo reacted, Lin Hao had already walked to the other end of the corridor, and those standing Stephen's brothers had blood gushing out of their necks. Chapter 451. Su Wenbo looked at the people with blood gushing out, and his eyes suddenly became angry. He just said, he told Lin Hao, Stop it. Since Su Wenbo became the second housekeeper of this building, no one, except the real 4th level supernaturalist Ma Winson, disobeyed his orders. No one, no matter who it was. Didn't I just tell you to stop? Su Wenbo communicated with Lin Hao directly in Chinese. Su Wenbo's figure is also that of a tall type, even compared with Paul. Such a very imposing person, especially with that strength. I am afraid that no matter who he talks to, it will form a sense of oppression. Su Wenbo is also very good at using his oppression, because he is a spiritual attribute superpower, and his skill is called coercion. But unfortunately, this kind of coercion can only be used on those who are lower than him. When Su Wenbo released his skills on Lin Hao finally couldn't help laughing. It's true that he had to laugh. Lin Hao himself is a 6th level mutant zombie, and he is also a spiritual attribute. As a result, a 3rd level spiritual attribute superpower wants to play spiritual skills with Lin Hao. Feeling the pressure from Su Wenbo, Lin Hao's mouth cracked. Su Wenbo was very surprised. Generally speaking, after releasing his skills, the opponent would obviously feel uncomfortable. As time goes by, the psychological pressure on the opponent will become greater and greater, and then collapse. This skill is very effective even for psychics of the same level. In Su Wenbo's opinion, Lin Hao and Angelina were in the same group. Hearing that he saved Angelina, Su Wenbo thought that the other party might be a master, possibly level 4 or higher. But when Su Wenbo saw Lin Hao for the first time, he was disappointed. He could not feel any strange energy flowing in Lin Hao's body. So he thought that Lin Hao might be just an ordinary person with great power. When facing ordinary people who don't obey, Su Wenbo usually kills them. But seeing that the other party is a compatriot, Su Wenbo wants to let him go and make him submit. But this scene made Su Wenbo dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Hao's expression, it seems that he is not affected by his skills at all. How could this happen? Su Wenbo asked himself in his mind. So, an answer began to quietly appear in his mind. Because the other party was higher than his level. The moment this thought appeared in Su Wenbo's mind, He was hastily denied it. Because low-level T-virus carriers, whether human or zombie, can clearly feel the presence of those high-level carriers. That is a natural sense of crisis. Even if Lin Hao is just a 4th-level mutant zombie, Su Wenbo, as a 3rd-level superpower, should be able to feel Lin Hao's level. But he didn't. So he preconceived that Lin Hao is just an ordinary person. Even now, Lin Hao was not affected by his pressure. He thought Lin Hao was still an ordinary person, and that Lin Hao just used some special abilities. You have to know that it is the end of the world now. There must be a reason why a person who looks ordinary can survive until now. When Su Wenbo looked at Lin Hao again, he suddenly felt that Lin Hao's eyes were very familiar. Just like a tiger looking at a kitten. Indifferent, but with contempt. I don't know why. After seeing Lin Hao's eyes, Su Wenbo was very angry. He felt that he was despised by an ordinary person, and he wanted to regain his dignity. So, Su Wenbo reached his hand to his lower back. There was a wide-bladed dagger on his lower back. This wide-bladed dagger was the most common weapon in circulation in the United States. Before the end of the world, almost every little hooligans who liked to hang out in society and not go to school had one. No one knew why this dagger could be circulated. He could neither peel apples nor cut vegetables. When Lin Hao saw this guy take out the dagger, he knew that this guy might be serious with him. In fact, Lin Hao was too lazy to deal with such a low-end guy. A 3rd-level psychic was really no different from a kitten in front of Lin Hao. Su Wenbo gave Lin Hao a coercive attack. In this case, Lin Hao wanted to let this guy know what real coercion was. The huge spiritual power like the sea suddenly surged from Lin Hao's mind. Lin Hao wanted to let this guy understand what despair was. The people around had already retreated to the side. The current situation seemed to have gone beyond the imagination of the surrounding spectators. Especially Jack, who was only shocked. In fact, Jack and Steven also knew each other. Steven had just invited him to join in the activity of bullying the newcomers. Fortunately, the cunning Jack did not refuse. But he did not agree either. He just stood aside and watched the show silently. It was not until Lin Hao showed his edge that he realized how powerful Paul was talking about. Especially when he saw this new guy wanted to fight with his captain. The people around him finally began to retreat in confusion. They didn't know what to do. Whether to help their captain or still watch the show from the side. It was impossible to just stand by and watch the show. A team must have a sense of belonging. Even if they were not as close to Su Wenbo as they thought. They had to help Su Wenbo deal with Lin Hao. Because Su Wenbo was their captain, and Su Wenbo had the food in his hands. But when Lin Hao killed all of Steven's men and Steven himself in an instant, they realized that this Oriental man was no weaker than their captain. If they really joined the battle to help their captain, what would happen if the new guy set his sights on ordinary people like them? No one wanted to die. Especially in a meaningless battle that no one would remember. Everyone around them retreated. And Jack had already disappeared. The crowd that was originally everywhere was now empty. With only Lin Hao and Su Wenbo left. Just when Lin Hao was about to release the mental power in his mind. Suddenly, a very crisp voice sounded, "What are you doing?" The moment he heard the voice, Su Wenbo stopped. And Lin Hao subconsciously retracted his mental power. When they looked back, Angelina was standing behind Lin Hao, and asked in confusion. Angelina changed the blood-stained clothes, and put on a very comfortable and large pajamas. Although the pajamas still looked unclean and large, they could not hide Angelina's hot body at all. Looking at the two stunned men, Angelina asked again in confusion, "What are you doing?" Chapter 452. Lin Hao touched the back of his head. To be honest, Su Wenbo really meant nothing to Lin Hao. For Lin Hao, teaching Su Wenbo a lesson was not as important as chatting with Angelina. Because Lin Hao still wanted to know where the official survivor base in the United States was. Su Wenbo also stopped and quietly put the dagger in his hand back to his waist. "We didn't do anything. We just got to know each other. After all, this newcomer is from my hometown." Su Wenbo immediately smiled brightly and said to Angelina, Lin Hao would not play along with this guy. Because there was no need. So Lin Hao did not speak. Just stood there and let Su Wenbo speak. Angelina smiled and said, "Really? I wanted to find a chance to introduce you to each other. After all, you are all from the mysterious Oriental country. But it seems that you have already met. And I don't have to bother Steven and his group. What's wrong?" Lin Hao still did not speak. Looking at Su Wenbo said awkwardly, "There was a conflict between their teams. You know, human life is worthless in the doomsday. When these guys had a conflict, they didn't care about their own safety at all. They stabbed each other with knives and died together. Lin Hao almost laughed out loud. What a fresh and unconventional excuse. Do you have time? I want to talk to you. Lin Hao was too lazy to watch his compatriots' poor acting skills, and went straight to the point with Angelina. Angelina seemed to have forgotten Su Wenbo standing beside her, and smiled and said to Lin Hao, "Okay, follow me." So, Angelina left with Lin Hao. Angelina was not stupid. How could she believe Su Wenbo's lies? But she also knew what kind of people like Steven were. If these people died, they would die. Death could stabilize the stability and unity of the base. Su Wenbo looked at the two people who left, and his eyes suddenly turned red. If Su Wenbo saw it right, Angelina just smiled. And she smiled at Lin Hao. Angelina never smiled when chatting with Su Wenbo, but she actually smiled at a newcomer who she had known for a short time. Su Wenbo knew that Angelina had an inexplicable liking for Oriental men, because when he first met Angelina, this woman took care of Su Wenbo in various ways, but that was limited to various kinds of care. In short, Angelina never smiled at Su Wenbo. Su Wenbo dreamed every day that it would be great if Angelina smiled at him. But no, since they knew each other until now, Angelina had never smiled at him. Why? Why did the new guy see Angelina's smile as soon as he arrived? And Angelina really treated the guy differently. He was never invited by Angelina to walk together, and every time he was the one who stuck to her shamelessly. Why? What's so good about that guy? Su Wenbo's crazy jealousy started. At this moment, he remembered a man forever. Although he didn't know the man's name, he knew that the man was from the same country as him. But no matter what Su Wenbo thought, Angelina's mind was always on Lin Hao at this moment. What do you want to ask me? Angelina asked. Nothing. Just ask you something about the survivor base. Lin Hao said. Survivor base? We are also a survivor base here. Why are you asking about the base? No, I'm not asking about this kind of base. I want to ask where the survivor base established by your country is. It's organized by the country. Lin Hao said. Are you referring to the survivor base established by our president? Angelina asked. Lin Hao nodded hurriedly and said, yes. Yes, that survivor base. I want to know where that survivor base is. Seeing Lin Hao's expectant eyes, Angelina really wanted to tell him the answer. But unfortunately, Angelina only knew about the existence of the base. I'm sorry, Lin. I really don't know where the base is exactly. I only know that it does exist. Our building manager told us. Angelina said. Building manager? Lin Hao really found this word quite new. What is a building manager? According to the literal meaning, a building manager should be someone who manages a building. Does this building have a manager? Shouldn't the manager be Su Wenbo? Yes, that's the building manager. Su Wenbo is the manager of our team. Each team has a third-level or second-level superpower manager, and the manager who manages all of us is affectionately called the building manager. Our building manager is a very kind and amiable person, and has saved us many times. Building manager is also our nickname for them. Angelina smiled. Lin Hao found that this woman was really beautiful when she smiled. But unfortunately, Lin Hao's aesthetic taste was limited to those women in his own country, such as Jean Bebe and Jiang Panpan. Although Angelina is pretty visually, this woman is not Lin Hao's type. However, what makes Lin Hao curious is that Angelina doesn't even know where the mysterious official survivor base is. Lin Hao really wants to know if the president is crazy, since they are the survivor base. Why not expose the location? How can the survivors find it if they don't expose it? Even Angelina doesn't know. Then how many people know this news? Does Su Wenbo know the exact location? Lin Hao asked. Angelina hesitated for a moment and said, he probably doesn't know either. After all, I don't know. How can he, an outsider, know where to go? So I have to go to your building manager to get the news? Lin Hao felt a little absurd. In China, which survivor base doesn't broadcast the exact location of its base every day? Lin Hao only knew where the survivor base in City B was because of the broadcast in the car. But after the doomsday, the president of the technologically advanced United States established a survivor base. But most people didn't know where it was. What was the point of building this base? Angelina looked at Lin Hao strangely and asked, why do you have to know where the survivor base is? We have everything that base is here. And what that base doesn't have, our base may also have. Angelina thought that Lin Hao just wanted to be safe. So he had to find the seemingly illusory official survivor base. Lin Hao looked at Angelina, who was obviously trying to keep her, and smiled. There is my enemy in that base. I must find him. Otherwise my girlfriend can't get treatment. That person is not in your base. So you don't have it here? Angelina looked at Lin Hao in surprise and asked, You actually have a girlfriend? Lin Hao was confused. He didn't look ugly. Is it strange to have a girlfriend? Chapter 453. Is it strange that I have a girlfriend? Lin Hao looked at Angelina speechlessly. Angelina immediately realized that she had said something wrong and said hurriedly, No. No. I'm sorry. I made a slip of the tongue. You may have to wait a while to find our building manager. Our building manager is having a meeting in building number 5. I don't know where exactly, but their meeting usually ends in a short time. Okay. Then I go to building number 5 to find them. Lin Hao said. Angelina said speechlessly, Do you really want to find them now? Yes. This matter is very urgent for me. My original goal was to find the official survivor base. Because I didn't know the location. I tried to sneak into your base, hoping to get information about the base from you. Lin Hao directly stated his purpose. This is not a secret. Even if Lin Hao said it, Angelina didn't care. After all, Lin Hao saved her life. If you must go, I go with you. Angelina suddenly said. No. Just tell me where building number 5 is. I go by myself. Lin Hao didn't want to trouble this injured woman anymore. I have to go with you. Without my recommendation, you can't enter building number 5. Building number 5 is the elite building among our 5 buildings. Not just anyone can enter. Angelina said it seriously. In fact, these 5 buildings are just ordinary survivor bases. No matter which survivor, no matter which building they go to, there will be someone to receive them. Obviously, this was just a poor excuse Angelina made up. But no matter what the excuse was, as long as she could be with Lin Hao, she didn't care. The two wanted to go downstairs, and they had to pass by the dead bodies, and Su Wenbo, who was gritting his teeth at the moment. Lin Hao looked at Su Wenbo, whose face was distorted for a long time and couldn't be changed, and smiled. What's wrong with you? Who provoked you? Su Wenbo's red eyes immediately looked at Lin Hao. But when Su Wenbo saw Angelina beside Lin Hao, he could only helplessly retract his eyes and smiled reluctantly. Angelina, where are you going? I take Lin to building number 5 to talk to the building manager, Angelina said. Su Wenbo was a little confused and said, You want to take the initiative to find the building manager? But the building manager will be back soon. Why do you want to find the building manager? Angelina said something similar. And now Su Wenbo also said it. Lin Hao felt strange. How much respect these people have for the so-called building manager. And they actually think that it is a matter of disturbing him to just go to him casually. No. You can't disturb Ma Wenson, Su Wenbo said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Lin Hao was immediately unhappy, and was about to use his murderous aura to subdue this guy. But before Lin Hao could do anything, Angelina had already stood up. She looked at Su Wenbo with a sullen face and said, What's wrong with you? You are not the Su Wenbo I knew at the beginning. Su Wenbo said very firmly. I don't care. Let this newcomer go by himself. Anyway, you can't go. Lin Hao was about to get angry, but he found that Su Wenbo was targeting Angelina. Although he didn't know why Angelina was targeted. Since it was not him, he would say less. Angelina, since he asked you to stay, it means he must need your help. So you should stay here. I can find those people by myself. Lin Hao left without even looking at Su Wenbo. Angelina hurriedly chased after him. But Su Wenbo grabbed Angelina's sleeve and said firmly, Angelina, you really can't go. You can't go. Do you think you can stop me? Angelina pulled her sleeves and pulled her arm out of Su Wenbo's hand, then hurriedly chased after Lin Hao. Su Wenbo's face changed drastically, and he hesitated for a long time. Su Wenbo seemed to have made up his mind and chased after Angelina. Originally, this corridor was empty because those people were afraid of being associated with Su Wenbo. So they disappeared. But when Su Wenbo was about to leave here to chase Angelina, someone suddenly blocked Su Wenbo's way. What are you going to do? A man wearing a hoodie stopped Su Wenbo. I just want to stop them, Su Wenbo said anxiously. Really? What do they have to do with you? The man asked. Su Wenbo was stunned for a long time, and finally sighed and said, It has nothing to do with me. In that case, please don't hinder these factors that may change the plan. If this mission is successful, You will be the captain of our organization who can lead 1,000 people. Not 100. The food there is much better than yours. Look at what you eat every day. The destruction of your base is inevitable. Since you choose to help us, please help us wholeheartedly. If I find you trying to sabotage the plan again, don't blame me for showing no mercy to you. The man in the sweatshirt said in a muffled voice. Are you really not going to kill anyone except those in management? Su Wenbo asked uncertainly. Of course. If you don't resist, we certainly won't kill you. You know, that madman Trance wants to go to war with us. He has millions of people, and we only have tens of thousands. So everyone is a very precious resource. I will definitely not kill people casually. But you also said that the other side has millions of people, and you only have tens of thousands. Are we really a match for them? Su Wenbo asked. You are really stupid. Now is the end of the world, and we are the defenders. The ground is full of zombies, and Trance will not be stupid enough to send all the troops. We have a natural advantage. They can't defeat us in a short time, and our boss is already negotiating cooperation with someone. With the help of that person, even if Trance sends 1,000,000 people, it will be useless. The sweatshirt man said. Su Wenbo asked in confusion. Cooperation? What cooperation? Some things are beyond your understanding. In short, you do your job well. When things succeed, you will be a hero. If you dare to play any tricks, I will kill you now. The sweatshirt man left after saying these words. Su Wenbo lowered his head and said hurriedly in the direction where the sweatshirt man left. No. Don't worry. The sweatshirt man disappeared. Su Wenbo could only sigh in his heart and said silently, I hope you are lucky enough. This is the path you chose yourself. I wish you good luck. Obviously. This sentence was said to Angelina. Chapter 454. Tell me what that person is like. After Lin Hao and Angelina went downstairs, Angelina began to carefully observe the surrounding situation. Those zombies could appear from anywhere at any time, so Angelina had to be careful. But what Angelina found strange was that Lin Hao didn't have the slightest sense of vigilance. He just chatted with Angelina casually, and then walked forward. Although Angelina was a little surprised why Lin Hao could live so long in the apocalypse with such a personality, she didn't ask such questions. Mavinson is a very good person. He is over 50 years old. To be honest, I have not seen such a good person since the beginning of the apocalypse. Everyone started to attack and kill each other cruelly for survival and food. But Mavinson was not like that. Although building number 1 has the largest flow of people, it is also the earliest one built. It was built by Mavinson. I arrived here later. Angelina spoke of Mavinson with deep respect. It was obvious that she admired this person from the bottom of her heart. After he established this survivor base, he began to distribute his own food. He told the people around him that only by uniting together can they truly and long-term survive. So the survivor base was established. Angelina smiled. When this survivor base was first established, there were actually only 18 people, and those 18 people were all rescued by Mavinson himself. Unfortunately, the 18 earliest survivors have long disappeared, and they may have died on the way to search for food. On the way to building number 5, Angelina kept talking. She was telling Lin Hao what happened in building number 5 and building number 1, and how buildings 2, 3 and 4 came about. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the door of building number 5. Whether it was building number 1 or building number 5, or other survivor bases, they all had a very good habit of sending people to patrol at the gate. When Angelina appeared at the door, the people inside had already discovered that it was Angelina. It seemed that Angelina was really famous in this survivor base. Angelina, why are you here? The person inside asked while opening the door for Angelina. Oh, I came here to look for Mavinson. Do you know where Mavinson is? Angelina asked the people. The people said, Are you talking about your building manager? Your building manager should be on the top floor. They are having a meeting there. The person opened the door and said to Angelina. Angelina had already regained her cold face and said to the people indifferently, Okay, thank you. I go up first. Angelina took Lin Hao and disappeared in front of several people. Several people could only watch Angelina take Lin Hao up, but no one of them asked who Lin Hao was and what he did. Why don't you ask? Sure enough, some people began to complain. What do you mean we don't ask? Why don't you ask? These people began to complain to each other. One of them said, Okay, the people Angelina brought back must be safe. After all, There is nothing to worry about for someone as powerful as Angelina. The others were silent immediately, because they felt that what he said made sense. In their minds, Angelina was already a very powerful person. The only ones who were more powerful than Angelina were the real managers. Apart from them, no one could be Angelina's opponent. After all, a beautiful woman like Angelina, in this doomsday where there was no law at all, must have experienced more dangers than others imagined. But Angelina was still alive and well, which was enough to represent her strength. So do we have to climb the stairs again? Lin Hao complained. Angelina smiled and said, Yeah, we don't have electricity to drive the elevator. Otherwise, who would climb the stairs? Actually, I found that you look pretty when you smile. It's good to smile more like this. Lin Hao naturally didn't know what Angelina was like before. He just felt that when he first met Angelina, he found that this woman was quite cold. But now she smiled so happily at him. He thought Angelina should be a woman who could only let go after getting familiar with people. In fact, Angelina is a cold beauty. No matter who she is facing, how familiar she is, even if she is facing her parents. This is her personality. It is innate. After hearing what Lin Hao said, Angelina finally reacted. Yes, she actually smiled so happily at Lin Hao. Why? Did I smile? Angelina asked a silly question. After laughing for a while, Lin Hao did not answer this seemingly stupid question, but asked directly, Are you sure they are on the roof? Angelina said, Of course I'm sure. They usually hold meetings on the roof. Okay. In that case, let's compete to see who gets to the roof first. Lin Hao ran away as soon as he finished speaking. The nightgown Angelina was wearing was quite suitable for exercise, but the sandals on his feet were indeed ordinary. Mainly, Angelina was ready to go to bed. But unfortunately, she noticed the movement outside before going to bed. So she wanted to come out to see what was going on between Lin Hao and Su Wenbo. In order to reconcile the two of them, Angelina could only think of a way to separate them first. In fact, Angelina was quite willing to be alone with Lin Hao. For some reason, every time she looked at Lin Hao, she felt that Lin Hao was becoming more and more familiar, as if he was beginning to match the face of a certain person in her memory. Wait for me. Angelina shouted at Lin Hao, who was not far away. Lin Hao did not run very fast. If he had run faster, he would have seen the 5 old men on the roof by now. Angelina followed behind him. Lin Hao was also happy to see Angelina chasing him relentlessly, so he didn't run too fast. Just like that, a man and a woman gradually approached the roof. The topic of the 5 superpowers upstairs changed from whether to unite with the Red Hair Society to where the survivors' base should be developed at that time. Development was also a big problem, because they were tired of living in such a high-rise building and unable to set foot on the ground. Not only them, but everyone was tired of it. We must go to the countryside. We can't stay in the city. Otherwise we will all be driven crazy, someone said. Karma Alexander sighed and looked up at the sky. The sky seemed a little dark. Was it going to rain? As soon as he raised his head, Karma Alexander saw a fighter plane whizzing through the sky. When the fighter plane flew over, it threw something in their direction. Chapter 455. Time goes back to yesterday. On that day, Su Wenbo was sleeping in his room. Suddenly, someone knocked on his door. Su Wenbo stood up and shouted at the man in a sweater and a hoodie. Who told you to come in casually? Don't you know whose room this is? Do you believe that I will make you lie on the ground and never get up? Before Su Wenbo finished speaking, the sweater man had stretched out his hand and pinched the guy's neck, making Su Wenbo hold back all the words that were about to be said. You can't tell me what I told you. If I find out that you told me something, I will kill you. Don't care who I am. You just need to know that I am from the Red Hair Society. I know you are also from the Red Hair Society. The superiors gave me an order, which is to find you and ask you to do something. The sweatshirt man finally let go of his hand at this moment. Su Wenbo began to breathe heavily and couldn't help but ask speechlessly, Then couldn't you report your identity before coming in? Who did I think it was? Who made you so noisy? Would I do this to you if you spoke nicely? The sweatshirt man said. When Su Wenbo looked at the sweatshirt man again, he found that the sweatshirt man looked a little scary. Because no matter how many times Su Wenbo tried his skills on the sweatshirt man, they were useless. I know what you are doing. Don't waste your mental energy. It's useless. I am a biochemical mutant. Mental attacks are useless to me. Next, I will tell you the organization's instructions. You need to act strictly according to the instructions. Do you understand? The man in the sweater said seriously. When Su Wenbo heard that the other party was a cyborg, he began to tremble. The Red Hair Society is a well-organized base, and it is also a very powerful base. It can already produce mutants and cyborgs, which are things that regular bases produce. Some time ago, I don't know where the people in the research group got the data from. It is said that it was intercepted by China. It allows mutants to have cyborg bodies, and such mutants will be more powerful. It's not that they haven't tried this kind of experiment before, but unfortunately they all failed in the end, because the data of this experiment is too strict, and it won't succeed if it's just a little bit off. It's unknown when the US military intercepted this data from China, which is the parameters of mutants turning into biochemical people. When the US military got these parameters, they were so excited that they thought they could produce more and more powerful biochemical weapons. However, the US survivor base didn't expect that if they could intercept China's parameters, naturally there would be people who could intercept their parameters, such as the Red Hair Society, which was closest to them and was already in its heyday, and they successfully intercepted their parameters. When the Red Hair Society's research team got these parameters, they didn't know what kind of experiment they corresponded to at first, but they could see that these parameters were very neat and obviously had already taken shape. Although these experimenters didn't know what these things were for, they could experiment slowly. After getting permission from the top, and after nearly 100 people died, these experimenters finally experimented out the use of the parameters. It turned out that they were used to transform mutants into cyborgs. After the transformation, the cyborgs could still keep their human brains. The key point was that they were much more powerful than ordinary cyborgs. The Red Hair Society was very happy to get this parameter, because they could also produce those powerful biochemical weapons. So a battle without gun smoke began. The US military and the Red Hair Society are both starting to fully develop a new product: mutant biochemicals. This thing is obviously much more useful than ordinary mutants and biochemicals. And the raw material of mutant biochemicals is mutants. So the Red Hair Society needs more mutants. Where does the raw material of mutants come from? Of course, they are ordinary survivors. Therefore, the Red Hair Society needs a lot of ordinary survivors. The Red Hair Society naturally knows that there is a small survivor base not far from their own base, with only 5,000 people. The main reason why this base can survive until now is that their leader is really amazing. A level 5 mutant and 4 level 4 mutants. Under these mutants, there are also a dozen or 3 or 2 level mutants. These bases and these individuals are really a bit mismatched. After careful research, the Red Hair Society decided that if they wanted to take down this small base, they had to outsmart it. Using large weapons to bomb it directly, or sending troops to destroy it directly was just a cowardly act, and would only consume their own strength. So, the top leaders of the Red Hair Society decided to use bombs to wait for the 5 powerful guys to gather together and blow them all up. Without these leaders, wouldn't all the 5,000 survivors of the base belong to the Red Hair Society? It was indeed a plan of outsmarting. The Red Hair Society got the news that these 5 people usually like to hold meetings on the roof of building number 5 from nowhere. So they deliberately let Su Wenbo know that they were going to cooperate with them. Su Wenbo is the Red Hair Society's insider, and has been one for a long time. Su Wenbo looked at the sweatshirt man and repeated, "Are you sure I want to bring this news to Alexander?" "Yes, bring it to Alexander. And then find a way to get the approximate time of their meeting." After the sweatshirt man said this, he had already left the place. Looking at the sweatshirt man going away, Su Wenbo sighed helplessly. "I was born at the wrong time." So, Su Wenbo came to building number 5, came to Alexander's side, and said to Alexander, "The Red Hair Society wants to ban us, and the president also wants to ban us. But the Red Hair Society also wants to bribe us with food. Where did you get the news?" Alexander asked. "The Red Hair Society's insider brought the news. The reason why both sides want to ban us should be that both sides are going to go to war. Naturally, the more people the better. And the Red Hair Society is obviously more eager to get us. What do you think?" Su Wenbo asked. Alexander thought for a while, and said, "How about this? Tomorrow afternoon is still the same time. Please run a few more times, and tell the 4 of them to come to the rooftop of building number 5 for a meeting." Su Wenbo said, "Okay. I will go over and inform them right away." Then Su Wenbo left. He slowly closed the door of Alexander's room and walked towards building number 4. Before leaving, he looked at Alexander's room, Go ahead and show off. Anyway, you won't be so arrogant for long. Chapter 456. The timeline returns to the present. Angelina and Lin Hao are playing and gradually reaching the rooftop. But before he opens the door on the rooftop, Lin Hao's heart suddenly twitches, as if someone is holding it tightly. Gooden shouted frantically in Lin Hao's mind, nuclear energy detected. Be careful. Extremely dangerous. Nuclear energy detected. When Lin Hao heard this, his mind suddenly jumped, and without thinking, he turned around and pounced on Angelina subconsciously. Angelina wanted to resist when she saw Lin Hao rushing towards her. But after seeing Lin Hao's anxious expression, she suddenly lost the desire to resist. Although she didn't know why Lin Hao rushed towards her, she knew that Lin Hao would not hurt him. As Angelina said, Lin Hao did not intend to hurt him. But they both forgot that there was a staircase behind them. When they rushed over, they both fell behind them. Angelina wanted to scream. But before she could scream, a louder sound came. When the sound suddenly rang from the ears of the two, even Lin Hao felt his ears began to buzz. At that moment, he could not hear anything. The whole building began to shake. It was a real shake. Inside the building, it was like being in an earthquake. The world was spinning. What happened? Lin Hao thought to himself. And then the familiar impact passed through Lin Hao's head. And Lin Hao felt empty under him. Although he was still holding Angelina. But he was really empty under him. The two of them actually began to fall. And they didn't know how long they fell. Maybe only a few seconds. But in that deaf environment, they felt like several years had passed. The two fell to the ground. And Lin Hao stood up shaking his head. Angelina. Angelina. Are you okay? Lin Hao called Angelina. And beside Lin Hao, there should be survivors from Building 5. Some of those survivors were injured. And some lay on the ground for a long time and couldn't get up. There were all kinds of people. Angelina looked at Lin Hao in a daze. And then covered her ears. Obviously, Angelina should have been deafened by the huge sound waves. I can't seem to hear, Angelina said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao is indeed a zombie. His physical fitness and recovery ability are much better than humans. Angelina still shouted loudly. So Lin Hao easily heard what she said. Lin Hao patted Angelina's shoulder and mouthed to Angelina. It's okay. I'm here. Angelina felt relieved inexplicably. And at the same time, the memory in her mind became deeper and deeper. Lin Hao pulled Angelina up, leaned against the wall, and then looked around. This building, like other buildings, only has 88 floors. It is actually high enough. But it is not that high in a place like Los Angeles. The top floor is the 89th floor. Lin Hao remembered that after an explosion. Lin Hao leaned against Angelina and fell down in a tremor. Next to him was the floor number written on the stairwell. That floor was the 86th floor. Lin Hao looked around. The surrounding walls were gone. The scenery in the distance seemed to be right in front of him. This place seemed to have become the top floor. But the walls seemed to have been bombed. And only half of them were left. Smelling the strong smell of gunpowder around him, Lin Hao realized a problem. This is the 86th floor. But the view presented is the view of the rooftop. So where are the 87th and 88th floors and the rooftop? Destroyed by the explosion? The nuclear energy disappeared. At this moment, Gooden's voice sounded again. What happened just now? Lin Hao hurriedly asked Gooden. Someone just dropped a tiny bomb here. And it was mixed with a thin nuclear energy. Fortunately, it was only a thin nuclear energy. Otherwise this building, and all the floors within a radius of hundreds of miles, would have disappeared at this moment. Gooden said. What did you say? You said someone dropped a bomb here? Who has nothing to do? Lin Hao was surprised. It turned out that the two upper floors were really blown up. Fortunately, Gooden's reminder and the inexplicable sense of danger allowed Lin Hao and Angelina to escape. Looking up, there was the sky. From now on, this building would no longer have 88 floors. Angelina relaxed on the ground for about 10 minutes. And finally stood up. She also looked at the scenes in front of her with some shock. And then, as if she remembered something, she shouted to the people around her, Where are the building managers? Where's Alexander? With Angelina's loud shouting and reminder, the people around finally reacted. Yes, the building had 2 floors blown up, including a rooftop. But the base's management was just having a meeting on the top floor. Where were they? Although people were reluctant to believe this, some things had become facts and had to be believed. with a bomb that could blow up 2 floors. Even if the 5 people were superpowers, there was no possibility of survival. Angelina stood there blankly, not knowing what to think. Is there any chance that those people can survive? Lin Hao couldn't help asking Gooden. According to the level 4 and 5 psychics are not strong enough to withstand such a powerful force. So they must be dead. Gooden said very calmly. What about me? If I am on the roof, can I survive this explosion? Lin Hao asked again. The possibility is also small. Unless your defense ability reaches 60. You can't be safe and sound. Gooden's answer was cruel. Lin Hao had not expected that the fight between these humans in the United States had reached such a fierce level that such a powerful bomb was dropped directly to kill 5 people. Angelina stood there for a while, and finally reacted. She pulled Lin Hao and said, "Leave here quickly. This building is no longer solid." The people around saw Angelina running, so of course they also ran. The corridor was instantly crowded with survivors. The survivors once again exposed their nature. Everyone wanted to escape quickly, and wanted to reach the first floor quickly. So pushing, violence, and crowding became indispensable. From time to time, someone accidentally fell to the ground, and then a stampede occurred. If you fall under the feet of so many people, you can't stand up again. Lin Hao looked at the fallen woman, whose body was no longer able to struggle after being stepped on by countless people, and was silent for a while. It happened in an instant, and in the instant when no one paid attention, these people began to riot. With the fall of the first person, more and more people began to fall. More and more people were injured, and even died. And the one who killed them was the weakest species in the Doomsday. Humans. Angelina finally couldn't stand it anymore, because Angelina was the first to react. So she and Lin Hao were at the front of these people. Angelina stopped and blocked their retreat. Angelina shouted loudly, "Stop it." Chapter 457. Stop! Angelina shouted loudly. When Angelina shouted, everyone subconsciously stopped. They looked at Angelina strangely, not understanding why she asked them to stop. Under the urging of the sense of danger, some people were unwilling to stop. So someone immediately shouted, "Angelina, this building is about to collapse. Don't block the road in front. Otherwise we will all die." So, a crowd began to echo. Their expressions gradually became ferocious, and their words became more and more vicious. Because Angelina was a woman, some seemingly ordinary words could cause her very strong harm. Angelina listened quietly. She didn't say anything back. She let these people scold her. Let these people curse her viciously. The consequence of not stopping them was that the verbal abuse escalated to physical abuse. And some people were ready to teach Angelina a lesson. "Stupid woman. Do you want to kill us? You are blocking us from going down. If this building collapses, we will all die here. We are not your opponents alone, but we are all your opponents. Right? Everyone, follow me and pull this woman away. We need to leave here." The man shouted to the people behind him. Because of this man's selfish remarks, he immediately gained the support of most people. They followed him and wanted to push away Angelina, who was blocking them. Angelina didn't say anything from beginning to end. She just watched these people quietly and watched them start to make trouble, until the moment when that man united everyone to overthrow Angelina. Angelina finally spoke. "Jerson, who saved you last time on 32nd Street? Why do you like to repay kindness with enmity?" Angelina's words choked the man and made him speechless instantly. "Look behind you. Look at those who fell down." Angelina pointed at the people behind them who were accidentally pushed down, and said with some grief, "This building did not collapse. It just lost 2 floors. It is still solid. We line up and everyone can go down. Why are you so excited?" Angelina shook her head, obviously disappointed with these people. However, there are always some people who don't want to hear these meaningless chicken soups. A young thin guy stood up. This guy was very thin, with high cheekbones on his cheeks, as if he was skin and bones. The doomsday has been going on for so long, and food shortages may indeed cause this situation. But there is really no reason for him to be so thin in the base. There is only one possibility. This guy is obviously a drug addict. "Okay, you ugly woman. Others don't know what you think in your heart, but I know that you just want to control us. This building has started to shake, but you still won't let us leave. You just want us to die." People in front, don't block it. That woman is just one person, and there is only an Oriental man who looks like a coward behind her. What's there to be afraid of two people? Just rush over. How powerful is that woman? Can she be our opponent? With the young man's instigation again, some anxious survivors finally couldn't control themselves. So, everyone rushed towards Angelina again. They wanted to step on this woman who was always high and mighty, and then ravage her severely. Some people had long been fed up with Angelina's nobleness. For example, that young man. Angelina knew that young man. A drug addict. One of the people who lived in the base all day long and waited for death. But because that person had a relationship with Alexander, he survived until now. Karma Shonda died, and the dark side of the young man finally broke out. For the young man, being able to kill this seemingly noble ugly woman is definitely a happy thing. Angelina still blocked everyone's way. If you don't line up and leave, I will block you and not leave. However, no one listened to Angelina. Everyone rushed towards Angelina with a cold face, and the first few men had already reached out their hands to Angelina. Lin Hao sighed, and he knew that he might have to take action on some things. Angelina didn't expect that this group of people had reached such a crazy point, and they attacked her just because of the instigation of a drug addict. Angelina's personality may have some flaws. She doesn't like to talk to people, nor does she like to get close to others. She always wraps herself tightly, and doesn't let anyone get close to her. This is indeed her shortcoming. But Angelina has another advantage. An advantage that most people can't have. In fact, she is a warm-hearted person. Of course, this warm-heartedness does not apply to everyone. As a woman who has survived the apocalypse, she certainly knows when and who to save and who to stay away from. Whether it is Building 1 or Building 5. These survivors know Angelina, because most of the survivors have been saved by Angelina. But now, this group of people treat Angelina like this. Angelina looked at this group of people rushing towards her, and suddenly she lost the desire to resist. She felt that if this world continues, it will really be boring. The man opened his mouth and raised his fist, obviously wanting to attack Angelina. But Angelina just looked at the man quietly without any unusual movement. The man was very excited. He thought Angelina might be scared. Just when he was excited, suddenly, there was a man in front of Angelina. An Asian man stood in front of Angelina and looked at the survivors with an arrogant look. That look was as if he was looking at an ant. Really? To Lin Hao, these people were just a group of ants. A group of ants that were useless. Thinking of this, Lin Hao no longer hid the murderous intent in his heart. He also raised his fist and punched the man's head. When the fist hit the man's head, there was a slight bang, and everyone stopped walking. Even Angelina looked at Lin Hao in surprise. And the man in front of Lin Hao had fallen to the ground forever. Next to the body was a head that looked like a broken watermelon. This move alone shocked these survivors, who had no ability. They could only stand there stupidly, looking at Lin Hao and Angelina. Lin Hao turned around and said with the tone of an experienced person, sometimes, talking is far less useful than taking action. So, Lin Hao turned around and said arrogantly, listen to me. Line up one by one, and come down slowly. If I see someone rushing forward recklessly, I will make him really reckless. No one should try to say anything to seduce him. Otherwise, I will make him be like this guy on the ground. Now, start going downstairs. Chapter 458. All the people fell silent, followed Lin Hao's command, and slowly walked downstairs. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Why don't you lead the way? Lin Hao said to Angelina. After hearing what Lin Hao said, Angelina hurriedly led the survivors downstairs. Lin Hao stood aside, watching these survivors go downstairs in front of Lin Hao like obedient sheep. Every survivor who passed by Lin Hao didn't dare to raise his head to look at Lin Hao. And Lin Hao was actually too lazy to look at them. In fact, these people in the Doomsday had torn apart their hypocritical shells, and everyone exposed their true nature. Compared with zombies, the former is not much better than the latter. So Lin Hao was too lazy to look at these people. Such a strong explosion, of course, alarmed not only the survivors in Building 5, but also people in other buildings who saw this spectacular scene. In order to prevent zombies, the survivors lived in high places, basically on the top 2 floors. When Building 5 exploded, the residual force also successfully shattered all the glass on the top floor of Building 4 next to it, and even cracks appeared on the roof of Building 4. However, Building 4 did not have the same situation as the survivors in Building 5. After all, the situation in Building 4 was much better than that in Building 5. Everyone walked slowly downstairs under the guidance of the superpowers. When all the survivors of Building Number 4 and Building Number 5 appeared downstairs, the noise finally attracted the zombies around. Fortunately, these guys have experienced the ups and downs of the doomsday. Even if they have not experienced it, they have witnessed it with their own eyes. So they did not panic after seeing the zombies. Some people have already taken up weapons and walked towards the approaching zombies, and then hit them with a hammer, and the zombies stopped moving. Soon, Angelina met up with other superpowers. Seeing this situation, the other Building Number 3 naturally would not stay out of it. They also had superpowers rushing down to check the situation. Then a few superpowers, who were more obedient, discussed it a little and prepared to evenly place all the survivors of Building Number 4 and Building Number 5 in other buildings. The two buildings together only had about 2,000 people. So for the other three buildings, an average of 2,000 people was still enough. So, with 700 people in one building, it took only 10 minutes to deal with all the survivors. Angelina led the 700 people to Building Number 1. And Jack was with Angelina. That's right. Jack was also a superpower. But Jack was only a second-level superpower. Not as powerful as Angelina and Su Winball. Otherwise, those guys who like to bully newcomers and don't take old people seriously wouldn't be so polite to Jack. Lin Hao looked at the dozen or so superpowers who suddenly appeared and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that there were many things about this survivor base that he didn't know. Lin, you come with us too. I know you are also a superpower, Angelina suddenly said to Lin Hao. Everyone behind Angelina looked at Lin Hao curiously. But no one refuted Angelina, even though some people really didn't want Lin Hao to join. Because Lin Hao's joining meant that they needed to share more management power. But they also knew that if they were given more management power, the burden on their shoulders would be lighter. This was relative. Because at this moment everyone knew something very sad. The real managers of each building had all died in the explosion just now, including the most powerful Alexander. Su Winball looked at the few people and said, "Okay, I agree to Lin joining. Let's have a meeting together and discuss what to do next." Su Winball seemed to have great prestige. With his words, everyone put away their curious eyes and walked towards the meeting room on the first floor. The survivors had already been settled. After learning about the death of some people, Su Winball simply nodded and asked everyone to prepare to go to the meeting room for a meeting. After all, the death of all managers was a big deal, and they were not a small team of a dozen or 20 people. If it was that case, many things could be discussed together, but they couldn't, because they had thousands of people under them. And some things had to be explained to these thousands of people. The meeting room is in a corner room on the top floor, and there are only a dozen people with special abilities. A dozen people with special abilities may seem few, but in fact, according to the probability Gooden said, it is really surprising that these dozen people with special abilities appear in a team of thousands of people. But people are always people, and there are not so many people with great ambitions who want to build their own forces because they get their abilities. After all, reality is still reality. Only when everyone unites together can they really survive. There are no other facilities in the small room. Not even a chair. In fact, it is easy to find a dozen chairs in such a tall building. But this kind of formalism is no longer advocated. Who would do other things when they can sleep peacefully? I don't know when to go out to find food. I don't even know if I can survive every time I go out to find food. Since I have time, of course, I will have a good rest and refresh myself. Fortunately, this room is also quite clean. Everyone has survived in the doomsday for such a long time, and no one cares whether it is clean or not. Everyone sits on the floor very simply. Lin Hao followed Angelina and Jack and sat down, looking at Su Winball, who was in the first seat. Su Winball also looked at Lin Hao, staring at him with his unique triangular eyes, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Facing such a person, Lin Hao really wanted to kill him in one go. But now in this situation, he naturally couldn't do it for no reason. Anyway, Lin Hao was ready for the opportunity to do it. As long as there was a chance, he would let Su Winball know why the flowers were so red. Su Winball looked at the dozen or so superpowers below and spoke slowly. I believe everyone has seen that right before everyone's eyes. We encountered an attack. Defining this explosion as an attack is very accurate. In Lin Hao's opinion, this is an attack. As if it was an attack with a purpose. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that the bomb was dropped on the roof of Building Number 5? And there were so many people holding a meeting on the roof of building number 5. So who do you think did this? Jack asked Su Wenbao beside Lin Hao. Who did it? I think it's easy to guess. Only one organization can have a bomb of that power. Su Wenbao paused and looked at the psychics around him. Then said word by word, that's the survivor base led by our president. Only they have such a powerful bomb. Chapter 459. This is a terrifying event. Yes, there are not many organizations that can have such a powerful bomb. The government's survivor base is one of them. The survivor base closest to their survivor base, and also has such a powerful bomb, is only one survivor base of the government. Why would the survivor base led by the president use this bomb to attack us? Everyone asked themselves this question. The President of the United States is the most respected and trusted person. No matter how the American people make trouble, the President will always help his own people. When the survivors joined this base, they also had concerns in their hearts. This was not an official survivor base. Would there be any security issues? But no one had ever thought that one day this base would be hit by the official. And it was such a heavy blow. Su Wenbao looked at his men and said seriously, yes, it is the official survivor base. They attacked us. There must be a reason. Why did they attack us? In fact, Angelina always refuses to speak in such meetings. She doesn't want to expose herself to so many people. For Angelina, staying in her own little world every day without being disturbed by anyone is the best thing. But Angelina is a human being, and humans must have their own social circles. So Angelina always forces herself to attend meetings of one kind or another. Angelina is also the kind of person who never speaks in meetings. But today, Angelina spoke. Su Wenbao looked at Angelina in surprise. He guessed that someone might question him. This person might be a superpower from another building. Jack, who was quick talking. Or even the newcomer Lin Hao. But he didn't expect it to be Angelina. When facing other people, Su Wenbao was really easy to fool. And he could fool them casually. But when facing Angelina, he began to feel guilty. An inexplicable guilt appeared in his heart. The reason is that they want us to become their subordinates. But Alexander said that this is impossible. Maybe it is because of this reason that they hold a grudge and attack us with bombs. Su Wenbao almost believed his own words. Angelina was puzzled. A base with over 1 million survivors actually went to war for a base with only 5,000 survivors. So, Angelina asked the world with doubts. But their base has millions of survivors. Why did they go to war for our base with only 5,000 survivors? At this moment, everyone focused their attention on Su Wenbao. And Su Wenbao instantly felt the pressure on his shoulders become heavy. Lin Hao looked at Su Wenbao leisurely. When Su Wenbao said the first sentence, Lin Hao already felt that this guy was lying. And he was quite good at it. It was because he was so good at it that Lin Hao couldn't just expose it casually. Otherwise he would become the one with bad intentions. In order to prevent himself from having bad intentions, Lin Hao could only sit aside and watch this guy talk nonsense silently. Angelina stopped talking. Although Su Wenbao's explanation was a bit specious, there was no evidence. And all suspicions were useless now. Then what should we do next? Someone asked Su Wenbao. Revenge. Think about how good Alexander was to us. But he was killed by those hateful capitalists. This is of course not okay. We must take revenge. We must avenge Alexander and his people, Su Wenbao said loudly. However, as soon as this sentence was spoken, all the survivors in the room shut their mouths. And some of them began to have flickering eyes. Revenge? Are you kidding? This is the end of the world. Whether we can survive every day depends on luck. You actually want us to follow you to take revenge on a behemoth. In fact, Su Wenbao only needs to look at the expressions of these guys to know what they are thinking. Don't worry. I will certainly not be stupid enough to lead you to fight the president's base. That would be the same as committing suicide. As soon as Su Wenbao said this, people finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Wenbao didn't lead them to commit suicide, everything could be discussed. Su Wenbao said with a smile, everyone knows that there is actually a survivor base not far from us. The organization is called the Red Hair Society. It is a base composed of a group of red-haired people. They live in the most luxurious building in Los Angeles. They have technology comparable to the presidential base. And their strength is also very strong. According to statistics, their number has reached 50,000. In addition to the presidential base, they also want to recruit us. Perhaps, as long as we join them, we will be able to have the strength to take revenge. Silence. Still silence. Everyone looked at Su Winball blankly. Angelina finally couldn't help but stand up and said, "Do you know why Alexander doesn't want to join the presidential base?" In fact, Su Winball has not been in this base as long as Angelina. So there are some things that Angelina knows, but Su Winball may not know. Su Winball looked at Angelina with some doubts, obviously wanting an answer, because the presidential base abuses technology. They casually conduct human experiments, and conduct human experiments against personal will. That is murder. And the largest survivor base is murdering ordinary survivors. So we don't go along with them. According to Alexander's understanding, the Red Hair Society actually also has the technology of biochemical people and mutants. As a private organization, they are even worse than those in the presidential base. If those in the presidential base are murderers, then those in the Red Hair Society are executioners. They will have no bottom line in order to obtain more powerful technological power. We cannot join the Red Hair Society. Otherwise our survivors will definitely fall into this danger. Angelina said a lot, and this lot of words stunned everyone present. Alexander rarely spoke of these things, even when meeting with managers of other buildings. But he only spoke these words to Angelina. Today, when Angelina heard that Su Winball actually wanted to bring everyone to the Red Hair Club, he finally couldn't help but speak these words out. Everyone was shocked and looked at Angelina curiously, because today's meeting was the one where Angelina spoke the most. Chapter 460. So you mean we should do nothing? Let the managers die in the explosion. Su Winball looked at Angelina. We need to seek justice for them. But we need to distinguish when justice should be sought. If it was before the end of the world, and such a vicious incident occurred, we must seek justice. But now it is the end of the world, and countless people die every day. And there are many ways of death. There are too many people who do not get justice. What we need to do first is to ensure our own safety, and then try to see if there is a chance to help Alexander and others find justice. At this time, Jack stood up. After all, the survivor base led by the president is so powerful that we have no way to fight against them. So we can only choose to remain silent and quietly strengthen ourselves in silence. Only when we are strong and have the strength to fight against them. It is better to think about these things. Jack's pertinent words brought everyone in. Everyone who looked at Jack nodded silently. Even Angelina nodded, because what Jack said really made sense. Lin Hao just sat there calmly. He didn't express any opinions. But Lin Hao was sure of one thing. That is, if he continued to stay here, it wouldn't take long for him to find out where the official survivor base of the United States was. Su Winball looked at Jack, and suddenly his voice became gloomy, saying, "Believe me, it won't be long before the president's survivor base will attack us. If we still don't have a choice by then, we will all be finished. What's wrong with Red Hair? I have already contacted them, and they said they will not conduct those human experiments on those innocent survivors. Now, we can only trust the Red Hair Society. We can't hesitate any longer. When the people from the presidential base come, it will be too late. They can bring powerful bombs to attack us. Who knows what they will attack us with next time?" Su Winball's words have a certain logic, and he exposed all the powerful relationships. Jack's method is more stable, but it is to do nothing and let the base continue to develop along the original trajectory. However, such a survivor base will not change at all, and will sooner or later be eroded by the development of other bases. And Su Winball really hit everyone's heart with one point. That is, if the presidential base really uses this level of weapons to attack the survivor base again, who will be the next victim from the target they attacked? It is obvious that it is the top management. And now the top management is dead, leaving them. At this moment, all the dozen or so superpowers gathered here. And who knows if a plane suddenly appeared outside and dropped a bomb, and then killed all of them. Although it was a hypothesis, the next target could indeed be any one of the dozen or so of them. No one wanted to live in an unsafe place. So Su Winball's words were imprinted in their minds. Perhaps, finding a powerful backer would be a very good thing. So, everyone began to ponder. And Angelina saw that everyone in the room looked like they were in deep thought. Even Jack's eyes flickered. She knew that this matter might be dangerous. Think about it. If one day when you are sleeping, there might be a powerful bomb on your head, and you die in your bed without any pain, and your body is blown to pieces. Is this what you want? Why don't we resist? Is it because you are afraid of those false rumors? After Su Winball said this, he looked at Angelina, obviously implying that what Angelina said was a rumor. So, the mentality of this group of people began to shift. Shifting to Su Wenbo. Why did the Red Hair Society ask us to join? The Red Hair Society has a large population. If we really fight with the presidential base, adding 5,000 of us will be of no use. This may seem like a question, but in fact, someone has already started to speak in Su Wenbo's favor. As long as the reasons Su Wenbo gives are convincing enough, then the next thing will be much simpler. Su Wenbo looked at the person who was speaking, his eyes full of praise, and said, because the Red Hair Society needs a group of members who have some resentment towards the presidential base. They need these members to use their anger to control their subordinates, so that they can have a greater chance of defeating the group of high-ranking American soldiers at the presidential base. As soon as Su Wenbo finished speaking, someone immediately asked in shock, Su Wenbo, what you mean by this is that if we go there, we will become leaders and lead other survivors? Of course. Otherwise, what do you think your abilities are for? Su Wenbo laughed. Suddenly, a buzzing sound sounded, and the group of people began to discuss. And the focus of the discussion was whether to join the Red Hair Society not far away. Outside the meeting room, a man in a hoodie was standing next to them, listening to the content of the meeting inside. Not far away, there were survivors walking around, and these survivors knew who was in the meeting room. It can be said that most of the management of the 5 buildings were in the meeting room. No one dared to eavesdrop in this situation, unless they were desperate. But the man in the hoodie did eavesdrop, and he stood at the door openly to eavesdrop. But the strange thing is that the survivors not far away seemed to not see the man in the hoodie at all. Some survivors even looked at the conference room curiously, but no one noticed the man in the hoodie standing at the door. So, I give you away. Now it can be said that almost all the superpowers in the 5 buildings have come. Those who haven't come should be looking for food outside. But it doesn't matter. Most of them are here. Then let's vote. Vote and decide whether we should join the Red Hair Society. Those who raise their hands represent agreement, and those who don't raise their hands represent disagreement. Let's start and vote, Su Wenbo said to everyone. After nearly 10 seconds of silence, Su Wenbo raised his hand first. When Su Wenbo raised his hand, it was like a blast in the whole place. Most people in the room raised their hands and expressed their stance. Angelina looked at the people who raised their hands, feeling disappointed and anxious. She wanted to stop this from happening because she also had that bad feeling in her heart. If she really listened to Su Wenbo, their survivor base might be in danger. Chapter 461. What reasons can be used to refute Su Wenbo? But it has become a difficult task. Refuting Su Wenbo. Yes, there must be a reason. Especially Angelina is still a person who likes to talk about evidence and theory. Su Wenbo looked at so many people raising their hands in the audience, and his face was full of excitement. As long as this group of people really voted in favor, then what the Red Hair Club promised him would definitely be true. And then the food and women would be his. Are there still people who object? If no one objects, then we will pass it unanimously. Those who object, please stand up and tell us your reasons, Su Wenbo said anxiously. Only Angelina and Lin Hao did not raise their hands. The people around subconsciously ignored Lin Hao and looked at Angelina. They thought that Angelina might be the one who opposed them. But what the people present did not expect was that although Angelina's eyes were wide open, she did not say a word in the end. Su Wenbo looked at Angelina proudly, then looked at Lin Hao provocatively, and finally concluded, this is what we all voted for democratically. No one has any objections. Everyone agrees that we should join the Red Hair Society. Su Wenbo looked at the people around him, and no one spoke. Just when Su Wenbo thought that this matter was set in stone, he just opened his mouth to confirm it, and a deep voice sounded, and that voice said, I object. Su Wenbo looked at Lin Hao in surprise, and the others also looked at Lin Hao. But the others and Angelina just looked at Lin Hao strangely, because they didn't know what Lin Hao said. Others didn't know, but Su Wenbo knew what Lin Hao said. Su Wenbo gritted his teeth and asked Lin Hao, why do you object? What does this have to do with you? Both of them spoke in Chinese, and the people around them didn't understand. Lin Hao glanced at Su Wenbo, and finally switched to English and said, I said I object. I object to everyone joining the Red Hair Society. As soon as Lin Hao said this, everyone looked at him in shock. Su Wenbo had just explained all the pros and cons, and there was really no need to oppose. They didn't know why this Chinese man, with the same nationality as Su Wenbo, would oppose him. Angelina looked at Lin Hao excitedly at this moment. Although she didn't know why Lin Hao opposed Su Wenbo, this matter might have a turnaround, even if it was delayed for a while. It would be fine for her to think about whether there was a way to turn it around. Su Wenbo also switched to English and asked Lin Hao, "Okay. We talked about democracy. Then tell me why you oppose it." Lin Hao looked at Su Wenbo with a touch of confidence. But Su Wenbo felt uncomfortable, as if he had eaten a fly when he saw Lin Hao's confidence. He didn't know where Lin Hao came from. But from the first time he saw this guy, he knew that this guy must be a difficult person. Lin Hao asked Su Wenbo confidently, "You said that the Red Hair Society has made it clear that they are not conducting human experiments. How true is this statement? Are they trustworthy?" Su Wenbo said, as a matter of course, "Who do you think I am? Of course this statement is trustworthy. Since they said they would not conduct human experiments. They would definitely not conduct human experiments." "Really? May I ask who you are? Why can this statement be trusted?" Lin Hao said. Su Wenbo scratched his hair, looked at Lin Hao angrily and said, "Don't be so unreasonable. Your identity is very suspicious. I have never seen you before. Who are you?" Su Wenbo looked at Lin Hao with a look of looking at a traitor, which made Lin Hao speechless. Lin Hao said helplessly, "Don't worry about who I am. I am asking you one last question. Someone just asked this question. That is, our base has only about 5,000 people, or even less than 5,000 people, while the number of the Red Hair Society is 50,000. And this number is probably conservative. The official survivor base in the United States has reached more than 1 million. In the final analysis, why did the Red Hair Society want us to join?" As soon as Su Wenbo opened his mouth to speak, Lin Hao interrupted him. "Don't tell me that we have to fight the official survivor base with our hatred. To be honest, how many people here have real feelings for the dead Alexander? How many people really want to seek revenge on them after meeting that group of people?" Lin Hao's question stunned everyone for a moment. Lin Hao continued, "You don't need to know my identity. But there are some things I want to tell you. The Red Hair Society has mastered the technology of mutants and cyborgs. You all know this. And the real raw material for making mutants and cyborgs is humans. This is also well known. In this case, I will make a bold guess." Lin Hao looked at Su Wenbo. Su Wenbo had just had a subtle sweat-wiping action, although that action was eventually hidden by him as a natural hand-raising action. Lin Hao captured the unnatural expression at that moment clearly. The Red Hair Society needs raw materials to make mutants and cyborgs. But if they use their own survivors at will, they will definitely riot in the end. At this time, they set their sights on this survivor with only 5,000 people. Perhaps 5,000 people are nothing for this war. But for the raw materials that can make mutants and cyborgs, it is a very large number. At least 1,000 mutants can be made from 5,000 people. After all, becoming a mutant requires a certain probability. But as far as I know, the remaining 4,000 people will definitely die. And the 4,000 dead bodies can all become cyborgs. That kind of robot without emotion, pain, and memory is really a perfect war weapon. It will definitely be very helpful for the next war. Am I right?" Lin Hao didn't even look at Su Wenbo, just spoke silently. When Lin Hao said this, everyone around was shocked. "What are you talking about? It's like you've experienced these things." Su Wenbo still pretended to be calm. "Don't worry about whether I have experienced it or not. But I believe you have made up your mind whether what I said is right or not." Lin Hao didn't continue to speak, but looked at the superpowers around him. Then stood up and prepared to leave the meeting room. Angelina stood up quickly and said to Lin Hao, "Lin, I believe you." All of a sudden, the surrounding superpowers all changed their minds. Regardless of whether what Lin Hao said was true or not, people everywhere believed in a truth about life-threatening matters. That is, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. As Lin Hao and Angelina stood up, the other survivors finally relaxed. The main reason was that after everyone calmed down and compared the words of Lin Hao and Su Wenbo in their hearts, everyone began to lean more towards Lin Hao. I still hope that everyone can think carefully about this. Everyone knows how powerful the Red Hair Club is. If we enter the Red Hair Club, they will use their powerful force to control us, and we will have no ability to resist. I will stop here and leave first." Angelina saw Lin Hao was about to leave, and hurriedly chased after Lin Hao. Su Wenbo clenched his fists and looked at Angelina and Lin Hao who were about to leave. He knew that if this matter was messed up, his life might be over. For his own safety, Su Wenbo could only stand up and shouted to Lin Hao, "Stop right there." Chapter 462. "What? Are you going to get angry?" Lin Hao turned around and asked Su Wenbo in Chinese. "Boy, You are looking for death. So you can't blame me, Su Wenbo said to Lin Hao directly in English. And this sentence was obviously not only said to Lin Hao, but also to all the superpowers present. The people around slowly stood up and looked at Su Wenbo, because they heard something wrong from Su Wenbo's words. Lin Hao looked at this guy with interest. Looking for death? I want to see who is looking for death. Bang. And another loud noise. This time it was not a bomb, but the door of the conference room was kicked open. A man in a hoodie walked in from outside the door. Lin Hao looked at this man and didn't feel strange at all, because Gooden had already detected the existence of this guy. But unlike what others thought, this guy might not be a person. Su Wenbo, you really disappoint me, the man in the hoodie said to Su Wenbo, after seeing the sweatshirt man suddenly appear. Everyone in the room stood up hurriedly, came to Angelina's side, and questioned Su Wenbo with some confusion. Who is this person? Su Wenbo, I think you should give us an explanation, Jack asked. Su Wenbo ignored Jack, but said to the sweatshirt man, Andrew, you must believe me. I am really about to succeed. If it weren't for this Chinese man, I would really succeed. Andrew waved his hand to Su Wenbo and said, we will talk about it later. Andrew looked at Lin Hao, and at the same time, Lin Hao was also looking at Andrew. And by the way, he also looked through Andrew's attribute panel. Name, Andrew. Level 6. Title, Commander. Skills, Frenzy. Strength, 55. Spirit, 30. Speed, 35. Stamina, 30. Evaluation, extremely dangerous guy. Are you a zombie? Lin Hao looked at this guy curiously. As soon as Lin Hao said this, the people around him immediately took out their weapons and stared at Andrew. But they didn't know how terrible Andrew's level was. Su Wenbo also looked at Andrew in surprise and said in surprise, aren't you a mutant biochemical? How could it be a zombie? Su Wenbo felt that he was deceived by the Red Hair Society. He didn't expect that the Red Hair Society would actually go along with the zombies. He actually cooperated with an organization that betrayed humanity. However, it seems useless to regret now. Andrew has already appeared in front of everyone. Andrew slowly pulled down his hood. And suddenly, the rotten face appeared in front of everyone. If everyone had not survived the apocalypse for a longer time, just looking at this face would make people vomit the overnight meal. Andrew smiled at Lin Hao, revealing his sharp teeth. If the rotten face was not enough to confirm that this guy was a zombie, then the sharp teeth that belonged to zombies had already exposed this guy. Yes, this guy was a zombie. Andrew said to Lin Hao, why bother? Actually, you are also a zombie. So, everyone present looked at Lin Hao in surprise again. Su Wenbo had a little bit of smugness on his face, as if his sin of betraying the base was reduced at once, because the self-righteous Angelina was mixed up with zombies. So it seemed that I was nothing. This is just an excuse that a betrayer subconsciously makes for himself after he feels a little bit of remorse. When Andrew exposed Lin Hao's identity, Lin Hao didn't feel anything. He just turned around and looked at Angelina indifferently. Sure enough, Angelina took a few steps back with the people behind her. This woman had already chosen her own camp. Jack behind him looked at Andrew, then at Lin Hao, and said in disbelief, so you two each brought a zombie back to our base? What do you want to do? Faced with Jack's questioning, Angelina was silent, and Su Wenbo was gloomy and silent. Andrew smiled brightly, and said to everyone, what do you want to do? Of course I want to kill you. This zombie brother is right. The reason we need you survivors is to create mutants and biochemicals. That's right. You were originally one of them. But unfortunately you chose to resist. The survivors like to follow blindly. In this case, I have to kill you, so that the survivors will not choose to follow blindly and fight against us. Kill us? You are so arrogant. Just because of a little zombie like you? Why? Jack yelled at Andrew. Apparently, the sudden appearance of two zombies among them still stimulated this guy. He was on the verge of anger. Why? Just because. Everyone only felt a flash in front of their eyes. As if nothing happened, Andrew had disappeared, followed by Jack's heavy breathing. Everyone hurriedly looked at Jack, but found that Jack's chest had a big hole. And Andrew, not far away, was wiping the blood from his hands. Jack looked at Andrew in disbelief. He didn't react at all, and was about to lose his life. Jack! Angelina rushed to Jack's direction. They caught Jack, who was about to fall to the ground. Blood kept pouring out of Jack's chest. Jack wanted to open his mouth, and blood also poured out of Jack's mouth. After a while, Jack's eyes were fixed in one direction and stopped moving. Su Wenbao looked at Andrew's strength, and his uneasy mood inexplicably improved at this moment. Look, I told you to listen to me and join the Red Hair Society. Why do you have to suffer the consequences? We have no way to resist their strength. You still have a chance. Hurry up and beg for mercy from Lord Andrew. Su Wenbao said to those superpowers. Some of the superpowers were reluctant, but more were people like Angelina. Su Wenbao, don't you think you are very shameful? How can there be someone like you in our base? Yes. How can we have someone like you in China? Seeing Jack suddenly lose his life in front of him, Lin Hao actually just reacted. He really wanted to save Jack, but his brain reacted, but his body did not. After all, Andrew and Lin Hao were both level 6 zombies. Lin Hao did not turn on the speed bonus at that time. The two were far apart. In that situation, Lin Hao had no way to save that guy. In this regard, Lin Hao could only shake his head. Boy, I can only find a way to avenge you. Chapter 463. You are really embarrassing for us Chinese. Lin Hao looked at Su Wenbao with a righteous look on his face. Su Wenbao looked at Lin Hao, but he couldn't refute. After all, he was in the wrong. Andrew, can you help me kill that Chinese zombie? Su Wenbao asked Andrew. Are you ordering me? Andrew replied without even raising his head. He was still wiping the blood off his right hand. No, Lord Andrew. I just asked you to kill that Chinese zombie. He is really annoying. My plan failed just now because of him. Su Wenbao said. Yes, I heard it. If it weren't for this Chinese zombie, we might have successfully tricked these idiots onto the ship, Andrew said without caring about the faces of the superpowers present. Angelina looked at Andrew and Su Wenbao fiercely and scolded. There are 4,000 or 5,000 people in our entire base. Do you think you two want to disintegrate us? Andrew raised his head and told Angelina a fact. In fact, as long as I want, I can kill all the survivors in the world together. All I need is a matter of time. Angelina certainly didn't believe Andrew's words. But Lin Hao came to Angelina and said, what he said is true. Angelina saw Lin Hao approaching, and she subconsciously took another step back. Lin Hao pouted and simply stopped moving, because Angelina was no longer willing to pay attention to Lin Hao. It turns out that people in this world are really so realistic. They ignored me when they heard that I was a zombie. Sure enough, those guys in China are still cute. Thinking of Jean Bebe and those guys, Lin Hao suddenly wanted to go back. But he came to the United States for a mission, and he couldn't just go back casually. He promised Duan Luochen to rescue Tang Mingming. Similarly, there was liquid lead in Jean Bebe's mind, and all these required Lin Hao to find that person. Seeing those psychics who had originally trusted him suddenly looking at him with strange eyes, especially Angelina, Lin Hao was really shocked. Brother, this is human. This is how human is. You are a zombie. You shouldn't be with these humans. Come. Go to the Red Hair Society with us. There are many zombies like us there. Come. Kill those hypocritical guys behind you. Suddenly, Andrew said to Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't expect that Andrew would actually cause mental damage. Fortunately, Lin Hao himself was a mental zombie. He couldn't be completely immune to this level of mental damage, but it was definitely not a big deal. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever saved the human behind you? Andrew saw that his plan didn't work, so he really withdrew his mental attack and asked Lin Hao, do you think I can answer your question? Lin Hao sneered. Whether you can answer my question or not, I just asked my own question. I think you should have saved the lives of some people behind you. Otherwise you wouldn't be so disappointed. Because after those people learned that you were a zombie, they decisively drew a line between you and them. Look at you. You were originally in the same group with them, but now you are alone. Don't you feel wronged? Angry? Or furious? Andrew stared at Lin Hao's eyes and said word by word. Okay. Stop talking nonsense to me. You must have felt my level. You know you can't deal with me all at once. So you can only use this method to turn me against me. To be honest, it's useless. Really useless. I have a clear distinction between love and hate. After Lin Hao finished speaking, he turned around and glanced at Angelina, who couldn't help but lower her head. I'm going to ask you a question now. A very simple question. I need to know where the official survivor base in the United States is. Tell me the location, and I help you kill Su Wenbao and the level 6 mutant zombie in front of you. You are all superpowered people, and you should know what level 6 is. Without me, You will all die here, Lin Hao said. When Lin Hao said Andrew's level, Andrew's expression began to change. He didn't expect Lin Hao to see his specific level at a glance. He looked at Lin Hao vaguely, and could only roughly feel that Lin Hao's level was about the same as his. But he couldn't be sure of the exact level. Lin Hao's move made Andrew more vigilant. Of course, there was another person whose face changed drastically. And that person was Su Wenbo. When Su Wenbo first met Lin Hao, he thought that Lin Hao was just a superpower who was about the same level as himself. Or even lower than himself. Even though Lin Hao showed a stronger strength than him. At that moment, he did not imagine how powerful Lin Hao was. At most, he was one level higher than himself. Especially with the appearance of Andrew. Su Wenbo thought that killing Lin Hao, this annoying guy, would be a piece of cake. As a result, Lin Hao said that he could easily kill himself and the 6th level mutant zombie Andrew. Andrew was actually a 6th level mutant zombie. Su Wenbo, Angelina, and the superpowers behind them all looked at Andrew and Lin Hao in shock. They had never seen creatures of level 6 before. The highest level person they had seen was Alexander, the level 5 man who had already led the entire survivor base. In the minds of these people, Alexander was already a very powerful guy. But they didn't expect that Andrew was actually a level 6 mutant zombie. And Lin Hao in front of him actually said that he could easily kill the level 6 mutant zombie Andrew. Everyone couldn't help but speculate about Lin Hao's level. Lin Hao did not lie to them. At the same level, Lin Hao was invincible. No matter what kind of creature he faced. The reason why the Red Hair Society sent a level 6 mutant zombie to this small base was probably very simple. If the bomb didn't work, then Andrew had to turn on the manual system. But what Andrew didn't expect was that the bomb did work. But Lin Hao jumped out again. A mutant zombie who looked no less powerful than himself. To be honest, this is a very tricky thing for Andrew. Because he doesn't know how powerful Lin Hao is. And Lin Hao is also an Oriental zombie. Facing those mysterious Oriental tribes, Andrew has suffered a lot. Why? None of you know where the official survivor base is? Or, none of you are willing to tell me. Lin Hao looked at all the mutants including Angelina, and couldn't help asking again. But after a long time, no one answered Lin Hao. Lin Hao had given them a chance. But they were unwilling to do so. Just when Lin Hao was about to leave here and not care about them. Suddenly, Angelina's voice rang again. Chapter 464. Wait a minute. If we tell you the exact location of the presidential base, will you really help us? Angelina asked uncertainly. Lin Hao looked at Angelina with amusement. What do you think? Okay. I believe you. I tell you the exact location of the presidential base. You help us drive away that level 6 zombie. And it would be even better if we can kill Su Wenbo. Angelina looked at Su Wenbo viciously. Su Wenbo was not stupid. Of course. He did not speak English. But directly spoke to Lin Hao in Chinese. Brother. We are all from China. We are trustworthy. You can't trust that woman. Didn't you see that she stayed away from you because of your zombie identity? You saved him. Brother. Come with us. Joining forces with the Red Hair Society is the right way. Otherwise, even if you kill me now and drive Lord Andrew away, what will happen after you leave? Who can protect them after you leave? No. I don't want a shameless person like you to appear in China. When I met people like you in China, I never wanted to keep them alive. Lin Hao looked at Su Wenbo and said. Su Wenbo was speechless. He looked at Andrew. Andrew gave Su Wenbo a reassuring look. And then Su Wenbo was really relieved. At the moment when Su Wenbo breathed a sigh of relief, Andrew made another move. Su Wenbo looked at Andrew in front of him blankly and asked. Why? Our culture here may be a little different from your Oriental culture. We pursue pragmatism here. You are useless and naturally have no right to live. So you should die well. Andrew pulled out his hand that was inserted into Su Wenbo's chest and gently pushed him with his other hand. Su Wenbo fell backwards to the ground, looking extremely miserable. Although the superpowers were a little surprised by this scene, they were not particularly surprised. As if such a thing seemed natural to them. Tell me, where is the official survivor base in the United States? Lin Hao asked Angelina. Lin Hao remembered that Angelina didn't know the exact location of the official survivor base. Sure enough, Angelina turned around and asked a pretty female psychic, Shirley, didn't you escape from the official psychic base? Yes. I know. Just walk east along the street below us. Reach the wasteland. And walk about 200 kilometers in the direction of the mountains to reach the presidential base. The woman named Shirley said. Are you serious? Lin Hao asked the woman. The woman was arrogant when she first saw Lin Hao. After learning about Lin Hao's identity, she looked at Lin Hao like a little lamb, not daring to breathe. After hearing Lin Hao's question, Shirley nodded hurriedly and said, Really? Really? I escaped from that base. I was a clerk in that base, so I knew more about some things than others. I was afraid that I would become their test subject one day, so I escaped with a group of people. Where are those people? Lin Hao asked. They are all dead, Shirley said. Lin Hao looked at the woman with interest. This woman was a superpower who escaped with a group of people, and now only this woman survived. Obviously, the matter was very interesting. But no matter how interesting it was, Lin Hao had no right to care. Lin Hao only wanted to make sure whether the news was true. Andrew, right? Is what this woman said true? Lin Hao asked Andrew. Andrew didn't know what Lin Hao wanted to do there, but he knew one thing. That official survivor would never accept zombies. So he nodded and said with confidence, yes. It's true. Okay. Let's start. Lin Hao habitually touched around and didn't find the alloy knife. But it didn't matter. The alloy knife was almost there. Andrew didn't react a little. What did you mean by start? I will kill you, Lin Hao said to Andrew. Why? We still have a chance to talk. Why don't you try to become one of ours? Andrew asked. No matter what I think next, you must die. Lin Hao laughed sinisterly. Andrew was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted instantly. And then his rotten face twisted even more ugly. Andrew asked angrily, Do you want my crystal core? I didn't expect you to be so smart. Let me tell you. Your crystal core. I'm going to take it. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, a figure appeared at the door. When Lin Hao saw that figure, he instantly felt very familiar. It seemed that he hadn't seen him for a few days. The one at the door was a guy about 1.6 meters tall and 1.6 meters wide. He had the same oriental face as Lin Hao, except that he was a little ugly. There was nothing special about him. However, he was holding a long knife in his hand. People who knew the goods could tell at a glance that the knife in his hand was made of alloy, very sharp and strong. When the fat man appeared at the door, none of the superpowers in the room noticed him. Andrew looked at the fat man and said with a gloomy face, I didn't expect you to have a companion. Here's the knife. Bai Bofan threw the knife to Lin Hao, and the knife reflected light in the air. If it was an opponent who was familiar with Lin Hao, they would never let Lin Hao grab the knife. Because Lin Hao with the knife is the real Lin Hao with explosive combat power. Andrew watched Lin Hao get the knife, and then looked at Lin Hao with a smile and said, Do you think you can be my opponent with a knife? Whether I am your opponent or not, you will know in a while. Lin Hao tightened the hilt of the knife, looking at the knife in his hand with some excitement. What a familiar feeling. It really feels like a long time since we last met. Since you want to get my crystal core, I won't be polite to you. After all, your crystal core should be very tempting. As soon as Andrew finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot. However, Andrew only disappeared in the eyes of those ordinary superpowers, not in the eyes of Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes were fixed on one direction. In that direction, Andrew was rushing towards him with his fist. According to the attribute panel, Andrew's speed is faster than Lin Hao's. But unfortunately, Lin Hao has a speed bonus. When Lin Hao's speed bonus is turned on, his speed has surpassed Andrew by twice. So Andrew's speed at this moment is no different from a turtle's speed in Lin Hao's eyes. Want to compete in speed? Then let's try it. The first move of the Jin family's hegemony sword. Lin Hao waved the sword and rushed towards Andrew. Chapter 465. Andrew, looking at the sword flashing, he wanted to dodge, but found that he could not dodge the light no matter what. The light rushed straight to his head. Andrew comforted himself in his heart. He was a powerful zombie, and his defense was so strong that he could not be easily defeated by a knife. So, Andrew rushed towards the knife in Lin Hao's hand in fear. Lin Hao just waved the knife in his hand. The knife was neither fast nor slow, moving at a constant speed and slashing towards Andrew's neck. At the moment of approaching the knife, Andrew finally felt a trace of ominousness. Stop? Can he still stop? At the last moment, Andrew pressed his hand hard towards the ground, and suddenly rose into the air with the help of a rebound force. At the moment of rising into the air, Andrew inexplicably found that Lin Hao's knife actually rose into the air with him. Looking at the knife that changed its trajectory, Andrew felt that his mood became brighter. Swish Lin Hao's Jin family's tyrant knife. There is always only one word. That is fast. Extreme fast. When Andrew landed, he didn't even react. Was he hit by Lin Hao? Seeing the arm that was about to break, Andrew believed it. Yes, he was almost cut off by Lin Hao. Just when Andrew wanted to stay away from Lin Hao and say a few harsh words to Lin Hao, suddenly, Andrew felt his neck tightened, and a dagger had been inserted into Andrew's neck. Andrew was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. He looked behind him, but he saw a thin figure holding a dagger, with a pair of gloomy eyes staring at his back. Andrew subconsciously covered his buttocks. It was obviously stabbed in the neck. Who knows why Andrew covered his buttocks? Andrew looked at the man holding the dagger, the fat man at the door, and Lin Hao, and was a little timid. Very good. I thought you Chinese people like to bully the few with the majority. But I didn't expect the Chinese zombies also like it. I'm doomed this time. I'm no match for the three of you combined. But you only let a level 4 zombie stop me. Ha, Andrew said as he rushed towards Bai Bofin. Just as Lin Hao was about to catch up, Angelina pointed at Bai Bofin and said, Lin, this zombie. Lin Hao sighed and said to Angelina, I'm sorry. I did lie to you. I deliberately wanted to integrate into your team and then learn the specific location of the official survivor base from you. Anyway, now that I have the information I need, I will definitely help you get rid of this level 6 zombie. As a level 4 mutant zombie, Bai Bofin certainly couldn't be a match for level 6 Andrew. Andrew kicked the guy away with just a kick, but Andrew ran away. How could Lin Hao, who had activated the speed bonus, let them run away? So, a chase started in this corridor. Angelina stood there blankly, not knowing what she was thinking about. Anyway, she thought for a long time. Shirley stepped forward and slapped Angelina, which made Angelina come back to her senses. Angelina, are you okay? Shirley asked. I'm fine. Don't worry. Angelina smiled at Shirley, and then looked in the direction where Lin Hao left. Bai Bofin and Li Yang also hurriedly chased in the direction where Lin Hao left. They didn't want Lin Hao to suffer at the hands of that foreign zombie. After all, they were brothers. The whole building was filled with tension, because nearly 700 survivors suddenly poured into building number 5 and appeared in building number 1. The original survivors in building number 1 became alert to these guys in building number 5. Both sides couldn't help but want to confront each other, because all the psychics who managed them went to the conference room for a meeting, and the issue of whether these survivors would stay or go had not been determined. So the people in building number 1 believed that these guys were just moving in and occupying their resources. In the doomsday, all kinds of resources were scarce, and the most important of them were food and a safe shelter. These were all resources, and they were occupied for no reason and without an explanation. Of course, the people in building number 1 were not happy. The people in building 5 said that Su Wenba asked them to move in, but the people in building 1 said that they had not received any information and were unwilling to let the people in building 5 move in. In fact, such a contradiction is very normal, because the survivors of building 5 have always had a mysterious superiority. Perhaps because of Alexander, or perhaps because their building has the most superpowers. There are a total of more than a dozen superpowers, but they account for 5. And because there are too many superpowers, Angelina was assigned to building 1. In short, the people in building 5 looked down on the people in other buildings, and the people in other buildings would naturally not easily accept them. So the confrontation began. When these people were arguing, suddenly, a man in a hoodie rushed towards them from an unknown direction. The people on both sides saw that this was too much, and they all thought that the man in the hoodie was from the other side. So the two groups of ordinary survivors finally wrestled together. Although the wrestling of these people had nothing to do with Andrew, these people had completely blocked the corridor, which was not spacious to begin with. You bunch of humans, get out of my way. So, Andrew rushed through the crowd, not caring about the ordinary people who were blocking him. Flowers of blood began to shine, and the people in the fight realized that a very scary guy seemed to have sneaked into their midst. So the survivors finally gave up the dispute and began to dodge everywhere, away from the killing center. But this corridor was only this long, and most of these survivors must have been unable to hide from the hoodie man. So one after another, the survivors lost their lives with the simple push and punch of the hoodie man. The sound of ghosts howling and wolves howling resounded throughout the building, and the survivors who had not gathered in other places finally couldn't help but rush here out of curiosity. So, This group of people saw the most common scene since the end of the world. With broken limbs and blood everywhere. Those who only had half of their bodies left still had not lost hope of escaping. They still hoped that someone could save them. So they stretched out their hands, hoping that the people standing around would help them. But the moment the people standing around saw these people stretching their hands towards them, they had already avoided them for a long distance. Everyone knew that these people could not survive. Lin Hao also chased here. And the people in the corridor blocked Lin Hao's way again. Damn it. I finally encountered a level 6 mutant zombie. I can't let him get away. Lin Hao's obsession was very strong. This time it was not just for him. Since he brought Fatty and Li Yang to his side, he naturally couldn't forget his brothers while becoming stronger. But now what can he do to catch up with that guy quickly? Lin Hao looked around and saw an elevator that had been out of power for who knows how long. Chapter 466. Looking at this elevator, Lin Hao smiled. What a familiar scene. This might be the only way to catch up with that guy as soon as possible. After all, the speed bonus only lasts for 5 minutes. But now half of the effect time has passed. Therefore, Lin Hao must find the guy in the remaining time and kill him. So, Lin Hao didn't care that there were survivors around him. He went forward, opened the elevator door, looked at the dark hole, and jumped down without thinking. So, the survivors were very surprised. Mental explosion seems to be a very common thing in the Doomsday. Almost everyone who has lived to this day has seen the survivors around them commit suicide. But no one has ever committed suicide in this way in front of everyone without saying a word. Some people who are curious hurried forward to see what else is in the dark elevator hole. But unfortunately they can't see anything. However, before the two things of the body parts on the ground and the suicides have subsided, suddenly, a fat man and a thin man squeezed over. Although the appearance of these two people is a bit unflattering, these survivors did not find that they are zombies. So, in front of everyone, the fat and thin people, like Lin Hao, jumped directly from the elevator without thinking. Lin Hao didn't care about the noise of the survivors. He certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to jump down directly. Even if he didn't die, it would affect the battle. When he saw that he had almost descended 2 or 3 floors, Lin Hao reached out and grabbed the protrusions around him. Then, he used his brute force to pry open the elevator door. In just a few seconds, Lin Hao had already reached a floor lower than Andrew. The next thing was much simpler. He just needed to rush to the stairwell where Andrew was descending to successfully block him. Fortunately, the elevator and the stairwell were not far from each other. Lin Hao only took a few steps and saw Andrew, who was going downstairs frantically. The moment the two looked at each other, they were both stunned. Andrew didn't expect Lin Hao to meet him downstairs. And Lin Hao didn't expect to meet Andrew so soon. This guy went downstairs very fast. Andrew went downstairs quickly, because he didn't go down step by step, but jumped half a floor at a time. If Lin Hao really chased him according to the conventional method, he might not be able to catch up. Let's discuss it. Looking at Lin Hao holding a knife, Andrew felt guilty. Just from that one blow in the conference room, Andrew knew that he was no match for the Eastern zombie in the 8th floor. Lin Hao also smiled and said, I promised him. So there is no room for negotiation. Andrew's flattering expression finally changed. He could see the fire in Lin Hao's eyes. He knew that what Lin Hao said was true. He really wanted to get the crystal core in his mind. Okay. Then let's really fight, and see who can get whose crystal core. I think your crystal core must taste good. While talking, Lin Hao keenly discovered that Andrew had changed. His eyes turned red, and the fangs in his mouth seemed to have become longer and protruded. And Andrew's claws were sharper. Gooden. Attributes. Andrew's attributes. Quick! Lin Hao hurriedly summoned Gooden. Name, Andrew. Level 6. Title, Commander. Skills, Mania. Strength, 55. Spirit, 50. Speed, 50. Stamina, 50. Evaluation, extremely dangerous guy. When Lin Hao saw the attributes of this guy, he almost turned around and ran away in fear. Help me analyze it, Lin Hao said to Gooden. Gooden's function is really very useful for Lin Hao, because he can analyze the possibility of Lin Hao's victory over the enemy at any time and anywhere. Andrew's skill is Mania. The effect of this skill is only 3 minutes. But the increase is very scary. Although his physical strength and speed have only increased by less than 20. Not even as fast as your speed bonus. His increase is overall. Except for his original attribute strength. Other attributes have been increased by nearly half. The possibility of you winning against him is only 4 levels. Gooden quickly analyzed Andrew's fighting power, and told Lin Hao the possibility of defeating him. For Gooden and Lin Hao, this sentence only flashed in their minds for a moment. Then, Lin Hao reacted and looked at Andrew, who had already activated the manic skill. He knew that a hard battle was about to begin. Every time he met someone of the same level, Gooden's advice was to fight. This was the first time Gooden gave Lin Hao a cautious opinion, which meant that the guy in front of him might be much stronger than Lin Hao. But it didn't matter, because Lin Hao had to get his crystal core, and this reason alone was enough. Bai Bofan and Li Yang have been with Lin Hao for such a long time, and have never complained about any unfairness. They have worked hard to help Lin Hao cheat people, zombies, and bases, and then been cheated by Lin Hao. But now, they are still by his side, and help him diligently. Lin Hao feels that he needs to repay them. For example, give them a level 6 crystal core. And the crystal core of the guy in front of him is just right for Lin Hao. Andrew suddenly raised his head and roared, and a sound wave overflowed from Andrew's mouth. Lin Hao actually felt a hint of danger from those sound waves. So Lin Hao retreated without thinking, retreating to the room behind him. The space is larger, so it is easier to fight. The stairwell is too small, and the knife in his hand can't be used at all. Andrew activated his skill, and seeing Lin Hao retreating, he rushed forward without thinking. How powerful is Andrew? Whose mental speed, physical strength and strength are all 50? Lin Hao knows it best, because the current Andrew is completely different from the Andrew before the skill was activated in terms of reaction speed. When Andrew rushed towards Lin Hao stopped retreating. So Lin Hao, who activated the strength bonus, rushed towards Andrew. And Andrew naturally raised his arm to defend himself. Before this, facing Lin Hao's Gene family tyrant blade, Andrew did not dare to defend himself. Even the first move almost broke Andrew's arm. But now, with 50 points of physical strength, Andrew raised his arm without thinking. There was no sound of metal intersecting. Lin Hao felt like he was back to his childhood, holding a small axe and chopping at a 50-year-old tree. As a result, the old tree did not see any damage. But Lin Hao himself was almost knocked to the ground by the recoil. Lin Hao now feels the same as when he was a child. Andrew raised his head and looked at Lin Hao, whose attack was completely ineffective, and smiled brightly. Chapter 467. Boy, keep being arrogant. After seeing that Lin Hao's knife had no effect on him, Andrew finally became bold and ignored Lin Hao's next attack, punching Lin Hao hard in the chest. Lin Hao immediately felt a huge force coming, and that force carried Lin Hao all the way to the wall behind him. And then Lin Hao's body had already hit the wall hard. Is this the attack power of a level 6 zombie? Lin Hao felt the huge force, and the wall behind him had sunk. He had never thought that there would be creatures on this blue planet with such powerful destructive power. But this destructive power really appeared, and it happened to him. I really want to know if I have such a powerful power. Lin Hao struggled to get himself out of the wall, and looked at Andrew approaching him, and couldn't wait to wave the alloy knife in his hand. Lin Hao didn't know whether the last move of Jin's tyrant sword would work against this guy. But no matter whether it worked or not, the last move of Jin's tyrant sword was Lin Hao's most powerful killing move. If this move didn't work against Andrew, then Lin Hao could only pray for God's blessing. First move, second move, third move. Bang. Lin Hao felt that his sword swinging speed was fast enough, but it was still not as fast as Andrew's. In fact, Andrew's speed was not faster than Lin Hao's, but his reaction was stronger than Lin Hao's, because Andrew's 4 attributes were average, and the 4 attributes were not much behind Lin Hao, which was why Andrew's speed seemed so fast. Andrew punched Lin Hao up and pushed him against the wall behind him. The tiles on the wall were smashed by Lin Hao at the beginning, and even his body was embedded in it. When Andrew pushed Lin Hao's body up and slammed into the wall behind him again, the poor wall finally couldn't bear Andrew's powerful force, and was squeezed into a hole by Lin Hao's body. Fortunately, this wall was just a partition wall inside the building, not the surrounding outer walls. Otherwise Andrew could have directly knocked Lin Hao off from this floor. Boy, aren't you arrogant? Isn't your knife very sharp and powerful? Get up, and then chop me with your knife? Didn't I tell you that we can talk? Why don't you want to? Why? Why force me to take action? Now that you see my power, are you afraid? Andrew not only wanted to torture Lin Hao physically, but he was obviously not going to let him go mentally. Villains die because they talk too much, Lin Hao said with a smile in Chinese. Andrew looked at the smile on Lin Hao's lips. He knew that Lin Hao was smiling. Although he couldn't understand what Lin Hao said, it was definitely not a good thing. Boy, I don't know what you are laughing at. Anyway, I take your crystal core. Andrew was also smiling at Lin Hao. He thought that this time, he should have Lin Hao in his hands. But at this moment, a loud roar sounded. Andrew's attention was always on Lin Hao in front of him, because the danger Lin Hao brought to him was too strong. He didn't dare to let go of his attention to Lin Hao. So, Bai Bofen and Li Yang, who came down the elevator hole like Lin Hao, finally had a chance. When approaching Andrew, Bai Bofen finally roared and showed his presence. At this time, even if Bai Bofen was slower, Andrew could not dodge him. And he did not dare to dodge because he controlled Lin Hao. Lin Hao seemed to be at a disadvantage. But in fact, it was because he was not used to Andrew's sudden increase, which made him fall into the lower level under Andrew's attack. If Lin Hao escaped from his control, it was still difficult to judge what would happen in the next battle, because Lin Hao's strength bonus and speed bonus still existed. And Lin Hao also had an advantage. That is, his mental power of up to 60 points. To deal with zombies of the same level, mental power seems useless. But in fact, it has a very powerful effect to keep Lin Hao's mind clear. This means that Lin Hao can always have a calm mind. Only with a calm mind can he make the right judgment in times of danger. Lin Hao could obviously resist Andrew, but he did not, because at this time Andrew's attention was all on Lin Hao. If Bai Bofen's attack could succeed, he might be able to catch this guy off guard. Sure enough, Bai Bofen appeared. When Andrew found Bai Bofen, he was really caught off guard, because he didn't know whether he should look at Lin Hao in his hand or avoid the fat man who was about to rush over. Soon, he made a choice. He chose to still control Lin Hao, and then free one hand to deal with Bai Bofen. But how could he control Lin Hao with two minds at the same time? Bai Bofen looked fat, but in fact his speed had reached a level that fat people were ashamed of, and thin people were powerless to see. Especially his speed combined with his weight, which looked more than fierce, but murderous. Andrew would not let himself be hit by such a fat man. Without thinking, he used his free hand to hit Bai Bofen. At the moment when Andrew punched out, Lin Hao moved. The first thing that moved was not Lin Hao's hands, but the mental power in Lin Hao's mind that was like the ocean. Lin Hao forcefully used his skills, mental control, because he had to use skills to ensure that his mental power was useful. After all, Andrew's mental power was also 50 points at the moment. When 60 points of mental power is used with skills, the power is huge. The mental power rushed to Andrew's mind at a very fast speed. Andrew's mind was blood red at this moment. Now there was nothing in his mind except anger. However, even with this anger, he could still calmly judge the situation. This shows the effect of mental power reaching 50 points. If Lin Hao did not have 60 points of mental power, I wonder if this attack would be successful. Fortunately, Lin Hao succeeded, because Andrew's fist stopped when it was about to approach Bai Bofen. And it was not just a simple stop, but Andrew's face was distorted, and Andrew felt pain. With a bang, Bai Bofen hit Andrew hard. Finally, Andrew got the same treatment as Lin Hao. But there was another person, or a zombie, flying out with Andrew. Chapter 468. At the moment when Andrew was knocked away, Lin Hao had already withdrawn his mental power. Just now, the mental power, which was like a vast ocean, was finally consumed by more than half under the counterattack of Andrew's 50 points of mental power. Because Lin Hao used the mental control skill. If this skill did not work successfully, then the backlash would follow. Fortunately, Lin Hao's body was no longer the same as before, and he could still bear the pain of the backlash. But Lin Hao still couldn't help but cover his head because it was really painful. Obviously, the mental control skill was still very effective. Andrew was holding his head and couldn't get up for a long time. Lin Hao couldn't do anything, and Andrew couldn't do anything either. But Bai Bofen and Li Yang, who hadn't appeared, could do it. Bai Bofen didn't use any weapons, but just opened his big mouth and rushed towards Andrew lying on the ground, while Li Yang still used his small dagger. The moment Andrew flew out, Li Yang had already flown out with him, in order to find the best attack. The moment the dagger was pulled from Li Yang's shoulder, it had a mission. Seeing blood was the mission of the dagger. So, Li Yang looked for a weak point and stabbed it hard with the dagger in his hand. The first weak point was Andrew's eye. It was hard to believe that a level 6 zombie was attacked by a level 4 zombie. And the level 6 zombie eyes were successfully blinded. Under normal circumstances, this situation would certainly not happen. But there are not so many normal situations in this world. And some are all accidents. Because of Lin Hao's accident, Li Yang, a level 4 zombie, was able to blind a level 6 zombie. Because of Lin Hao's accident, Bai Bofin lay on Andrew's neck and bit him hard. But unfortunately, Bai Bofin's bite force was not enough. Under the stimulation of the pain in his eyes, Andrew finally reacted. He raised his head and looked at Li Yang. At this moment, Li Yang had clenched the dagger again and was ready to stab Andrew's other eye. Andrew saw that this was too much. If both eyes were blind, Andrew would be useless. Moreover, without vision, even if Andrew's magic skills could be maintained forever, he could not be Lin Hao's opponent. You bastards from the east. I make you pay with your lives. So, Andrew punched Bai Bofin's head hard. And Bai Bofin flew out with his head as the center of the circle. Lin Hao looked at Bai Bofin flying out. And he had a new understanding of Andrew's 55 points of strength. Why Andrew didn't just open Li Yang? It was very simple. Because he wanted Li Yang to pay with his life. Andrew knew that his full-strength punch was very powerful. But if he wanted to kill someone directly, he could only do it in front of low-level zombies and ordinary survivors. Facing a level 4 mutant zombie that had entered the middle stage, one punch could not kill them at all. Andrew knew this. So how could he let Li Yang escape? Li Yang wanted to get away from Bai Bofin when he was knocked away. But unfortunately, Li Yang, who was at level 4, could not be Andrew's opponent in terms of speed. So, before Li Yang even had time to withdraw his hand holding the dagger was already caught by Andrew. After Andrew grabbed Li Yang's hand, he twisted Li Yang's entire arm without thinking. And finally, Li Yang could not swing the dagger anymore. Asshole. Go to hell. You bastard. You dared to blind my eyes. Go to hell now. Even though zombies have a strong self-healing ability, and can even grow those damaged parts by themselves, it is still a very bad experience to have your eyes blinded. Therefore, Andrew was very angry. After Andrew broke one of Li Yang's arms, he pressed his hand on Li Yang's head again, and was about to break Li Yang's head. If Li Yang's head was broken, there was no doubt that Li Yang would really die here, on this foreign continent. Seeing this, Lin Hao no longer thought about whether his head could bear it. He stood up quickly and rushed towards Andrew frantically. At this moment, Lin Hao's speed bonus still had more than 10 seconds. There was an attack method that was faster than Lin Hao's speed bonus. That was Lin Hao's mental power. Even though Lin Hao's head was still in unbearable pain at this moment, and even felt that the mental power in his mind was empty, Lin Hao could not give up. He had to mobilize the mental power in his mind. Once he gave up, Li Yang would die. How could I let my brother die? It's impossible. Lin Hao laughed. Then, the mental power in his mind rushed out again. Lin Hao didn't care whether his mind could withstand this overdraft. He didn't care whether he would still be able to fight after saving Li Yang with this method. Lin Hao's current goal was to save Li Yang. Andrew had already put his hand on Li Yang's head and started to turn it. Li Yang, who was controlled, couldn't enter the shadow. He could only let others do whatever they wanted. But it was impossible for him to resist it all. After all, Li Yang was also a 4th level mutant zombie, and there was still some strength in his neck. Andrew wanted to break Li Yang's neck with one hand, but it was probably impossible for a while. But Li Yang's neck had already cracked at this moment, and bright red blood gushed out from the crack in Li Yang's neck. Seeing that the head was in danger, at this moment, Lin Hao's spirit caught up. The same method. When the mental power caught up, Lin Hao turned his mental power into a very sharp sword without thinking, and then stabbed Andrew's head frantically. This was a completely lose-lose style of fighting. This crazy fighting style caused Andrew to give up the 4th level mutant zombie in his hand and focus on the battle in his mind. But Andrew did not take his hand away from Li Yang's head. Li Yang's head was still in Andrew's hand. In fact, when Lin Hao was immersed in this mental battle, he could not control his real body. This is why Lin Hao had to sprint so fast at the beginning. Because at this time Lin Hao's body must still have inertia. Even though he was already in a mental battle with Andrew, his body was still running with inertia. And because the speed was very fast, this inertia was still very strong. Finally, Lin Hao, who was running, bumped into Li Yang, who was still in Andrew's hands. With this powerful collision, Li Yong was successfully knocked away from Andrew's hands. Li Yong, who was knocked away, first hurriedly covered the blood on his neck. Even though he knew that the blood would not cause any problem to his life safety. It was a subconscious behavior. There was no way. The next step was that Li Yong pressed his head. Li Yong only needed to do a bit of intense exercise, and his head would really fall off his neck. Therefore, Li Yong could not have fighting power before the connection between his neck and head healed. At this time, Lin Hao also successfully fell into Andrew's arms, and the two fell together. Chapter 469. At this moment, a tragic thing happened. Lin Hao felt a sharp pain in his head and felt that his speed bonus skill disappeared. With Andrew's 50-point speed attribute, if Lin Hao couldn't keep up, it would be a very dangerous thing. Because of the mental impact just now, both of them had a swollen pain in their heads. Lin Hao even lost control of his body while lying in Andrew's arms. At this moment, Andrew was in a similar state to Lin Hao. But once Andrew recovered, Lin Hao would face real danger. Both and was hit on the head by Andrew. Although his life was not in danger, the fat man is still in a coma. Li Yong is also holding his head, waiting for the broken part to heal. At this moment, the two level 6 zombies lying on the ground are only waiting for one thing. That is, to see who will wake up first. Damn. My head. Lin Hao held his head and shook it desperately, hoping to recover quickly. Fuck. Andrew actually opened his red eyes at this moment, looking at Lin Hao above him. The two opened their eyes almost at the same time, and then looked at each other at the same time. Asshole. Go to hell. Andrew stood up with a roar, knocked Lin Hao, who was lying on him, to the ground, and controlled his feet to step hard on Lin Hao's head. Although Lin Hao could feel the dizziness in his head, he had no way to deal with it, because his head was still swollen and painful. Lin Hao never thought that the pain would torture him so much one day. Since Lin Hao became a zombie, he has never felt this kind of pain again. Fortunately, Andrew had not fully recovered. Each of his kicks seemed powerful, but they did not cause much damage to Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao was holding on until he recovered, and Andrew was also holding on until he could fully control his strength. During this time, Andrew did not stop his attack. When he found that he could not use his feet, he knelt on the ground, rushed up with both hands, and tried to pry Lin Hao's head. At the moment when Andrew stretched his hand to Lin Hao's head finally reacted. He turned his head and punched Andrew hard on the head without thinking. Although Lin Hao's speed bonus was gone, his strength bonus was still effective. 60 points of strength was no joke. This punch directly smashed Andrew apart, but did not knock him flying. The two stood up almost at the same time. Lin Hao rushed over and started to fight with Andrew without thinking. Lin Hao had to do this. If Andrew found that Lin Hao's speed had decreased, then Andrew would start a guerrilla war with Lin Hao. Even if Lin Hao's strength attribute was higher than Andrew's, it would be useless if he could not attack the opponent. In order to prevent Andrew from taking advantage of his speed, Lin Hao rushed towards Andrew without thinking. The two rolled on the ground, punching each other. Lin Hao felt that his mouth seemed to be empty. He took the time to lick it with his tongue. It turned out that his teeth were gone. Andrew was blind and could not see clearly. His fists did not hit Lin Hao's vital points many times. As one side gained strength while the other side lost strength, Andrew gradually fell into a disadvantage. Do you know? I am the king of the same level. No one can beat me at the same level. Remember? If you see someone like me in the future, get out of here quickly. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful I am. Every time Lin Hao said a word, he would punch Andrew on the head. And every time Lin Hao punched him, Andrew would punch him back. The two of them kept punching each other. Gradually, Lin Hao found that Andrew could not move. It seems that you will not see a zombie like me in the future. Then, go and die. Lin Hao opened his mouth and bit Andrew's neck. But he found that he had no teeth. So, Lin Hao's teeth turned into claws. And he still had sharp claws. The alloy knife had been thrown aside. And in this situation, even if Lin Hao wanted to use the alloy knife, he might not be able to exert the power of the alloy knife. Lin Hao stabbed his claws into Andrew's neck, fiercely, without any spare force. And finally, the claws pierced Andrew's skin. Isn't this guy's defense power 50? What happened? After finding that he could stab and easily, Lin Hao began to wonder. His skill time expired. Suddenly, Gooden's voice sounded in Lin Hao's mind. Once this skill expires, The backlash effect is also very strong. For someone like you who is absolutely a bug among the same level, almost no zombies can be your opponent. But Andrew was able to force you into a dead end. This shows the power of Andrew's skill effect. However, since the effect is strong, there must be backlash. The consequence of the backlash is that the whole body is sore and weak. If he fails to kill you within 3 minutes, he will become a fish on the chopping board. Gooden said. Haha. I see. I thought this skill was so abnormal. But there was no restriction. Wouldn't you be invincible? I didn't expect that. No wonder you didn't dare to use your skills when you fought me for the first time. You were afraid of the backlash effect. Lin Hao looked into Andrew's eyes and asked him. Andrew was still resisting. He grabbed Lin Hao's hands tightly, trying to stop Lin Hao's hands from piercing his neck. But it was useless. The moment Lin Hao's hands pierced Andrew's neck, everything was over. Lin Hao grabbed Andrew's head and pulled it out violently, and the head was torn off his neck by Lin Hao. But then, Lin Hao also collapsed on the ground. To deal with this Andrew, Lin Hao finally used up all his physical and mental strength. Not only that, Bai Bofeng was knocked unconscious by this guy, and Li Yan was also seriously injured. Fortunately, for zombies, there is no difference between serious and minor injuries. Anyway, they will recover after a certain period of time. Andrew's eyes were still running around in his head. But unfortunately, he could no longer speak. As Lin Hao squeezed his hands, a blood-red crystal core entered Lin Hao's hands, and the 6th level zombie Andrew was killed by Lin Hao. It's over. Everything is over. I didn't expect that. I still underestimated this country. Lin Hao said somewhat dejectedly. Just when Lin Hao was dreaming of becoming the zombie king and being invincible in the world, a random level 6 zombie from the United States broke Lin Hao's dream. Lin Hao only realized now that the world is really not as simple as he thought. Chapter 470. Lin Hao completely collapsed on the ground. This was the second time that Lin Hao had been lying on the ground like this since he became a zombie. The first time was in City A, when he was still at level 2 and faced a level 4 zombie. At that time, he was really beaten to a pulp. I don't know if that zombie is still there. If he is, Lin Hao doesn't mind going back to teach him how to be a zombie. In fact, Lin Hao is now facing a second danger. Lin Hao has no ability to resist. Bai Bofeng hasn't woken up yet. And Li Yan doesn't even have the slightest fighting power. What if those human superpowers rush here? However, life is always full of surprises. Sometimes, some unlucky words really cannot be said or even thought about. Otherwise they may come true. Lin Hao just had this thought in his mind. And suddenly, a series of tapping sounds came from upstairs. Lin Hao didn't even have the strength to stand up now, and his mind was still buzzing, so he couldn't concentrate at all. If it weren't for his obsession, he might not be able to get Andrew's crystal core out of his head. Here. I found them. They are here. A familiar girl. Not Angelina. Lin Hao knew this voice. It was Shirley's. Lin Hao felt this woman as soon as he saw her. This woman is definitely not a good person. With Shirley's shout, suddenly, 20 to 30 people came in a crowd. Most of them were superpowers, and the rest were some powerful survivors. I don't know what they were thinking. They actually wanted to rely on this lineup to hunt down the 6th level zombies. But anyway, they succeeded. If they really wanted to attack Lin Hao's 3 zombies, Lin Hao would be in great danger. Shirley only dared to watch from a distance. Even though Lin Hao was lying on the ground, she didn't dare to get close. She still remembered that Lin Hao was a level 6 mutant zombie, a terrifying existence that she had never encountered before. Soon, 20 to 30 people gathered together, including Angelina. What happened to the zombie? Is it dead? Someone asked. There is only one way for a zombie to die. That is to chop off its head. And chopping off its head doesn't necessarily kill it. You have to take out the red ball in their brain. It must be alive. Someone immediately retorted. But why is that zombie lying on the ground motionless? Is he weak? Moreover, he has the head of another level 6 zombie in his hand. Did this Eastern zombie really kill the level 6 Andrew? Someone said in surprise. Yes, they are both level 6 zombies. So they must be both injured. Maybe the Eastern zombie can't move at this moment. If we go up now. Someone immediately started to make a suggestion. And this is what Lin Hao was afraid of. Do zombies really have a time when they are exhausted? Their pseudo-common sense delayed this time. The zombies they saw were always the kind that could fight even with missing limbs. There was no such thing as exhaustion. But there is always adventurism among humans. Especially in the United States, where the free adventure culture is highly respected. It seems that everyone has this side. Not long after, the person who tried to take the risk appeared. He wanted to go forward to see what happened to Lin Hao. But at this moment, Angelina stopped the man and said, "I go. I'm stronger than you. If I go, I might be able to escape if the zombie riots. No matter which country they are from. They value their lives very much. Especially at this moment. If someone can take the risk for them, then of course let them go. It can also satisfy their curiosity safely. Why not?" So the person who wanted to try something new gave this glorious task to Angelina. Angelina took a deep breath and walked towards Lin Hao. When these people first entered this floor, they did not see Bai Bofin and Li Yang lying on the side because of their blind spots. Only after they entered this floor could they see the two dying people. As a superpower, Angelina naturally saw that Bai Bofin and Li Yang were in a state without any fighting power. So after a moment of inexplicable surprise, Angelina continued to walk towards Lin Hao. "Lin, are you okay?" Angelina came to Lin Hao's side, but still about 2 meters away and asked, "I'm not a lion in the zoo. Why are you so far away from me?" Lin Hao said self-deprecatingly. Angelina hesitated for a while, and resolutely came to Lin Hao's side, looking at Lin Hao, who was half opening his eyes at this moment. "As you can see, I am extremely weak at the moment, but I will never break my promise to you. I have dealt with this level 6 mutant zombie." Lin Hao smiled. Angelina looked at Lin Hao silently for a while, then left without saying a word. Suddenly, the eyes of the 20 or 30 people were fixed on Angelina, not moving away for a moment, for fear of missing any word from Angelina's mouth. That level 6 zombie is indeed unable to move. But he has fulfilled his promise to us. He really solved the level 6 zombie. So let's leave, Angelina said. The 20 or 30 people were a little crazy when they heard the news. And someone hurriedly questioned Angelina, if the zombie is really unable to move, why don't you go up and solve it? You know, it's a level 6 zombie. If you really solve it, it can be regarded as helping the survivors get rid of a big harm. Angelina didn't expect this group of people to be so crazy. They actually wanted to kill Lin. Lin Hao was also listening quietly not far away. When he heard Angelina tell those people the truth, he was really disappointed. He didn't expect Angelina to be such a person. Before Lin Hao could feel sad, Angelina suddenly said, "I don't recommend you to do this. Don't forget that the level 6 zombie still has 2 subordinates. But his 2 subordinates are not here. If what I expected is true, his 2 subordinates are both level 4 zombies. If his 2 subordinates happen to come at this time, even if we have so many people, we will not be their opponents. So let's leave." The people around were silent, and everyone was thinking about the credibility of Angelina's words. Angelina was someone they relied on. So for other survivors, Angelina's words were very trustworthy. Of course, there was another point. That is, no one was willing to gamble with their lives. In that case, let's let this zombie go. Yeah, let him go. And let's leave quickly. Shirley looked around and said in a panic, fearing that Lin Hao's 2 men would jump out from anywhere. Chapter 471. Lin Hao looked at Angelina, who was leaving with others, and couldn't help but smile again. It seemed that he had not made a mistake. "Couldn't. How long will it take for me to recover?" Lin Hao asked. "Your focus is not on your physical strength. With the physical strength of a zombie, the recovery speed is very fast. Your use of mental power without any restraint is the main reason for your weakness." Gooden said. "Then when will my mental power recover?" Lin Hao asked again. "Recovering mental strength is much harder than recovering physical strength. Your head is still in a state of swelling and pain. When your swelling and pain disappear, your mental strength will be considered recovered." Gooden said. "What if someone else comes?" "No. I have to recover quickly. Do you have any ideas?" Lin Hao said anxiously. "Don't worry. I'm checking for you. Those people have left. There is no one around. You only need to recover your mental strength to be able to stand up. However, it will take a long time for your mental strength to recover to a perfect state. I suggest you don't fight for a short time," Gooden instructed. Hearing Gooden's instructions, Lin Hao felt much more at ease. Dizzy? Suddenly, Bai Bofin's voice came, and Lin Hao felt more at ease. This fat guy woke up, and he was probably out of danger. Judging from the time when this fat guy woke up, even if the group of survivors just rushed over to take his life. I'm afraid they wouldn't succeed so easily. At least he was also a level 6 zombie. So there was no need to say much about his defense. They couldn't cause any harm to him in a short time. As long as he waited for the fat guy by Bofin to wake up, he would be safe. According to by Bofin's level, even if these 20 or 30 people joined together, they were no match for by Bofin. This is cruelty. The cruelty of the evolutionary world. Even if many of those 20 or 30 people are level 3 superpowers, they are no match for by Bofin anyway. The reason is simply that by Bofin is one level higher than them. As by Bofin woke up, Lin Hao found that his extremities seemed to be able to move, such as fingers and toes. A few minutes passed. During these few minutes, Bai Bofin looked at Lin Hao with some concern, and then looked at Li Yang. When he found that the two were not in any serious trouble, he sat down on the ground with relief, saying that he was helping them to watch. But in fact, he just wanted to be lazy. After about 10 minutes, Lin Hao suddenly jumped up. Although the pain in his head continued, it did not affect his movement. When Lin Hao was able to stand up, even if he was still vulnerable, the survivors did not dare to attack him. This was the deterrent power of a high level. In fact, Lin Hao had always had a doubt. Whenever Lin Hao encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, the mysterious man would suddenly appear anywhere, then suddenly disappear, help him solve the problem, and then drop the crystal core to upgrade his level. But just now, Lin Hao was in danger more than once, and even his life was in danger every time. But in the end, the mysterious man did not appear. Lin Hao felt a little strange. Gooden, why didn't the mysterious man save me just now? Lin Hao asked. Do you really think that the mysterious man follows you all the time, and can help you in time every time you are in danger? When did you become so naive? Gooden complained mercilessly. Lin Hao looked around in silence. He was still hoping that the mysterious man would appear again, so that he could have a good look at what he looked like. Until now, Lin Hao had never seen what he looked like, even though he had saved him twice. Next, it was time to get down to business. Lin Hao came to Li Yang. Li Yang seemed to have discovered what Lin Hao wanted to do. He wanted to shake his head, but unfortunately, his condition did not allow him to do so, and he could not resist Lin Hao. Where's the fat man? It's useless to have only one crystal core, so why not give it to yourself? Li Yang still insisted that Lin Hao swallow the crystal core himself. It's a pity that this crystal core is not of the spiritual system. If it is of the spiritual system, Lin Hao will not give it to these two guys even if they want it. Lin Hao shook his head and said, this is a crystal core of the power system. It's useless to me, since there are two of you. Let this crystal core be split into two halves. So, Lin Hao broke the crystal core in his hand into two halves, threw half of it into Li Yang's mouth without saying anything, and then came to Bai Bofin, and threw the other half of the crystal core into his mouth in Bai Bofin's grateful eyes. Gooden shook his head. It's a pity. Although the power of the crystal core will not be lost, if it is fed to only one zombie, that zombie will definitely evolve to level 5, and the experience value can increase by more than half. Now, the two could only hang around at level 4, which is a little short. When can they upgrade? Lin Hao asked. These two guys are actually only one step away from upgrading. Maybe any level 2 crystal core can make them step into level 5. Anyway, it's a pity. Hey. Gooden still felt sorry for Lin Hao's actions. Come to think of it, it was true that half of the crystal core was divided between two people. Although the two were about to upgrade, their combat power was still 2 level 4. If Lin Hao only gave it to one of them, that person would immediately reach level 5. And at the same time, Lin Hao would have an extra level 5 combat power by his side. This was definitely more cost-effective for Lin Hao than 2 level 4 combat powers. But since the matter had been done, Lin Hao was too lazy to pursue it. Anyway, for Lin Hao, the 2 crystal cores were not wasted. Didn't Gooden say that both of them only needed one step to completely step into level 5? In that case, just go outside and find 2 mutant zombies to kill. In fact, it is not easy to find mutant zombies. Lin Hao has no problem because he can completely suppress his pressure and level because of Gooden. But Li Yang and Bai Bofin can't. The two of them walking on the street are a deterrent to those low-level zombies. Many low-level zombies can sense them just by smelling them, and then quickly run away. In this case, it is even more difficult to find 2 mutant zombies. As for finding the same level? Are you kidding? The number of mutant zombies is about the same as the number of superpowers among humans. And the base number of zombies is larger. So mutant zombies are rarer than superpowers. Not to mention finding one of the same level. Even lower level ones are hard to find. So, brothers, our goal has been achieved. Now, it's time for us to leave, Lin Hao said to the two. For Lin Hao, there are so many things to do. He will take it one step at a time. With so many zombies, I don't believe there won't be a few mutant zombies. The three left building number 1 and left the survivor base. Chapter 472. The matter about building number 1 has indeed come to an end. According to what Shirley said, Lin Hao came to the road next to building number 1 and walked eastward. For Lin Hao, this survivor base will always be just a unique scenery on his road. It will be over after passing it. There will be no intersection between the two sides. However, for this survivor base, it is because of Lin Hao that they have the opportunity to save themselves. Going forward along the road of building number 1, not far away is another very prosperous commercial street. This commercial street stands one of the most powerful private survivor bases in Los Angeles. According to statistics, the number of survivors alone has reached 50,000. Because this building is very tall and large. It is a very famous high-rise building in the world. So nearly 50,000 people live in this building without feeling crowded at all. Not only that, after the building was occupied by the Red Hair Society, the very smart leader of the Red Hair Society, David, created a lot of scientific research things according to the official survivor base. What to do without scientists? As long as he gets information about any scientist, David will lead people to snatch the scientist back. David is cruel to his men and does not treat the survivors as human beings. But he is very courteous to these scientists. This is why the scientists can live safely until now after being snatched back. David's idea is still very good. That is, in the doomsday, it is not only the number of people that matters, but technology is the important factor that determines whether a survivor is strong or not. Because of the scientists, David had mutants, cyborgs, and some very powerful weapons. When making mutants, the survivors below once complained, as the basic development force, these survivors sometimes need to be comforted appropriately. So David asked one of his closest friends, Andrew, to get the survivors from a 5,000-person survivor base not far away. For David, the 5,000 survivors were still quite coveted. After all, 5,000 people were living resources for making mutants. However, what David didn't expect was that there were more than a dozen people with special abilities in a small 5,000-person survivor base. You have to know that his base of 50,000 people plus him only has 30 superpowers, which is a huge gap. Moreover, David seems to know Alexander. The two seemed to be colleagues before the end of the world. But the relationship was not very good. David himself is not a well-behaved person. He always has many small flaws. While Alexander is a very upright person. Every time he sees David's small flaws, he will not scold David in public without considering his face and embarrass David. After confirmation from his subordinates, David determined that Alexander was the colleague who often embarrassed him. And he was also a level 5 superpower. Although he was already very powerful, David really didn't like Alexander. So he let Alexander die. Thus, Alexander died. Calculating the time, it was almost half a day. Such a powerful bomb must have killed Alexander. With Andrew's strength, he should have dealt with the survivors long ago. But Andrew has not been seen until now. David felt a little uneasy. Andrew and David were good friends. No one knew how they became friends. Because one was a human, and the other was a zombie. They would never be good friends. But the fact was that they were really good friends. They were so close that they almost slept together. It was because they were really good friends that this relatively easy task was given to Andrew. Andrew went there with full confidence. He should have been able to see the 5,000 survivors 3 hours ago. But until now, after the explosion, nothing happened, as if everything had quieted down. No wonder David began to feel uneasy. David's organization is controlled by David. And he is in a completely dictatorial position. David has bright red hair, which is David's unique mark. In this survivor base, there are 11 people with the same mark as David. A total of 12 people. These 12 people call themselves the Red Hair Society. And the Red Hair Society manages the entire base. Because the reputation of the Red Hair Society is also very loud. Basically, there is no survivor around who does not know the reputation of the Red Hair Society. With the development of the Red Hair Society, Other survivor bases also began to learn from their development model. In addition, when Trance recruited these bases ignored them. So Trance began to feel uneasy. His country is already riddled with holes. And he doesn't want a civil war. Especially since he is now the most powerful survivor base in the United States. Since someone wants to challenge his pressure, then just destroy them directly. Trancey really doesn't want a civil war. This is not a civil war. He just wants to destroy those disobedient terrorists. For Trancey, the battle between him and the Red Hair Society is simply an unequal battle. He doesn't take the Red Hair Society seriously at all. This is not a war. Not a war. Even if it is not a civil war. What Trancey is worried about is that if other private survivor bases in the country follow the example of the Red Hair Society, that would be a bad thing. But even if it is a war that is not a war, it is very unrealistic to start a war in a short time. Because the bases of both sides are still far apart. Trance wants to attack remotely. That is, to use bombs to attack from the air. His secretary replied to him, "President, there are many innocent survivors in the other side's base. If we do this, what's the difference between us and the other side?" So this sentence made the president have a conscience. And finally decided to fight on land. But to fight on land, they must overcome the most difficult thing. That is, zombies. For people who have all kinds of modern technology, there is no such thing as far or not. Because cars and planes can greatly shorten the time. But when cars can no longer be used and planes can no longer fly, many things can only be done on foot. And the distance is infinitely extended again. Especially the Red Hair Society base has 50,000 people. At least 10,000 armed personnel. And an armored vehicle can only fit 20 people at most. For 10,000 armed forces. Even though the official US soldiers are more powerful, they must dispatch 5,000 people. 5,000 people also need 250 armored vehicles. But sadly, they only have 30 armored vehicles in the entire base. Trucks are a good choice. But the noise of trucks is too loud, and it is not suitable for driving on the road. Otherwise, it is a joke with your own life. Chapter 473. So, due to various restrictions, the two sides will fight. But they will definitely not fight in a short time. This also gives the Red Hair Club time to prepare. Looking at the sky that is about to get dark, David sighed. Andrew still hasn't come back. He has sent people to find out what's going on. Logically, the distance between the two bases is not far. And the people who are looking for information should be back by now. But they haven't come back yet. David rubbed his red hair anxiously. After a while, someone knocked on the door. David hurriedly let the other person in. Sure enough, it was the guy who was looking for information. The guy who was looking for information was a mutant, who was faster and stronger than normal people. In addition, zombies were generally not interested in mutants. So mutants were not easily attracted by zombies. At this time, as a spy, mutants were much more convenient. David looked at the spy, hoping to get some good news from him. Because the spy's face was indeed not very good. "What happened?" David asked. "Chief, this is not a good thing anyway. Lord Andrew is dead," the spy said. As soon as the spy finished speaking, David went berserk and came to the spy at an incredible speed, grabbed the spy's neck, and asked sternly, "What did you say? You said Andrew is dead?" The spy was frightened and hurriedly waved to Andrew to let him go. But Andrew did not let him go, but just loosened his grip. The spy said with a choked throat, "Lord Andrew is really dead. I heard that there is a level 6 mutant zombie in the survivor base. And that mutant zombie seems to be stronger than Lord Andrew. So Lord Andrew was beaten to death. Andrew is dead. Andrew is dead." David seemed to be unable to believe it. And the power in his hand was strengthened again. So the mutant was completely silent in Andrew's hand. David realized his loss of composure at this time. But he didn't take this person seriously at all. Since he was dead. He was dead. Anyway, he had many spies under his command. "Come on. Go and find out who killed Andrew," David roared loudly. Kardashian and Dave were a couple. A very loving couple. When the doomsday broke out, Kardashian was bitten by a zombie. Dave saw that his beloved woman was bitten by a zombie. And without thinking, he put his arm into the zombie mouth. So both of them were bitten. In order to avoid being eaten by those disgusting zombies, the two hid in the closet and slowly waited for the transformation. So they transformed. It is said that the world is so big that nothing is impossible. This couple is a very interesting couple. They were lucky enough to evolve, and became a pair of second-level mutant zombies. Because they were lovers in their lifetime. After becoming zombies, I don't know if it was destined. The two have never separated. And when fighting, whether it is fighting one zombie or 10 zombies, the two are always together. Gradually, the two zombies upgraded again because of the tacit understanding in the battle, and both became third-level zombies. Now, these two level 3 zombies are a bit distressed because someone is chasing them. They haven't experienced the pain of being chased for a long time, because they were the ones chasing others. But this time, they have to run away because the humans behind them are a little different. They are mutants. And they are level 3 mutants. What's more important is that there are 6 of them. It's too easy for 6 level 3 mutants to deal with 2 level 3 mutant zombies. Dave looked at the 6 humans chasing him relentlessly, grinning in anger. But it was useless because he had to escape. If he didn't, they would both die. Kardashian's speed was a little slow because his leg was injured. For zombies, such an injury is definitely nothing. But the injured part will always have a certain impact on speed. For example, now, although Kardashian can't feel any pain, he feels that his speed is always a little slower. Looking at the mutants behind him, who are getting closer and closer to the two of them. Dave can't speak yet, but he can already think. He passed by the alley next to him and went in without thinking. But the United States is a very strange place. They have alleys exactly like China. The alleys in China are all about being unobstructed. No matter what kind of alleys, there are very few dead ends. Basically, they are all connected in all directions. And people who are not familiar with the road conditions will usually find a very sad thing when walking in them, and get lost. But the United States is not like that. I don't know if the alleys in the United States are afraid that the design is too complicated and people will get lost. Or they think that the alleys are not beautiful. So many alleys are directly blocked with walls. And then this alley becomes a dead end. The zombie's athletic ability is also very strong. Dave naturally saw that the two people were going to a dead end. But Dave was not afraid. He jumped onto the wall with one step. Dave did jump onto the wall. But it was hard for Kardashian. Because Kardashian had an injury on her leg and couldn't jump up at all. Dave hurriedly stretched out his hand, hoping to pull Kardashian up. Do you think you can still run away? However, everything was too late. The 6 mutants actually had guns in their hands. But because they were in motion before, of course they couldn't use guns casually. But now it was different. Although Dave tried his best to pull Kardashian up quickly, the mutants aimed and shot faster than Dave. With a bang, Dave watched Kardashian's head explode in front of him. And Kardashian's crystal core was also ejected into the hands of the mutants by the force of the explosion. Dave held Kardashian's hand tightly, but did not pull her. Dave silently looked at Kardashian, who had lost her head, and suddenly felt a little sad. Such a strange feeling. Dave had never experienced this before. And his eyes were a little dry. The sky was still dark. And Kardashian liked this kind of sky very much. Is it raining? Dave touched the raindrops dripping on his cheeks. It was really raining. The rain in this season has begun to get colder. Just like Dave's heart now. Dave felt that his heart was in pain. He obviously had no sense of pain. But he still felt so painful. The kind of pain that was heart-wrenching. Dave touched his chest with his other hand, wondering what was wrong with him. So, a sense of oppression arose in Dave's heart. Dave just felt so depressed, and wanted to vent. Dave raised his head and looked at the sky, opened his mouth, and a scream that belonged only to zombies resounded through the world. That was Dave's cry. Lin Hao looked at the cry coming from not far away, and walked there silently with Li Yang and Bai Bofen. Chapter 474. Be careful. If the other party is going to use a big move, it's over. One of the mutant team hurriedly said to everyone. These mutants also know that mutant zombies and superpowers have mysterious powers. And once the mysterious power erupts, it should not be underestimated. As Dave's shouts resounded through the world, the mutants were also suspicious and did not dare to move forward. They watched Dave not far away, fearing that Dave would release a big move if he was unhappy. Each of them was a lucky person who had experienced the deadly experiment of mutants. They didn't want to die. But sadly, mutants had the highest mortality rate. The chance of mutants appearing is not high. But compared with superpowers and mutant zombies, the birth of mutants is much higher than the former two. Therefore, each base will not be as cautious in using mutants as in using superpowers. Which is why the death rate of mutants remains high. As a thoughtful human being, these mutants are also very careful about their lives. When they know that their lives may be in danger, they will certainly not rush forward foolishly. After Dave yelled, it took nearly 10 minutes before the mutant gang dared to gradually approach. Let's shoot him, someone suggested. These people were obviously too nervous just now. They didn't even think of such a simple method. Yes. Wouldn't everything be over if they shot him? So, these mutants aimed their guns at Dave. The guns in their hands were all special sniper rifles, with great power and armor-piercing bullets, specially designed to deal with these mutant zombies. Bang! A shot came. But Dave blocked the bullet with his arm. The captain of the mutants said, the female zombie is a speed type, so her defense is not high. This one with high defense must be a physical zombie. If you use a gun, it is very likely to let him run away. Brothers, take out your close-range weapons. If anyone dies, I will definitely burn his body. This condition was agreed upon by these mutants. If someone dies, his companions will burn his body. In this big city, it is very difficult to find even a piece of land, so there is naturally no burial. But no one is willing to leave their bodies on the street for zombies to gnaw on. So they made such an agreement. Their close-range weapons are the alloy knives that Lin Hao has used for a long time, because alloy is a very strong material, and the most reasonable weapon that can be made of this material is only a knife. But the knives made in Western countries may be different from those made in Eastern countries. The knife used by Lin Hao is more like the ancient Pudeo, with a wider head and a thicker back, while the Western knives are thin and look like Miaodao, but they do not have the width of Miaodao. In short, no matter what kind of knife it is, these knives are very suitable for human hands to hold. There were 6 mutants in total, gradually approaching Dave. Dave was still holding Kardashian, but he seemed to find that Kardashian had lost signs of life. So Dave jumped down from the wall, but his hand was still holding Kardashian's headless body. Dave gently held the body and slowly put it on the ground. This scene clearly made the mutants' backs cold, but they still felt a little warmth. Don't waver. Being soft-hearted to these zombies is irresponsible for your own life. Remember, they are zombies. We are humans, and we are destined to be irreconcilable. The captain of the mutant team saw that his team members were a little shaken, so he hurried to stabilize the morale of the troops. This stabilization of the morale of the troops was still very effective, and the mutants whose eyes gradually became gentle became firm again. These mutants are all members of the Red Hair Society. They have tasks every week, and today is the last day of the week. Every week, their superiors stipulate that they must hand in 3 to 5 crystal cores above level 2. Otherwise they will be annihilated. According to the rules of the Red Hair Society, there is no waste in the organization. Therefore, even for mutants, the living conditions in the organization are still very difficult. If they want to survive, they must find mutant zombies in the Doomsday, and then after a difficult battle, they must get the crystal core and hand it in. Therefore, they must also get Dave's crystal core. The 6 people quickly and agilely surrounded Dave in a semi-encircled state. The knives in their hands flash cold light and cold blood in this cold rainy night. Perhaps, there should be no creatures colder than zombies in this world, because they have no emotions. They only know how to act on their instincts. And people naturally classify zombies as low-level creatures. So, the zombies at this time began to evolve. They also began to think, to express their emotions and wisdom. Although humans don't want to admit it, the evolution speed of zombies is tens of thousands times that of humans. It took humans tens of thousands of years to evolve, thousands of years to learn to think, and hundreds of years to build tribes. But zombies have done almost all of these things in just half a year. So humans began to be afraid. If one day, humans really become extinct, and only zombies are left in the world, and no one dares to think about it, it means great fear. Therefore, humans began to focus their research on the root of zombies. The crystal core. Crystal cores are very important to humans, and they are even more important to zombies. So the two races once again have a reason to be irreconcilable. Dave opened his fangs and rushed towards the 6 people frantically. But these 6 people were all level 3 mutants, and Dave was just a physical zombie, and he was no match for them in terms of speed. So, the 6 people surrounded Dave, one up and one down, one left and one right, and attacked Dave with their speed. Even though Dave had a very strong defense, facing such a repetitive attack, even if his defense was strong, he probably couldn't resist it. So, this group of mutants successfully killed Dave. killing a zombie who had just lost his companion and was still in a sad and crazy state. Dave had too many weaknesses. Because Dave didn't think about defending himself at all. He only thought about one thing. That is, killing the humans in front of him. For some reason, there was always a repressed emotion in his heart. This repressed emotion made Dave breathless. He could only carry out crazy and uncommon attacks. So, Dave was successfully knocked down. Dave's ankle was slashed by a mutant. And then Dave never stood up again. Chapter 475. Seeing Dave lying on the ground. The mutants finally breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Dave lying on the ground and unable to stand up. And laughed mercilessly. This ghost thing finally can't stand up. I thought you could turn into a moonlit werewolf by roaring to the sky. But who knew it would be like this? The other mutants laughed when they heard this. Captain, we are not afraid of such a physical zombie. It's too weak. One person pointed at Dave and said with disdain. Yes. But this is a zombie. It has no brains. If he had run away just now, we might not have been able to catch up. But he just stood there stupidly. Someone else said. The leader of this group was obviously a steady person. He said, okay. Stop joking. First dig out his crystal core. And then go back quickly. After all, they are outside. And the probability of something going wrong is too high. In short, the captain is the one who least wants to get into trouble. Every time he goes out on a mission, there will always be 1 or 2 people who die in the battle. Every time he returns to the base, those who died will not be replaced immediately, but will increase after a few missions. This has caused the number of personnel to decrease. And the decreasing number of personnel proves that their every outing is getting more and more dangerous. For example, if no one told him, no one would guess that this team was actually a small team of 10 people, not 6. Dave still bared his teeth and roared at the few people. Even though he knew what his fate would be, Dave did not show any sign of giving in to them. But the next moment, Dave's bared teeth image suddenly changed, becoming a little curious, and then gloating. Yes, Dave really showed a gloating expression as he looked at the mutants in front of him. The captain of the mutant team finally felt a little uneasy when he saw the scene. He started to move faster and faster. Just as the dagger in his hand was about to pierce Dave's eye socket, a voice suddenly rang out. This voice was speaking English. Except for the impure accent, the few people could still hear the content of the words clearly. 6 people bullying a zombie. How shameless. Lin Hao looked at the 6 mutants in front of him and smiled grimly. The captain of the mutants looked at Lin Hao, and then looked at the 2 guys behind Lin Hao. They were zombies. And they were mutant zombies. This was the captain's intuition. Especially the oriental face in front of him, who could actually speak. The captain had certainly seen mutant zombies that could speak. Some zombies with good talents could barely speak at level 3. Basically, every zombie could successfully learn to speak at level 4. No one knew how they learned it. Anyway, they just learned it naturally. But the mutant captain had never seen zombies from other countries speak English. He had also seen mutant zombies from Persia. All they spoke was some gibberish that was hard to understand. However, although this zombie with an oriental face can speak English, the captain did not find it strange. If the other party is a Chinese American, it is indeed not strange. He has been exposed to English since childhood, so he can only speak English. However, this matter is not what the captain should think about. The captain is thinking about a mutant zombie that can speak. Although they cannot see the level of the 3 zombies in front of him, it is obvious that the level must not be too low. And they have 6 mutants. So the captain is thinking, should they swallow these 3 zombies as well? As long as the crystal cores of these 3 zombies are swallowed, the captain will have completed the goal for the next week. He can take his team members on a week's holiday and wait for new members to fill in. So the captain said to the others, brothers, do you want to rest next week? The other mutant members naturally knew what their captain meant. They shouted loudly without thinking, of course. Very good. Did you see those 3 zombies with oriental faces? The first one who can speak is at most a level 4 zombie. The other 2 have not made a sound yet. Maybe they are level 3. And maybe even lower than level 3. We need to fight hard. As long as we take down these 3, we can hide in the room and play whatever you want next week. The captain's words tempted every member's nerves. Especially when the team leader said that you can play whatever you want. So, the eyes of this group of mutants were not right. They looked at Lin Hao as if they were looking at a beautiful woman who was stripped naked, with green light. In fact, Lin Hao was a little distressed. He couldn't pretend at this time. Mutants are different from superpowers. The T-virus in them is not pure. So these guys can't see what Lin Hao's real level is. Even if he didn't like good in disguise. What revenge? Lin Hao suddenly said this. Those mutants didn't care what Lin Hao said at all. They rushed towards Lin Hao like drug addicts seeing drugs. They didn't care what Lin Hao said. On the contrary, behind these people, the mutant zombie Dave, who couldn't get up, was looking at Lin Hao seriously. He read Lin Hao's meaning from his eyes. So, Dave nodded to Lin Hao with expectation. Lin Hao touched his chin and said to Dave, I can help you get revenge. But I need your crystal core. Dave was silent after hearing this. What Lin Hao needed was too precious. Crystal core. What's the difference between this and asking for his life? Dave turned his head with some difficulty and looked at the headless body again. It was Kardashian's body. The partner who had accompanied him until now. If she died, what's the point of living? No one could have thought that a zombie could come up with such an idea. In fact, sometimes, zombies that have evolved wisdom and emotions may be simpler than some humans. Because they think very simply, and their desires are also very simple. Dave looked at the corpse carefully. And finally, as if he had made up his mind, he looked at Lin Hao again with a pair of fiery eyes. This time, Dave nodded firmly. The first mutant had already rushed to Lin Hao, holding a knife, with madness in their eyes. Doomsday. Doomsday. What have you tortured humans into? Since you don't want to survive in this world, then die. If there is really another world after death, I wish you go to heaven. Lin Hao prayed sincerely, then sincerely raised the alloy knife and chopped at the mutant closest to him. Of course, Lin Hao would not chop them to death, because Lin Hao promised to let someone take revenge. So Lin Hao chopped at the mutant's knee. Chapter 476. These guys didn't know what level of existence they provoked. Because of their ignorance, they completely lost their lives. Before approaching Lin Hao, those mutants were still excited. They were still thinking about killing Lin Hao and the other two, and getting the crystal core results for next week, so that they could completely relax for a week. They had always thought so. However, when Lin Hao's knife finally touched their bodies, they regretted it. And all of this was attributed to their brainless captain. With a swipe, Lin Hao chopped off the leading mutant's knees, without any hesitation. Very clean and neat. It was so clean and neat that the man whose knees were chopped off didn't even react. He looked at Lin Hao suspiciously, and when he found that his body had lost balance, he looked at his lower body suspiciously, and then screamed. This scream was actually much inferior to Dave's desperate roar, but the tone was not inferior to Dave's at all. Both were so loud and so deafening. After this man fell to the ground, he screamed crazily and covered his 2 legs that were bleeding, even though those 2 legs could no longer be called 2 legs. After chopping this man down, Lin Hao did not pay attention to this man, but focused on the next one. The others had already stopped their steps, because they saw clearly how Lin Hao dealt with the first person. The action, the speed, and the strength made these mutants start to tremble with fear. Since the moment when the mutant profession appeared, there has been a creature like hyenas in the Doomsday. These mutants are exactly like hyenas. They like to stick together. And because they are human, they are born with a sense of teamwork. Their IQ is unique, and they are one of the highest species on this planet. They have creative ability, great potential, and stronger physical strength and speed than humans before the Doomsday. Perhaps the only bad thing is that these mutants are a community of humans and zombies. After all, they are a combination of humans and crystal cores. You can say they are human, or zombies, and naturally, you can also say they are nothing. The mutants themselves don't even know that in the near future, when the superpowers and mutant zombies begin to mature, these people will become less and less welcome. So the entire planet is divided into 3 parts, with humans, zombies, and mutant alliances. But now, these mutants are still a group of pathetic guys. They have no freedom. They are created at will by the creators, and then shelved and used at will, without considering the mutants' own ideas. Even if these mutants want to resist, they have no possibility of resistance, because their genes have always been controlled by those who created them. As long as those people want, they can take the lives of these mutants anytime and anywhere. In the final analysis, these mutants were just trying to survive in order to complete the mission next week. But unfortunately, they set their sights on Lin Hao. Sometimes you really have to be cautious when looking for an opponent, because if you are not careful, You may fall into an irretrievable situation. Just like these mutants around Lin Hao. When they saw Lin Hao's true power, they were finally scared and prepared to run away. But they could not outrun Lin Hao at all. Not to mention that there were two guys beside Lin Hao. Li Yang and Bai Bofin were also fast. Lin Hao was killing people with an alloy knife, while Li Yang and Bai Bofin were responsible for watching these guys and not letting them escape. So, a total of 6 people were chopped off the knees by Lin Hao. The leader of the mutant team was obviously a tough guy. You damn zombie. What do you want to do? Kill me if you want to. Why play with me? Lin Hao looked at the guy seriously and said seriously, you are wrong. I am not playing with you. I just let you taste the taste of despair. This is the end of the world. There is no right or wrong for survival. So, Lin Hao pulled the team leader and threw him next to Dave. The team leader looked at Dave in horror and tried to crawl away. But he had no legs, while Dave was healthy with all his limbs intact. So Dave stood up and silently followed the team leader, who was squirming crazily. Dave had a thoughtful expression all the time, and no one knew what they were thinking about. But this period of time was not long. The team leader was still crawling on the ground, and Dave had finished thinking. So Dave pounced on the team leader and bit his throat hard. Before, Dave was surrounded by these 6 people and couldn't escape. Of course, he himself didn't think about escaping. Now, they couldn't escape after being chopped on the knee by Lin Hao. Things in the world are always reciprocating. Now, it's their turn to taste Dave. With 6 screams, everything was over. After Dave bit the 6 people to death, he didn't eat them. Dave is also a 3rd-level zombie. He has basically gotten rid of the bad habits of low-level zombies. He began to stop eating humans and missed the crystal cores of his own kind, such as the 3 zombies standing in front of him now. Unfortunately, he was no match for any of the 3 zombies, and Dave had already agreed to the other party's conditions, so he had to fulfill them. I helped you get revenge. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Lin Hao came to Dave and said to him. Dave still couldn't speak. Of course, he couldn't communicate with Lin Hao. But eyes are windows to the soul. He could understand what Lin Hao said. Although Dave couldn't speak, they could communicate with each other through eye contact. Dave told Lin Hao that he was willing. Dave looked back at the headless female corpse again. Then, with infinite affection, he picked up the mutant's pistol and raised it to his head. Bang, bang, bang. Dave fired 3 shots in a row at the same position. Finally, he fell to the ground before he could fire the 4th shot. Watching Dave fall to the ground, Lin Hao felt a little sad. Who said that zombies are cold-blooded and ruthless? Who said that zombies have no IQ and EQ? Dave in front of him, and Li Yang and Bai Bofin beside him. Aren't they all zombies with wisdom? Perhaps the structure of this planet will be rectified sooner or later. Perhaps in the near future. Lin Hao found a crystal core from the mutant, which was a speed type, and gave it to Li Yang, and then took Dave's, which was a physical type, and gave it to Bai Bofin. Then, Lin Hao boasted to Gooden, "How is it? I just found the right crystal core for my 2 brothers when I just left the base." Gooden only said 3 words, "Shit luck." Chapter 477. In that world-famous high-rise building, a tall red-haired man was listening to the report of a mutant in front of him. Lord Andrew did die at the hands of a zombie of the same level. According to the survivors there, the zombie of the same level as Lord Andrew was an oriental zombie, and it was very powerful. That level 6 zombie also had 2 level 4 zombie subordinates. I think the main reason why Lord Andrew couldn't beat him was because of the help of the 2 level 4 zombie subordinates. Otherwise, how could Lord Andrew be defeated by them? This intelligence officer was very smart. Not only did he restore the situation perfectly, he also understood the relationship between Andrew and their boss. So he flattered Andrew appropriately. David pulled his red hair. For some reason, whenever something went wrong, David liked to pull his thick red hair and shout loudly, as if he could vent his unhappiness in his heart. David said loudly to the intelligence officer, "Now, mobilize all intelligence forces to find the level 6 zombie who killed Andrew. Find it for me overnight. I want that guy to pay with blood." The intelligence officers rarely saw their boss so manic, so they nodded decisively and left quickly. David stood up from his boss chair, couldn't help but put his hands on his head, and then looked at the things around him, as if he wanted to throw something but found that there was nothing around. So he could only be depressed. "Andrew, brother, I will avenge you. Don't worry. I will catch that Eastern zombie and chop off his head in front of your corpse to commemorate you. David came to the French window, looked at the dark scenery outside, and said silently, as the saying goes, one family is happy, and the other is sad. David was angry about Andrew's death, but Lin Hao was so happy that he almost ran naked around Los Angeles. Because just now, Li Yang and Bai Bofen both fainted at the same time. For humans, fainting means that there may be something wrong with the human body. But for zombies, coma only means one thing. That is, evolution. The only troublesome thing might be that Lin Hao needs to put these two guys in a safer place. These two cowards. Have they never eaten a crystal core in their lives? Don't they know to find a safe place to eat it? Lin Hao complained. Gooden complained in Lin Hao's heart. It's like someone is very calm when seeing a crystal core. Lin Hao has learned to be calm in the face of Gooden's complaints. No matter what Gooden says, he just won't talk back. After all, no matter what he says, the possibility of losing to Gooden is very high. Knowing that he will fail, why does he still put his mental power on Gooden? Perhaps the worst thing about zombies is that they can hear the surrounding movements clearly at any time and anywhere. For example, the place Lin Hao is looking for now is actually an ordinary office building. After finding a room in the office building, Lin Hao locked the door tightly, and then prepared to close his eyes and rest for a while, because he found that he had not slept for a long time since the time in S City. But just when he was about to close his eyes with his head on Bai Bofen's belly, he heard a rustling sound next to him. Lin Hao really didn't want to listen, but he had to stop because the sound was really close to Lin Hao. Those were the voices of several humans, who seemed to be arguing with each other at the moment. Someone said, "We must go out to find food. Otherwise we will all starve to death here." Another said, "Who will go to find food? I went there 3 days ago, and I am determined not to go again." Another said, "There are 2 survivor bases around us. If we are braver, we may have reached the tallest building by now. The tallest building must be where the survivors are." The first person asked, "How do you know that the tallest building is definitely the survivor base?" The third person said, "Because I have been to the rooftop. When I looked at the building from the rooftop, there was a very large banner on the front of the building. The banner said that they were the survivor base." The first person was speechless. The second person said, "Then why don't we go there?" The first person said, Go to hell. There are more than a dozen people. Half of them will die if they go out to find food. Whoever wants to go can go. Anyway, I don't want to die. I know that I am destined to die in the doomsday. I accept my fate. I would rather starve to death here peacefully." So, a small human team not far away began to analyze. They seemed to have a lot of people, and now they were divided into 2 teams. One team was prepared to stay where they were and starve to death, and the other team was prepared to rush out to find a new world. They wanted to find a survivor base and live a safer life. But before that they had to survive the zombies in the dark. Yes, the IQ and common sense of this group of people are indeed different. Now almost all survivors across the country know that zombies hate ultraviolet rays and daytime. They only need to set out during the day to avoid a lot of fearless troubles. But I don't know what happened to this group of people's brains. They are actually ready to leave in the middle of the night. Lin Hao listened to the noise, and the other party was ready to go. The first person said, "Are you really going to go?" The third person said affirmatively, "Yes. We are really ready to act. I have had enough of this insecure life. I want to pursue a better life. Even if there are dangers. Even if there are difficulties and obstacles." Lin Hao stood up and came to the window. After waiting for about 2 minutes, he saw a head peeking out of the door. It was a yellow-haired boy. It was real yellow hair, not dyed. Behind the yellow-haired boy were 7 or 8 boys and girls, all very young. Younger than Lin Hao. Lin Hao was imagining, if he were in this situation, would he rush out with these boys? Or stay with those older people? In fact, sometimes success belongs to those who dare to venture out. But every time he heard these poisonous chicken soups, Lin Hao sneered. Yes, most of those who succeeded dared to venture out, dared to innovate, and dared to try new things. And there are quite a few of them. But can everyone succeed? No. There are only a few successful people. So when Lin Hao saw the group of zombies surrounding those young people, when those young people screamed helplessly, and when those who stayed next door began to feel sad when they saw the scene, Lin Hao just shook his head and sighed. Chapter 478. The boys finally died not far from the office building. And they died in a very rhythmic manner. Boys are boys. Not mature and steady at all. Even if there is an experienced adult to lead them, they will not die so quickly. Finally, they took it for granted that they could avoid these zombies and reach the tall commercial building. However, everything can only be taken for granted. They were easily defeated by reality, and those zombies that they thought were extremely stupid, those little guys are dead. The voice from next door came again. Daniel is amazing. He bewitched those hot-blooded guys with just a few words. If they were here, our food wouldn't last for 3 days. But now that they're gone, our food will last for at least a week. One of them said something shocking. In short, Lin Hao listened with great interest. He had experienced a lot of these conspiracies and plots. Westerners are not all honest. They also like to play tricks. Obviously, in order to make these young people who like to eat leave, those people deliberately told them a lot of poisonous chicken soup. So these young people left without taking anything. As a result, in the middle of the night, these panicked young people attracted the zombies around them. And the consequences were obvious. Naturally, they all fed the zombies. The person next door, who seemed to be called Daniel, said, "These high school students are still too naive. They don't know that the people in the survivors' base will run out to find food from time to time. We just need to wait here. Maybe we can wait until the survivors come to find food. There are only 5 of us. And I believe the Jedi will not mind taking us with them." This guy called Daniel has left a very deep impression on Lin Hao. Of course, it is not a good impression. However, these humans have nothing to do with him. And he is too lazy to have anything to do with them. Because he is a zombie. Bai Bofin and Li Yang are still in a coma. The most important thing for Lin Hao now is to protect these 2 guys. When they wake up the next day, they will successfully form the 3 villains to go out again. There was no conversation overnight. And the next day came quickly. Lin Hao didn't sleep after all. After all, they were zombies. So it didn't matter if he didn't sleep. Lin Hao silently waited beside the 2 zombies, waiting for the moment when they would transform from cocoons into butterflies. When they evolved to level 5, they would be out of low-level zombies. Lin Hao thought about taking these 2 with him when he went out in the future. If he saw someone he was unhappy with, he could just wave his hand, and Bai Bofin would rush up immediately. If Bai Bofin wasn't enough, it didn't matter. There was still Li Yang. The 2 zombies could already beat most of the zombies on this planet. After all, there weren't that many zombies above level 5. Just when Lin Hao was fantasizing, a light moan sounded. Lin Hao turned around and saw that it was Bai Bofin who woke up first. The first thing Bai Bofin did when he woke up was to look at Lin Hao, then touch his whole body, and found that there was nothing wrong. So he stood up with confidence. It's so comfortable to sleep. Sure enough, after reaching level 5, this fat guy no longer stuttered when speaking. Which is good. Couldn't adjust Bai Bofin's attributes for me to see. Lin Hao was quite curious about how much Bai Bofin had grown. He still remembered that when he first met this guy, he was still a level 2 zombie. And he was also a level 2 zombie. Now, he is already level 6. And Bai Bofin has also become level 5 with his efforts. Name, Bai Bofin. Level 5. Title, Titan. Skills, Solid. Strength, 35. Spirit, 25. Speed, 25. Stamina, 45. Evaluation. This fat guy is getting stronger and stronger. Couldn't. This last comment must be added by you. Right? Lin Hao's focus was not on Bai Bofin's attributes, but on Bai Bofin's comments. Gooden's answer was very tough. And it was speechless. You care about me. Yes. You care about me. So Lin Hao shut his mouth. After a while, Li Yang gradually woke up. After waking up, Li Yang first tested his skills, then shook his body, and found that his body was indeed very different from before. Like Li Yang, it was normal. Like Bai Bofin, it was lazy. And he didn't even want to try to see where he was enhanced. Just squatting at the window to bask in the sun. When Bai Bofin appeared at the window, a telescope in the distance had already printed Bai Bofin's scene. Name, Li Yang. Level 5. Title, Titan. Skill, Shadow Escape. Strength, 26. Spirit, 21. Speed, 45. Stamina, 26. Evaluation, a man like the wind. Looking at the attributes of Li Yang and Bai Bofin, Lin Hao couldn't help but burst into tears. These are such normal attributes. Imagine Jean Bei's level 6 attributes at that time. That was completely abnormal. Look at Liang's. Then look at Bai Bofin's. And then Lin Hao looked at his own attributes. It turns out that the three of them are normal zombies. Normal is normal. How good is normal? Abnormal must have abnormal limits. It is better to be normal. At this moment, in front of an office building not far away, a team of 10 people was quietly squatting here, and one of the guys was looking at the office building with a telescope. Captain, I have determined that the fat oriental zombie may be one of our targets. But I don't know the other party's level. The American soldier in a tight suit holding a telescope said. Their captain is a guy who doesn't look very strong, but is very powerful. This guy is called Billy Mather. To be honest, the United States is also a country with a large population, and it has very powerful technology. Another important reason is that it is actually the birthplace of the T-virus outbreak. So there are more advanced zombies here, and the human body here is naturally better than that of the Chinese. Therefore, when those advanced crystal cores enter the bodies of those American soldiers with stronger physiques, powerful mutants are produced. David did one thing wrong after all, and basically many people would do the same under these conditions. That is, to deal with a level 6 mutant zombie. He sent out a team of level 6 mutants. That's right. This team of 10 people is a mutant team, and all the people in this team are level 6 mutants. This group of mutants is already a high-level force of the Red Hair Society. They will not be like the group of mutants yesterday, who were used up and thrown away by the base, because the strength of this group of people has reached a terrifying level. However, they still underestimated Lin Hao and underestimated Lin Hao's strength. Chapter 479. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask Gooden proudly, Gooden, if our group fights with Andrew, who has a higher chance of winning? Gooden ignored Lin Hao. He knew that Lin Hao wanted to hear praise, so he didn't want to say praise. Lin Hao didn't care. He had been with Gooden for a long time. Some things were already familiar to them, so the conversation between the two became more and more familiar. In short, if they didn't chat a few words every day and didn't argue with each other a few times, it seemed that they had lost the fun. Today's mutual attack was completed, and they were ready to leave. Leaving the office building and heading east, Lin Hao still remembered his goal and his mission in the United States, so he naturally wouldn't waste time in such a place. But sometimes, there are things you can't do without wasting. Such as now. When Lin Hao heard the people next to him start shouting, he knew that he had to waste some time. Daniel next to him said with some pride, See? I said there must be people from the base who came out to find food and passed by. Sure enough, there are. And it seems that this group of people should be from the Red Hair Society. Only the Red Hair Society can have such a strict dress. Come on. Wave with me. Don't shout. Wave. Otherwise it will attract zombies. Look. They are coming towards us. Come on. Go down to greet them. Following Daniel's command, the group of people next door immediately started to go downstairs, preparing to walk towards the 10 very strong American soldiers downstairs. However, Lin Hao is not an ordinary person after all. Some things need to be seen from the outside. For example, those 10 people are all level 6 mutants. And how can such high-level mutants be used when going out to find food? No base is willing to use powerful battles to feed those survivors who are useless at all. So the seemingly most important task of finding food falls on the least important ordinary survivors. This may be what every base cares about. They don't care whether their people can eat enough. They care about whether their people are strong in combat. So when Lin Hao saw this group of level 6 mutants rushing towards his building, he already had a premonition that these guys were not coming to rescue the survivors. They were coming to find him. This was a mysterious premonition. But Lin Hao's premonition came true. When the survivors next door saw these 10 people rushing towards them with knives, they excitedly came to the door of the office building to wait for them. Especially Daniel, who was looking forward to it. There were only 5 people in their group. Lin Hao also saw what the man named Daniel looked like. He was fat, wearing a dirty suit that didn't fit him well, and his hairstyle was flat, except for looking a little kind. He had no advantages. Perhaps it was because they looked kind that they were able to trick those children. The moment he saw Daniel, Lin Hao no longer had the desire to observe this group of humans, because this group of people would definitely die. As expected, the mutants came to the door of the office building. Billy stepped forward and asked, Have you seen those oriental faces? Billy raised his head and looked at Lin Hao. Billy found Lin Hao, and Lin Hao naturally found Billy. There was no need for both parties to hide. It would be meaningless to hide after both of them found each other. Daniel looked up in surprise and saw Lin Hao. He said in surprise, "Oriental? Where did the Oriental come from?" "Who cares, big brother? You should be from the Red Hair Society. Please, can you take us back to the base? The 5 of us have been here for more than half a year. If we don't leave, we will starve to death. Don't you know those Oriental faces? Are you just an ordinary survivor?" Billy asked. Daniel nodded and said, "Yes. We are ordinary survivors. I don't know when those Orientals entered this office building." Daniel answered Billy truthfully. But when Billy heard this, he frowned and said, "Kill them." Tiano. Daniel looked at Billy in shock and said, "General, you can't do this. Even if you don't accept us, there is no need to kill us." However, Billy was too lazy to look at him. As soon as Daniel finished speaking, the butcher knives of other mutants were already on his head. So the remaining 4 people screamed and ran away. They were all people who had lived in the apocalypse until now. It was impossible for them to scream in fear when they saw the scene. They were not afraid. They just didn't want to die. And then they used their screams to see if they could attract zombies. But even if they could attract zombies, they couldn't run faster than this group of mutants, who were already level 6. In less than 10 seconds, the remaining 4 survivors on the scene all died in the hall. Then, Billy led his men upstairs. Although this office building is quite tall, Lin Hao was carrying 2 people yesterday and was too lazy to go up so high. So he stopped on the 4th floor. What Lin Hao did not expect was that Daniel's group dared to be on the 4th floor. There were no psychics or mutants among them, and they dared to stay on such a low floor as the 4th floor. It was obvious that this group of people were just a group of termites who had stayed in some closed places for a long time. They had no common sense and survival ability. But who cares? Lin Hao was not familiar with them anyway. Seeing Billy and his men coming up, Lin Hao patted Fatty and Li Yan on the shoulders. "Let's go. I'm too lazy to fight." Gooden had already reminded Lin Hao that his mental strength had not fully recovered and was not suitable for fighting. Gooden also reminded Lin Hao that these guys were all level 6 mutants, and it would be risky to fight them. So it would be better to run away. So, the 3 zombies jumped lightly from the 4th floor, which was not very high, to the 1st floor. Lin Hao looked at the place where the sun rose. After all, this was not a familiar place. Without the sun, he didn't even know where the east was. "Yes, that's the direction. Just go there," Lin Hao said. The 3 zombies started running towards the sun. As they ran, they saw a car with a key in it. The car was very luxurious. Lin Hao had driven one before, when he first came into contact with the survivors of City B in China. He had touched their armored vehicles. This one was also an armored vehicle, but it was a little bigger than the ones in China and looked more advanced. Another thing was that it seemed to have been used by someone. But who cares? As long as there is a car, it's fine. So, Lin Hao got in. Bai Bofen and Li Yan also got in without distraction. Lin Hao turned the key, and the car started. When Billy came to the 4th floor and didn't see Lin Hao's 3 zombies, but saw that his armored car was actually driven away, Billy threw his hat to the ground fiercely. "Shit. These Eastern zombies are not stupid at all compared to the Eastern survivors." Chapter 480. The people around Billy said to him helplessly, "Boss, our armored vehicle has been driven away by them. How can we chase them? David told us to capture these 3 zombies or bring them back to him." Billy looked back at the men who reminded him, then hurriedly took out his pager and said to the Red Hair Society's base, "Quickly send out armored vehicles to intercept our armored vehicles. Our armored vehicles have been hijacked by the target. Repeat, our armored vehicles have been hijacked. Hurry to Highway 1 to intercept them." So, at the headquarters of the Red Hair Society, another armored vehicle rushed out from the 1st floor and drove towards Highway 1, which was the road that Lin Hao drove eastward. This morning, it was not just the Red Hair Society that made a big move. Trancy was still sitting in his room, eating butter bread and steak. The butter bread was very bright in color and had a strong aroma. It was obviously freshly made, and the steak was very tender, and this steak was 3 rare, with blood stains on it. While eating breakfast, Trancy told his secretary, "Send 10 armored vehicles to the Red Hair Society base to find out what's going on." "Should we send soldiers or mutants?" the secretary asked. "Of course, mutants. We have produced a lot of useless 2nd-level mutants. We sent all the 2nd-level mutants out. This time, We want to let those mutants go to find out what the strength of the Red Hair Society base is. So, after sending those mutants, we will drive the armored vehicles back. Trancy ate and spoke without any emotion. The secretary hesitated and said, "But President, those mutants were also transformed from our ordinary soldiers. And they are also our backbone. If we abandon them casually, will it have a negative impact on our image? No. Just take care of the 5 drivers. And don't worry about the others. Do as I say." Trancy stuffed the last piece of steak and bread into his mouth, and then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a very clean cloth. The living environment of mutants is very bad now, because in some combat situations, sending ordinary people is useless. Ordinary people exist to transform mutants and cyborgs, and the weakest mutants are cannon fodder. An armored vehicle can only fit 20 people at most, not counting the 2 drivers. 5 vehicles carry 102nd level mutants to explore the strength of the Red Hair Society. Perhaps only the official base of Trance dares to do this. After all, they have a lot of people. The secretary nodded and left Trance's room. She knew that some things were useless for a small secretary like her. All she needed to do was to convey what the president said. The sun began to rise gradually as time went by. But the heat was gone. It was October now, and the autumn heat had passed. Even if the sun was shining, it still felt warm. There were always many sycamore trees on the streets of Western countries. These sycamore trees looked beautiful in the summer and looked very melancholy in the autumn. For Lin Hao, his favorite season may be autumn. Whenever he sees the yellow leaves falling in autumn, an inexplicable melancholy begins to arise in his heart. As the melancholy spreads, the whole person is immersed in this emotion. This is not a pessimistic emotion. It makes Lin Hao feel a little sentimental. But it is just sentimental. Since entering college, when the pressure of life slowly pressed on this young man's shoulders, Lin Hao finally began to gradually forget this feeling in autumn. Now, Lin Hao was driving, watching the fallen leaves turning more golden in the sun, and that feeling gradually reappeared in his heart. Perhaps this feeling had something to do with his mentality. When you have nothing to do and no pressure to survive, this feeling will always quietly appear, making your life more sad. But when you are under pressure from life, these sadness will consciously leave your heart. It is another autumn, and Lin Hao has experienced this feeling again. This is the so-called sadness in spring and autumn. Lin Hao said softly. However, before Lin Hao's sigh could ferment, suddenly, a violent explosion sounded from the side of Lin Hao. Fortunately, the weight of the armored vehicle was no joke, and this degree of explosion did not cause any trouble to Lin Hao at all. Lin Hao looked in the rearview mirror and saw that, as expected, another armored vehicle was chasing him. In fact, it was not strange to think about it. Even if the other party's target was not Lin Hao, they would chase Lin Hao. After all, armored vehicles were also very precious resources in the Doomsday. Lin Hao stole an armored vehicle from someone, and they would definitely chase him at all costs. "Fatty, is there anything anti-tank in the car?" Lin Hao asked Bai Bofin hurriedly. For Bai Bofin, the term anti-tank was a little unfamiliar, but he could roughly understand what Lin Hao meant. The other side had already used missiles, so he naturally had to use missiles to fight back. So, Bai Bofin skillfully picked up a rocket launcher in the car. This thing was not the first time Bai Bofin used it. From the moment he touched the rocket launcher, a sense of familiarity came to his hand. After all, Bai Bofin used it a lot when he was in China, opening the car door without any protective measures. Bai Bofin just leaned out his upper body. The car might be a little bumpy, but it didn't affect Bai Bofin's aim at all. Bai Bofin knelt on one knee in the car, carrying the rocket launcher on his shoulder, aiming silently. With a whoosh, a rocket was launched with Bai Bofin's cheers, because the two cars were not far apart, and Bai Bofin was aiming when the other car was moving forward. Basically, the car couldn't avoid the rocket at all. With a bang, a violent explosion sounded, and a huge cluster of fireworks rose from the car behind. But an armored vehicle is an armored vehicle. This cluster of rockets did not cause any substantial damage to the other party, except for a layer of charred black on the other party's car. In the armored vehicle behind, Billy and his 10 men slapped the steering wheel fiercely and cursed loudly. "Can you hit the other party's tires?" The mutant holding the rocket launcher behind him said, "Don't worry, boss. I will definitely hit the other party's tires this time, and let them not run away." So, another round of reloading. Billy and his group attacked strategically. They knew that they had to hit the tires of Lin Hao's car so that Lin Hao's car would stop. But Bai Bofin was just playing around. He picked up the rocket launcher without even looking at it. He just took a rough aim, and another rocket flew out. Chapter 481. Billy turned on the wipers again, because Bai Bofin's rocket just hit his windshield again, and the windshield was charred black. But when Billy turned on the wipers, he tragically found that the wipers had been blown up. Billy is only a level 6 mutant. He can't see through. This time, we must hit the opponent's tires. Otherwise, once we stop, we will be completely out of reach, Billy said to the mutant holding the rocket launcher anxiously. The mutant holding the rocket launcher was really under great pressure. And then he fired the rocket. Everyone in Billy's car door was observing the rocket. Billy even stopped the car and came to the door to look at the rocket. As for Lin Hao and the others, they didn't care about the rocket at all. So, when the rocket hit Lin Hao's car again, Lin Hao thought it was just a routine shake. And then he continued to drive. But as he drove, Lin Hao felt something was wrong. The direction of the car suddenly became uncontrollable. It was not until this time that Lin Hao realized that the other bastards had blown up the tires. When a car's tires burst, the car can no longer be driven, because the tires have lost the power to grip the ground. And without that power, the direction of the car cannot be controlled, unless you drive very slowly. But in this kind of chase, how can you drive very slowly? So, Lin Hao could only take Li Yang and Bai Bofin out of the car. It seems that we can only fight them hard. And after that, take their car away, Lin Hao said to the two. Billy couldn't help but secretly rejoice when he saw Lin Hao's car stop. And Billy's men clapped their hands in surprise, as if they had won the victory by exploding the tire. Okay, we haven't caught these zombies yet. What are you celebrating? Billy scolded loudly. Billy's scolding finally made these people react. So they got out of the car together and walked towards Lin Hao's car. They were no longer holding rocket launchers or guns. Billy knew the identities of Lin Hao and his men. Lin Hao was a level 6 mutant zombie, and Lin Hao had 2 level 4 mutant zombies under him. He didn't know that Li Yang and Bai Bofin had successfully evolved to level 5 yesterday. However, no matter level 4 or 5, ordinary guns were useless to them. As for rockets, those things were too slow, even if these mutants fought at a close distance. The guy holding the rocket launcher would definitely not be the opponent of the others, because the rocket launcher could not be launched as fast as they ran. The weapons Billy and his men used were exactly the same as those used by the mutants who surrounded Dave yesterday. Lin Hao was very sensitive to weapons, so he could tell at a glance. Lin Hao didn't know if all the survivors in the United States used this kind of weapon. At least now, he could tell that this group of people and the group yesterday were from the same base. Who are you? You came to disturb our sleep early in the morning, and now you're here to blow up our car. Don't you want to live? Lin Hao didn't explain anything, and just blamed the other person first. In short, this sentence made Billy very angry. What does it mean to blow up your car? It was you who stole our car first. Billy didn't like to argue with others, so he just asked seriously, did you kill Lord Andrew? When Lin Hao heard the word Andrew, he knew why these people came to arrest him. Because he killed Andrew? And these people must have a connection with Andrew. Lin Hao picked his nose and said, Andrew? You mean the guy who likes to wear hoodies? I seem to have seen him in the human base. I have some impression of him. What happened? Is he dead? Billy sneered. You Orientals are just like those shrewd Jews. You don't tell the truth. It's obvious that you killed Mr. Andrew with your own hands. What do you mean by I killed him with my own hands? Kid, do you have any evidence? Besides, I am a zombie. And the Andrew you mentioned is also a zombie. We are the same kind. May I ask why I have the motive to kill him? Lin Hao asked boredly. Anyway, there was nothing to do now, so Lin Hao didn't mind chatting with the other party. Do you really think I'm a fool? Just because you are all mutant zombies, and mutant zombies have crystal cores, you can become stronger by devouring each other's crystal cores. So every mutant zombie is trying to get the crystal cores of other mutant zombies. And you are the same. So you killed Lord Andrew, Billy said excitedly while holding the knife. Lin Hao felt very strange, so he couldn't help asking, okay, I killed what I killed. Why are you so excited about me killing? Are you having an affair with Andrew? Lin Hao's words may be too humorous, but they made Billy's men behind him laugh. Billy turned around and looked at the man who laughed. So the man quickly shut his mouth. You finally admitted that you killed Lord Andrew. So come with us, Billy said. If what I expected is true, You should be a group of mutants. And mutants should be from the human group. How can the law of the jungle among us zombies hinder you? Are you the FBI or the CIA? Why should I go with you? Lin Hao asked with a sneer. This sentence hit someone's funny bone again. And a faint laugh came. Billy turned back again. And the laughter disappeared again. Billy said to Lin Hao, Mr. Andrew is a partner of our base. He died in your hands. And we are responsible for his death. So, you must go with us. Otherwise, we will use coercive measures. Lin Hao touched his chin, looked at Billy, who was approaching with his men, and a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Gooden, what are the chances of the 3 of us winning against the 10 of them? Lin Hao asked Gooden. About half. Because your mental strength has not been fully restored. And some of your strength will definitely not be restored 100%. But these guys are just mutants. Don't be afraid. You 3 will be fine. Gooden said lazily. Mutants are mutants. They don't have the terrifying physique of zombies, nor the miraculous skills of psychics. They can only rely on their physique that surpasses ordinary people to deal with these terrifying guys. Billy was not afraid, because their level made them not feel afraid psychologically. And their number also made him not feel afraid. But it wouldn't take long before they realized that their level and number were just a trick to paralyze them psychologically, because they were no match for Lin Hao's 3-headed zombie. Chapter 482. Billy watched Lin Hao standing there fearlessly, neither running nor resisting. Billy felt that he was looked down upon, and being looked down upon always made people feel very uncomfortable. So, Billy was ready to fight. Let's go together. Quickly subdue him, and prevent casualties. Billy only said this, and then led his men to rush forward. Lin Hao tightened the alloy knife in his hand. No matter what the situation was, no matter where he went, this alloy knife brought from China had never been put down by Lin Hao. It would always accompany Lin Hao, and always assist Lin Hao. Although this knife has been damaged in many places, he is still one of Lin Hao's most trusted partners. Billy's knife-holding posture is different from Lin Hao's in many ways. His knife-holding posture is just to make himself better use the 4 basic movements of chopping, slashing and stabbing. In fact, there are more than just these 4 knife moves. Lin Hao began to swing the knife. Billy felt something strange when he rushed towards Lin Hao. He saw Lin Hao swinging the knife aimlessly, and thought that this zombie was not very smart. He saw that the zombie swung the first knife aimlessly, and then quickly swung the second knife, and then the third knife, and the fourth knife. Billy was sure that the zombie brain must not be working well. Otherwise, it would not have been idle to swing so many empty moves. What's the point of it except wasting its own energy? The next second, he knew what the use of so many knives was, because when Lin Hao swung the 7th knife, Billy finally came to Lin Hao's side, and he was very skilled and ready to use the chopping move to aim at Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao didn't even look at his knife, because he knew that this guy's speed couldn't be faster than his own. So he confidently used the 8th style of Jin's tyrant knife to slash at Billy. In the next 12 hours, Billy was thankful for his good luck countless times. If it wasn't for the zombie not wanting to kill him, he might have died under that knife. That's right. Although Lin Hao threw out the 8th style of Jin's tyrant knife, Lin Hao didn't want to kill him. The reason was very simple. He just wanted to test the power of his 8th style of Jin's tyrant knife. That's all. Therefore, Lin Hao's knife was aimed at the arm that Billy swung the knife on. In the end, before Billy's knife could cut down Lin Hao's body, the knife had already flown out with his own arm, because that arm was mercilessly chopped away by Lin Hao. Billy was a little bit unable to react. His head was completely confused, watching his arm flying in the sky, and then gradually falling to the ground. And then the zombie in front of him mercilessly mocked, "TSK. I thought you were very strong. It seems I was wrong." Lin Hao said this to Billy, and then he disappeared in front of Billy with Li Yong and Bai Bofen, because behind Billy, there were 9 level 6 mutants. When the other mutants saw Billy standing there staring blankly at his flying arm, they were also very shocked. And then, they thought of one thing. That is, Andrew was actually killed by the 3 zombies in front of him. In the Red Hair Society, it can be said that no one does not know Andrew. Not only because he is a level 6 zombie, but also because of his powerful strength. The scene of Andrew fighting countless people alone is still replaying in their hearts. When they learned that Andrew was killed by a zombie of the same level, they actually couldn't believe it in their hearts. However, the fact is that Andrew really died. And he died at the hands of Lin Hao. And Lin Hao killed Andrew. which means that Lin Hao actually has the strength to fight countless people alone. These mutants are still ordinary people's psychology after all. When their psychology is still problematic. The battle that should have been 50-50 has completely changed. Gooden said that the possibility of this battle is 50-50. But that is based on the situation that these 10 mutants can perfectly exert their strength. And Lin Hao and the other 2 can also perfectly exert their strength. But from the very beginning, the scales of victory had already tilted towards Lin Hao. It was very simple. Billy and the others thought they were powerful because they had more people. And they rushed towards Lin Hao proudly. As a result, Lin Hao simply cut off their arm with a knife. Their proud mentality was immediately hit hard. And the idea of how powerful they were instantly dropped to the bottom. It only took a few seconds for them to go from being full of self-confidence to being inferior. Although the psychological gap is not a mental illness. It is a very dangerous phenomenon in battle. The specific phenomenon is just like what Lin Hao is facing now. These mutants have completely lost the desire to fight. They began to retreat and became afraid. As a result, Lin Hao became more arrogant and his fighting power became stronger. After a while, Lin Hao had almost dealt with all the mutants. Looking at the dead, injured, and a group of mutants who had lost their limbs, Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction. It turned out that the 50-50 fight that Gooden said was so easy for him. Gooden was speechless and wanted to say something to Lin Hao. But she knew that no matter what she said, she could not stop Lin Hao, who was extremely coquettish at the moment. In this case, she simply didn't say anything. She knew that Lin Hao would not be complacent and fall into danger because of a battle. After all, this situation has happened more than once. And Lin Hao has a lot of experience. Otherwise, Gooden is really afraid that Lin Hao will continue to be so complacent in the future. The battle was over. This battle lasted only a few minutes. Lin Hao, Bai Bofan, and Li Yong stood in front of Billy again. Lin Hao counted 1, 2, 3 in his heart. And then the 3 of them laughed at Billy and raised their middle fingers. Billy looked at the 3 zombies so arrogantly. And his heart suddenly became anxious. A mouthful of old blood choked in his throat. He didn't want to spit it out. He really didn't want to. After all, he should do something nice for Chaoyang. But in the end, he couldn't help but spit it out at Lin Hao. And bright red blood spurted out of Billy's mouth. Lin Hao had already discovered that Billy was going to spit blood, without informing Bai Bofan and Li Yong. Lin Hao retreated, so the old blood was sprayed on Li Yong and Bai Bofan. "Boss, what should we do with this guy?" Bai Bofan asked Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at Billy, who was heartbroken and desperate at the moment, and then said, "Let him go." Li Yong immediately said anxiously, "Let him go." "Why? Letting a tiger go back to the mountain is not a good thing." Lin Hao said confidently, "Don't worry. I asked you to let him go not because I am kind-hearted. Letting him go now actually means that I am humiliating him. And the feeling of humiliating someone is actually more satisfying than killing someone." Lin Hao said nakedly in front of Billy. Chapter 483. Billy stood there, trembling all over and not daring to move, while Lin Hao and his 3 zombies walked towards the armored vehicle of Billy and his team. "Wipe faster. Use more force. You haven't eaten," Lin Hao said to Bai Bofan. "Yes, I haven't eaten," Bai Bofan said with a sullen look. Lin Hao looked at the fat man speechlessly. He was very active in the battle. But once he did something else. He became lazy. "Fatty, you put the scorched marks on the glass yourself. And you are too lazy to do it." Lin Hao and Li Yong were also wiping the glass vigorously on the other side. "Why do you have to wipe the entire glass when you can just wipe the glass in front of the driver's seat?" Bai Bofan looked very puzzled. For someone who didn't understand the fun of driving, Lin Hao really couldn't say anything to him. So he kicked Bai Bofan into the car to rest. Lin Hao and Li Yong wiped the windshield of this car as quickly as possible. Well, good. There is another car to ruin. Billy still stood there motionless, looking at the distance in a daze, wondering what he had done wrong to meet such an evil star in his life. The car started. Lin Hao honked the horn and shouted to Billy outside the car, "Can you get out of the way?" So, Billy hurriedly got aside, and watched Lin Hao drive away in this armored vehicle that belonged to them. Why are these Americans like idiots? If they were beaten to death in our place, they would have no face to live. "Do you still remember Whale?" Lin Hao asked Li Yong next to him. Li Yong nodded. But he didn't say anything. But he didn't mind Lin Hao's chattering. That Whale. After finding out that his team was all dead, what did he do? He looked like he was going to fight us to the end. And look at this guy. He's such a coward. Lin Hao commented on Billy's team, not paying any attention to the fact that a team of armored vehicles drove by on another street not far away. Billy was still standing there, thinking about something. But in the end, he probably found that he couldn't seem to change the outcome. So he sighed and returned to his base. On another street, 20 armored vehicles were marching in a mighty manner. But strangely, there were no zombies gathered around them. When they were getting closer to the Red Hair Society's base, all 20 armored vehicles stopped. And the mutants in the vehicles got off at once. There were a total of 100 mutants. And when they got off the vehicles, no one made any extra noise except the sound of walking and the collision of equipment. A total of 100 people. Just the right number. Not more or less. There seemed to be a leader in front of the 100 people. The leader looked at the 100 level 2 mutants in front of him, with a complex light in his eyes. And then, he didn't know what he thought of. And that complex light was completely suppressed by him. The leader began to speak, but his voice was still low, as if he was afraid of alarming the zombies around him. Everyone, follow orders tonight, and prepare to attack the Red Hair Society's base. Remember, this attack is just to test the opponent's strength, not to go all out. I repeat, not to go all out. Now I will assign you tasks. 100 people will be divided into 4 teams. Attack from the front, back, left and right of the building. Do not retreat until you have fired your last bullet. Finally, I wish you all can survive. Tomorrow, our armored vehicles will come to pick you up. After the leader gave this contradictory order, he got on the armored vehicles again, and saw that these armored vehicles turned around and drove towards the base. The 100 mutants left behind began to attack the stronghold according to the orders of their respective team leaders, preparing to wait until the evening for the general attack. Unfortunately, they didn't know that their lives had been abandoned by the base. From the beginning, the base didn't think of rescuing these people. When Billy stood in front of David, David had a solemn expression on his face. He looked at Billy solemnly and said with some heaviness, "Except for you. Your team was wiped out. I'm very curious. Why didn't you die?" Facing David's question, Billy was speechless. "Tell me, why didn't you die?" David's voice became even darker. Obviously, he had to let Billy give an answer. "I don't know either. I just fought as hard as I could. The zombie killed everyone in our team and drove away in the only remaining armored vehicle," Billy said helplessly. David smiled. "The zombie killed everyone in your team, but only let you go and only cut off one of your arms. Can't you come up with a reliable reason? For example, does that zombie have any conspiracy? If you can't think of it, I will let you reunite with your team." Billy finally survived the devil Lin Hao. But when he came back, he faced another devil. Billy knelt on the ground without thinking and cried bitterly. "No, David, my lord, you can't kill me. I am very useful. My arm will grow after tonight. I am very useful. I swear in the name of my dead father. There is absolutely nothing between me and that zombie. There is really nothing between us. David, you have to believe us." David shook his head and said coldly, "I don't know your father. This reason is not enough to keep your life. Forget it. Although it is a pity that a level 6 mutant died like this, I am worried about you staying in our organization. So, go to hell." David raised his hand and pointed it at Billy, who was kneeling on the ground and crying. The next second, Billy's crying stopped. His eyes began to dull. And then he slowly collapsed to the ground, without any movement. "Is there really no one useful in my base?" David said to the void with some sadness. Just when David was worrying about the subsequent development of his base, Lin Hao found the best way to get to the official base of the United States. "Did you count them clearly? Is it 20? Lin Hao asked Bai Bofin. Bai Bofin nodded and said, "It's 20. So many big vehicles. So impressive. 20 top-of-the-line armored vehicles. Except for the official survivor base of the United States. I'm afraid no one can take out. I don't know what they are going to do with so many armored vehicles. But looking at the direction they are driving, it is clear that they are going back to the base. Surely, that woman didn't lie to me. We just need to follow these armored vehicles to successfully sneak into the survivor base," Lin Hao said with some excitement. "How to get in?" Li Yong asked with some confusion. These armored vehicles did not notice Lin Hao behind the ruins. They lined up and sped towards the east at a very fast speed. Lin Hao did not speak, but just stared at the last armored vehicle. When the last armored vehicle passed by Lin Hao hurriedly started the engine and followed behind the last armored vehicle at the same speed and drove past. Chapter 484. The morning sun has disappeared. And the sun is completely hanging above Lin Hao's head. Just an hour ago, Lin Hao cleverly drove his armored vehicle behind the armored vehicles of the US official base. And those armored vehicles really didn't notice Lin Hao at all. So, Lin Hao drove behind the convoy for a full hour. After an hour, Lin Hao could already see the very tall and sci-fi walls of the US official survivor base. Looking at the metal walls, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the technology of the United States is indeed incomparable to our country. From this wall, we can see that we are still using bricks, but they use hard alloy walls. It is certainly possible to build a wall with hard alloy. After all, it is not a difficult task with current technology. However, the difficulty is that the background of building this alloy wall is the end of the world. Lin Hao couldn't imagine how many ordinary people's lives they sacrificed to build this wall. However, no matter what, when the wall was successfully built, everything was worth it. And it should be worth it when these people were surrounded by these metal walls. Although they were isolated from the world, they also successfully obtained a very safe survivor base. In the Doomsday, being able to occupy the same level of resources as food is a safe place. And the official survivor base of the United States is such a place. In this place, like a wasteland, even zombies are hard to see, because this place itself is not populated. There are deserts and mountains everywhere, and there is no water source. No one lived here before the Doomsday. But such a desolate place has become the safest settlement after the Doomsday. Following behind these convoys, we gradually got closer to the base. Although the outside of this base does look very luxurious and solid, there is probably nothing worth looking forward to inside. Sure enough, when Lin Hao drove the car and slowly entered the base one by one, he saw the 1980s style inside and understood it. You know, the survivor base in S City. Except for the lack of TV networks, everything else is preserved in the style before the end of the world. While the official survivor base in the United States has a 1980s style, which is really surprising. Lin Hao was a little worried when he was about to enter the base. He was afraid that those guys would patrol. Then, those guys really started patrolling. Every vehicle entering would be inspected by the patrolling guys before being released, which made Lin Hao helpless. After all, Lin Hao had an oriental face, and this face could not even be fooled. Just when Lin Hao was about to pick up the alloy knife, shift the gear to reverse, and everything was ready, the patrol came in front of him. That person just stepped forward and tested Lin Hao with the T-virus detection instrument, and then let Lin Hao in. That guy didn't even suspect me? What the hell? Are there many Asian faces in their base? In fact, Lin Hao was going to use his mental power to directly control those people at the beginning. But although the mental power of ordinary people is not high, their resistance is very strong. If you use mental power to control, you can only control one person at a time. But just now, they were checked by two people together, which is why Lin Hao was ready to fight. But when he was hit, he found that those people didn't care who he was at all. No matter what. I have sneaked in anyway. Lin Hao's only worry is whether the instrument for detecting T-virus will expose his true identity. After all, Lin Hao has never been checked by such an instrument. The only time was in S City. After Lin Hao controlled the inspectors, he sneaked in very smoothly. I didn't expect that this time he would be so lucky that he could easily sneak into the official survivor base of the United States, follow those convoys, and drive the vehicles to the wall and park them. Fortunately, the wall was long. Not the kind that had no more space after parking 20 cars. Otherwise, these people would have noticed at a glance that there was an extra car in their convoy. After getting off the car, the drivers reorganized the team. During this process, Lin Hao just sat in the car calmly and watched everything silently. Anyway, those people had gathered together. If they didn't notice his car, they would not notice that there were 3 zombies in the car silently watching outside. After they gathered together, they didn't waste too much time. After a while, they dispersed collectively. They left. Li Yong is ready to enter his own shadow. Fatty, try to be low-key. In short, don't laugh, don't get angry, and don't take action. Do you understand? Lin Hao said to Li Yong and Bai Bofin. Li Yong had already entered the shadow as soon as Lin Hao finished speaking. And then Bai Bofin followed. Bai Bofin followed behind Lin Hao and prepared to turn on the silent mode. It is indeed an official survivor base. When Lin Hao brought Bai Bofen into the base, they found out how big it is. Judging from the situation, it can at least match 4 or 5 survivor bases in S City. But the buildings inside are a bit shabby. In China, land is very expensive. Before the end of the world, there was very little in used land. So the survivor bases in China were renovated according to the buildings before the end of the world. But this survivor base was really built by them brick by brick. Whether it was the walls or other buildings inside. Lin Hao touched the house beside him. It was obviously a dormitory for soldiers. There were many beds and toiletries inside. But no one was inside. As expected, everyone in the Doomsday base had their own job. No one could sit around and wait for death. Lin Hao became more and more interested in this built base. Of course, the buildings here were not the focus of Lin Hao. Lin Hao's real focus was to find the research institute of the US survivor base. They must have their own research institute. Only by finding their research institute could he really find Yi Wentian. Lin Hao didn't believe that Yi Wentian could survive outside the research institute after coming here. With his small arms and legs, he might be exhausted and unable to do anything. To be honest, in the Doomsday, the researchers are always the easiest. But they are also the most tired. But one thing is clear. They are definitely the safest. Where is the research institute here? Lin Hao looked at the buildings that seemed to be exactly the same around him, and said with some distress while touching his chin, "Hey, that Oriental man over there. What do you do? It's not time to rest yet. Don't just hang around. Hurry up and do your own things." Suddenly, a crisp voice came. Chapter 485. When Lin Hao heard this voice, he stopped in his tracks instantly, turned around cautiously, and looked at the person who was speaking. The same clear voice. The same familiarity. But when he turned around, it was a different face. Although this clear voice was very similar to Angelina's, it was also possible that the accents of these foreigners were similar. So Lin Hao couldn't tell. Since it wasn't Angelina, Lin Hao was relieved. After all, this was already the official survivor base of the United States. And Angelina couldn't possibly appear here. Although he didn't like the woman, Lin Hao didn't have any bad feelings towards her either. After all, she helped Lin Hao in the end. Looking at this blonde woman who looked a bit like Angelina, Lin Hao smiled flatteringly. "Well, we are from the Research Institute. I want to know where the Research Institute is." "Are you talking about the Research Institute? Are you the people who came to study in Huaxia a few days ago?" the woman asked with some surprise. Hearing this, Lin Hao felt that there was something, and nodded hurriedly, "Yes. It's us. This place is too big, and we accidentally got lost. So can you tell us how to get to the Research Institute?" "The Research Institute is in the 2-story building in front." "How could you get lost?" The woman looked at the two guys suspiciously, and asked curiously. "Oh, really? I remember. Thank you, beautiful lady. We will leave immediately. Work hard, and never hang around." After that, Lin Hao and Bai Bofen hurriedly ran towards the Research Institute. But while Lin Hao was walking in front, the woman followed behind Lin Hao for no reason. Lin Hao's heart suddenly felt a lump. What was going on? Could it be that the other party has recognized him? Lin Hao clenched his fists again, and then looked around. Those soldiers still didn't know what they were practicing. In the Doomsday, they could do very little. In addition to barely guarding the base and going out to search for food, they began to become useless. So the base was ready to use these people to transform into mutants. Although there was nothing to practice, there was definitely necessary physical exercise. The stronger the body, the greater the chance of becoming a mutant. Unfortunately, although these soldiers had some doubts about this matter in their hearts, they never openly resisted or questioned it. It's very simple. The slogans of the American people's questioning and resistance are just these few. They are American citizens. They enjoy the rights of normal citizens. They enjoy freedom, the right to know, and fairness, justice and openness. Otherwise, you should not be president. Of course, this is before the end of the world. Before the end of the world. As long as you have a good excuse, you can abuse the White House as you like. But now it's not possible. Now if you gather a crowd to make trouble, maybe the base will still not do anything to the troublemakers because of face issues. But they have a very effective means, which is to drive people out. The base will not attack the rebels. Don't you want freedom? Don't you want others to control your life and death? Yes. Please go out and leave this base. After all, this base is not yours. Since you don't listen to me, then you should leave my base. The soldiers and survivors who come to the base to enjoy safety. Why would they want to leave here? Therefore, the number of people in this survivor base is still so large. And many people know about the dark experiments in the base. But they dare not speak up. It's simple. They don't want to leave this safe place. Lin Hao looked at the woman in military uniform behind him again, and finally decided to let go of his impatience. Since he had finally entered the base, he must not be exposed casually, otherwise Lin Hao might not be in trouble. But it would be impossible to find Yi Wentian. Lin Hao didn't know what the woman behind him had found. But it didn't stop Lin Hao from asking him. "Why are you following me?" Lin Hao asked. Lin Hao had thought of countless answers, such as the other party had seen that he was a zombie, or why Lin Hao looked so strange. But Lin Hao never expected that the other party would say this. "Who followed you?" "I am also from the Research Institute. I need to go back. So of course I will go with you." Looking at the woman's somewhat angry expression, Lin Hao, who was about to become ferocious, quickly changed his expression and smiled in a flattering way. "Beauty. If that's the case, let's go together." Catherine looked at Lin Hao's face that looked particularly annoying. She really wanted to punch her hard. But as an assistant at the Research Institute, she had to maintain her demeanor at all times. Even though it was the end of the world and people had begun to release the demons in their hearts, those who could still restrain themselves in this situation were definitely successful. Catherine had always restrained herself like this. So when she saw Lin Hao's face that deserved a beating, although she wanted to hit him, she finally held back. Since she knew that the other party was a bitch, Catherine pretended that she didn't know them at all. So she walked past them and went to the Research Institute. Lin Hao was happy again. The people in this base were too helpful. He didn't know where the base was, and those people drove him in. He didn't know where the Research Institute was, and there was a stupid woman who was willing to act as a guide to take him into the Research Institute. To be honest, the institute may look a bit shabby from the outside. It is just a huge 2-story building. However, when people push open the door and go in, they find that it is a very beautiful and sci-fi modern environment. The bright white walls, the various chemical equipment that researchers need to use, and the pressure from the white coats walking around inside make people feel that this is a particularly mysterious and magical place. But for Lin Hao, this is just a place he often comes to. When in China, Lin Hao had seen so many research institutes like this. Each one was so luxurious and high-end, but it was useless, no matter how high-end the other party was. In the end, Lin Hao would completely mess it up. Lin Hao looked at the neatly arranged things inside. To be honest, he really didn't want to mess it up. Of course, if he saw Yi Wentian, he could talk to him nicely, and he was willing to listen to Lin Hao. Then Lin Hao could consider letting this laboratory go. However, the matter now was simple. That is, Lin Hao needed to find where Yi Wentian was. "Why are you still following me when we are already at the Research Institute?" Catherine looked at the two zombies with some surprise. Chapter 486. Catherine felt that these guys from China were all very strange. The guys who came last time were lazy in their rooms every day, never came to the laboratory, never attended meetings, and made no contribution to the experiments. To be honest, Catherine really had no feelings for those people. So when she saw Lin Hao following her like a scabby dog, she was very disgusted. "What on earth do you want to do by following me?" Unable to bear the disgust, Catherine finally couldn't help asking, "Beauty, do you know Yi Wentian?" The moment Lin Hao arrived at the laboratory, he realized something again. The area here is actually larger than other laboratories that Lin Hao has been to. At least it is definitely not easy to find someone. So, when Lin Hao saw Catherine standing in front of him, he knew that he had someone to ask. "Yi Wentian. Who is it?" Although Catherine's pronunciation of Huaxia's name was completely out of standard, she could still understand what Lin Hao said. It stands to reason that although Yi Wentian has not been here for long, and he is from China, even if he does not cause a sensation in the entire laboratory, at least those who often engage in scientific research will be somewhat familiar with him. And it is impossible that they do not know him at all. After all, Yi Wentian is also a well-known person in China. And even if he does not make a name for himself here, he will not be looked down upon by these foreigners. "So you should know Yi Wentian? Do you really not know Yi Wentian?" Lin Hao could not help but ask again. "I really don't know you. What do you do? Go do what you need to do. I'm going to work." Catherine left Lin Hao's side after saying that. Looking at the completely unfamiliar environment, Lin Hao could only say speechlessly, "Let's take it one step at a time. It's better to search the entire laboratory than the entire base." So under Lin Hao's instructions, Li Yang went to another direction, while Lin Hao and Bai Bofin went to their own direction and began to search slowly. The official survivor base of the United States is built on the mountain. There is actually a very high mountain wall behind the base. This is a mountain without any grass or green. Below the mountain is the official survivor base of the United States. This mountain has brought a natural protective cover to the base. At this moment, at the top of this mountain, some people will be surprised to find that the weather has changed suddenly. This morning, the sun was shining brightly, and there was no sign of a change in the weather. But everything happened so suddenly. The survivors in the base all looked up curiously at the sky that was completely overcast. They seemed to be expecting something. In this wasteland with scorching heat and lack of water, it would be great if there was a heavy rain. Unfortunately, it was not a heavy rain. On the top of the mountain that people could not see, the closest to the sky, something like a wormhole was slowly forming. At first, the wormhole was only the size of an egg. Gradually, the wormhole began to grow larger and larger, from the size of an egg to the size of a basketball. The surroundings of the wormhole also began to release black arcs like electric arcs. Those black arcs shone with light, gradually becoming thicker from the thickness of a thumb. And the frequency became faster and faster. The black hole, which was originally the size of a basketball, actually grew larger again. And when it became as big as a truck tire, finally, the entire wormhole was changing. With a puff, as if something vomited, the wormhole vomited out a figure from its dark hole like the abyss. The figure was wearing a clean, but untidy suit, with long hair, and he lay on the ground helplessly but relieved, without even the desire to look up. After an unknown amount of time, the man finally raised his head, looked around blankly, and suddenly found himself in a strange world. Am I back? Yu Wentian couldn't help but touch his long beard and asked himself. I'm back? I'm really back. But Yu Wentian couldn't help but feel sad. He had a really hard time in those years. But no matter what, his hard work was worth it. He came back and successfully gained freedom and rebirth. Yu Wentian looked at this strange world. Even if he had never seen this world before, he knew where it was. This must be the timeline he lived in. No matter where it was, it would be fine as long as it was the timeline he left. Anyway, no one in this world could be his opponent. Yu Wentian stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. Then, he saw the huge survivor base under his feet. When he saw the national flag flying above the base, Yu Wentian's heart couldn't help but be moved. Can I find Lin Hao and then kill him? An idea began to emerge in Yu Wentian's heart. Lin Hao didn't know that the person he was looking for was also looking for him at this moment, and wanted to kill him. If Lin Hao knew this news, he would definitely feel very happy. You, a researcher with no power, want to kill a level 6 mutant zombie. This is a big joke. Unfortunately, Lin Hao did not meet Yu Wentian. When he met Yu Wentian, he realized that Yu Wentian had changed a little. But Lin Hao was still looking for Yu Wentian in the research room. He didn't know that Yu Wentian was not in the research room at all. And Yu Wentian had never come to the United States. Searching room by room, Lin Hao believed that he would be able to find Yu Wentian. As a very powerful scientist from other countries, Lin Hao didn't believe that this guy could hide in his room and sleep and do nothing. But when he and Bai Bofin searched all the research laboratories, they finally shook their heads in despair. There was really no Yu Wentian. Yu Wentian really disappeared in this research laboratory. This shouldn't be the case. Although this research laboratory is quite large, it only has a small space. There is only one door for entering and exiting. Lin Hao searched for any room except the toilet. Oh, the toilet. Maybe Yu Wentian is in the toilet. Once you have an idea, you have to put it into practice. Lin Hao went. Because the toilets were newly built, it was actually a bit difficult to find them. And the toilets were not divided by gender. So Lin Hao could only knock on the doors of each cubicle one by one. Lin Hao really couldn't imagine that such a developed country like the United States had fallen into such a state at this moment. And even the form of the toilets was the old form that China had already abandoned. As Lin Hao knocked on the door, he got someone. And the voice was green and dripping. Obviously it was a woman. Definitely not Yu Wentian. So where was Yu Wentian? Lin Hao thought strangely. Chapter 487. Lin Hao just stood there, thinking about where Yu Wentian went. However, before he could figure out the reason, suddenly, a slap hit Lin Hao's head. The moment he felt someone slapping him on the back of his head, Lin Hao was very angry. Since he became a level 6 mutant zombie, no one dared to slap him from behind. But Lin Hao thought about it and realized that this was someone's survivor base. Maybe they just mistook him for someone they knew. In short, Lin Hao warned himself not to get angry and not to reveal his identity. So, Lin Hao turned around with a forced smile, wanting to know who attacked him. As a result, he saw a familiar figure. It turned out that this woman was the one Lin Hao had met when he first entered the base. She had just followed her into the research room. The woman said she was also from the laboratory. Lin Hao thought she was lying to him on purpose, because he had searched the entire laboratory. But he couldn't find Yu Wentian. And he couldn't find her either. Unexpectedly, the other party was in the toilet. And the two met in this way. Why are you here too? Going to the toilet? To prevent the other party from asking questions that he couldn't answer, Lin Hao asked first. In fact, Catherine wanted to ask this Oriental man what he was doing wandering around. But he suddenly asked her this question, which made Catherine unable to react. Catherine began to follow Lin Hao's question. Yes, I'm going to the toilet. Are you here to go to the toilet too? Catherine asked subconsciously. Lin Hao nodded and said, yes. I saw that the place was occupied, so I was waiting at the door. Two men hand in hand? Catherine pointed at Lin Hao and by Bofen. Lin Hao didn't react at first, but when he saw Catherine's somewhat disgusted look, Lin Hao exploded instantly. No, don't think too much. We just came together and happened to pee together. That's it, Lin Hao said hurriedly. Catherine looked at Lin Hao with obvious disbelief. Obviously, she had already recognized her answer. She smiled and said, okay, then you go. I go first. Watching Catherine's figure gradually leave, Lin Hao looked at Bai Bofen speechlessly. It's all your fault. Damn, Lin Hao said. Bai Bofen looked innocent, bewildered and looked at Lin Hao, obviously not knowing why Lin Hao blamed him. When he saw Bai Bofen's innocent eyes, Lin Hao also closed his mouth in boredom. Obviously, Bai Bofen didn't know what Lin Hao blamed him for. He was really a boring zombie. After waiting at the door of the toilet for a while, finally, the people inside came out. And when they came out, they all looked at Lin Hao with a strange look. When all the people in the toilet left, Lin Hao could only sigh with regret. It seemed that Yu Wentian was really not here. He brought Bai Bofen to the door of the research room. And Li Yang was already waiting there. Li Yang has the skill of shadow escape, so he can easily enter and exit various laboratories, and naturally takes much less time than them. Did you find anything? Lin Hao asked. Li Yang shook his head. Lin Hao began to feel vaguely uneasy, because the news about Yu Wentian was provided to Lin Hao by Duan Luochen from the beginning. Although Lin Hao trusted Duan Luochen got the news from Lu Qinqing, and Lin Hao did not trust Lu Qinqing. What if Lu Qinqing lied to them? No. We must find Yu Wentian. Thinking of Jean Bebe, who had not yet recovered her memory, Lin Hao's thoughts became more determined. At this moment, in a laboratory, Catherine put on a white coat and sterile gloves, took a look at the data in front of her, and couldn't help shaking her head. How is this zombie? Catherine asked. No. Our methods are completely useless against zombies. This zombie has collapsed and may not last long. An assistant in a white coat said to Catherine. Then kill him. I never thought a zombie would have such a painful expression. Catherine shook her head with some pity. The assistant next to her couldn't help but remind her, Catherine, we are all Dr. Fry's assistants. Dr. Fry didn't let us take the crystal core casually. Is it really okay to take it like this? It doesn't matter. Dr. Fry is not here. Clark, don't forget what you promised me. Catherine looked at Clark seriously. Clark is a white man with ordinary appearance. Like Catherine, he is just Dr. Fry's assistant in the laboratory. Next to them is a fat man with glasses named Ike. This guy named Ike didn't pay attention to the conversation between Catherine and Clark at all. He just looked at the computer in front of him seriously. You two, stop arguing and come and see. Ike suddenly shouted at the two of them. Catherine and Clark hurriedly walked towards Ike. There was a computer in front of Ike, and an oscilloscope software was showing the fluctuation. See? The zombie pain wave has obviously prolonged. Obviously, this zombie is aware of the pain. This proves that our conjecture is correct. Zombies really have self-awareness. Unfortunately, this zombie is just a second-level mutant zombie. If we can get a higher-level zombie, the information we get will definitely be much more accurate than this. Ike's eyes lit up. Not only Ike, but also Catherine. Catherine said expectantly, "Do you think Dr. Fry's experiment may succeed? If Dr. Fry's experiment can really be confirmed, then this experiment will be sensational to the whole world. Unfortunately, Dr. Fry's authority is not enough. He only allows the three of us to study secretly. If that hateful president is willing to believe Dr. Fry's conjecture and study it vigorously, maybe we can really save the entire Earth." Clark also said on the side, "Don't forget, Dr. Fry told us to conduct experiments in a humanitarian manner, while no one is around. Quickly take out the crystal core of this zombie, and don't let him suffer so much." Catherine said, "He is a mutant zombie anyway. If we take out the crystal core, it will our experiment be discovered by others?" Clark said with a headache. However, Ike seemed to listen to Catherine's words very much. Before Clark could refute anything, Ike had already rushed to the zombie with a dagger and stabbed it fiercely. Catherine looked at the bitter Clark and said earnestly, "Don't forget our original intention. I will handle this matter. We just need to conduct our experiment well. Can we really succeed?" Ike muttered softly. Chapter 488. "What?" Catherine asked doubtfully without hearing what Ike said. "I say, can we really turn these zombies without human consciousness into humans? Can they really return to their original appearance? Can we succeed?" Ike looked into Catherine's eyes and asked word by word. Catherine said firmly, "Yes. We will succeed. The moment we succeed, we will save the world. No one knows that in a corner of this laboratory, there is a small room where three young people made a solemn decision to study mutant zombies. Their boss is a doctor named Fry, who has been very opposed to the idea of the country turning crystal cores and zombies into weapons from the beginning. However, this is the general trend, and no one can go against the trend, because that may cost their lives. In order to save his own life, Dr. Fry, who was unwilling to accept it, had to pretend to be in harmony with the base, while following everyone to make conventional weapons such as mutants and biochemicals. He began to secretly study mutant zombies, because they have discovered the autonomous consciousness of mutant zombies. If they study it in depth, they may be able to dig out the memories deep in the hearts of mutant zombies and restore their human nature. In fact, Dr. Fry is still secretly researching something that other bases have given up on researching. That is, zombie vaccines. How to make ordinary people resistant to zombie viruses is also Dr. Fry's topic. Unfortunately, these two experiments that seem to benefit the world have been collectively curbed by various countries, because those authoritarians have realized that the mutant crystal core can make them more powerful, especially the appearance of mutant zombies and superpowers, which makes these authoritarians begin to feel guilty. They are afraid that their regimes will be in danger, so they can only study weapons more frantically. At this moment, in the more luxurious building at the center of the base, Trance was still thinking about how to deal with the Red Hair Society that was against him. He had already deployed 100 level 2 mutants, but he knew that those level 2 mutants were of no use at all. The only thing those mutants could bring him was the specific combat power of the Red Hair Society. According to our spy report, there are nearly 500 mutants and 500 cyborgs in the Red Hair Society. The exact number is unknown. Their hardware facilities include 5 armored vehicles, 2 helicopters on their rooftops, and a private plane, which can carry missiles. The Red Hair Society's laboratory not only studies cyborgs and mutants, but they are also studying thermal weapons, and even have a workshop that can make thermal weapons, the secretary reported. So the Red Hair Society is really preparing to become independent. No, this is absolutely not possible. These territories belong to me. I will not allow these terrorist forces to appear in my country. Let our respected generals prepare for the battle. Trance said. President, are you really going to use the generals? The secretary asked in shock. Of course. We must use the generals. We must ensure that this battle is foolproof. We cannot fail. Otherwise, we will face the provocation of all the survivor bases in the country, big and small. Transy clenched his fist and said fiercely, Hey, you two. Where are you from? Lin Hao and Bai Bofin were wandering around the base in boredom. After all, they had never been abroad in their lives. Although going abroad at this time didn't seem to be a good thing. They had to see what was going on since they were out. But the entire base was full of identical buildings. And there was a 1980s style, which made Lin Hao speechless and helpless. Just as he was bored. Suddenly, someone pointed at Lin Hao and shouted loudly. Lin Hao turned around and saw that it was a U.S. soldier. It seemed that the U.S. soldiers were the ones who could move around freely in the base. Because Lin Hao had only seen the few survivors so far. We are from the laboratory. We came out to walk around for a while. Lin Hao, who already had experience, said casually. But it was obvious that this guy was not someone that Lin Hao could fool around with casually. Are you from the laboratory? Which laboratory? The muscular man who looked like Schwarzenegger asked. Hearing this question, Lin Hao was speechless. How could he know which laboratory he was from? Let me think about it. Actually, I am not familiar with this place. I am a technology consultant from China. Lin Hao continued to deceive. Technology consultant? The technology consultant came a few months ago. I know all those people. Why haven't I seen you? The big man asked, boasting to the point of being too much. Lin Hao touched his head awkwardly. Bai Bofin secretly exchanged glances with Lin Hao. That look was a message of action. Lin Hao just shook his head. Because the big man was very tall. He didn't even see the two people's eyes meet. Seeing that the two people didn't speak for a long time, the big man took out his pistol. No matter who you are now, come with me first. Otherwise, don't blame my gun for accidentally going off. Lin Hao raised his head and said to the big man with some brilliance, Do you know? I once swore that no one can point a gun at my head. After Lin Hao finished speaking, his fist hit the soldier's neck in an instant. The soldier could only watch Lin Hao with a crazy smile on his face. But his body fell to the ground uncontrollably. Looking at the soldier who was knocked unconscious by his punch, Lin Hao hurriedly pulled the other's body to hide in some hidden places. If he was discovered by others, it would be troublesome. After all, there are so many people in this survivor base. And no one knows where those powerful superpowers or mutants are hidden. Since Lin Hao casually met Andrew, who almost defeated him, he has become more cautious about this country. And just now, the soldier accidentally revealed a message to Lin Hao. The expert advisory group of China actually came a few months ago. And Yu Wentian should have arrived last week. But the soldier did not mention what happened to Yu Wentian last week. Which can only prove one thing. Yu Wentian did not appear here last week. Or in other words, Yu Wentian did not arrive in the United States at all. Lin Hao felt that his brain was not working properly. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky. They say that the weather in summer is like a child's face. But it's autumn now. Why does the weather change so suddenly? Forget it. Since there is nothing fun here, Lin Hao is ready to leave. He is looking forward to the rain. Because Lin Hao's clothes and Lin Hao himself have not been washed for a long time. Just when Lin Hao was about to turn around and leave, suddenly, someone shouted in a strange way, Lin Hao. Chapter 489. Lin Hao? This is Chinese. And the pronunciation is clear and loud. The point is, this voice is familiar. In just 2 words, Lin Hao seemed to hear a lot. Such as helplessness, fear, relief, and hatred. Lin Hao was very curious. He didn't expect that there was someone in the official survivor base in the United States who knew him. And this voice was so familiar. Who was it? Lin Hao turned his head and saw a familiar figure. The man was wearing a suit. And the suit was very neatly dressed. But the suit was covered with dust and looked dirty. Such dirty clothes were still neatly dressed, which showed that the other party cared about his appearance. In the apocalypse, no one has time to wash clothes. Lin Hao felt strange from the beginning that there were no survivors walking around in such a large survivor base. But when Lin Hao saw the building behind that person, he understood. There are 2 most luxurious buildings in the entire survivor base. One is the building in the middle that looks very regular. That building clearly has the signs of the White House. Lin Hao guessed that the President of the United States should be there. Lin Hao wanted to visit him, but thought that the other party might not welcome him very much. So he didn't go. Behind that person was the only luxurious place in the entire survivor base. And this building was also the tallest building in the base. No doubt about it. Looking up, a cross stood steadily on the top of the building. Behind that person was a church. The door of the church was wide open at this moment. In fact, the door of the church was closed at the beginning. And I don't know when the door of the church opened. And then the survivors holding small crosses in the church were also exposed. It turns out that it's not that there are no survivors in the base, but that the survivors are all dreaming. They put their dreams in this church and on God. They hope that God can come and save them. In Lin Hao's eyes, The church is not like a church, but like a can of sardines. The people inside are all sardines. There are no stools or chairs in the room. Everyone stands solemnly, closes their eyes, and prays. There are so many people inside that it seems that there is no room. However, some people are desperately squeezing in, as if they want to get closer to the person in the middle, so that the person can hear their voices. Unfortunately, that person was tied to the cross, and he couldn't escape. So how could he save the people? I didn't expect to meet you here. Yu Wentian patted his suit and said excitedly. Lin Hao and Yu Wentian had met once, and because of that one encounter, both of them remembered each other thoroughly. And Yu Wentian even regarded Lin Hao as his lifelong enemy. You didn't expect it, but I thought about it. It's strange. Everyone in the base said they didn't know you. But with your ability, you shouldn't be unknown here. And according to the time point, you should have arrived last week. Why do they all say that no one from China came last week? Lin Hao was excited when he saw Yu Wentian, but he had to pretend to be calm because he didn't want this guy to escape. In Lin Hao's opinion, Yu Wentian was still a researcher who was powerless. It was useless to subdue such a guy no matter how he resisted. However, at some point, the church door behind Yu Wentian was opened. At this moment, the people in the church turned around and looked at Yu Wentian and Lin Hao with their eyes fixed on him, as if they were blaming the two Chinese people for disturbing their prayers. Do you know? You have tortured me so much over the years. To be honest, you are really powerful. But no matter how powerful you are, that is a matter for the future. You are no different from a newborn baby to me now. I want to kill you. Yu Wentian's eyes were also straight, but Lin Hao only saw murderous intent in his eyes. Is this guy mentally healthy? Lin Hao asked Bai Bofen beside him curiously, and Bai Bofen waved his hand to indicate that he knew nothing. At this moment, Gooden suddenly said, Lin Hao, I suggest you run away. What? Are you crazy? Lin Hao said speechlessly. I am testing Yu Wentian's strength, but I haven't detected Yu Wentian's specific strength yet. Normally, this will only happen when I detect a T-virus carrier who is 3 levels higher than you. Gooden's words were very understated, but Lin Hao felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer in his heart, and was inexplicably shocked. So you mean that Yu Wentian has become a superpower, and his level has reached level 9? Are you kidding? Lin Hao couldn't believe it. No, he is not a superpower. He is a mutant zombie, Gooden said silently. Yu Wentian spoke again. Some things are really coincidental. In fact, I should thank myself for meeting you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Yu Wentian's eyes suddenly turned red, and then Lin Hao felt a flash in front of his eyes, and Yu Wentian had disappeared. When Yu Wentian appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Hao. As a level 6 zombie, Lin Hao might be faster than others, but no matter how fast the opponent is, Lin Hao can still see the opponent in his eyes. Few people are so fast that Lin Hao can't catch them. However, Yu Wentian did it just now. When Yu Wentian disappeared, he really disappeared. Even in Lin Hao's eyes, he couldn't find any signs of Yu Wentian. So the next second, Yu Wentian appeared in front of Lin Hao, and Yu Wentian stretched out his right hand and pinched Lin Hao's neck. I don't know if killing you now will help, but I really want to kill you. Yu Wentian looked at Lin Hao, and suddenly, he cried. 2 lines of hot tears dripped slowly down his cheeks from his eyes. When Lin Hao felt that Yu Wentian was pinching his neck, it seemed that it was not a human hand, but a robot hand, and the power was so strong that no matter how hard Lin Hao tried, he couldn't break it off. Are you sick? Looking at Yu Wentian, who was a little nervous at the moment, even if he couldn't break the other's hand off, Lin Hao still tried. When the people in the church saw this scene, each of them held a small cross in their hands and walked out of the church. Seeing countless people walking out of the church one after another, Lin Hao realized how many people were crammed into the church. Yes, it is said that there are more than 1 million people in this base. Those who are working. But even if it is the end of the world, there are always people who take a break. Without entertainment facilities, what can those people do? So, the church became the best place for these people. Chapter 490. When Lin Hao felt that he was about to die, suddenly, those people who came out of the church came to him, and Yu Wentian with a cross. The first person, wearing a priest's uniform and a pair of large framed glasses, came to Yu Wentian and said, My friend, can you put down your anger? The world has become incomplete now, and we humans cannot continue to be so incomplete. My friend, do you believe in Jesus? Yu Weitian looked back at the priest and said nothing. My friend, what is a human being? When someone asks you a question, you should at least answer it. This is the most basic courtesy. You are impolite, and you will have no friends. My friend, you must believe me. I will take you to the church. Okay? Put down your hand first. The priest continued. Yu Weitian looked back at the priest again, and still did not speak. My friend, you must know that people's anger sometimes does bad things. Put down your anger. My friend, why do you have to kill your compatriots? Look at the friend in your hand. His face is already red. He will be unable to breathe if you do this. My friend, can you put down your hand first? What can't we talk about? The priest continued. Are you annoying? Yu Weitian narrowed his eyes and looked at the priest. The priest was frightened by Yu Weitian's eyes. There was a strong murderous aura in his eyes. What he saw was not the pupils, but an endless hell. Jesus once said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? This friend? Lin Hao looked at the priest who flew out, and thought strangely, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell is what Jesus said. The survivors around saw their beloved priest being punched away. They gathered around Yu Weitian with crosses, and started to complain about Yu Weitian. They still hadn't figured out what kind of person Yu Weitian was who could punch a priest away. Listening to the survivors' chatter, Yu Weitian's expression became more and more angry, which made Lin Hao more certain of this guy's mental disorder. The priest who was beaten away was not seriously injured, mainly because there were too many people around. I don't know when so many people gathered around, and those people caught the priest who flew away. So the most serious injury to the priest was the one that Yu Weitian hit himself. The priest came to Yu Weitian again fearlessly and advised earnestly, my friend, how can you hit someone casually? Look at us. We have no grudges against each other. But your punch almost took my life. You know, I am just advising you to put down your butcher knife and become Jesus. Even though Lin Hao was being strangled by Yu Weitian, he looked at the priest in shock at this moment. Is this guy really a Christian? Why? Why are the people in this world always so annoying? Yu Weitian's expression gradually twisted. And what surprised Lin Hao was that Yu Weitian's hand strength was actually weaker. Lin Hao made a prompt decision and seized this opportunity. He kicked Yu Weitian's chest with both legs and finally rescued himself from Yu Weitian's hands. Yu Weitian was dazed for a moment. He looked at Lin Hao, who had already run away, and was stunned for nearly a few seconds before he remembered that he should chase him. There were many people here, and the noise was getting louder and louder, which finally alarmed the American soldiers, who were training not far away. These soldiers did not carry weapons. After all, in their opinion, these Christians who gathered together would not cause any trouble. Just as Yu Weitian was about to chase Lin Hao, the priest immediately stopped him. My friend, as a Chinese, you should know what to do. During his escape, Lin Hao couldn't help but look back. And then he saw that the priest was punched away by Yu Weitian again. But this time, he didn't have such good luck. During the punch, the priest fell into a coma. Yu Weitian's attributes are out. Do you want to see it? At this time, Gooden spoke. Is it out? Of course I have to see it. Call it out, Lin Hao said. I hope you are mentally prepared, Gooden said seriously. And then a light blue attribute panel appeared in Lin Hao's mind. When Lin Hao saw this attribute panel, he was stunned and even forgot to run away. Yu Weitian saw that Lin Hao was standing there motionless, and immediately prepared to chase him. But before he started running, he was pulled back by someone. How can you hit someone so casually? Are you from China? Which room in the lab are you from? An American soldier grabbed Yu Weitian and questioned him. Behind this American soldier were countless American soldiers. Yu Weitian did not pull his arm back from the American soldier's hand. His facial expression had already stopped twisting. He was crying when he pinched Lin Hao just now. But he suddenly laughed at this moment. The smile, with a twisted expression, looked so creepy. Although the American soldiers did not bring any weapons, pistols were standard equipment, and everyone had one in their hands. For the sake of being conservative, the American soldier quickly took out his pistol and pointed it at Yu Weitian, saying, I'm going to take you to ask clearly now. I hope you can cooperate with me. Otherwise don't blame me for being merciless. Yu Weitian turned his body straight, facing the American soldier directly, and said in a seductive tone, Shoot? Shoot. These American soldiers are proud in their hearts. And now is the end of the world. There is no law. Not to mention that this is still the territory of the United States. No one can tolerate a Chinese provoking them like this. So the soldiers shot. In the soldier's opinion, even if he killed this Chinese, he would be fine. After all, this is the United States. And the soldier's judgment is correct. Even if he killed Yu Wentian, he would be fine. As the flames from the muzzle of the gun spewed out, a golden bullet shot out at a speed several times faster than the wind speed, facing Yu Wentian's forehead. Bang. Another bang. The soldier did not see the tragic scene of the short Chinese man in front of him being shot in the head by him. On the contrary, it was the American soldier in front of him who covered his chest and lay on the ground in despair. Lin Hao saw it clearly from a distance. The bullet actually hit Yu Wentian's forehead. But Yu Wentian's forehead was too hard, and the bullet bounced back without even breaking Yu Wentian's skin. Because of the height, the bullet bounced into the soldier's chest and heart. So, Yu Wentian blew up the hornet's nest in an instant.